Where do you want me to start. You just start at the beginning.
Friend, family member, murderer.
You never know what's real behind the scenes.
He shot him between the eyes.
No person should die like that.
What are you doing?
These are the stories of the victims killed by someone they knew.
You can only handle so much before you snap.
She's evil.
You know, I'm your flesh and blood.
Someone They Knew with Tamron Hall. All-day marathon begins today at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
I want to introduce you to Mr. Lance Herndon.
Lance Herndon was young, he was attractive, he was an entrepreneur.
Lance had 3 different girlfriends at the same time. No lack of suspects.
They found him in his bed, and his skull was caved in.
I mean, I think every bone in his face was broken.
Lance Herndon was a 41-year-old entrepreneur and prominent figure in Atlanta. He was recognized for his business achievements in the African-American community by countless Georgia-based organizations, as well as the George H. Bush and Bill Clinton administrations. But all that success came to a tragic end when he was found bludgeoned to death in his suburban Atlanta mansion on the morning of August 8th, 1996. His family, friends, and neighbors were all shocked. No one could figure out who would do this to Lance Herndon and why.
In the mid-90s, Atlanta was the place to be. Everyone wanted to be here, specifically if you were a Black American in the South. The Olympics was happening. It was making Atlanta seem like an international city. This was a place where you felt like you could come and live your dreams.
I wanted to write about the new Atlanta. I wanted to write about Black people who were creating a nouveau riche, really. And so I wanted to write a cautionary tale about a Gatsby-esque figure who shows up in Atlanta and sort of pays a big price for sort of flying too close to the sun.
Lance Herndon was a very interesting person. He was a who's who in Black Atlanta. He had achieved a great deal of success professionally.
So Lance Herndon was cited by a couple of administrations, the Bush administration, the first Bush administration, as well as the Clinton administration, for his entrepreneurship. His company, Access Inc., was one of the fastest growing computer technology companies in the Southeast.
He was young, he was attractive, he was an entrepreneur. He had a very nice home, he had lots of cars. He lived his life to the fullest.
Lance Herndon was a charming, charming guy. Everybody liked Lance Herndon, you know, women, men. He was kind of a flirt. He really was the sort of guy that everyone wanted to know. So Lance Herndon kept his office in his home. And so he had workers in the home. They didn't have access to the living quarters, but they had access to the office suite. One sort of custom of his was that he would dictate directions to his employees on a tape recorder. He would do it routinely. And so on this morning, those tapes weren't there, and it set off some alarms for the staff. And so they called his mom. She came over and she went upstairs, and that's when they heard this scream.
For Lance Herndon's mother, it was a horrifying discovery. Her 41-year-old son was lying bleeding in his bed. Mrs. Herndon made a frantic call to 911.
Emergency, somebody done killed my baby. Okay, where's your baby? Okay, tell me what's going on. I don't know. I came in the house. He's 40 years old. I found him in the bed.
She called 911. When they arrived, they found him in his bed with his arms sort of crossed over him, and he was nude. And his skull was bludgeoned and caved in.
The garage door was partially open, but there was no sign of forced entry, no sign of robbery. Police said the highly respected businessman suffered blunt trauma to the head.
Right now, there was no weapon located at the scene. The investigators interviewed neighbors and conducted a search of the area for evidence.
There were no signs of any forced entry to the home, and on first glance, there was nothing taken from the home. And so at the time that he was discovered by family members, it was a real whodunit.
But it was clear that it was a crime of passion. That's what they felt. Like whoever had done this knew him. There was a picture of one of his girlfriends, Kathy Collins, on one of the dressers, and the face of it was turned down. She was kind of in a teddy, and it was an intimate photograph. It definitely raised questions about who put the picture face down, right? Why didn't they want to see that?
The police had conducted interviews of many people, but fundamentally, there was no smoking gun, and there was no arrow that really pointed to a person who was responsible.
With Jackie Herndon by his side this morning, Mayor Bill Campbell said he hopes offering a $12,000 reward will shake loose a lead and eventually an arrest.
This is a very difficult and gruesome murder for all of us.
Lance had 3 different girlfriends at the same time, and it was just a chaotic scene where 2 or 3 women would be at the house on the same night. And I think most people would agree it is just not possible to sustain that type of a lifestyle. At the same time, he had people that were very angry with him about business dealings. He owed money. He had recently had several confrontations about money.
He had financial problems. He probably had debts that nobody doesn't even know about. So there were plenty of people who might very well have wanted Lance Herndon dead.
No lack of suspects.
As Roswell police investigate the crime, Fulton County deputies stand guard in front of the home. The Herndon family has hired more protection because at this point, they still don't have a clue about who murdered 41-year-old Lance Herndon.
I think that people were very surprised in the community that Lance lived in. It was relatively quiet. It was wealthy. They certainly did not see a lot of homicides.
There was a sense that this Roswell Police Department may have been a little over its head.
When the Roswell Police Department brought their case to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office for assistance, there wasn't a whole lot there.
Well, it wasn't really until the Georgia Bureau of Investigation kind of moved in that it just got that sense that, look, we have this now, let the big boys handle it.
There were no fingerprints. It apparently had been wiped out. But that was enough for them to be very suspicious of her.
Police have no murder weapon, no time of death, and no motive. What they do have is a long list of possible suspects. They begin their investigation by interviewing his inner circle, which consists mainly of women with whom he's intimate.
In a homicide case like this, the police look at all persons in his inner circle, and certainly the recent divorce between Janine and Lance was something that they looked at very carefully.
So the first suspect would have naturally have been his ex-wife, Janine Herndon. She actually was dating someone at the time. She was able to prove her whereabouts, and they quickly dismissed that.
Talana Caraway was an old girlfriend of Lance Herndon who, at the time of his death, worked in a part-time basis as a receptionist in his home office. They were generally known to be very good friends. They shared lots of personal details with each other.
She actually went to Lance's house that night, but it was at a time that was incompatible with the time of death. So she was more or less excluded because of the timeline.
The third suspect probably would have been Kathy Collins. That was his kind of girlfriend, the woman that he was seen with the most publicly. She had clothes at his home. They traveled together. I think he viewed her as someone that he might develop a longer-term relationship with.
Kathy Collins, who we referred to as Miss Hollywood, she presented like some Hollywood starlet. Kathy Collins was at a restaurant near Lance's house with her niece and apparently had stayed at that restaurant for several hours on the night Lance was killed. We thought it strange that she was so near the scene, and when I looked at her bill from the restaurant, it was only a few dollars.
Norvell Harris, as I understand it, was a business associate of Lance Herndon's, who at the time had some complaints and some disputes about financial issues between the two of them.
He had made some threat, allegedly, that he would get back at Lance.
And then Dionne Baugh, who was his mistress, really. He was seeing her, he had been seeing her for a while, had been lavishing her with gifts, and she was married.
Dionne Baugh was a beautiful young woman. She worked at MARTA, which is the transit system here in Atlanta, and she was also a student. She went to Georgia State University. She was working. Lance Herndon walked in one day to the MARTA offices, and that presumably is when they saw each other. She would later learn that he was having a birthday party.
She had really finagled her way to get invited to his birthday party, which would have been in April of that same year, about 4 months roughly before his death. And over the course of those 4 months, they developed a physical, mostly, relationship.
Well, he'd give me money every week. He'd pay for my school fee and buy my book. He basically gave me a credit card, too.
He quickly puts her in, in the good life. He gives her a credit card. He gives her a Mercedes. He had a pretty strong relationship. And at some point, I think he just wasn't doing as well financially. And I don't know how many girlfriends he had. He probably had several. But he decided to cut back. And he basically asked her for his car back and the credit card back.
Was it 50?
What can $50 do? That's lunch money. Sometimes it'd be $700, sometimes it'd be $500. Sometimes.
Every week?
Basically.
Nice guy. Damn.
I'm embarrassed.
That's okay.
I hope this is not on camera.
Her husband, Sean Nelson, who lived in Jamaica, did in fact find out that his wife was cheating on him. There was a moment where Sean actually called Lance on the phone and confronted him. And that became kind of something that they ginned up as evidence as well, that Sean had maybe flown in and killed him and gotten back on a flight.
So the police had the task of narrowing down these suspects, and they eventually came to focus on Dionne as the primary suspect for several reasons that are all circumstantial.
But I think you probably went to his house, because we have proof that he was at his house. There's no way you could have.
But I never, do I need to get an attorney?
The police did not have a good case against Dionne Baugh at all, but they did manage to find a single hair from Dionne on his body, another one in the bed. There was some skin under his fingernails. Now, none of that really meant a whole lot because, I mean, she was having sex with him.
The police had no evidence that Dionne was on the scene that night. I mean, obviously there was the DNA, but that's not time specific. So the DNA of a lover in the other lover's bed is not compelling evidence of when she was there.
You left work, went to school at Georgia State at 6 o'clock, then went up to Norcross, picked up your ex-husband or your husband and your daughter, I guess from the house there, and then went to Hartsfield.
Yeah.
So about 8 o'clock, you're driving back from Hartsfield, and you call Lance.
No, because I didn't drive right back. I didn't come right back from the airport. I stayed there wait until they got on the plane, and then I came back.
Dionne Baugh claimed at the time, when she was interviewed by police, that she was actually at home on the night that Lance Herndon was actually murdered. But she also contended that Lance Herndon had come to her home about 9:30 in the evening to bring her a laptop computer for her to use to do schoolwork. He only stayed for a few minutes, and then he left and returned to his home.
I've gone over in my mind so many times, I wish I'd let him stay with me. I wish I'd let him stay with me.
Did he want that?
Yeah, but I don't know. I just dropped my daughter at the airport, and I was just kind of depressed. I didn't want to be bothered with anybody. I just wanted to be there by myself.
There wasn't an eyewitness at all putting her there. There were no fingerprints. It apparently had been wiped down. I don't think they found any fingerprints. That was enough for them to be very suspicious of her.
The big break in the case was when I got a phone call from a lawyer here in town. We learned some very interesting and damaging evidence.
With no hard evidence tying Dionne Baugh to the murder, detectives focused on her claim that Lance himself brought a laptop computer to her home on the evening he was killed.
Did you know he was coming?
Did I know he was coming? Yeah. Yeah, because he told me that, if you're going to come over here, I'll stop by there. And I said, well, no, I really don't feel like any company. And then he said, well, I'm coming anyway. And I said, well, okay, when you come and bring the computer then. And that's when he brought the computer.
You told him to bring the computer when you needed it for school?
Yeah. I have a computer, but I loaned it to my aunt, so I needed one in the house, and I didn't feel like going back to the office. So I told him to bring the portable one.
Did the computer have the case, the cover to it?
No.
Nothing?
No. He just gave it to me just like that.
Lance could be really fastidious. He was a guy who never let his laptop computer leave without the bag. And so that computer was found at Dionne Baugh's home in a closet without the bag. So the case started to turn on when the computer left that office and wound up at her home.
Right now, there's about 4 people that swear that he was at his house working in his office until 10:30.
Until 10:30. I don't know what to tell you. I know he came over there, he gave me the computer, and he gave me the credit card, and then he left.
They thought they had to lie with the laptop. It looked pretty strong that there was a lie. Still wasn't a lot of evidence about when he delivered the laptop, but it was something. And with the forensic evidence they had, I think their biggest view on that was Lance Herndon was supposedly so meticulous with his cleanliness that he wouldn't have her skin under his fingernails unless he had had sex with her that night or that day, and he wouldn't have had one of her hairs on his body, probably not even one in the bed.
This was a guy who also wouldn't even eat spare ribs with his hands, I mean, he ate it with a fork, right? This is a guy who showered 3 or 4 times a day.
There were just certain things that were present in, on, and around his body that would not be expected to be there when you understand he was a person who washed his hands consistently, for instance. The big break in the case was when I got a phone call from a lawyer here in town who represented Sean Nelson, who was the husband of Dionne Baugh, that indicated to me that Sean wanted to give me some information about my case. Sean Nelson and Dionne Baugh were in the midst of a very contentious divorce here in Metro Atlanta. I had a chance to speak with Mr. Nelson and his lawyer and Mr. Nelson's mother, who had traveled here from Jamaica for the purposes of the divorce trial. And it was during that meeting that we learned some very, very, very interesting and damaging evidence against Ms. Baugh.
Dionne told the police that she had not been to Lance's house the night he was killed, but Dionne's mother-in-law later told police, no, Dionne told me that she was at the house. So the way the state prioritizes that is that's our break. And now we know that she was there, and this contradicts everything else she's told us, and therefore she must be guilty. That statement from the mother-in-law is what actually got the trial going.
Mr. Nelson described for us an argument that he had with Dionne Baugh, and ultimately that argument led her to say something to the effect of, if you keep messing with me, Sean, I'm gonna beat you upside the head the same way I did Lance.
One of the elements of this story is that she could be really jealous. And there was a moment in which she'd come by and she looked through the window because Lance didn't answer the door, and Dionne saw Kathy Collins in the house, and Kathy had a nightgown on. And Lance, very cowardly, did not answer the door. Instead, he called the cops. But in the end, they arrested her because she didn't leave. So the next day, she was supposed to go to court, and Lance was supposed to go and sort of get her off, to sort of say, big misunderstanding, da-da-da. And his calendar was always tight, and there was nothing on his calendar. So the thought is that she slept with him that night, he went to sleep, she went downstairs and saw that her case, which was coming up the following morning, was not on his calendar, and she was livid.
The state had evidence, obviously, of a motive because it appeared that Lance was losing interest in her. The state had some evidence of DNA. They had evidence that she'd been at the house that night. So clearly there was proximity, there was opportunity, and there was motive. And often that's all the prosecution needs to go forward.
We're ready to go, Mr. Rucker. You ready to? Okay, go right ahead.
So it's all circumstantial, and Clint Rucker has one significant problem, and that is the murder weapon.
The state's case against Dionne Baugh was light on evidence, and the evidence they did have was all circumstantial. For a savvy young assistant district attorney, it was the perfect challenge.
We're ready to go, Mr. Rucker. You ready to? Okay, go right ahead.
I have been given the responsibility of presenting to you the case of the state versus Mrs. Dionne Andrea Baugh. The evidence will show you that on August the 8th, Ms. Baugh was very angry. She confronted Mr. Herndon, and she killed.
Clint Rucker had that rare combination of really great street sense and intuition with kind of a real knowledge of the law and how to blend that in extraordinary ways with very little evidence at times.
One of the things that you will not hear from in this case is an eyewitness. There were no eyewitnesses to this crime. And although the investigation in this case was thorough and it was exhaustive, you will not see the murder weapon. The police were not able to recover it. It will be the inconsistent words of the defendant and the inconsistent actions of the defendant that will prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
This woman
has been laboring under these accusations, under these innuendos, for 6 years of her life. And to this day, the state cannot tell you a time of death for Lance Herndon. They cannot tell you a murder weapon that killed Lance Herndon. They have no fingerprints of my client. They have no blood evidence related to my client.
The defense pushed back by saying, look, Lance Herndon absolutely was a man about town. But within that, there were a lot of people that didn't like him. He had a lot of money floating around and debts that he owed. The Dionne Baugh wouldn't have been the only woman who was scorned. I mean, that Lance Herndon kind of had a mark on him.
They don't know if Lance Herndon was murdered by one of his other girlfriends, and I'll tell you in a minute, by a jealous husband of any number of women he was dating, whether he was killed by somebody that was mad at him in conjunction with his business, in conjunction with his nightclub, in conjunction with his loans. They don't know.
I wanted the jury to see that there's no real reason to believe that this one lady did it, Dionne Baugh, compared to the 3 or 4 other lovers and the bad business dealings. Why is it that the state is so convinced that she did it in the absence of any real direct evidence?
As you step on into the room there, you see the victim laying there. You can readily see that he had been bludgeoned very severely. The blood spatter on the wall showed that he had been struck numerous times.
The first blow was to the back of the head. He was sitting on the bed. That blow by itself, if it came down hard enough, would have killed him, because that's the softest part of the skull. But after that, she just battered his face at least 10, 12 times with blows that pretty much devastated it and made it, very personal.
How did you set up the interview of Miss Baugh on the 17th?
We called her and asked her to come to the office to talk to us.
Did she agree to do so?
Yes, sir.
If I'd known I was going to go on camera, I'd look better.
Oh, that's okay. At that time, who were suspects?
There were several. I mean, the people who were within his life.
Okay. Hadn't ruled anybody out yet?
No.
It seems to me that we found out, that he was seeing all kind of young ladies.
Really?
He had a lot going on. And I was kind of curious, why you would put up with that. Why did you stay with him when he was cheating on you?
Because I didn't know. The one time when I went, the one time I saw that girl in there, I never said anything to him. That one I just kind of dismissed. But the night when I got arrested, I got upset. I said, obviously there was something going on, and maybe I need to terminate this relationship right here and now. And he swore to me that he told me so many different stories. I really don't know which one to believe, to be honest with you, even till today.
When they played the police interview with her, the courtroom was very quiet. It was obviously, in that interview, she comes across as someone who felt very jilted by Lance and very wronged by Lance.
Do you know that he was going to end the relationship?
What relationship?
With you? Did he plan on it?
No, I was the one who told him that I wanted out of the relationship.
Well, the other side of the coin was he was the one who wanted that end the relationship and take the car.
Who said that?
What? There's tapes and besides people.
So he was going to terminate the relationship with me.
I can't imagine it not having an impact on the jury at that time.
Of the questioned head hair, the 5 that you recovered from the victim's body in the medical examiner, were you able to get a match from those head hairs?
There were 2 head hairs that could have originated from Dionne Baugh, 3 head hairs that were consistent with Lance Herndon.
Of course, there was evidence that linked her to the house. They were lovers. She spent a lot of time at the house.
You just have 2 hairs and a little bit of skin among 2 people who were sexually involved with each other. Doesn't seem like a lot of evidence.
And in fact, you can't testify as to how long the pubic hairs of Ms. Baugh and or head hairs of Ms. Baugh have been there, can you?
No, I cannot.
What complicated the DNA evidence was that Lance Herndon was quite the playboy. And so there were a lot of women in and out of his bedroom.
Now, were there any hairs that were found that, in fact, actually excluded my client?
There were 2 head hairs from the tape list that did not match the known head hair of Dionne Baugh. There were also 3 pubic hairs from the victim's right side that did not match Dionne Baugh.
So it's all circumstantial, and Clint Rucker has one significant problem, and that is the murder weapon.
During the course of the investigation, we discovered that the murder weapon was a crescent wrench, much like this one.
This wrench, or something similar to it, is the closest thing of all because it has characteristics that satisfy the injury patterns on his face and head.
The medical examiner was able to talk to the jurors and explain how even these striated toggles left marks on the face of Lance Herndon that were consistent with the wrench when we laid it down against the photographs. It was really just phenomenal testimony about how Mr. Herndon was killed.
Clint Rucker, it looked like he himself could have put the entire case into jeopardy. It was a huge deal.
The state's case clung to 2 hairs of DNA and a potential murder weapon. Would it be enough to convince a jury of Dionne Baugh's guilt? Assistant DA Clint Rucker believed it would, but William Quinn and the defense were not going down without a fight.
The state has to put a dagger through her heart by showing that she killed somebody. Now, where is the evidence that she's killed someone? Where is the evidence of any bad feeling on her part for Lance Herndon? If they cannot find a murder weapon, so they buy a murder weapon. They thought they had a case because there was a pubic hair. And they thought they had a case because there was a head hair. When the medical examiner says those hairs could have been there from sex and could have been there for days, then how could you ever convict somebody of murder on those hairs? If there's any reasonable explanation other than her guilt, it's your job. It's your job to find her not guilty.
For a lot of people, your verdict will bring a sense of closure. You will finally bring his killer to justice. He was 41 years old at the time of his death. It's not right. And this is what this defendant did to him. It is not right.
Basically, it was a weak case on evidence. They had a strong prosecutor because the prosecutor made a very compelling closing argument.
Convict this defendant of each and every count in the state's bill of indictment. Do not let her escape.
I didn't feel like it was a slam dunk in this case. I was anxious about it, but I certainly felt like I had done the best that I could do.
Will you publish the verdict?
Yes, sir. We, the jury, find the defendant, Dionne Baugh, guilty of murder.
Dramatic win, maybe undercut by a dramatic misstep by the prosecutor after he won his conviction. It looked like he himself could have put the entire case into jeopardy.
Mr. Quinn, you made a motion for mistrial based on what factors?
One, the motion for mistrial was that the prosecutor, in the middle of the case, it was determined that he was not in good standing with the state bar.
Clint Rucker had neglected to pay his membership dues to the bar. It was a huge deal.
Mr. Rucker, you will admit, won't you, that at the time we started this trial, you were not in good standing with the state bar?
Yes, that appears to be the case.
There is law that says that if the prosecutor is not licensed, then the whole formality is wasted. The trial is wasted. The defendant is entitled to be tried by a member of the bar.
I expect him to play by the same rule I do, and when he don't play by the rules, there's consequences. The consequence in this case is a mistrial.
The judge, he didn't throw the case out.
I'm going to allow the jury verdict to stand, and we're ready for sentencing in the case.
Ultimately, the law allows for the prosecution of a case, even though the administrative fees have not been paid. And so we quickly rectified that, and of course, the judge ruled correctly.
The court sentences life imprisonment in the malice murder conviction.
Dionne Baugh was sentenced to life in prison, and off she went. And the family and I, along with the community, believed that the case was closed until a very, very good lawyer was hired to handle her appeal before the Supreme Court here in Georgia.
We got involved in the Dionne Baugh case originally right after the first trial when she was in jail, and we did the appeal. It was actually an evidentiary error which led to the reversal of the first conviction, but it was the use of hearsay in that a police officer was allowed to testify to what everybody told him.
She was parked in her car.
Again, this is all hearsay. Somebody told him where people parked. I want to hear from the people as to where they parked, not from the police officer.
I was about to have a stroke of objecting. I think I objected to that like 21 times.
This hearsay, and there's another thing I want to object to.
This is improper bolstering with hearsay, and the Supreme Court agreed with that position.
For the second trial, Dionne Baugh just came loaded up.
They attacked his character, trying to paint him as a cad.
I got a note just a few minutes ago.
Dionne Baugh's second trial began in October of 2003, 7 years after Lance Herndon was found bludgeoned to death in his Roswell, Georgia mansion. Clint Rucker once again would lead the prosecution, but Ms. Baugh had a new defense team, and they were all stars.
I speak for Dionne Baugh. I, along with Don Samuel, have the privilege of representing her. She's charged with murder, felony murder, and she's charged with stealing a computer and a credit card. You know that. To those charges, through us, she says, I didn't kill him, I didn't steal him, I'm not guilty.
For the second trial, Dionne Baugh just came loaded up. She had a couple of fantastic lawyers in Don Samuel and Tony Axum, and she just was able to start to put together a very, very compelling case that she hoped could get her off.
The Lance Herndon of 41 years old had been recently divorced in January of 1996. This is his third marriage, and she will report his divorce because of infidelity. He is having a relationship with other women while he's married, and that is only a tip of the iceberg.
The second go-round, the defense focused a lot more on the character of Mr. Herndon. They attacked his character repeatedly, trying to paint him as a cad, a womanizer, in that manner, kind of suggesting that maybe he got a little bit of what he deserved.
The strategy at the second trial wasn't terribly different than the strategy at the first trial. It remained a circumstantial case. The prosecution's case did not improve over time. The prosecution was still going with motive, opportunity, and some physical evidence that linked her to the house.
Before you can return a verdict, the state has to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that they have proven their case, that the defendant is guilty. I will submit to you, when you consider the evidence in this case, when you consider the lack of evidence, and when you consider contradictions in the evidence, that they have not even met the preponderance standard. They have not even proved that it's more likely than not.
And what I want to do is I want to introduce you to Mr. Lance Herndon.
The state's case really required the jury to forfeit the beyond a reasonable doubt standard and just say it had to be her because we haven't seen any good alternatives.
I got a note just a few minutes ago, and that says, Judge Baxter, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked, signed by the foreperson, and I'm gonna bring them out, declare a mistrial, and I guess we'll start over.
They were not going to get a conviction. It was not going to be a unanimous verdict. And Judge Baxter said, okay, forget it, we'll start over again. I think most defense lawyers would tell you if the client walks out of the courtroom the same door that you walk out of, it's a win. Of course, you know, the downside is you got to start trial number 3.
I was prepared to go back to trial a third time until the untimely death of Special Agent Sam House from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. He was the person who processed the Lance Herndon crime scene. The testimony that he provided could only have been provided by him. And so with his death, we were automatically put in a position that led us to conclude that we would have to compromise and make some offer in the case, something that would perhaps hold her accountable with a sentence that was less than a life sentence.
She knew her life wasn't coming to an end, and she made, I think, a rational decision, whether she's guilty or not. I'm not a judge. She said, I'm willing to accept that offer and put this behind us.
So I'm going to accept the plea and sentence you according to the recommendation and the agreement between the parties in this case.
After 8 years, Dionne Baugh admits to the judge for the first time that she killed her former boyfriend, prominent Roswell businessman Lance Herndon.
Mr. Herndon's family were in agreement with us to resolve the case in this manner. Quite frankly, Jackie Herndon, Lance Herndon's mother, was emotionally worn out. She took a plea of guilty to a lesser charge of manslaughter and received a 10-year sentence.
I'm just glad for it. It's no closure, but at least it's ended.
In 2011, when Dionne was released from prison, I attempted to find her. I was not successful. I did manage to find one of Dionne's relatives who spoke with me on the condition of anonymity. And this relative indicated that while they did not know where Dionne was and had not spoken to her in quite some time, they said that they hoped that with Dionne's release and her moving on, that both families would be able to find some peace.
So when I think about this case, I think about a card that Harrison Herndon, Lance's son, who was about 4 years old when his dad was murdered, and that was a little card that said, hey, Dad, I miss making donuts with you. And then I think about the crime scene photographs. No person should ever have to die like that. Whoever did this should pay. And 7 years, if in fact she did it, that ain't enough for what happened in that bedroom and the way she left his skull just shattered. And so many lives shattered as well.
Dionne Baugh has maintained a low profile since her release from prison in July of 2011. She's managed to avoid the media, and as of this taping, her whereabouts are unknown. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Washed up into his backyard was the body of a young woman. The victim becomes important.
Who are they? What's their background?
I talked to her enough to have sex, and
There were a number of other people who could have equally committed this crime.
DNA evidence is the gold standard.
Juries see a tiny bit of evidence and jump to wild conclusions. He is the killer.
The towns in Brevard County along the east coast of Florida attract a beach-loving crowd. Endless sunshine, crystal clear waves, and 72 miles of pristine sand they call the Space Coast. It's safe, fun, and for many, a place to have a good time. That is, until the party ends.
It was a typical July morning in Brevard County, Florida. Hot, muggy, the kind of muggy where you feel like you're walking through soup when you step outside. And this retired judge stepped out onto his back lawn on South Merritt Island, and he noticed this really pungent smell. And he followed the scent to the edge of his property and found there was what he thought at first was a dead manatee that had washed up into his backyard. And then he quickly realized, and was shocked to find that it was the body of a young woman.
So, of course, that starts the investigation. Not knowing what you have, could it be a drowning? Could it be somebody fell off a boat? Until you get to the body and actually take a look at it, then you get a little bit clearer picture of what happened. When they got to the body, they found out that it was bound, had duct tape on it. At this point, it looks more like a homicide investigation is going to take place. A lot of care was taken by our dive team to make sure that she was collected as well as could be done.
Police believe that her body had been in the water for about 3 days, so heavily decomposed.
There's many items of evidence on a body that can be potentially helpful for a case. It depends where the body is found. Water crime scenes are very difficult. The water is going to be one of the worst enemies to trace evidence because water bathes a person or any object, and then decomposition on top of that is also going to create its own issues when it comes to evidence. Any type of touch DNA or blood evidence that may have been on a person, or fingerprints, hairs, fibers, those type of things, there's a really great chance that they're going to be washed away when a body is in water for any amount of time.
In this case with the water, you know you have to take a lot of care because anything you do, you could lose it. It could wash off. Just moving it into a body bag, just moving it from one place to another, carrying it out of the water. And in this case, there were some things that actually helped us quite a bit. The duct tape around the eyes, some had slid down around the neck. There was some like screen-type rubber spline, I guess they call it, that was found around her feet, as well as some nautical rope that had a very interesting design to it. I believe there was a plastic bag that actually we determined came from Publix. So we were lucky in some respects that there was some evidence that we could do some things with, possibly for fingerprints, DNA, trace evidence, those types of things. And then we also did the area search. Where did the body come in from? Did the body come in from the shoreline? Was it dropped off a boat? Did it jump off the bridge? And so now you have to sit and try to figure out what's your best area to go search. Most of our good evidence came from the body itself.
One of the ways that crime scene investigators or coroner's offices will identify human remains if they've been in water is called degloving, which is taking the skin off of the hands and then rolling the fingerprints to get latent evidence with using your own hand in each finger.
Identification took a couple days. We were lucky in this case that we were able to get usable prints and found out that this person had been arrested, that the prints looked to be a match, and found out that it was Misty Morse.
So the victim was Misty April Morse. She was 22, blue-eyed, really friendly, very gregarious young woman. We were roughly the same age, and everything that I've heard about her has been very positive.
She seemed like a girl that was still close to her mom and close to her family, but she liked the party. There's a lot of young people that are that way. Until they find what they want to do in life, they're out having a good time. The unfortunate part about it is sometimes the good time that you're having and things that you get involved in can be dangerous. A lot of people say, you know, it's who you're with. She just hadn't found her way, and she got involved in some things and with some people that she shouldn't have, and led to her demise.
What was your relationship with her?
I broke up with her and she slept with my roommate. At that point, I was done with her.
Tragedy is very clear. A young woman's dead body bound and violently thrown in the water. Obviously, a grisly murder has taken place. But besides the victim's name, investigators have little else to go on. Who would want to kill Misty Morse?
Once the person is identified as Misty Morse, now people are assigned to go find out everything they can about the victim. You know, who are they? What's their background? Particularly, what have they done in the last 24 to 48 hours? Where were they? Where did they go?
She had a number of male friends in particular that she would spend time with who had, I guess you could argue, a questionable background. And so police had their work cut out for them.
She had been at a party. She had not come home, which was not out of the ordinary, according to her mother, that she would leave and sometimes not come that night. Might not be seen again till the next morning. But for her to not hear from her on into the next day and the day after, as we talked to her, she said, I was starting to get worried and I was going to give you a call.
These kinds of crimes are rarely random. It's really someone that the victim knew, either intimately or at least as an acquaintance. They started to deep dive into the people that she knew, that she hung around with routinely. So one who stands out, for example, was Teddy Underwood. He was a guy who already had multiple felony arrests in the state of Florida, battery, sexual assault. So, you know, right off the bat, you know, police, of course, would raise their eyebrows a bit. They interviewed another fellow named Bobby who they learned had her driver's license ID, which also seemed a little bit strange. Both of those gentlemen seemed like they were very cooperative, and over time, the homicide detectives were able to realize, okay, they don't necessarily check all the boxes of what we're looking for.
H-U-C-K.
Brent Huck becomes kind of the focus of the investigation because of interviews with people that have said they had a rocky relationship. There was some violence prior in the relationship.
Do you solemnly swear the statement you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Brent Huck was a 28-year-old charter boat fishing captain.
Are you military or what? Yeah, I was in the military for 4 years. 40 years. Navy.
And he told a lot of people that he was ex-Navy SEAL. He was not a Navy SEAL, but continued to tell people that he was a Navy SEAL. He had an interesting background. He came from a family, to my understanding, that had financial security. He had a very confident air about him. He seemed like one of these people that sort of felt like the door was always going to open for him, and the world was kind of his oyster. So you didn't really get the sense that he was a really hard scrabble kind of guy that was, you know, working his way up from the bottom type of situation.
Right now, we're kind of at a loss. We're grasping at straws, trying to get any information we can on Misty, and we feel you're probably a pretty good source of knowing what she does and who she hangs out with and this kind of stuff.
Brent was very cooperative in the beginning.
You're not in any trouble. You're not under arrest. You're free to leave anytime you want.
Oh, I'm there.
You're on your free will, so.
More than willing to help. That's one of my first question was, we just appreciate you coming down and filling in the blanks. Okay, that's what we need, is someone who knows her.
Best way to describe him, very confident, arrogant person who probably didn't care about too many people other than himself. Even coming in to talk to us originally, a little bit of arrogance there. Now, some people come in and want to talk to us because they want to find out what we know. A, am I a suspect? B, what does the police know? And how close are they? The second thing is some people come in and want to talk to us because they believe they're smarter than we are. And he falls into those categories.
So what do you think?
My first reaction, she got into something she couldn't handle. She got into either somebody got high with her and flipped, or she picked up the wrong John. I mean, I don't know if she's for sure she's working over in that bar, or she's walking around with that much money. The only thing, and that's the only thing she could be doing, is hooking.
In one of his early interviews, he told police that he had actually talked to her the night that police believed that she was killed.
When was the last time you actually talked to her on the phone or anything like that?
Wednesday.
Wednesday morning, night, day?
Wednesday, late night, probably a Thursday sometime, early morning.
Okay.
You need to stop telling this.
What he said was she had told friends that she was pregnant with his child.
Stop calling me.
And he was already in a serious relationship with someone and was very upset that she would tell people that. Whether or not it was true, he was upset about it. And so he told police he had called her to basically chew her out on the phone and confront her about, you know, what she was telling people. Clearly, she cared for him, and they had been dating on and off again for quite some time.
What was your relationship with her?
We started dating from the time I met her. She came to live with me in my house for a while, or stay with me in my house, not really live. The relationship deteriorated, and then actually I broke up with her, and she slept with my roommate. At that point, I was done with her. I did go to sleep with her after that.
What about other boyfriends?
She dated some guy, she said she was dating some hockey player. And I never got a name out of her.
From around here?
She's up in Orlando, apparently, one of the pro teams. I don't know. It's just I talked to her enough to have sex, and then I'd leave.
There were different check boxes that they were looking for. With Brent Huck, you had someone who knew how to tie a nautical style knot, a cow hitch knot.
He has a boat. He has the ability to do this. In talking to people, he has been known to be violent in the past. The last person to talk to her was Brent Huck. He said, I talked to her, and that he basically was angry with her and told her, quit telling people that you're pregnant. Stop it. So, is there a motive? Yeah, a motive kind of pops up. As they're going through the evidence, they're finding some hairs on the tape, and they were sent off, and they came back, and they were canine.
Brent Huck had a black-haired dog.
Well, now bells and whistles go off.
The case is slim, but with some viable suspects in mind, investigators now turn to finding whatever evidence they can. Brent Huck fully cooperates. If it can help find Misty's killer, he says he has nothing to hide. He willingly allows police to search his house and his boat.
Forensics has become very helpful to the police. It's also a hindrance in some respects because investigators rely on it. Oh, we'll wait for the DNA. What if it doesn't come back? So you still have to do old-fashioned police work.
So detectives get to Brent Huck's doorstep, and the answers to the door, they find him to be pretty open in terms of talking with them. I mean, he didn't slam the door in their face and immediately, you know, let's say he wanted an attorney.
Brent was very cooperative. He actually allowed us to do a consent search of his house. Eventually, we came back and did a second search with a search warrant. You know, as time went along, he was not quite as happy with us, and I think he realized that we were starting to look at him really hard as a suspect. In searching his home, we start to see duct tape, and it's white duct tape, which is a little different. Most people have the gray or silver type of duct tape, but he has white duct tape. Doesn't mean it's the same duct tape, but it's interesting.
Duct tape, since it has a sticky side to it, is a good collector of trace evidence. So potentially you can get fingerprints off of duct tape on the sticky side as well as the smooth side. If there are hairs or fibers that are stuck to the duct tape while it's being pulled off of the roll in the environment it was originally in, that would be a really good thing to look for.
The tape, they believe, had been wrapped around her eyes, her nose, and her mouth. On that tape, they found black hairs.
As they're going through the evidence, they're finding some hairs on the tape, and they were sent off, and they came back, and they were canine.
Brent Huck had a dog, a black-haired dog. Quick glance, it looks very similar to the type of hair that was found on the tape around her head.
And we find a piece of rope that's in the river underneath his boat that has the same markings on it. It is a rope that's generally used by people that are into boats. It's not something you or I would buy.
You had someone who had access to a boat. He owned a boat as a charter boat captain.
So when you start to put those pieces together, yeah, your gut feeling and intuition, I didn't like what he said in the interview, or these things were wrong, but then you start putting physical evidence with it. Well, you know, now bells and whistles go off there. Was it possible to take that hair, send it off, get standards from his dog, and be able to match the dog as far as did the hair come from that particular dog, or at least from that breed? Can we match that? You know, is it possible? We'd never done it. Lab tests take time. So as you're building this case, you may get one lab result back, but you're waiting for another lab result back, and you're waiting for cell phone records to come back. We don't have the availability to just hand something to a lab and, you know, in 12 hours we have a response back.
This letter that Misty's mom wrote on the one-year anniversary of her death, she wrote a letter to the editor that was particularly chilling. And I remember specifically in that letter, Her mom wrote about how frustrated she was that, we're 1 year in, Misty's killer was still not brought to justice. He was still basically running around free, enjoying life. And I remember the haunting words in particular. She said she hated to be cold and wet, and she was left in the river. And that really spoke to me, and I felt that sense of frustration. No one had basically made any arrests yet. And so I think that sense of frustration was really palpable.
So a big problem that we see today is the CSI effect. These shows make the process much easier, much prettier. The time that officers put in on TV is nowhere near the years that you have to put in on a case.
Why did it take so long? First, we had to go through the evidence. We had to find out where that evidence could come from, just like with the nylon rope. Who sells it? Where can you buy it? Did he possibly buy it? And we actually found a link between him and the store that sells it. So a lot of this case dealt with the fact of building these things together, of putting these pieces. This is a circumstantial case. He doesn't confess. So we have to build this case and present it to a prosecutor in a way that the prosecutor goes, okay, we like it, we'll take this case.
It was about 2 years, and that is, I would say, about 95 to 99% due to the length of time it takes for that DNA testing to come back. It took that long because it was a very advanced sort of technology and testing that needed to take place. And so during this time, you did have that frustration of everyone involved of, is that testing going to come back with what we hope it will come back with? They weren't even positive, that they would get the results that they needed. They just hoped and believed that they would.
I think the dog DNA was the final straw after we had received all the other forensic evidence that made us decide that we could go forward with the case. It was a very, very strong circumstantial case, but again, you never know what a jury's going to do.
The investigator for the sheriff's office had a bias. He had his blinders on. Brent Huck was his target, and he wasn't going to consider or even follow up on any information that was inconsistent with the theory of Brent Huck.
Years go by before Brent Huck is finally arrested for killing Misty Morse and sent to trial. But while the scant evidence may all look to point to one person, Huck still professes his innocence. The prosecutors will need to prove that he is the killer, and that may be an uphill battle.
This is a criminal case. The defendant is charged with the crimes of first-degree felony murder and kidnapping.
Some years before this case, I was assigned a case involving Brent Huck's father. He was accused of lewd conduct in front of some children, and I was assigned to prosecute that case, and we did successfully prosecute that case. And Brent Huck's father was sent to prison. Jump ahead, we were trying Brent Huck. And Mr. Huck Sr. was in the courtroom during his son's trial. We kind of acknowledged each other, and actually, he seemed kind of friendly towards me. So, I don't know. Here I am prosecuting his son for first-degree murder, and he seemed to be fairly warm.
State, you may proceed when ready.
More than 15 months before Misty Morse's death, she was involved in a relationship with the defendant, Brent Huck.
The state had a really tough case to present here because there was no smoking gun. You're talking purely circumstantial evidence.
Serious relationship ended approximately 15 months before her death because of her having interaction or socializing with Mr. Huck's roommate. The relationship did continue, however. They still saw each other. They still had intercourse with each other up until the time of her death. That plays a role in this case because Mr. Huck had, in October of the year prior to Ms. Morse's death, become involved in another relationship. And that relationship was with Michelle Dwyer.
You have one piece of evidence relies on another piece, relies on another piece, relies on another piece. So you have this very intricate puzzle piece that they are laying out. None of these pieces, I think, on their own really have that much weight. It's when you put them all together.
You'll learn that the last two phone calls that Misty Morse received were from him. During the interview with Mr. Huck, he agreed to allow his home to be searched. And the police, when they got there, they started finding things. One of the first things they found was a piece of wadded up white duct tape. And they found a piece of screen spline manufactured out of the same machine as the screen spline that was found on Miss Morse's body.
There were no eyewitnesses. As far as the strategy in this case, it was to gather as much forensic matching as we could between the items that were found in Brent Huck's parents' house and the items on Misty Morse.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm Greg Eisenmenger. I have the pleasure of representing Mr. Huck at this trial. The state's case in this is what we call a circumstantial evidence case. The first step is to analyze the evidence. It's been my experience that the defense will come out of the evidence and then see how that impacts the state's ability to prove their charge. This case is predicated solely on the fact that Miss Morse was found tied up and disposed of in the river, which is a terrible thing, but it does not mean that the state can prove that even a murder took place or that a kidnapping took place to the standard that the law requires, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And at the conclusion of this case, we're going to ask you to do the duty that you swore to, apply that standard of proof to the evidence, and return a verdict of not guilty.
A circumstantial case, you have to make sure that you've got all the circumstances lined up, hopefully a significant number of them, and that matches the things that you found at the crime scene.
Let's talk about the two main ropes. Exhibit 21, which purports to be from the victim, and Exhibit 73.
I had started off with the general examination. They were consistent visually. I then attempted to put the ends, the damaged ends, back together, kind of like you put pieces of a puzzle together. It's called a fracture match exam in our laboratory, to see if I could say that they were at one time a single piece. Because of the conditions of the ends, they'd either been melted or they were fraying so badly I was unable to do that particular exam. At that point, I went into a general construction exam where not only visually but microscopically I looked at the construction of the two pieces of rope as well as the fiber components that were making up the rope.
Okay. And what observations did you make during the microscopic visual examination?
The two pieces of rope were found to be consistent in all areas that I examined.
You said that they, and you used the language, could have had a common origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's significantly different than does have a common origin, correct?
That's correct.
Can you come to an opinion that you can share with us and share with the jury about the similarities between State's Exhibit 20, again, the tape that came off the victim's eyes, and State's Exhibit 74, which was the tape that came from the defendant's residence? I learned a lot about duct tape. The duct tape was examined by forensic experts, and that was one part of the case that I handled. I learned more about duct tape than I've ever wanted to know.
Based upon the correspondence of all of the major components of the two tapes, as well as the correspondence of magical chemical characteristics of the two tapes, I would conclude that those two tapes were indeed the same type of tape, the same grade of tape, and most probably made by the same manufacturer. However, I really cannot conclude one way or the other whether those two tapes either did or did not come from the same roll or the same batch of tape.
Now, you have no way of knowing how much of this tape was distributed in Brevard County in the year 2000, do you?
No, I don't.
So we could have thousands of rolls, we could have hundreds of rolls, we could have tens of thousands of rolls.
I would be more than willing to say that I would be comfortable that it would be at least thousands of rolls.
For 2 years, we had the screen spline examined.
What opinion were you able to reach concerning the exhibit that came from the garage the defendant was staying at and the spline that came from the victim, Misty Morse?
After completing my microscopic examinations, I was able to determine that these two items were like one another with respect to all of their class characteristics, which would include color, texture, width, thickness, and the extrusion stripe present on both of them were consistent along their entire lengths. So based on that, I was able to conclude that they were produced by the same manufacturer in the same manufacturing plant and on the same extrusion line.
It turned out that the screen spline on Misty's body and the screen spline that was found in Brent Huck's house actually was manufactured by the same company in the same, what they call, extrusion line. That was something that was very significant, but it took us time to find that out. Defense and prosecution definitely use forensic evidence differently. Oftentimes, the defense can't contest the evidence that the state presents in terms of the forensic evidence. If the defense can't find a witness that will challenge the state's witness, then they fall back to, was the evidence collected properly? How did the police handle the evidence before it got to the laboratory?
The defense, they would sort of attack each piece to try to damage the credibility of every piece of evidence that they entered into the trial, to try to just chip away at it, knowing that every piece was crucial to the overall story that was trying to be told.
Interestingly enough, there were also some hairs recovered that were dog hairs.
That was really damning for this case.
The prosecution's argument hinges on the forensic science, and the accumulation of that evidence stacks up each new piece on top of the other, raising the perception of Brent Huck's guilt. They found the rope, the tape, and the rubber spline all in his possession. He has the means, he has the motive, and he has the dog. But like a house of cards, a mere breeze can send the whole trial crashing down. Can the prosecution prove their fragile case beyond a shadow of a doubt?
This is State's Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph of the Rottweiler Shepherd mixed breed dog.
On the tape and on the rope that was recovered from Miss Morse, there were also some hairs recovered that were dog hairs. Did you perform a comparison of the known hairs that were from a German Rottweiler mix associated with Mr. Huck with these unknown or questioned samples that are in State's Exhibit 103 that were taken from the tape and rope found on the victim, Misty Morse?
Yes, I first tested the Q1 and Q5 samples.
Okay.
And then later I tested the hair and here and compared the two.
The doggy DNA was definitely very significant. We wanted to match it to the dog that Brent Huck had in his house. We went out to California to an expert who could do the DNA on the dog hair.
We started working on developing a system of DNA profiling for dogs. DNA profiling to determine the parentage of cattle and horses and so on was pretty routine by this time, to verify that the pedigree of animals was in fact correct, was being recorded correctly. And we saw dogs as perhaps the next big group of animals where this was going to become sort of routine. And so we developed a DNA profiling system using the kinds of markers they use in humans, same type of thing, to do parentage testing in dogs.
And did you compare the results of the two to each other?
Yes, I did.
And what conclusion or opinions did you reach about the two results, State's Exhibit 98 to State's Exhibit 102?
They had the same haplotype, the same mitochondrial sequence.
She used the mitochondrial DNA, which is the maternal line of DNA. So it's not an absolute match. And we learned that dog hair, you can't match it to an individual dog, but you can match it to a breed, and you can match the mitochondrial DNA.
And were you able to obtain a mitochondrial profile on those hair samples?
Yes.
And what opinion do you reach from that observation?
My opinion is that in the dog population represented by my database, you expect to see that haplotype in about roughly 10% of dogs.
And would you also expect not to see it in approximately 90% of dogs?
Approximately, yes.
DNA evidence is the gold standard of forensic evidence. It is the most accurate in identifying a person. If you apply the same science that determines human DNA, it's the same science.
At the time, this was extremely revolutionary and cutting edge to be able to match a dog hair that's on a tape that's been in the water for 3 days on a victim's face with the hair of the suspect's dog, to be able to determine that this dog matches within 10% of all the dogs in the world matches the hair that was found on this tape. That was really damning for this case.
Ma'am, is it possible an examination for mitochondrial DNA from those other hair samples may have revealed hairs from another animal, another dog?
Of course.
The dog hair DNA was interesting, but what you have to realize is the actual DNA result merely put the dog in a category of dogs. There were probably 10,000 dogs in Brevard County that fit that same DNA. People hear the word DNA and they think of it as a genetic fingerprint. So if an expert is allowed to say the DNA matches, even though you're bringing out the fact it doesn't really match, it merely places it in a category. But juries see a tiny bit of evidence and jump to wild conclusions. And so a lot of times they will pay a lot more attention to things that they probably shouldn't. I was thinking the judge shouldn't have allowed it.
Defense, you have some motions?
Judge, first I move for judgment of acquittal.
What they did at trial is they tried to attack our charge on some legal grounds, a judgment of acquittal, which means that the evidence wasn't enough to get to the jury, so they attacked it legally. And I might say that's where Mr. Eisenmenger excels.
Essentially, what their case comes down to is because it does not exclude Mr. Huck, they want to argue to both the court and to the jury that that is the functional equivalent of including Mr. Huck. It means that he must be the only person who is guilty because he is the only person that is charged. There's nobody else who is being presented. Now, we did present, as part of our reasonable hypothesis of innocence, the fact that there were a number of other people who could have equally committed this crime. We know Teddy Underwood was interviewed. No one asked him about any of these items. We know Bobby Cooper was interviewed, and no one asked him about any of these items. So again, has the state introduced any evidence to indicate that other people other than Mr. Huck had access to these same exact items? The answer is no.
There are some other people looked at and crossed off that were with her within that time frame or had talked to her, and we were able to put alibis to them or clear them out by evidence.
The burden of proof in the state is much higher. So your defense is to show that there are equally reasonable hypotheses of other people being guilty, and therefore there are reasonable hypotheses of innocence. The state attorney stands up here and says that all of the evidence was tied to the defendant and no one else. None of the evidence was tied to the defendant. He is merely one of the possibilities along with all of Brevard County, because all they established is that there were 3 things found in the defendant's home that were manufactured by 3 things that were found on the deceased body. And all of the testimony is they couldn't tell you how much of that was available to Brevard County, so they haven't excluded anything. With the dog hair, their evidence really only places it within, I think, 10% of the total dog population of the United States. There's absolutely no evidence how many German Shepherd Rottweiler mixes there are in Brevard County alone. We went through every one of their witnesses. The only level that the state's evidence reached to is that it did not exclude the state's theory. But it likewise did not exclude any other theory that was opposite. The facts themselves have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The most that they've come to on all of these points is it doesn't exclude. That doesn't even reach a preponderance of the evidence standard, much less a reasonable doubt on any of this. They simply have not met their burden.
We have the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant was charged was committed, and that the defendant is the person who committed the crime.
When you think about it, prosecuting attorneys have a heavier burden, which we're willing to accept, than anyone else in the courtroom, because we need to make sure that everything is operating properly, that all the right decisions are made, and that nobody makes any serious mistakes. Because if the defense attorney makes a mistake or the judge makes a mistake, and it's a serious mistake, you can get a conviction, but that case is going to come back on appeal, and nobody wants that.
What we have to prove is that what we allege happened beyond a reasonable doubt, which means that there are no reasonable doubts out there. The true reasonable hypothesis of innocence is a reasonable doubt. And that's where there gets confusing. When you start using language like reasonable doubt and reasonable hypothesis of innocence, people are going to get confused that those are two different things, and they're not two different things. They're exactly the same thing. What he's saying is, I didn't do it. This is how it happened. That's my reasonable doubt. And we are saying, oh no, this, and this show that's not what happened. This is what happened. And we've shown you that beyond a reasonable doubt.
I certainly recognized early on this was going to be a circumstantial evidence case. Certainly recognized and anticipated motion for judgment of acquittal. There are issues there.
How many times do you get a case where you have 5 or 6 pieces of evidence that come directly from a suspect's residence or where he is living that match your crime scene? So it was a very, very strong circumstantial case, but what about the judge and the legal issues? How's that going to work out?
I think it's clear to everybody that there have been better and stronger cases.
It is a heart-pounding event for everybody.
Away from the jury, Brent Huck's defense moves for acquittal, expertly citing case law and arguing that the state has not properly met the burden of proof. It will be up to the judge whether this trial continues or if Brent Huck can now walk free.
I think it's clear to everybody that there have been better and stronger cases. I'm looking to see where the state's gone as far as meeting the particular things they need to meet. And in that light, frankly, they have met their burden of going forward and taking it to the jury. A motion for judgment of acquittal denied. State, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good day today. We're going to get to resolve this case. You're going to resolve this case.
There are so many facets, dramatic and emotionally compelling facets to this case. You have a suspect who's, for 2 years has been basically walking around the community. So there was this sense, this thought of, okay, if it took 2 years for them to be able to arrest this guy, is justice going to be served here?
You're given an instruction, and to a large extent, this is a circumstantial case. And circumstantial evidence can be used like other evidence if you believe the conclusory nature of what the evidence by itself or in combination tells you. And that's what we're asking you to do in this case, is look at this case as a total package.
Closing argument in this case was just to bring home, again, how many circumstances, how many pieces of evidence, if you want to call it that, linked Brent Huck to this case.
Now, the defense suggests that people blindfold and gag dead people. And the state suggests that's not reasonable. So we have this body that the doctor tells you, based on his experience and common sense, tells us it's a homicide. But you need to look at the rest of the evidence, and I'm talking about the dog hair. Dog was shedding hair. Hair got on tape. Hair got on rope. And who has a dog, a Shiba-like dog? Him. And that's what you have to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm asking you to weigh this evidence out and do justice. And at the end of this case, when you've done justice, I'm asking you to return the verdict that speaks justice, that he is the killer. he killed Misty Morse.
We had defeated all the legal arguments. We had presented every piece of evidence that we had. We didn't leave anything unaddressed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the sheriff's office has all sorts of wonderful procedures that were followed sometimes in this case, but other times not. You can't find what you don't look for. And that's the story of this case. No one else. Huck is the only person they looked for tape. He's the only person they looked for rope, spline, clothing. That no one ever inquired about this proves that Mr. Huck is the only person that could have these things in all of Brevard County. That's really convenient, isn't it? The standard jury instruction on circumstantial evidence specifically says the state has the burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, eliminating all reasonable hypotheses. And it goes on to explain that there is one hypothesis that is consistent with guilt, but there's another hypothesis that is consistent with innocence. You must choose the hypothesis that is consistent with innocence. I, too, ask you to speak a verdict that speaks the truth. And there is no other verdict that is possible other than not guilty. Thank you. We wanted to focus on the standard of proof and try to get the jury to follow the law.
Is the jury gonna accept this case? It's a jury. You never know what a jury's gonna do. But I will tell you this, from a prosecutor's point of view, waiting for a verdict, when the jury comes back, it is a heart-pounding event for everybody.
I remember seeing Brent Huck. He was sitting outside on this wooden bench outside the courtroom, waiting for the jury to decide his fate, and he was just casually talking to his family and flipping through Guns N' Ammo magazine the same way you would if you were sitting in a doctor's office just waiting to be called back. That feeling of, I just have to get through this so I can go on with the rest of my life, you know? There wasn't the feeling that you would get, what you would expect from someone who has the weight of the world hanging over their shoulders.
Understand we have a verdict?
In the Circuit Court of the 18th Judicial Circuit in and for Brevard County, Florida, State of Florida versus Brent Robert Huck. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one in this case. The defendant, Brent Robert Huck, is guilty of first-degree felony murder. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two in this case. The defendant, Brent Robert Huck, is guilty of kidnapping. So say we all in Vieira, Brevard County, Florida, the first day of April, 2003.
The jury decided that Brent Huck was guilty as charged of first-degree murder and kidnapping. He got life in prison.
I've been doing this too long to be surprised by anything that a jury does. So I would never use the terminology surprising when I'm talking about a verdict. I would stick with it was disappointing.
The accumulation of all the evidence. He's got the dog hair, the DNA matches up. A normal person sitting on jury is going to go, what's the chances that there's another dog?
I think justice was served, and I also think there's a certain amount of poetic justice in the story. When you think about the fact that Misty actually gave Brent Huck that dog, she gave him the dog as a puppy. So the fact, I think, that she gave him that dog from a place of love, and ultimately that helped to basically bring her killing to justice, I think there's a poetic nature to that, too.
The case against Brent Huck came down to two things: science and the laws of evidence. It may take time, but ultimately, advanced forensic tools and technology can help connect the dots. Brent Huck is currently serving his 2 concurrent life sentences at Columbia Annex, Florida. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Is it fair to say that Ashley did not leave that parking lot alive?
Her attacker was waiting in the shadows.
She was jealous of Chad.
If I told my dad what she was doing to me, then she would do worse.
Investigation I didn't feel was complete because we didn't get the other person. Somebody wanted to hurt Ashley Biggs.
The heartbreak of a broken family, a loss of power and control, volatile personalities, and a ruthless manipulator. The anger and resentment builds as a powder keg of domestic violence is about to explode. That's what was happening outside the city of Akron, Ohio, when someone hidden in the darkness finally lit the fuse.
We're a bedroom community in New Franklin. People out here live and they drive into Akron or Cleveland to work. 15,000 people maybe. It's not like a city, even though we are a city. Everybody in the communities know each other.
Ashley Biggs was 1 in a million. If you met her once, you'd never forget her. Ashley was the kindest, most gentle soul you could ever meet. She loved everyone. There was not a mean bone in Ashley's body.
Ashley was a young girl, liked to go out and do stuff with her friends. And then she also enrolled in the Army in October of '07. My son Chad and Ashley met on a double date roller skating. They dated, I think they had their ups and downs. Ashley kind of bounced back and forth between males and female partners. Chad and Ashley were never married. She was young, around 18 when she had GC, and just not ready to be in the role of mother.
She was retired from the U.S. Army, and she was working as a pizza delivery person for one of the bigger pizza franchise joints in the greater Akron, Ohio area. Wednesday, June 21st, 2012. The night's going to start off like a normal shift. It's going to be busy. There's plenty of orders coming in. The pizzas are hot. They get a call at 11:50 p.m. for a delivery in order to go out to a business address located on Turkey Foot Lake Road, with specific instructions for the driver to take the pizza around to the back of the business. This will be Ashley's last run of the night. With this late hour and little to no cars on the road, the late night crew expects Ashley to return rather quickly. She's not returned, and the crew is becoming concerned, and the manager is the one that places the call.
I was called in the evening by a supervisor. They had a missing female by the name of Ashley Biggs. She had delivered a pizza to a local business that was closed down. She did that, and then she never returned back to the pizza delivery.
Relatively quickly, the deputies are on scene. They're going to go where the delivery was scheduled for.
When we showed up at the original scene, there was evidence that there was a struggle there.
They don't find Ashley, they don't find her vehicle. What they do find is a large amount of blood on the pavement. They also find skid marks.
You could tell that somebody had been lifted up and put into a vehicle, and that vehicle driven away.
When you're arriving on scene, as an investigator, what you are seeing and what your experience is telling you is that something very personal happened here. The police find cash at the scene, so this will be an indicator to them that this wasn't some kind of botched robbery. This looks like we have a situation where it's personally motivated. Ashley was targeted. Everything that's taken place up to this point is deliberate and planned. Somebody wanted to hurt Ashley Biggs. They found her body inside of her car in a cornfield in Wayne County. When they arrive on the scene, an officer approaches the vehicle. You can see through the window that there is a female wearing a pizza franchise shirt.
She was laid down in the back seat, face up in her vehicle. She was zip tied from her legs all the way to the top of her arms.
There are some kind of taser wires coming off of this individual.
Ashley's blood was on the passenger side dashboard, which indicated somebody else was driving that vehicle, most likely. Told me someone obviously had to do this and drag her up into that car.
They tased her, beat her, and strangled her with the industrial zip cords, placed her in the back seat of her vehicle, using her own vehicle to transport the body. It was a very violent death.
I'll never forget that night. I was actually a third shift caregiver at a nursing facility, and a friend from our group called me to let me know that Ashley was missing. I think I probably paced a hole in my work floor, just trying to keep myself moving. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew that what we had always suspected had finally come to fruition. It is shocking. You never want to believe that the worst can happen. until it does. Regardless of how much you prepare for something or how seated you think you are for it, when that hits, you're shell-shocked.
You're always going to look to somebody that they know, because that's often where they find the killer.
Ashley chose to live her life as a lesbian. He felt that it was sick. He made many threats.
Investigators on the scene quickly deduced that what happened in that darkened parking lot was deeply personal. It doesn't take long for them to come up with a prime suspect and get hot on his trail.
Police immediately identify at the ambush scene that this is probably a personally motivated attack, that somebody set this girl up.
From what information we learned about it from Ashley's friends, there was a pretty bad relationship between Chad Cobb and Ashley. That made us think that there was something wrong there, that, you know, it could have been him. So that's why we kind of zeroed in on him first.
They learn that she's been in this contentious and costly custody battle with her ex-boyfriend, Chad Cobb.
Chad is a dad first and foremost. He loved his kids. Chad didn't date a whole lot. His main concern was raising GC. In the winter of 2007, he met Erica. Subsequently, they had 2 more children together. They did get married. Erica had once told me that she was jealous of Chad and GC's relationship. Erica knew this going into the relationship, that they had a nice bond, and she didn't like that bond.
Ashley did talk to me about the relationship between her and Chad, and it was very tumultuous. He, from the get-go, was not kind to her. He was physically, emotionally abusive. We saw her demise coming, and he made it very clear that if she ever tried to take their daughter from him, he would hunt her down. After their split, Ashley chose to live her life in the gay community as a lesbian. He didn't like that she was dating women, and he didn't like that there was the idea of having their daughter around that.
When Ashley did have visitation with GC, there were times Ashley would pick her up and there would be multiple females in the vehicle.
He felt that it was sick. He made many threats. He told her that she would never get their daughter, that she would be dead before she touched her, and that she didn't have the right to be a part of their daughter's life.
Chad had spent money on the attorney, wasn't really getting anywhere. It was just tearing the rest of the family apart.
It would appear to me that Chad Cobb was looking for a way for this custody dispute to end. He didn't want to spend any more money or time on this issue. Ashley Biggs, from what we can see coming out of the courts, she had to be afraid of Chad Cobb. She took out several restraining orders against him.
At one point, he put a GPS tracker supposedly on her car to kind of track her whereabouts and things like that. So that kind of spiked us up to say, let's try to find him.
They find her vehicle, but it's also less than 3 miles from Chad Cobb's home. They find Chad Cobb out hiding in the woods, covered in blood. They catch him red-handed.
He was hiding behind his grandfather's garage. He had got out and wandered into the woods. He was wearing full camouflage gear, a hunting knife, had a taser. Duct tape strips were on his clothes, zip ties, everything he needed pretty much as an assault kit. I just don't think it was thought through well. And I think he panicked and left all that stuff lay there. And it kind of gave it to us on a silver platter at that point. We arrested Chad that day, kind of turned himself in. He didn't have anywhere to go.
It takes a little bit of time for Chad Cobb to confess to killing Ashley Biggs. He was not very cooperative following his arrest, but he's going to be indicted by a grand jury who is going to let him know that he's going to be facing the death penalty. And now he's willing to talk.
He ended up pleading and taking a plea to it. He confessed to the crime.
Most of the time when we are looking at a case where a man kills his wife, ex-wife, or ex-girlfriend, They make an arrest. He confesses to the murder, lock him up for life. That's the end of the story. Not here. Not in this case.
Investigation I didn't feel was complete because we didn't get the other person. Wholeheartedly, we believe that there was a female involved, that somebody else helped him by making the phone call.
Chad Cobb is almost immediately arrested, pleads guilty, and is sentenced to life in prison for the violent murder of Ashley Biggs. But veteran police investigators strongly believe he didn't act alone. The problem for them is they don't have proof. And while Chad Cobb sits in prison year after year, he's still not talking.
When you talk about getting the whole story, even when we have a killer that confesses to an attack and a murder, you have seasoned detectives who have this nagging feeling that, you know what, we may have got our guy, but we don't have the whole complete story here. There's something else going on.
Investigation I didn't feel was complete because we didn't get the other person. Wholeheartedly, we believe that there was a female involved. We were thinking definitely that somebody else helped him by making the phone call and most likely obviously driving him there because he couldn't have drove both cars out.
The person that placed the call for that pizza that night that ultimately sealed the fate of Ashley Biggs was a female voice on the phone. The call didn't come from Chad Cobb. Naturally, the detectives are going to suspect his wife, Erica Cobb.
When I came in contact with her at the house, first thing Erica said was she didn't want to talk to us. I don't want an attorney. Most people, I would say, would be concerned a little for somebody who's missing. She had no emotions, didn't want to talk about it. So that kind of steered me to believe she was involved from the get-go.
A detective is going to want to know why, when they found Chad Cobb out running around hiding in the woods, why his wife and children are in an SUV that's hiding behind a garage on his grandparents' property. Why is his wife in such close proximity to him, the murder victim, and her vehicle and the ambush site?
There would be days where I would just go out and follow her to see where she would go to. She ended up going to one of her husband's best friend's houses.
Erica moves on very quickly. Chad Cobb, he's put away. Lock him up. He's going away for life. But Erica, very quickly, she has Christopher Michael Stefanko, Chad Cobb's best friend, move into the house with her and the kids.
She got really friendly with Chad's best friend. She was pregnant before Chad ever got sentenced.
Not too long after that, we have a divorce and we have Erica getting married. And at some point, it becomes difficult for Chad to see any of his kids. It seems like he had a lot of love for these kids, and losing them and not being able to see them was the final straw for Chad Cobb. Oh yeah, he was pissed.
Chad has always been there for his kids. He was allowed to by the courts to be able to see them. Erica chose not to and cut him out.
Chad ended up talking to us. He said that she had her part to do. He had his part to do.
He lets the detectives know, hey, my ex-wife, Erica, she was involved in this.
Chad Cobb told us that Erica was the one who made the phone call to order the pizza in that evening. She had just as much to do with it as he did, even though he is the one who physically killed her.
There was also a recording that was made by Chad Cobb's mother.
I put a recorder out. We talked for a few hours, and then she had stated that she made the phone call to deliver the pizza.
It didn't go the way it was supposed to go out. You know, you can't like really function in everyday life if you're looking over your shoulder every second. Every time I hear a siren, I think they're coming for me.
That's what got Erica Stefanko arrested. The proof that she made that phone call.
Erica Stefanko stands accused of luring a pizza delivery driver into a trap that ended her life.
Chad's mother, she had a recording that Erica confessed to making this phone call, and that helped us. It wasn't enough to give us what we wanted.
Do you think by being here that you're helping your dad get out of prison?
After years of taking the rap on his own and stewing in prison, Chad Cobb is fed up. He finally implicates his former wife, Erica Stefanko, in the killing of Ashley Biggs. She's charged with aggravated murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with opening statements. The state of Ohio does have the burden to prove each element in this case.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here today to hold this defendant, Erica Stefanko, accountable for what she did on June 21st, 2012. We are here to hold her responsible for the actions she chose to take that day. Whether you hold Erica Stefanko accountable as the principal actor or as an accomplice, all roads lead to the same place. Once you see the evidence and the testimony, all roads lead to Erica Stefanko being found guilty. This murder of Ashley Biggs could not have happened if Erica Stefanko and Chad Cobb did not work together. It was planned together and it was carried out together. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is confident once you hear the evidence, you will find Erica Stefanko, the defendant, guilty.
This case has its genesis in a custody battle. So Mr. Cobb develops in his own mind a plan. And that plan is, I know how I'm going to make sure I get custody. I'm going to eliminate the mother. She gets to that parking lot, and there only Chad Cobb. He then stands in front of a judge and admits that he beat and strangled and was guilty of aggravated murder of Ashley Biggs. He never mentions that he has an accessory. He never mentions Erica Stefanko's name. After 8 years now, he's stewing in that prison. He wants to get out of prison early. He wants his sentence shortened. Listen to every side of the story. And at the end, ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced you will find that Erica Stefanko is not guilty. Thank you.
I am Dr. Lisa Kohler. I am the Chief Medical Examiner for the County of Summit. So the next slide is going to be evidence of the ligature strangulation. There is a photograph that shows the zip tie present around her neck.
So what is the significance of that?
There's been some deep trauma to the neck. She has injuries around where the ligature is, where there are some abrasions, which likely are her attempting to dig at the ligature itself and remove it. She does have injuries on the backs of her hands, which would be what we would classify as a defensive type wound where somebody is trying to fend off another individual.
Were you able to determine which of the findings would have been inconsistent with life?
The ligature around her neck would be a lethal injury.
It's going to be very difficult for the defense to put together a good defense that's going to sway a jury the way they want to sway them. Because the jury's going to see a child on the stand.
We would call GC.
GC, if you don't mind, if you would raise your right hand.
GC actually had a lot of involvement in this matter. Her mother was murdered when she was just 7 years old, and her biological father and her stepmother are the two that were charged with the murder of her mother. Under Ohio law, GC meets the definition of victim.
We did not find out about the abuse that Erica was doing until after Chad was incarcerated. We tried to get GC into counseling early on, and that's actually where we found out about the abuse.
GC wanted to be heard. GC said, you know what? I want to testify in person. She wanted Erica Stefanko herself to hear, this is how I feel and this is what you did.
What types of things are we talking about that you're remembering?
She was mentally abusive and physically.
And how was she mentally abusive?
She would tell me that if I told my dad what she was doing to me, then she would do worse.
And you said physically, so what was the physical type of abuse?
I remember she would hold me on the ground and she would hit me. And then she also, before, made me eat dog feces.
Do you know why she made you eat dog feces?
Because she was jealous of my relationship with my father.
It took a lot of guts for that kid to get up and testify because she was standing in front of Erica.
Testimony from child victims in particular, it kind of cuts both ways. You'll have some jurors that will say, oh, this is a child. They're not fully developed. Maybe their perceptions aren't clear. I don't know if they can remember everything correctly. Especially in this case with GC being 15 at the time of trial and 7 when the incident occurred.
Do you remember your mother's death?
I remember it happening, yes.
Okay. Do you remember that there was a custody battle over you?
I don't remember the custody battle.
Whenever I talk with any of my clients about testifying in a courtroom, I give a lot of the same advice. With GC, it was just make sure whenever you're asked any questions, all you have to do is tell the truth. If the answer is I don't remember, if that's the truth, that's the answer.
You said you remember when she died. Do you have any recollections of that night?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of Erica making a phone call?
Yes.
Tell us about the phone call.
I can remember her, and I remember hearing it but not seeing it. And I know she ordered a pizza, and I can remember that she did not use her name.
Do you remember what name she did use?
No.
She was there when Erica placed the phony pizza order. She said, not only did my father kill my mother, but I was witness to some of the murder plot.
GC, I'm going to ask you a couple, I'll say, sensitive questions. Do you know why your dad is in prison?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because he did some not so nice things.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Because he did some not so nice things.
If a defense attorney seems to be a little overly aggressive with a victim while they're testifying, especially a child victim, my spidey senses are tingling, so to speak. I'm watching for it. You are not going to bully my client, and you are not going to go after this kid on the stand.
Is it your understanding that he did some not so nice things to your mother?
Yes.
Do you still love your dad?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to see him get out of prison soon?
Yeah, he's my dad.
This defense attorney did his job, but had enough respect for the situation and knowing that going after this kid is not going to help his client in any way.
Do you think by being here that you're helping your dad get out of prison?
No, this isn't his case.
I'm sorry, miss.
No, this isn't his case.
I don't think the fact that GC was a child testifying was the clincher in the whole thing. I think it was just one puzzle piece to help connect the dots of all the other evidence that the prosecution had.
Who does the state wish to call as its next witness?
Call Chad Cobb. Is it fair to say that Ashley did not leave that parking lot alive that night?
The defense claims that all of this is the result of a bitter Chad Cobb wanting revenge and retribution for his ex-wife, Erica, leaving him and moving on with her life. The prosecution calls Cobb himself to the stand via remote video from the prison where he is serving a life sentence. He tells his side of the story. But will the jury believe a convicted killer?
Who does the state wish to call as its next witness?
Call Chad Cobb.
Chad Cobb. He testified today from the correctional facility where he is located, spending the rest of his life. No possibility of parole. He was testifying via the internet.
After that conversation, did you stay there at the tree with Erica, or
Yes.
did one of you leave the tree?
Erica left and walked back over to the Lincoln.
So when she walked over to the Lincoln, what did she do?
She made a phone call.
What did you hear Erica say on that phone call?
I remember her saying somebody else's name, and I remember she ordered a pizza.
Where were you when Ashley got out of the car?
I remember I was somewhere on the other side of the parking lot. I was approaching and made myself known.
And how did Ashley respond when she saw you there?
Worked up.
At the end of the day, there are three people that know what happened. Chad Cobb knows what happened. Erica Stefanko knows if she was involved or not. And the third person is not here to tell us her side of the story.
Is it fair to say that Ashley did not leave that parking lot alive that night?
Yes, sir, that is accurate. If I would have cooperated with the state and gave them the information that they sought, I don't know what would happen, Erica, because I can't understand why she was able to walk out of the police station the same day that we both were put in there. I mean, I got hauled off to jail and she walked right back into the home of everybody and everything that I love.
What stays with me about this case is the uncertainty. Is Chad Cobb simply upset and angry that his ex-wife moved on with her life and he's stuck behind bars for the rest of his? Does he start bringing all this stuff up then for that reason and that reason only?
Is it fair to say that you and your family still hold out hope of you getting out of prison?
I would say it's fair to say that.
Is it fair to say that your mother, Cindy Cobb, also holds that hope?
Yes, sir.
Chad's mother came to us years after we arrested Chad. In 2018, it was brought to our attention. She had a recording that Erica confessed to making this phone call and having knowledge of the details and things that nobody else would know about the homicide.
Cindy Cobb holds on to this recording for a couple of years. Chad Cobb sits in prison behind bars, knowing all this time that his ex-wife, who's taken up with his best friend, was involved in this murder as well. But nobody says anything.
Attorney O'Brien, how would you like to proceed?
Judge, at this point in time, we have Christopher Michael Stefanko here.
What kind of mother is Erica Stefanko?
An amazing, loving, and extremely caring mother.
Did Chad ever threaten Ashley?
He made a comment that when it was all said and done, that he wanted to keep her skull as a trophy.
Chad started slowly with the abuse, whether it was tearing her down or, he'd strike her and then apologize. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was angry. From the time I met her, she spoke of her fear of him.
The early morning hours of June 21st, 2012.
Did you have any contact with Chad Cobb?
I spoke with him on the phone.
Between what hours?
I believe 3 and 5 in the morning. The sun wasn't even up yet.
Do you remember what Chad said to you?
The very first thing out of his mouth was, I up.
Attorney LaPrenzi, who do you wish to call?
We call Cindy Cobb.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony or statement you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I testified about the phone call, which GC stated all along, and it's in her counseling records, that she overheard Erica make the phone call.
You made a recording.
Yes, sir.
Who was there when you made that recording?
Just Erica and I
Where was the recording made?
in our barn.
You told me that you made the phone call and you set the meeting up. Chad said this is what we're going to do, and this is your part of it, and I did exactly what you told me to do. If everything had been told exactly as it happened, then we won't be in prison right now.
She's admitting that if everybody would have seen everything the way it went, they would both be in prison. That was one of her quotes, I believe, inside this tape.
It wasn't because he was forcing me to do it. It was because he said, this is your part, this is what you're going to do. He came up with how to do it. He executed almost all of it. The part that he executed went totally awry.
How could she know that if she didn't know the plan? Do you know?
I do not know the answer to that. Erica walked out of the police station, I am told by the prosecutor, without even giving a statement. I'm thinking she's the mastermind.
We would fight about it. I'm like, this is the only way this situation is going to go away. I didn't know that at the time, but he really felt pressured by me to do something about it. Has a chance at life.
So then she tells you after that, now GC has a chance at a life.
Correct.
All this in the context of your son getting ready to give up his rights.
Yes.
And she's explaining to you how she wasn't going to let him do that.
Yes.
Do I feel bad about what happened to her? Even the moments that she went through before her life ended? Not really. And I always threw the ball back in his court. You know what you can do and what you can't. If this is something that you think you can do, then I'm okay with it and I agree with it.
Attorney O'Brien, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Now, Chad is your only child. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Correct.
If Chad went to trial and lost, a jury could have recommended the death penalty.
Yes, sir.
Now, Chad pled guilty and he was sent to prison. Soon after he went to prison, he filed an appeal. Even though he just, to save his life, he pled guilty.
Yes, sir.
This case had its genesis in a fierce custody battle. Would you not agree?
Yes. Chad wanted to go to trial, wanted to tell the story, didn't want to see this happening to another family. But he was also told at that time that his trial had to be closed by a year's anniversary date. If it was not, all of the children would all be placed up for adoption and none of us would ever see them again.
So at one point in time, he takes responsibility for the murder of Ashley Biggs. And then a short time after he goes to prison, he changes his mind.
I can't speak for his actions.
Is it safe to say that you don't like Erica Stefanko?
After what's transpired, that'd be fair.
All right.
As much as you were trying to be supportive of me for him, you didn't say it, but I felt like in the back of your head, you still might be blaming me for it. Which, I mean, it's not unreasonable, but it still didn't put me in a comfortable spot to be here.
You're hoping some way, somehow, to get Chad out of prison. Is that correct?
I would hope to one day.
You're still willing to do just about anything legal to help get him out of prison, or at least get his sentence reduced. Is that a fair thing to say?
I think any parent would do that.
Going through the trial with Erica Stefanko, hearing the facts, seeing the photos, there was a lot we had never seen, and there were things that we hadn't heard. It was like losing Ashley all over again. It was that gripping feeling of she's really gone. I'm sorry.
It's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict.
9 years after Ashley Biggs' brutal murder and Chad Cobb's conviction, a jury is now poised to decide whether Erica Stefanko played a role in the crime or if, as the defense claims, she's yet another victim of Chad Cobb's vengeance.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all of the testimony and evidence. We are now in a place where we will proceed with closing arguments. So at this time, counsel will be prepared to proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here to hold Erica Stefanko accountable for the actions she chose to take on June 20th through June 21st, 2012. Now, whether you all hold her responsible as the principal or as the accomplice, it all leads to the same place. All roads lead to Erica Stefanko being guilty of the crimes charged in the indictment. Chad Cobb could not have committed the murder of Ashley Biggs by himself. She drove Chad to the crime scene. She knew why it was gonna happen. It was that custody battle. It was retaliation. She made the call that lured Ashley Biggs to her death. She followed Chad to the cornfield. She waited at that cornfield for him to dump Ashley's body and the car. Went back to the initial crime scene with him to clean up the evidence and hid with Chad at his grandparents' house where they actually were caught by the police. She committed this murder with Chad Cobb. She was there with him every step of the way. From the beginning, the planning. From the middle, the execution. And the end, the potential cover-up. The state is confident that you will find the defendant, Erica Stefanko, guilty of all the crimes charged in the indictment. Thank you very much.
Attorney O'Brien?
Right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the Supreme Court justices of the United States said many years ago that cross-examination was the greatest determiner of the truth that we have in our judicial system. What you heard early on in the cross-examination of Chad Cobb speaks volumes. When Chad Cobb was asked, did you and Erica plan to kill Ashley Biggs? And what was his answer? One word, no. He didn't hesitate. He said no. This is the state's witness. Now, I'm not going to pick on a 15-year-old, but let's talk a little bit about GC right now. When this incident happened, she's 7 years old. 8 years later, comes into this courtroom and describes with unusual detail about this phone call.
Yeah, go ahead and come around.
Yet, she tells us she was asleep the rest of the time. I would submit, ladies and gentlemen, that children of any age group are susceptible to influence. I submit to you that Erica Stefanko is a scapegoat of Chad Cobb. He wants to use her to get out of prison. What's his motive? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't thought of it by now, it's real simple. It's revenge.
It's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. Regarding count 15, the jury has found the defendant, Erica Stefanko, guilty of the offense of aggravated murder.
The jury says that Erica Stefanko is guilty, that she was involved in this premeditated murder that resulted in Ashley Biggs' death.
Ms. Stefanko, the jury has found you guilty of the charges as articulated on the record.
The two responsible parties are in prison. Sure, Chad Cobb can be a loving father. How much do you love your daughter when you kill her mother? That's where those two bypassed everybody else. They didn't care about all or any of these other people. They wanted things their way. And when they couldn't have it their way, they were willing to do anything they could to change that.
It's a terrible crime anytime somebody loses their life. Chad does deserve to do time for his part in the crime. But also when you look at other incidences where people have lost their lives and what has been done, for him to get life without parole, I think is harsh.
When cases like this, I say nobody ever wins. The dad's in prison for life. Mom's going there for 30 years. The children are with different parents now, grandparents, but they never get to grow up with their own biological parents now because of the decisions they made. So I don't think that's fair to the kids. You know, that kind of sticks with you.
GC asked that I share this for her part of her story. Through everything I've chosen, the path that is right for me, and I have let the people in my life that I know want to be in my life and benefit my future. Anyone that I choose to have in my life will be by my own choosing. I've gone through tragedy and survived to be a strong young person that does my own fact-finding to make my own decisions and has the strength and knowledge to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. I feel safe after experiencing the outcome of Erica's sentencing, knowing that the world will be one person safer for at least a few decades. My father and I both know the tragedy she has caused, and there's still a lot to be told.
I would like for her daughter to know that Ashley loved her very much. In fact, Ashley died fighting to be with her. She lost her life because she loved her daughter so much. If you are being abused, there is help. No matter how many times that person threatens you and tells you that no one will be there for you, there are people who will be, and please reach out. Don't stay silent, because those who remain silent are those who lose their lives.
Erica Stefanko was sentenced to life in prison. She is appealing her conviction. Chad Cobb will remain behind bars for the rest of his life. Some of Ashley's friends now work to keep her legacy alive by providing help for those suffering from domestic violence. If you're a victim of abuse, we urge you to contact the National Domestic Violence Hotline. It's completely confidential, and they can help you find a way to safety. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Ed Thomas was an iconic high school football coach in the state of Iowa.
Never in a million years would I ever have expected Coach Thomas to be a victim of a homicide.
Everybody was just shocked.
When I told her that I knew who it was that had shot her husband, she said, "That poor family."
God, dude, you're gone. You're gone forever.
On the morning of June 24th, 2009, high school football coach Ed Thomas was gunned down in the weight room in front of 22 students. The murder of the beloved coach rocked the small community of Parkersburg, Iowa, as much or even more than the devastating and deadly tornado that destroyed half the town the year before. But just as shocking as the murder was who pulled the trigger.
It was a nice morning. Started off like any other day. I was getting ready for work. Ed usually left for work before I was out the door by far, because he was supervised the weight room in the morning. I was a volunteer on our ambulance service at the time. And shortly before 8 o'clock, my pager went off. There was a shooting at the high school.
Do you know who it was?
No, I don't. Kids had come running out and said somebody shot Ed Thomas.
Okay.
And they're still in the building.
It was supposed to be a day off for me, and I was at home. So I got a page that there was a shooting at the high school, and I didn't believe it. Nothing could prepare me to walk into a weight room and to find Coach Thomas lying on the floor shot. Despite his injuries, I thought he was gonna live. Jan arriving to the scene was one of the most hard things. I don't just know the Thomases, I love the Thomases. And I don't just know Jan, I love Jan. And so I just, in my mind, was praying over and over and over again, please don't let Jan be on this ambulance. Please don't let Jan be on this ambulance. And to this day, that was a prayer in my mind that should have been answered.
We responded to the weight room, and we're getting our gear to go in, and then Chris Luring stopped me and directed the other ones in, and then told me that it was Ed and he'd been shot. And so I waited a few minutes while the other EMTs treated and got ready to transport, but then I said, okay, I gotta go in there and see what's really going on. And he was still alive, but he wasn't conscious.
One of the things I'll never forget Jan saying when we left the high school parking lot was, you know, that she recognized Ed's wounds and his injuries as being not survivable.
My mom called me and she just said, you know, Aaron, somebody came in the weight room, they shot your dad multiple times. It doesn't look very good.
The nurse came and told me that he had coded en route and that they were still working on him, but it wasn't to be.
Instantly you start all the things in your mind of who, why, how could this have happened?
Parkersburg's just a small town in northeastern to north central Iowa. It's about 2,000 people. Most people know each other there. Ed coached and taught at Parkersburg for a long time, and in his eyes, there was no better place on this planet.
That's it, come on, be leaders, be leaders!
Ed, I think, knew early on that he really wanted to coach, and I think a lot of that came from his high school coach when he was growing up. He grew up with an alcoholic father who wasn't often present. And so I think that coach that took special interest in Ed and encouraged him made him want to be that guy for someone.
Come on, Robert, keep hanging in there, Robert. You're getting better. You're getting better. You're getting better.
He was a great coach. He was demanding, but the thing he did better than anything else is he built relationships. And you can be hard on young people if you build a relationship, if they know you care about them. And he was the master of pushing us to be better than we ever thought we could be.
A lot of pride in what you do and do what's right. Do what's right. Out on the streets, everything we do what's right.
4 former players there had played in the NFL or were playing at the NFL at the same time. The coach, Ed Thomas, had won the NFL Coach of the Year. And this is a town that's, you know, a few thousand people at most. It's just very unusual, statistically improbable for that to happen.
I didn't think he had a job. He just loved high school kids and was passionate about football. For me as a young kid to see my dad and his passion for what he did, I felt like I was the luckiest kid there was.
So I just told her that I knew who it was that had shot her husband. She said, that poor family.
When Chris told me that it was Mark Becker, I was shocked by that. The Beckers were cared for a lot around the county. Mark played football for Ed. I was just trying to wrap my head around the whole thing because I don't know why. Your mind's kind of going all over.
I grew up on a farm in north central Iowa, and junior in high school, I moved to Parkersburg. My husband, Dave, of 42 years, was a senior that year, and he was a football captain on the team. And one day, Coach Ed Thomas introduced me to Dave and thought it would be good for us to go out. Dave and I got married a couple years after high school. We have 3 sons and moved out to the country as soon as we could get an acreage. In Parkersburg, football started at a young age, and Mark played right into it. He seemed to love it. It was sort of the thing you did.
Well, I've known Mark since he was a young child. I had him in Sunday school probably when he was little. So, he came from a good family, just part of the community.
When I started teaching and coaching, I'll never forget, the first thing my dad said is, Aaron, if you're going to do this, 2 things. If those young men aren't better people after being coached by you, then you failed them as a coach. And he also said some of these kids are going to need your team more than your team needs them. And I think Mark Becker was one of those kids.
Mark turned 16 shortly before his sophomore year, and we started to see him withdrawing. He wasn't hanging out so much with his big bunch of friends. So all the signs of drug use, we never believed that Mark would ever try any drugs. Well, we did find out that he was using marijuana, and he got caught.
My dad held him accountable. He had sit out some ball games for code of conduct violations, but that was my dad. He didn't give up on kids and always wanted what was best for him and help him go in the right direction.
And Ed thought a lot of Mark. I think he did a lot to try to help Mark out.
As a parent, what do you do? What is just acting out and trying to be along with the crowd? Or what's something you need to take more serious? We know now today the signs of the schizophrenia were starting to take effect. Mark dealt with demons. There's faces in all the trees. The demons are out there looking at me. They're trying to get me.
Mark Becker's parents were unsure what was behind their son's sudden drug use. Clearly, he was struggling with some issues, but they thought maybe it was just a passing phase. While those close to Mark tried to make sense of his behavior, no one was aware of the demons inside him.
When Mark graduated from high school, we were really excited because he went to a local college to play football. Started out great, but within the next 2.5 years, Mark really took a downward spiral. He really started getting into heavy drug use.
So marijuana and methamphetamine are both substances that are known to exacerbate, sometimes trigger symptoms of psychosis, paranoia, delusional experiences, and so they can heighten those extrasensory perceptions that people are having.
It was a roller coaster ride because he would do it, he'd come back home, I don't want to do this, I don't want to live this way. He'd go back and forth. And he finally had enough. And he came home and he actually detoxed in our home. And it's the most horrific thing you would ever go through. But he said that's it. And he moved a few hours away with his older brother and really started to turn things around in his life.
Up here's Parkersburg, may take a direct text. Okay, Parkersburg.
In 2008, an EF5 tornado, which is the highest magnitude of tornado that they rate, hit Parkersburg.
We're talking massive disruption, large gas leaks, flattened houses. I'm very serious. They need to get here and shut down this area.
It kind of took a swipe through almost the middle of town, so about half the town was destroyed.
Yeah, okay, we have possible lots of fatalities. We have cars flipped. I mean, this is not good, okay?
We lost our home. We lost both of our workplaces, Ed's and mine. We lost our vehicles. We lost pretty much everything that day in just a matter of a few minutes. After the shock wore off, it didn't take long and people rolled up their sleeves and just got started. Neighbors started helping neighbors. And this is kind of Ed's quote, actually, dust ourselves off and build back better than we were before, because what else do you do?
Coach Thomas was telling the press or telling the media that we were going to play our first football game in 100 days on our home field. And at that point in time, I thought, this is crazy. There's just no way. But I also knew Ed well enough to know that if anybody could get it done, it was going to be him, and nothing was going to stop him.
And this community is very resilient. They'll put the town back together. There's no question about that. And I hope they put the school right back up here.
Right after the tornado had hit in Parkersburg, Mark called me and he was talking very strangely. Mom, I know that you and Dad are trying to get in my mind and control me. And I thought, oh my goodness, what is going on? We talked to our older son and he said, Mom, I don't know if I can handle Mark living here. So he moved home. One evening, Dave and I woke up to hear screaming and yelling downstairs where Mark slept. And Mark was crouched down with his hands over his head. They're hurting me, Dad. Help me, they're hurting me. And Dave looked around. He actually thought somebody might be there. And when he tried to explain to Mark, there's nobody here, Mark. And Mark just got angry. He's, no, Dad, they're hurting me, help me. That was one of the only times we ever heard Mark say something about Coach Thomas. And we couldn't believe it because he was saying that he needed to have a talk with Coach and talk some sense into him, and that Coach had to quit bothering him and quit attacking him. And it just came out of nowhere. This episode that Mark had was unfortunately the first of many, many, many more to come. And they increased in intensity, in frequency, in danger.
Schizophrenia for men usually has a window of the first episode of onset, usually between 18 to 25, sometimes 18 to 30, but really kind of in that young adulthood.
Mark dealt with demons. He felt like when he looked outside, he said, there's faces in all the trees. The demons are out there looking at me. They're trying to get me. Our whole basement, Mark couldn't sleep down there anymore because he was so terrified because he said it was full of demons.
4 days prior to Ed being murdered, Mark had been arrested for an incident. It was involved in a high-speed chase in which I was one of the arresting officers.
Mark had a baseball bat and he was yelling at this gentleman, pounding his windows. He drove his car into the guy's garage door. He heard the sirens, he took off, high-speed chase, and hit a deer and was forced off the road.
So there's a lot of history with Mark. We knew his history. We knew that he struggled with mental illness.
When Sheriff Johnson got on the scene, Mark was face down and there were officers there, guns drawn. And Sheriff said, stand down, this man has mental illness. We need to get him help. They did get Mark into a mental health unit. We were reassured by the sheriff and by Mark's counselor that he would be there until Friday. This all happened on a Saturday night. So it's pretty sad, but we were relieved.
Nobody was notified when Mark was let out of the hospital. The hospital did not notify law enforcement. I don't believe the hospital even notified Joan and Dave, Mark's parents.
When we get a phone call on Tuesday night from Mark saying he's on the street in Waterloo, locked out of his apartment. Mama's not going to leave him on the street. We tried to call the agency that was working with Mark, and we were told that you'll have to call back at 8:15 tomorrow morning. When we look back now, why couldn't we get the help? The next morning, Dave and I had been up all night long, and we knew it wasn't safe for me to be home with Mark by myself. So I said, I'll go to the office to work. I'm on the phone and with a client, my cell phone started going crazy. I get off the phone and a coworker comes running up, says, Coach Thomas has been shot at the weight room. I said, shot? Not in Parkersburg. I called Dave and I said, did you hear about Coach Thomas? And he was real quiet. And he said, Joan, yeah, he has been shot. And they think Mark is involved.
Back up. Peace. Yard. 2. And 1 injuries.
On the morning of June 24, 2009, after his parents left for work, Mark Becker stole a gun from his father's gun locker, put on a pair of gray coveralls, took his father's car, and headed for Parkersburg High. When he arrived, he entered the weight room and shot Coach Thomas 5 times point blank.
Thomas had been shot numerous times and was laying in the weight room. All of my years of training and experience on the ambulance crew and as a police officer never could have prepared me for the looks that were on their face.
They explained the different places my dad had been shot, how close, that he shot in the knee, shot in the hand, shot multiple times in the head. And the part that got me the most is when they explained that after being shot, that Mark stomped on him multiple times. Something that still, if I think about it often, it can still get the blood pressure.
So Mark Becker was arrested by the sheriff. He drove back to his parents' home after he shot Coach Thomas. The sheriff actually beat him home. So the sheriff was actually in his driveway when Mark turned to drive down his own driveway. At a certain point in time, Mark rolled down his window and held the gun out the window while he was driving down the driveway where Sheriff Johnson was.
I feel like I stabbed at me right now. So much I can taste it. It's in my nostrils. It's in my face. It's in my lungs. It's looking from over that side, right? It's from, can you see it in me? Okay.
One of the things he told the DCI agent was that he had a deep-seated animosity. Mark made a comment about Ed didn't treat him like he treated everybody else, as if Ed treated him worse than everybody else. And I remember getting very angry when he made that statement because Ed treated Mark Becker in a lot of ways better than he had anybody else, and gave Mark more time than he had anybody else.
The devil tired. He pressed children around here and my family because I've been a little kid. I couldn't put up with it another second. We can hardly breathe at night because of that mask. What does he do? He talks through it, he turns us into fish, he turns us into animals, and turns us into dead people. And he won't let us be our true heavenly selves. This is holy. Take him out because he's being the devil. He's being wicked. The only way to chill him to be free, he was gone. I could see that visibly.
One of the things that stood out to me in the interview was he would open and close his fist, and Agent Calloway asked him, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Well, that's how I control the devil." The thing about his interview that was key, though, is even though his mental health is wrapped up obviously a bit in the interview, he was able to articulate what happened. He was able to tell us where he got the gun, how he got the gun, that he practiced with the gun. He'd grown up around guns, so he knew that guns could be used to kill another person. He knew what he had done, knew that he'd shot a human being, knew that it was wrong.
So I saw my parents off, and then once they left, I took a shower. I took a handler and broke the handle off the gun case. Okay. It was handy. And I pulled the gun out, it was on the top. First one I picked up, there was bullets behind me. I loaded it. And he had it locked up. Probably because he didn't want kids playing. Sure. So I loaded it, went on his back and shot it once to make sure it worked. And then I got in my car. So I went to Parkersburg, and I went and checked if he was in the weight room. He was in the weight room, went back up. The piece, gun, the tool, no injuries.
On the competency end of things, we dealt with it at the beginning with Mark Becker to determine whether or not he's mentally competent to stand trial.
So the level of planning that went into it, it certainly speaks to having some level of awareness about the decision making, the choices, the consequences. That I think something that makes it a little bit complicated is the nature of somebody's delusions could cloud their judgment on making this decision. So if he was thinking, that this person was evil for this reason or not, he might know that legally it's still a poor choice, but morally he might be deluded to the point where he's thinking this is going to save lives and I'm kind of a savior even though I'm going against the law.
I think he was pretty deliberate. He had a pretty good plan in place. He had taken precautions The fact that he took target practice that morning to see how close he would need to get to make sure he, shoot and hit his target made it feel very deliberate and planned.
Whenever he pointed it at your head, what did you do? What was your reaction?
I thought I was dead.
There was no dispute that Mark Becker shot and killed Coach Thomas. The question was his state of mind at the time he committed the murder. And when the defense entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea, it made this trial anything but simple and predictable.
Are you ready with the opening statement, Mr.
State's ready, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
Thank you.
The trial was obviously going to be difficult, but it's also something I couldn't stay away from.
Ed Thomas, on June 24th of 2009, was gunned down by Mark Becker. He was gunned down in front of over 20 Applington, Parkersburg High School students in the weight room that morning. Mark Becker, on June 24th of 2009, made a choice. He made this choice consciously and with full understanding and appreciation of the consequences of his acts. He shot him. He emptied the gun. 5 bullets, 5 times. And then as he's down, he kicks him in the head, kicks him in the chest, and he says, "You old man." No one in this case will dispute the fact that Mark Becker had a mental illness. But the evidence will be in this case, and if I say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. Mental illness does not equal insanity.
Mental illness does not equal insanity. I do think that he knew what he was doing that day. I'm not saying he wasn't sick, he was, but that doesn't mean you can't make decisions.
We're here today to answer the question why. Why did Ed Thomas die? The evidence in this case is going to show that Ed Thomas died because on the morning of June 24, 2009, Mark Becker was insane. The evidence will show that Mark suffered from, and still suffers, from a mental illness called schizophrenia, paranoid type. And beyond simply having a mental illness, that mental illness prevented him on the morning of June 24th from knowing the nature and quality of his actions, and also prevented him from being able to distinguish between right and wrong in relation to that act. Mark believed that Coach Thomas was literally Satan. Coach Thomas was what Mark called a devil tyrant. You're going to hear evidence that'll show that Mark on that morning believed that Coach Thomas turned people, including Mark, into fish, into animals, and into dead people. Mark was interviewed by a number of doctors. These doctors will testify that on the morning of December 24th, Mark Becker was insane. We will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. Thank you.
At the trial, it was hard to hear the defense trying to justify, try to make excuses. You didn't know what testimony the jury were going to buy or what doubt might have got planted, and that all of a sudden, could Mark Becker be back on the streets? It was a stressful time, probably worse than honestly going through the murder.
What did Mark Becker do whenever he approached you and your football coach?
He pulled a gun out.
Who did he point it at first?
Me.
Where did he point it at on your person, Brandon?
My head.
It's okay. Whenever he pointed it at your head, what did you do? What was your reaction?
I thought I was dead.
What did you hear or see next?
I heard a gunshot.
What did you do then, Brandon?
I opened my eyes and saw Coach Baugh.
To see those kids get up there on stand, get questioned, you hurt for the kids seeing that, but then to have to try to relive it, tell their story of it, something that I won't forget, the hurt that we all felt for them.
What did you see when you entered the weight room? I saw Coach Thomas laying on the floor. I saw 2 men tending to his injuries.
and trying to care for him.
All right. Was he able to communicate with you at all?
No, he was not.
From your experience as a police officer, were you generally aware of the seriousness of Mr. Thomas's injuries?
Yes, my experience as a police officer, as well as being an EMT on the Parkersburg Ambulance Service.
Then what was your general assessment of the seriousness of his injuries?
I would say that on a scale of 1 to 10, that his injuries were at a 10, that he needed immediate care.
As the initial first responder to the scene, as the first EMT, as the first police officer, it was very traumatic. And I think it was important that the jury heard just how truly chaotic that was and the impact on those young people that witnessed that murder.
The physical description that you received was generally fitting that of Mark Becker?
Yes.
All right. And the car was registered to Dave Becker?
Yes.
Did you kind of put 2 and 2 together?
Yes.
What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 24?
You're looking at the suspect vehicle, my vehicle, me, and Mark Becker.
We're looking at the actual arrest of Mark Becker, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any statement to you about Ed Thomas?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, Ed is done, and I'm done with Ed. He said, I stomped him for you cops.
I got him. I got him. I got him. You're over with. You're part of history. You are done, Ed. Ed Thomas, you are done. You are never going back. You are done. You're done. You're done. You're done, dude. You're gone. You're gone forever.
I don't blame him. I blame our lack of understanding of this illness and the availability of treatment for it. That's what I blame. But as parents, you never get over it. From September till November, it just kept getting more and more often and escalating.
Proving insanity is not easy. The bar is high. And while the defense had doctors who would later testify on the subject, they wanted their first witness to be someone who knew Mark well and had seen his psychotic episodes firsthand. His mother, Joan Becker.
The state having rested, is Mr. Becker ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor. The defense would call Joan Becker.
The defense's strategy was really kind of to put all of their eggs into the mental health basket with regard to establishing insanity.
Did you begin to see changes?
Yes.
When was that?
September of 2008.
And can you describe what those changes were?
One night we were woken up during the middle of the night and we heard Mark yelling, "Get off me, get off me. Get these feathers off me, get them off me." And then he was going on and saying, can't you see, you know, he thought he was being turned into our coon dog chief. Just extremely bizarre behavior. And it just went on. And we couldn't, and he didn't know it was us, and we tried to talk to him, and there's no talking to someone in an episode like that. It was really hard to testify, to see Mark sitting there, and he was so heavily medicated. He just was like in a zone. I don't think he can remember much about the trial at all.
Was he committed to a hospital?
Yes, he was.
Do you know how long Mark was in the hospital?
A week. We were trying to get him assistance and trying to get to the bottom of these behavioral issues and trying to find out what exactly is going on. You know, what's causing these personality changes.
And did you see continued changes in his personality after September 2008?
Yes.
How often would these episodes occur?
We could go a week, maybe even 2 weeks, and then we could have several days in a row that he would have them. He could go several weeks without them. But from September till November, it just kept getting more and more often and escalating. You know, as parents, when your son commits an act like this, you know his state of mind, you know deep down, you know he wouldn't have done it in a sane mind. But how are other people supposed to see that and know that? They don't know Mark, they don't know his history. And it's a very difficult thing because we wanted justice for the Thomas family. Absolutely, we did.
Doctor, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mark Becker suffered from a diseased or deranged condition of the mind on June 24th, 2009?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Mark Becker suffered from paranoid schizophrenia on June 24, 2009. It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Mark Becker was not capable of distinguishing between right and wrong with respect to shooting Coach Thomas. And that would qualify for a valid insanity defense, in my opinion.
A person that's mentally ill isn't stupid. A person that's mentally ill may have skewed judgment sometimes, but they're not beyond reason. They're not always beyond understanding the difference between right and wrong.
My opinion is that he was capable of knowing and understanding the nature and quality of the acts on that date. He does a number of things that suggested to me that he certainly possessed a fairly reasonable level of rationality and reasoning. He opens a gun cabinet, he takes out a handgun. He shoots it to make sure it works. He realizes that he misses a target and thinks, geez, I'm gonna have to get up close and shoot this gun again. He reloads it and he puts a bullet in every chamber. He then goes to the weight room and he looks inside first to make sure Coach Thomas is there. He leaves the gun in the car, not wanting anyone to see it at that point. And then he goes in a very methodical, careful way, shoots him. He says he shoots him in the knee because he doesn't want him to get up and run away. He shoots him at close range because he's concerned about the fact that he missed the target earlier and also because he doesn't want the stray bullets to ricochet and injure anyone else. Each of these things, in my assessment of his mental state and his fundamental capacity on that day, represented someone who could make choices, who could be rational and reason things out. Perhaps he felt a morally justified reason, but again, it's my understanding that's not the test for insanity, whether you felt morally justified. It was whether you're capable or not of understanding the nature and quality of what you're doing. And the nature and quality is that you're taking a gun and you're discharging it and you're shooting someone and they're going to be dead.
Ultimately, what an expert can do based upon their examination, is he capable of forming the intent? Is he capable of knowing the difference between right and wrong? Is he capable of understanding the nature and quality of his acts? The reason why they can't say he actually is because that's ultimately for the jury to determine.
Our son, Mark Becker, never would have taken the life of anyone if he was of sane mind.
While both sides agreed Mark Becker was not well, the prosecution continued their refrain: mental illness does not equal insanity. If found guilty, Mark would most likely be put away for life. But if found not guilty by reason of insanity, there was a chance he could be out in just a few years. What mattered was Mark Becker's state of mind at the time of the murder.
We'll start with the state's closing. Mr. Brown, sir.
Thank you, Judge. The facts in this case can only be characterized as brutal. Mark Becker is the one who committed this brutal act. Mark Becker made his choice. It is his responsibility and no one else's. Mark Becker made his choices on June 24th of 2009, and Mark Becker is guilty of murder in the first degree.
It is without dispute that Ed Becker was a very well-respected person. That is not the issue in this case. The issue is that Mark Becker was insane on June 24th, 2009, when Coach Thomas was shot. You have the videotape of Mark in the booking room. To look at the video shows Mark while he says it, shows how he reacts to what he's saying. Clearly demonstrates that he is seeing something that nobody else sees. Let there be no more Satan, brainwashing. Just stop and watch. Let there be freedom. Don't be afraid to be happy. Get this monster away from me. That's what he says. He's in the booking room alone, but he needs the monster to get away from him because his insanity has continued from the weight room to when he's in the booking room. You can see during the actual interview that he is up and he is down, and he is talking in very weird sentences. Mark's statements, like I said, I'll work for anyone but the devil. I'll work for the feds, the sheriff, the police, anybody but the devil. It hurts me to see all these children suppressed by somebody so long. My mom and dad too, and me, my brothers, were all suppressed by this devil tyrant for so long. They were suppressed by the devil. And Mark has taken care of the devil, apparently, and freed people. He thinks he's doing right because in his insane state of mind, he doesn't understand and cannot distinguish between right and wrong.
Well, the deliberation for Becker actually was the longest deliberation I've ever had in any case that I've ever prosecuted in the state of Iowa. So the jury went out on a Wednesday afternoon after we did closings. So they had it for part of Wednesday. They were out all day Thursday, all day Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to adjourn your deliberations for this afternoon. As I previously directed you, go ahead and separate now, return to your homes, and reconvene Monday morning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the jury room.
The trial was pretty grueling, but I think the worst was waiting for the verdict to come in. You are sitting on pins and needles.
The judge sent them home on Friday. I fully expected that on Monday we're going to come back and we were going to have a mistrial and then we were going to try this case over.
When the jury came to a verdict, I was actually at the state capitol lobbying for a bill, the Ed Thomas law, which was passed, that where now if a person is released from the hospital, law enforcement has to be notified. You got to call the hustle back to Allison to the courthouse as the jury had reached a verdict.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Could you give the verdict to Ms. Myrie, please?
Yes.
Mr. Becker, could you please stand and face the jury? Mr. Schuler, the jury has returned form of verdict number 1. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
You're not feeling happy. It's not a celebration by any stretch. There's no victory in the victory. You don't feel this, you just feel relief, I guess. And you feel like maybe we can finally move on.
Mr. Becker, given your brutal murder of Ed Thomas, I do not have any difficulty imposing the mandatory life sentence upon you. Could you stand, please? Mr. Becker, the jury is finding you guilty of murder in the first degree. I, at this time, adjudge you guilty of murder in the first degree. On this judgment, I commit you into the custody of the Director of the Division of Adult Corrections for the rest of your life without parole. May the judge show mercy upon you.
I absolutely think justice was served in this case. Mark Becker knew what he was doing, took a gun, thought about it, drove to his victim, shot him 6 to 7 times, and then left. We do not have the death penalty in the state of Iowa, so he got the maximum sentence that was allowed by law. And even though there's some mental health issues here, so very good example of a person being legally responsible even though they may suffer from a debilitating mental illness.
You know, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think of him. That pain will never go away. That trauma will never go away. That tragedy will never go away. But I really looked up to Ed as a mentor of mine, and by far, he's probably one of the top 2 or 3 greatest people I've ever had the opportunity to meet in my entire life, and I'm grateful for that.
You know, a big question a lot of people have had about this case and about Mark's mental illness and was he insane or not insane. You know, people can talk round and round and round about it. Here's what I know. Our son, Mark Becker, never would have taken the life of anyone if he was of sane mind. There is no doubt in my mind. Does Mark need to be institutionalized? Absolutely he does. Why did it take him killing someone to get the professional help and medications he needed?
I have to forgive Mark in order to move on. And what you find in forgiveness, as hard as some people think that that might be, it's freeing because it allows you to become the person that you need to be. If you keep harboring bitterness and anger, it's going to eat your life away. I'll never quit missing Ed, but life goes on. I have a great family and I'm grateful.
After my dad was killed, I went back to Appleton-Parkersburg, took my dad's job as athletic director, assistant principal. But I'll tell you, I don't cry publicly, but at that first football game when the team came out and he wasn't leading them on the field and I broke down. When I walk out on the field today or to watch the games and to set up the field, see it all painted and the lights and the community all there, I think of my dad watching his grandkids. Having my oldest graduate last year and be our starting quarterback, and now my middle son's our starting quarterback as a sophomore, and to see his grandkids a part of that, I know would have been something he would have been unbelievably proud of.
Today, Mark Becker is housed at the Iowa Medical and Classification Center, a medium security correctional facility. According to Mark's family, he is remorseful and finally getting the treatment he needs. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
The sheriff's department into a personal chauffeuring, Happy Meal fetching, bribe infested, scandal ridden organization that crushed the pride and the morale of the good men and women who worked there.
People thought he was crazy, was arrogant, self-assured.
He was a little bit of a thorn in the side.
He was a renegade.
It was the first political assassination in this country in 20 years.
It was just incredibly obvious, but there was absolutely zero evidence.
I just can't even begin to describe how shocking the allegation was.
You are the lowest scumbag of the earth.
In DeKalb County, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, one thing was certain when it came to the sheriff's office: a history of trouble. For decades, several sheriffs have been charged with crimes ranging from theft and bribe-taking to perjury and mail fraud. In 1996, there was a new sheriff in town, and change was on the horizon.
In DeKalb County in metro Atlanta, you're talking about 500, 600,000 plus people. So there's a big tax base. There's a lot of federal involvement. You've got federal inmates that are being held. You've got contracts with INS. You've got contracts for medical services at the jail, food services at the jail, janitorial services, security services, bonding services, all this stuff that comes out of the sheriff's office that the sheriff alone gets to make the determination.
Sidney Dorsey was a former Atlanta homicide detective who had become legend because of his involvement with the murdered and missing children case. What most people don't recall is that he spent his fortune trying to become sheriff because it was his dream, and he failed over and over again. And people thought he was crazy because they didn't think he had a chance of ever being elected sheriff in a predominantly white county. But as demographics started changing in DeKalb County, he became electable. And when he was elected, it stunned everybody.
The sheriff's office in DeKalb County for years had seen corruption. I think the last 2 or 3 sheriffs before him had pled guilty and been indicted for different types of theft and corruption. So that was the reputation of the sheriff's office before Sidney Dorsey got there. And he sort of took it and ran with it.
Sidney Dorsey was arrogant, he was self-assured, he was charismatic, he was a ladies' man, he certainly saw himself as a ladies' man.
I wouldn't say that he changed dramatically until later on when he was sheriff. He wasn't the warm, huggy, kissy cousin I used to have.
The district attorney's office, we really did not know what was going on. It was investigative reporting to Dale Cardwell that enlightened not only my office, but the general public as well.
This all started when I was at a Dairy Queen, and a gentleman came up behind me in line and said, "Are you Dale Cardwell from Channel 2?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "I've got an unbelievable story, but I don't think you've got the courage to tell it." And I said, "Try me." The next day he called me and he said, "The sheriff of DeKalb County is using deputies that are on duty to staff his private security jobs all over Metro Atlanta. He's been doing it for years, and no one will stop him. Everyone's afraid of him." And I was naive enough and aggressive enough to tell the story.
It was the first time any of us had heard about some of the shenanigans that were going on in there, such as using inmates to perform labor in Sheriff Dorsey's wife's political district. Those things came out because of investigative reporting, nothing that any of us were doing.
We don't want to have to work 3 and 4 part-time jobs, come to work tired, and hardly ever have to make an appointment to see our wives and children.
Derwin Brown was a longtime detective at the DeKalb County Police Department, very well liked. He was a family man. He and his wife were rocks in the community.
The people that worked with him loved him. Probably from the management side, he was a little bit of the thorn in the side because he had made noise about unions and organizing and labor.
The race happened in 2000. Derwin Brown was a long shot. He, like Sidney Dorsey, had run for sheriff, and no one believed that he could defeat Sidney Dorsey, in much the same way no one thought Sidney Dorsey would ever be elected sheriff. But now, Sidney Dorsey is the sheriff, and it's thought of as a joke that Derwin Brown is challenging him. But Derwin Brown is running on a platform of law and order and end the corruption. So he was one of the very few people in Metro Atlanta that would stand up and say Sidney Dorsey is corrupt and he's engaging in corruption and this has to stop.
If someone had asked me to bet on who was going to win that race, I would have put my life savings on Dorsey. And Dorsey almost won outright. 300 votes made the difference, forcing Dorsey into a runoff. It was a 3-week runoff. Dale was having more stories and more stories come out, and I really think people for the first time started paying attention that there was a real race for DeKalb County Sheriff.
At that point, it became like pulling a thread. Stories of the sheriff using on-duty deputies to take his child to Disney World.
It was probably the last 2 stories that Dale Cardwell released, with the inmates being let go and working in the yards. And there was also a sexual harassment story that came out. And so the tide in those 21 days turned completely from Dorsey to Derwin, and Derwin won handedly in the runoff.
They said, "Mr. Cardwell?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You need to gather up some clothes, get your wife and kids, and we need to put you in protective custody."
Derwin Brown was not expected to win the DeKalb County Sheriff's race. The election was close, but the ensuing runoff with Sidney Dorsey was not. Newly elected Derwin Brown was ready to make the changes he'd promised during his campaign.
Sidney Dorsey was the first African-American sheriff in DeKalb County, and he missed that opportunity. He chose to line his own pockets. Derwin Brown played the game and won. He outsmarted him. He won the game. The job was his. The voters had spoken.
It was a very brief, bright, shining moment in Atlanta where you had the African American community rise up and say, we not only want a leader that looks like us, we want a leader that's clean and is going to do the right thing.
Derwin had said that once he took office, we would sit down, and our plan was that let him be sworn in. The old sheriff is gone, and 22 people were going to be without a job, but that would give more people the security to come to us and start talking.
On December 15th of 2000, Derwin Brown had graduated from the Sheriff's Academy. It was his wife's birthday, and he had stopped and I think gotten his wife some flowers and maybe a birthday present. He was due to be sworn in, I think that Monday. And so they were having a party at a bar restaurant not far from his house called MVP's. And I think it was around 10:30, 11 o'clock, he decided to go home where his wife and his son and some other family members had already returned to. It was raining very heavily that night. He pulled up to his house.
He gets out of his car like he's done 1,000 times before, walks down his driveway, and suddenly is confronted with a Tech 9 weapon, and he just starts shooting him.
The shooter had the Intratec 9 with a magazine that holds 16 rounds. I believe shot all 16. Derwin, he was shot 3 times in the back, one piercing his heart, another the spleen, the lung. Those 3 shots took him down, and then the shooter stood over him and emptied the rest of it.
His family reported they thought were firecrackers. And I think it was his son who realized they were gunshots, and everybody got down on the floor. And after a hail of gunfire, they went outside and they found him. Of course, they called 911 and got police and paramedics, and they transported him to the hospital, but he didn't survive very long.
My wife and I are in bed. My phone rings, and it's the DeKalb County Police. And the gentleman says, Dale, this is Sergeant Stewart. Are you okay? And I said, yeah, I'm okay. Why? He said, could you please come to your front door? And there were a half dozen police officers standing in my doorway. And they said, Mr. Cardwell? I said, yeah. He said, Sheriff-elect of DeKalb County, Derwin Brown, was shot and killed a little while ago, murdered in his driveway. We expected to find you dead as well. You need to gather up some clothes, get your wife and kids, and we need to put you in protective custody.
It wasn't a robbery. It was something that seemed like it was planned and orchestrated.
Most people are killed by someone they know, and usually it's an intimate partner. And then you draw a circle a little bit further.
I was a major in the DeKalb County Police Department. I was selected following the murder of Derwin Brown to head up a multi-agency task force, special to investigate and hopefully solve the case. DeKalb had major high-profile cases before. Obviously, this was a high-profile case. One agency somewhere described it as the first political assassination in this country in 20 years.
We had a couple lead-ins, a couple theories, a couple directions that we could go down as we started looking at this. One, clearly there was some tension with the sheriff's office. It had been a very, very unpleasant runoff campaign. That couldn't have gone down easily for Sidney Dorsey.
Sidney Dorsey as a possible suspect? Sure, but is he the kind of person? He was a veteran homicide detective. I don't think he's going to make too many mistakes if he's involved in it. Personally, I don't know that he would even be up to doing it.
They put him in a jail cell and they sweat him. And he sits there for weeks and he has a change of attitude.
A few days before he was to be sworn in as the new sheriff of DeKalb County, Georgia, Derwin Brown was assassinated just steps from his front door. Police found no concrete leads at the site of the murder, but one thing was clear. TV news stories about the outgoing sheriff, Sidney Dorsey, and documented corruption in his office were raising suspicions.
Derwin Brown was murdered literally days before he would have taken the oath to become sheriff. It was so obvious to anyone observing news and politics at that time that if Derwin Brown is dead, the person that would be responsible for it is Sidney Dorsey. But there was absolutely zero evidence. Derwin Brown shot and killed 12 times in his driveway. There's no weapon. There's no footprints because it's a miserable, rainy night. It appears as though the perpetrators have gotten away with it scot-free. There's nothing physical tying the perpetrators to the scene.
Well, when I heard the news about the murder, it was like everybody else, surprise, shock. But I never one time thought that it was anything to do with Sidney.
And I remember the first meeting we had with Captain Rodney Maddox, who was in charge of the criminal investigation team, and he said, guys, I know there are a bunch of different theories about what may be going on, but he said, we've got to let the evidence drive this case.
The transition between the outgoing sheriff and Derwin Brown had already begun. The transition team had identified about 40 people that they thought they were not going to employ, and had actually sent them letters.
Prior to Derwin Brown taking office, he actually did an interview with me. It was the only time I ever met Derwin Brown, and the purpose of the interview was to explain why he was letting go 37 Sheriff's Department employees. And his promoters and his supporters said, don't do that. Don't do that. You just need to let them go when you become sheriff. And he says, no, it's not right. It's not the right thing to do. I want to give them a heads up. And that created motive among the people that knew they were going to lose their jobs because they really hadn't earned their jobs through traditional law enforcement channels.
There was also something back in the summer. Derwin had mentioned to some people at police headquarters that while he was out campaigning, they thought they were being followed. And they confronted the person. And it turned out it was an individual that worked for the Sheriff's Department named Patrick Cuffey. Well, he passed it off as just, some kind of a chance encounter. I wasn't following you and that sort of thing.
I said, you need to get a surveillance team immediately on a deputy named Patrick Cuffey.
Cuffey had been on the list of people to be fired by Derwin Brown.
The detective went to the location, set up one, and it was a few hours later that he noticed two figures come out and get into a car.
They followed them to the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department jail, where they circled the jail twice and then got back on the expressway. I said, well, what happened after that? He said, well, our team backed off because they thought Cuffey must have known he was being followed and he was going home. Had they stayed on Cuffey that night, the crime would have been solved that night.
The main thing that broke the case wide open was a shootout that took place at Patrick Cuffey's house.
Cuffey by then had been discharged from the Sheriff's Department. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. And they heard gunshots, and some peeked out and saw all these cars and people running around shooting and fighting.
Patrick Cuffey had been involved in a drug deal, and Patrick Cuffey had hidden some evidence, and so now he was looking at some significant time.
So when he was subsequently arrested, and the deal that led to Cuffey's own confession and the subsequent confession of Paul Skyers in the deal, that was all brokered by J. Tom Morgan in the district attorney's office.
They sweat him. They bring Cuffey in, they put him in a jail cell, and they sweat him. It's just as old-fashioned as it sounds. He doesn't like being in jail, and he sits there for weeks, and he has a change of attitude.
He would tell us everything about the murder of Derwin Brown in exchange for immunity from prosecution. And I remember just kind of my eyes bulging out of my head. Well, you needed a driver. That was Paul Skyers. Melvin Walker was the trigger man. Ramsey and Cuffey were arguably best friends, so I think they were kind of in it together. This wasn't a group of former Navy SEALs or anything. These were two guys who couldn't get hired by the sheriff, one guy who was basically the sheriff's right-hand man, and one guy that had some basic law enforcement training.
They were able to establish who the actual shooters were. The shooters, eventually confessed. The four assassins who went out there together, and had circumstantial evidence that Sidney Dorsey had hired him.
Charging 3 people with the murder of Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown. Those persons being charged are former Sheriff Sidney Dorsey, Melvin Walker, and David Isaiah Ramsey.
Sidney Dorsey actually turned himself in. I think they called his attorney. He turned himself in that night, but arrested Melvin Walker and David Ramsey and charged them with murder, and that started the prosecution train.
DeKalb County certainly has its share of violent crime. But killing the chief law enforcement officer, that's like killing the head of the FBI in the nation. How does that happen? I just can't even begin to describe how shocking the allegation was.
He's been in the police force. How could somebody make that kind of order and not think it would trace back to him?
With Patrick Cuffey and Paul Skyers flipping for immunity deals, Sidney Dorsey was charged with the murder of Derwin Brown. Melvin Walker, the trigger man, and David Ramsey were cleared of all charges at their first trial. But at a later federal trial, they both received life in prison for their roles in the assassination. It was now Sidney Dorsey's turn in court.
There's lots of crime in DeKalb County. I don't necessarily read the newspaper every day. I don't know about every case. Everybody knew the Sidney Dorsey case. Everybody. Which meant if we were going to pick a jury, the question wasn't going to be, do you know about the facts of this case? Can you come in with an open mind? It's going to be, what have you decided already? In Doherty County, many of the jurors didn't know anything about the case. I mean, Doherty County is, I don't know, 200 miles from Atlanta. So we moved to Albany.
Let the record now reflect that the defendant is present in the courtroom.
Throughout most of this trial, most of the proceedings, the preliminary hearings, the bond hearings, all that stuff, he seemed pretty defiant. He seemed pretty sure of himself. He wasn't broken by the allegations.
The attorneys now have an opportunity to make opening statements. Mr. Hodges for the state.
I knew we could not convict Dorsey solely on Cuffey's testimony or the hitman. And Skyers told us the same story. He also told us where the gun was. So then I called Phyllis Brown. She was very frustrated, understandably so, that the case was completely cold until Cuffey flipped. She said, I will agree to the immunity if Cuffey is not the planner and instigator and he was not the trigger man. I said, well, I've got to believe that he's telling us the truth. Otherwise, we can't go forward. And she said, then let's make the deal and go after the people responsible for my husband's death.
Power. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about power. Power of the man so consumed by power that he could not and would not let it go. A man so corrupted by power that he used the office to which he was elected, Sheriff of DeKalb County, for his own personal use. A man so consumed by power that when a man announced he was going to run against him and reform the sheriff's office, and when that man won, he devised a plan to assassinate him so he could take the office back.
We did not believe he did it. We wanted to be there to show our support and that we were in his corner. And it was almost like it was an expectation for us to push him away, that he had done this horrible thing and the family was not supposed to be supportive of him. But we didn't believe he had done it.
At the defendant, Sidney Dorsey's direction, 4 men, Patrick Cuffey, Paul Skyers, David Ramsey, and Melvin Walker, 4 men at the bottom of this chart, they carried out the defendant's order, assassinated Derwin Brown. A decorated police officer, loving family man, intent on cleaning up the corruption in DeKalb County. Sidney Dorsey did this because he could not stand to lose his power.
He beat me in the election, so I killed him. I guess that's some kind of a motive. But then the case just grew, unimaginably into this RICO case.
Sidney Dorsey stands before you charged with the most serious crimes in the state of Georgia. Murder of a sheriff-elect. Racketeering, like the mafia. Bribery, violation of oath of office, and thefts.
It seemed to me, and still to this day, frankly, seemed to me it's a good, clean murder case. Either he did it or he didn't. And what J. Tom Morgan did to his, supposed to his strategic credit, was he combined it with all of the misuse of power.
Sidney is not guilty.
My strategy was to divide the trial into 2 parts, corruption and murder. And we would try the corruption trial first, close that evidence, and then move on to the murder. I was hoping by the time we finished the corruption that the jury would be disgusted at Sidney Dorsey.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Heimlich, whether or not you ever were ordered to transport Sidra Dorsey, the daughter of Sid Dorsey, back and forth from DeKalb County to or from Chattanooga, sir?
Yes, I was.
When you were employed by the sheriff of DeKalb County between 1996 and 2000, who was then Sidney Dorsey, did you ever have the occasion to drive any of his family members outside of the state of Georgia?
That's correct.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that, please?
Okay, I received
Most law enforcement officials, especially in the sheriff's department, knew that Sid Dorsey was misusing these on-duty deputies, but no one would do anything about it.
You're not going to tell your boss that I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. So we did it. You know, it's just one of those things. If you don't, then you're probably not going to be employed there very long.
I wasn't at all surprised because I had learned so much about the way he'd run that jail that just seemed like the next step. I mean, he ran that place like it was his own lemonade stand, and he had no compunction about doing anything, no matter how outrageous, to save money or to get some cash for himself.
Did you ever have occasion, sir, to work at a bank as a security guard while you were on duty at the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I have.
How did this come about? How did you know to do this the first time?
The first time, the sheriff came and asked me to do him a favor.
So the deputies being paid by the taxpayers and Dorsey's being paid by the bank through his private security company for basically free labor, which is, you know, a nice deal if you can get it, but happens to be illegal.
Next witness.
State officer recycled.
So they made it a RICO case and got everything, including the kitchen sink, you know, into this one trial. I think it was a terrible abuse of the RICO statute. It wasn't what RICO was designed to do, in my opinion. And it perverted the whole trial, I thought.
I was in my office and I got a phone call, and it was from the sheriff's department, and they were saying that Sheriff Dorsey had requested to see me. We went to this deserted house. Then he just kind of like, you know, started getting all over me. He violated me as a female.
This was a perfect case of murder to try. Either he did it or he didn't, and that's what I think he was entitled to. But instead we're hearing that Sidney Dorsey also had non-consensual sex with a bondswoman. What is that doing in a murder trial?
He knew my whole family worked for me, so he knew how bad I wanted that, how bad I was proud of my bonding company, so he knew all that. He knew all that.
What we learned was that she was expected to trade sexual favors to Sid Dorsey to not only get the license, but to keep the license.
So the result, you know, by the end of the trial is you had to hate Sidney Dorsey.
I decided that, well, why don't we pull straws to see who's going to be the shooter?
I knew we were going to have credibility problems with Patrick Cuffey because I hated him as much as anyone else did.
Sidney Dorsey was charged with the murder of Derwin Brown and 14 other counts that included 2 RICO charges, 1 bribery charge, 1 violation of his oath of office, and 9 charges of theft by taking. It was time to hear from the sheriff's deputy who once considered Sidney Dorsey a father figure, but who was now a key witness for the prosecution.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give this court and jury on the issue pending will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take your hand down and state your name, please, sir.
Patrick Cuffey.
Sidney Dorsey collected a group of misfits, young men who wanted to be law enforcement officers, who didn't really have the background that would have led them down that path other than seeing it on television and wanting to carry a gun and drive a car.
Did you consider him to be a father figure?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider yourself to be that close to Sidney Dorsey?
Yes, sir.
When Sid Dorsey decided that he wanted Derwin Brown to be killed, he chose the person in his organization that he believed would do it, and that was Patrick Cuffey. Patrick Cuffey worshiped Sidney Dorsey. He was his role model.
He introduced me as his son.
And Sid Dorsey knew that Patrick Cuffey would do anything the sheriff wanted him to do. So he called him to his house one day, and he said, "I've got a job for you."
Did you go on your own to Sidney Dorsey's house?
I went alone as he requested.
Did you, in fact, have a conversation with Mr. Dorsey at this time, sir?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please.
While I was on the patio, he handed me a paper that was folded. And when I opened it, it said, "Kill Derwin Brown." I asked him why.
Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He said that Derwin was gonna kill him.
What happened to that note?
Mr. Dorsey put it in his mouth and started chewing on it to dispose of it.
You know, Dorsey's a homicide detective. He knows what leaves evidence and what doesn't leave evidence. And he told him initially he wanted him strangled so as to not leave forensic evidence, not leave shell casings, not have a murder weapon.
Was David Ramsey involved in the murder?
Yes, sir.
Was Paul Skyers involved in the murder?
Yes, sir.
Did Melvin Walker agree to participate?
Yes, sir.
Was he involved in the murder?
Yes, sir.
Were you, Mr. Cuffey, were you involved in the murder?
Yes, sir.
Patrick Cuffey was from the Caribbean, and he is befriended by a guy named David June Ramsey, who's also from the Caribbean. And then Patrick Cuffey and David Ramsey are going to get Paul Skyers, another friend, a job in law enforcement. And then, hey, why don't we get Melvin Walker a job in law enforcement? So when the decision was made to murder Derwin Brown, these 4 Keystone cops were given carte blanche to do it.
Was a decision made as to who was actually going to be the shooter?
Yes, sir.
And who was going to be the actual shooter, sir?
I decided at my home one evening that, well, why don't we pull straws to see who's going to be the shooter?
I knew we were going to have credibility problems with Patrick Cuffey because I hated him as much as anyone else did. From the day I met him in my office before the murder took place to the time when he's describing in monotone about the assassination of an elected official like you and I are talking about what are we going to have for breakfast in the morning.
Who shot and killed Derwin Brown?
Melvin Walker.
At whose request was Derwin Brown killed for?
At the request of Sidney Dorsey.
The man who sits right here?
Yes, sir.
Sidney Dorsey.
Yes, sir.
Your witness.
Patrick Cuffey had a lot of baggage, obviously. He was the actual, one of the assassins, but the group of 4 assassins who went there that night and killed Derwin Brown. Needless to say, we had to deal with that. Prosecution says, why is the chief law enforcement officer hanging around with these people? Right? Why are they his employees?
The pressure was on us, and that's what fed up means. That we was under pressure. And
the 4 hitmen, Patrick Cuffey, Melvin Walker, David Ramsey, and Paul Skyers, had been rehearsing for weeks for this assassination. Dorsey ordered them to do it that night, that they couldn't wait any longer because Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown was about to be sheriff. So they knew they had to do it that night.
And under pressure because it wasn't our want. We didn't want this, but we promised we'll take care of it, and that's where the pressure came.
Have you ever been charged with the murder of Derwin Brown?
No, sir.
Did you receive immunity as a result of your cooperation with the state of Georgia in regard to the charges against Derwin Brown?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone from the district attorney's office or any law enforcement agency tell you that you had to finger Sidney Dorsey?
No, sir.
The fact is, who in the world would benefit from this stuff other than Sidney Dorsey? He had the only chance, and it was a slim chance, that he could get himself appointed the interim sheriff and then get an opportunity to rally his forces and run again and win again. The other individuals, as it all became clear as the case unfolded, he was going to pay him with favors.
Describe the circumstances or the situation the evening of December the 15th of the year 2000.
From my position, I can see Derwin getting out his car, closes his door, and he's slowly running in his driveway. And at that time, I can hear the rapid gunfire. And at that point, I then got up from my position and I started running towards where the shots were fired.
Did you fire any shots yourself that evening?
No, sir.
Did David Ramsey ever fire any shots that evening?
No, sir.
did anyone other than Melvin Walker fire shots on that evening?
No, sir.
There was inconsistencies between Cuffey's description of the actual shooting, where people were standing.
Can you explain how shell casings are found all along the right side of both vehicles of State's Exhibit number 8? Do you know how shell casings get kicked out of a gun?
My colleague Brian Steele was actually cross-examining him and saying, the shots don't mirror what, in fact, you described as being the scene of the shooting.
Counselor, all I can testify to what I've told you is that what I saw him get out the car. I saw when he fell. I heard the gunshot. I know where the shooter is. I know where Ramsey is, and I know where I'm supposed to be. That's all I can testify. I can testify that Paul was in his car waiting. That's all I can tell. All these other stuff I don't know anything about.
So you dirty him up, but in the end, he is the assassin.
Your mission was to get away with the murder of Durham Brown without being sentenced properly for your crime, right?
My mission was to follow through as requested by Sidney Dorsey.
And your mission was to never be held responsible for the assassination of our Durham Brown, right?
I'm sorry?
Your mission, your agenda, everything you did was so you would not be held accountable for your involvement with the murder of Durham Brown, right?
Everything I did when?
Lies to the police, the lies to the media.
Everything I've said then was to cover myself and the people involved.
And you got away with it, didn't you?
No, I did not. I am here telling you about it.
Understand, you are the lowest scumbag of the earth.
After 2 weeks, the state was about to rest their case, and it seemed unlikely that the defense would call any witnesses. Patrick Cuffey and Paul Skyers both admitted to being involved in the planning and assassination of Derwin Brown. But would their testimony be enough to convince the jury to put Sidney Dorsey behind bars for the rest of his life?
State your name, please.
It's Gerald Thomas Gowett, G-O-W-I-T-T.
I was hoping by the time we finished the corruption part of the trial with Shirley McMichael and all the other witnesses that the jury would be disgusted at Sidney Dorsey. So then we moved on to the murder case.
Did you make a determination during the course of the autopsy as to how many gunshot wounds would have been inflicted upon Mr. Brown?
The wounds that actually struck his body and hit his person totaled 12 in number.
How long would you have expected Derwin Brown to have survived the onslaught that he suffered back in the evening of December the 15th of the year 2000, sir?
I think probably within about 30 seconds to a minute, and I'm probably being very generous here.
Now the jury could see a motive. Here was a narcissistic man who had lost his election, and he would do anything possible to get that job back, including murder.
Mrs. Brown, are you the widow of the late Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown?
Yes, I am.
I became very, very close to Phyllis Brown, and my heart ached for her. This is a wonderful woman, wonderful mother, and it killed her, and literally killed her.
Where were y'all waiting for Mr. Brown to get home?
All of us were in the den.
What happened next?
We were sitting around and we were just talking, and all of a sudden I heard what sounded, at first I thought it was firecrackers. When I called 911, my first call was, there's shooting next door to my house. I'm still thinking it's next door. And I remember I was still on the phone, and when I walked out the door, I looked to my left on the ground, and Derwin was lying there. And I remembered I was still on the phone with the police, and I told them, I said, Captain Brown has been shot. I knelt down, and when I looked in his eyes, I knew he was gone.
Your Honor, on behalf of the people, the state rests.
If that's the state's case, Your Honor, then we rest.
All right, gentlemen, you ready to proceed?
Ready for the state, Your Honor.
All right. Ready for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Petrie?
Sidney Dorsey had the opportunity to be a sheriff that DeKalb County could be proud of, but instead, he turned the sheriff's department into a personal chauffeuring, babysitting, Lexus, Mercedes, and limousine repairing, go-kart toting, door unlocking, Happy Meal fetching, bribe-infested, scandal-ridden organization that crushed the pride and the morale of the good men and women who work there. Don't let them steal the truth from Derwin Brown and the good and the hope that he brought to DeKalb County.
Your job here today, members of the jury, is not to deliberate about questions of morality. Your job is not to deliberate about questions of judgment. You are here to answer a question of law, which is whether the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
But Sidney Dorsey wasn't at the Brown home on December 15th, 2000. Cuffey and Skyers used this tool to take the life of Derwin Brown. They've already taken the life of one sheriff. Cuffey and Skyers are now using you as their tool to take the life of another sheriff. Please find Sidney Dorsey not guilty of every crime. It's in this bill of indictment.
There's only one person in the universe who had the motivation to kill Derwin Brown, and that was his political opponent, Sidney Dorsey. If you aid, abet, encourage, solicit another to commit a crime, you are guilty of the entire crime. Ladies and gentlemen, justice demands a verdict of guilty on each and every count in this case. The jury find the defendant as to count 1 guilty, as to count 2 guilty, as to count 3 guilty, as to count 4 not guilty.
Now, it's interesting, the things he was acquitted of were the charges that were associated with Shirley McMichael. But he was convicted of corruption and RICO indictments. But most importantly, he was convicted of murder.
In a case like this, the general goes to prison and the lieutenants walk free. But it's the one who ordered the crime, and he's the one being held responsible by the community. I guess it's ultimately, justice has prevailed.
What gives you the right to take somebody's life? You know, that person, he had a family. You took that away from us. And I think it all should be taken away from you for the rest of your life. You should die in jail. You should never get out.
As you watch yourself in the mirror, understand you are the lowest scumbag of the earth. And I will not ask Judge Becker, I will not ask the DA or anyone to take your life because, like I said, my God has that in his hands. And as you sit there, shaking your neck, whatever, what I wish for you is the fact that every night when you go to sleep, I want you to have a picture of Derwin every time you close your eyes. Because that's all I have.
Phyllis Brown, his widow, was not given any kind of a compensation package because he had left his position at the police department and he had not been sworn in as sheriff. And so the leadership of the county turned them out. So yeah, I carry a lot of guilt about the way this all turned out because of what I pursued as a story.
I was not a party to the murder of Derwin Brown. I did not orchestrate. I did not plan. I did not play a role in the diabolical, horrible murder of the sheriff-elect. However, here I am. I never thought that an innocent man would be convicted of a crime that he didn't do. Your Honor, I know you're going to sentence me severely, but I do not have the blood of Derwin Brown on my hands.
I realize today that I carry remorse for it happening, but sadness that DeKalb County and its African American population was turning a corner in 2000. They were electing a person that they believed in, they were proud of, and they were turning a page.
All right, Mr. Dorsey, if you'll please stand. Mr. Dorsey, as you know, you were convicted by a jury in Dougherty County of the following, and I will sentence you as follows. As to count 1 murder, you were found guilty. I sentence you to life.
Dorsey got life plus 65 years. He will die in the Georgia prison system.
No parole board in Georgia is going to parole him unless it's for medical reasons, towards the end of his life or something.
It was shock, pain, just unbelievable. Because in a lot of ways, the verdict we felt was being passed on to us.
A couple of years later, I received a call from the district attorney. She called me personally and said, I've just left the prison. Sidney Dorsey has confessed to his role in the murder of Derwin Brown.
I won't quote him exactly, but that he had indeed ordered the murder, but had tried to recall it or something to that effect.
It's a tragedy what happened to the Brown family. Within 5 years, his wife is dead, his family's in shambles. So you asked me, what would I change? I think I would have been a little bit more vigilant, and I would have done more to try to tell Derwin Brown, you need to be very, very careful, because you telegraphing that you're going to let those 37 people go at the Sheriff's Department, that's not going to go unanswered. Something is going to happen. I wish our community would have been more vigilant in the sense of protecting Derwin Brown.
Tragedy continued for both the Brown and Dorsey families post-sentencing. As we said, Phyllis Brown died due to complications of a stroke in 2006. Sidney Dorsey's oldest son, Sidney Dorsey Jr., was murdered in 2018. Dorsey remains behind bars. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
To the back of the car, then I found her. My sister laying there. She's curled up.
At first, Ramona's murder looks like a burglary gone wrong.
We know the gunshot occurred in the vehicle.
There were a bunch of dots, but they didn't connect anywhere. They just raised suspicion.
The murder of Ramona Crotine was so notorious that one local journalist dubbed it the O.J. Simpson case of Northeast Ohio. 2 decades later, people are still talking about it, still debating alternate theories, still wondering if justice was ever served.
Cleveland, the name means cleave, cut in two. We're split right down the middle with the Cuyahoga River. The west side of Cleveland's a small community, made up of small communities.
Jeff and Ramona's house is a 4-bedroom colonial on a residential street in the southern part of Parma. Parma is known as a middle-class suburb, and there was nothing unusual about it. Great neighbors, up and down the street.
Jeff Crotine was a very successful local businessman. He was in charge of a State Farm insurance office. He kind of built it from the ground floor up to the point where he was making over $300,000 a year. Ramona Crotine he had known since they were kids. Nobody had a bad thing to say about Ramona Crotine. She was just this nice mother of 3 children.
Nobody ever mentioned a word that they had any kind of problems in their marriage. Not a word. No arguments, no domestics, no calls to the house by the police, nothing.
Ramona worked at the IX Center, which was this big convention center near the airport.
Every year, the IX puts on a sportsman show. It lasts almost 2 weeks. It's one of the biggest shows that comes into Cleveland.
They have everything, hunting, fishing, tours, anything to do with hunting and fishing and sports, it's in there.
Ramona would work at this booth called Ryba Fudge, and she would sell the fudge for this company for their conventions. She had spent a day selling fudge. It's mostly a cash business.
And every night that she would take the money that was collected and she would prepare it for deposit for the next morning. I believe that Ramona had probably somewhere around $4,000 to $5,000 cash at the end of that night.
She was working at the IX Center, and her and a few other of the exhibitors got together for a party at the Clarion Hotel in Middleburg Heights, not too far away.
She had that money when she went to the party. It was in her car. A lot of people knew that most of these exhibitors would take their cash because they didn't have time to go to the bank after the show.
A lot of people remember seeing Ramona at the party. She had a lot of friends.
When it's business time at business, but then later, she would dance all the time. And she laughed all the time. She's a very pleasant person to be around. People loved her.
Ramona Crotein was seen dancing and partying till about 2:30 a.m.
Well, it was closing time. They quit serving the alcohol. We hugged and, said goodbye, see you next time, next year. And she walked out to the parking lot. And that's the last I seen her.
One of Jeff and Ramona's children, their daughter Jennifer, woke up that morning and found her father in the kitchen making breakfast. And he seemed to be annoyed that Ramona had not come home the night before.
Jeff felt that Ramona may have stayed at a girlfriend's, I'm not saying that she may have drunk too much or may have partied too hard or whatever, but it was not a concern at that time because there was no reason for him to be concerned.
But then as time went on and nobody heard from her, then her children started becoming more and more concerned. So Greg, Ramona's brother, he can't find his sister. He's got a bad feeling about this, and he goes in search of his sister and starts driving around. Greg finds Ramona's car in the parking lot at a rapid station. That's our mass transit.
So what I did was I pulled up in my van next to the car on the right-hand side to take a look in the car. Maybe I could recognize something. I get out of my truck and I take a look at the car. I knew it had to be her car. I went to the back of the van, dug into my plumbing box and got a pipe wrench. I had to swing the pipe wrench 4 or 5 times to get the window to break. It went flying into the car. I reached down and grabbed all the levers by the driver's side, pulled them up to see if maybe my sister was tied up in the trunk. Walked around to the back of the car, then I found her. My sister laying there. She was curled up. Then I felt her to make sure she wasn't warm. She was very, very cold.
When I arrived at the scene, other officers were starting to string a yellow tape line. I observed the body of a female in the trunk of the car. As we looked around the car, I looked down and I saw there was a spot of blood under the rear passenger seat. I walked over to the front of the car and we just felt the grill for any heat or anything like that. See if the car had been there long and see if there was any indication that it had just arrived there. There was no heat coming from the front. I spoke with the county coroner's office and we advised that do not touch the body, move it or anything like that, that we would flatbed the car there with the body in it. It was placed inside in the bay at the coroner's office.
To take the body back in the vehicle to a laboratory setting is really a great way to preserve evidence and make sure that things are handled in the proper way.
Ramona's murder looks like a burglary gone wrong. She had this $4,000 in cash with her. And did somebody else know about this and try to take it from her? There was a fight, it escalated to murder. That's what it seemed like at first. But Ramona's credit cards and checkbook were not taken. One thing that was missing was her keys. If this was a robbery, who would take the time to take the keys after they ditched the car? That's just a piece of evidence that's going to tie you to the crime scene.
On Ramona Crotein's body, the medical examiner reported that she had 7 lacerations to the left side of her head. There was an entrance wound on her neck from a bullet, and the exit was above the left ear towards the back of her head. The medical examiner said that either would be the cause of death. She had blunt force trauma to her head, and then she was subsequently shot. So although Ramona Crotine was found in her trunk, the trajectory of the bullet went into the passenger rear seat and was located underneath the padding. And you would have to then match that defect in the seat with the trajectory within Ramona Crotine's head. I did not see any evidence in the photographs that blunt force trauma happened within the vehicle. Then you move backwards and say, well, where did that begin?
The anonymous call came to the police indicating that Mr. Crotine was involved with somebody that he worked with.
Ramona Crotine was found in the trunk of her car, bludgeoned and shot to death. Police were investigating the possibility of a robbery gone wrong, but they also had to look at the people close to Ramona, including her husband, Jeff. They interviewed him less than 3 hours after the body was found at 2 a.m.
The evaluation will always start with the persons who have the most immediate contact with the victim and those who have the most emotional interaction with the victim. And so you have to include them as a possible suspect until you have sufficient evidence to exclude them.
Now let's get this done. I want to go home.
That first interview, it's just sadness. Sadness like, oh, woe is me. Sadness for Jeff.
When did you start noticing that my daughter called? Something was not right. Oh, I woke up and she wasn't there. On Friday? Yes. About what time did you wake up? About 6:30. And then what? Jen woke up. I told her that her mom didn't come home yet, and to call me when she gets home. About what time was this when you left? About 10, somewhere between 10 and 10:30.
He's not asking questions about his wife. He's not asking what happened. He's not asking how we get to who killed her.
Jen said she still didn't hear from Mom.
Jeff was somewhat of a stoic individual. He was not one to express a great deal of emotion. That doesn't mean he wasn't concerned or that it didn't affect him.
She has cell phone? Yes. I don't know. No, I don't know. No, she didn't have one. She doesn't have one. No. She didn't like one.
He needed to be in complete control of any conversation he was in. So he was controlling the interview as much as he could.
How did you get home? 5:30 to 6 o'clock. What were you thinking like this time? I was hoping that she would walk in the door so I could yell at her.
I believe he was not concerned about her welfare or her whereabouts. He was more of offended by the fact that she chose to stay out all night.
You need a bag? No.
We'll get a bag though. If you point in direct, I can find it. All right. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Are you having numbness tingling in your arm?
I've just got numb right here.
Okay. Okay. I am going to take it as Southwest, I think, just because I can't look at you without an EKG, and you need an EKG.
Jeff was in terrible physical condition. Jeff had heart problems. I know that he had a lot of medical visits and appointments.
Let's let me wrap this up. Yeah, we'll be done in like 10 seconds here.
If Jeff had done this and he had driven Ramona's car to the RTA Rapid Station, how did he get home? Jeff could not have walked probably down the street from his house to the stop sign.
The evidence revealed that that car had to have been parked in the early morning hours as far as the parking patterns. I mean, we don't have videotape of the parking lot. We don't have, GPS or any of those items of evidence that would exist today.
If somebody dropped the car off, we felt they had to get out of there somehow. I initiated contacting all the cab companies in our area that respond there. I would ask them if they had any runs into the RTA, Brook Park Road area, back to the Clarion, back to Parma, back to anywhere. Nobody had any runs in that time. There was no drop-offs or pickups in the area.
Even if he did everything, somebody still has to get him from that rapid station back home. He didn't walk, too far to walk. He didn't take a cab. This was before Uber, you know? So somebody, if he's involved, brought him home. So who was that person?
It could have been either that Jeff did get a ride, which was highly unlikely because he was really not a social person. He didn't have a whole lot of friends, or he just didn't do it.
I absolutely believe that the only way that this works is that Jeff Crotein had an accomplice. The police thought that Jeff Crotein's accomplice was the woman he was having an affair with, but they could never prove that. Now, I don't think she had anything to do with that part of it.
The anonymous call came to the police indicating that Mr. Crotein was involved with somebody that he worked with. Of course, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a motive for murder, but it's certainly evidence of a strained marriage if you're involved in a relationship with somebody other than your spouse. The police were continuing to investigate the case, and part of their investigation would be continued surveillance of the Crotein home.
I drove by, I noticed there was rolls of carpet padding laying on the front lawn and a roll of carpet in the driveway. Well, that was brand new carpeting, or it appeared to be brand new. It was on rolls. It still hadn't been unrolled yet.
And they're like, oh, that's strange. He's putting in new carpet.
I set up a surveillance to see if they were going to throw out the old carpet. I learned that the carpet was taken to a dumpster behind Buddy's Carpet on Northfield Road. When I opened the dumpster, there was a carpet inside. The carpet was recovered, and I took it to BCI to look for any type of evidence on the carpet. He went over with some lighting equipment, and he found 4 spots. He field tested these spots for human blood, and he told me they were positive.
On the carpet is some blood from Ramona Crotein. And suddenly, this is a staged crime scene, and we have to take a look at the husband. Jeff and Ramona's daughter, Jennifer, was home. She was taking a break from college, and she was sleeping in bed. It was 11 feet from her parents' bedroom.
The daughter didn't remember her mom coming home. And had she come home and there was this vicious fight, she would have heard it and would have woken up.
There's a blood spatter on her Ramona Crotein's socks that she was wearing, and then the shoes were put over the socks so that the blood was covered by the shoe, clearly inconsistent with her wearing the shoes at the time the attack took place. And then you have to ask yourself, well, why would anybody go to the trouble of, after killing Ramona Crotein, go and put tennis shoes on her? Using that type of reason and common sense in evaluating the evidence and looking at the sequence of how death came to Ramona Crotein, I believe all shows that this took place in her bedroom.
What are you doing ripping out carpet after your wife was murdered?
The headboard to the bedroom set had been removed by burning it in the fireplace. Why a grieving husband would go through this process.
Two months after the murder of Ramona Crotein, police obtained a search warrant for the home she shared with her husband, Jeff. What investigators discovered convinced them they had the right suspect, but at the same time, it also made it challenging to prove their case in court.
There had been a lot of alterations to the bedroom. What they found in the bedroom was that it had been redecorated, repainted, that the carpet had been changed out. Basically gave some concern as to why a grieving husband would go through this process following the death of his wife to, remove everything that was in that one room.
The police go to Jeffrey Crotein and they're like, hey, what are you doing ripping out carpet out of your bedroom after your wife was murdered? And he's like, oh, it was too sentimental. It was too connected to her, and I had to have a fresh start. So I painted the walls yellow.
They also found that the headboard to the bedroom set had been removed, and then how he chose to dispose of the removal of the headboard by burning it in the fireplace.
the burning of the headboard as some sort of suspicious act. I know that sometimes people grieve differently.
I can't explain the headboard, but Jeff is just weird enough to be the type of guy who loses his wife and then just wants to reset. Even though it makes him look so guilty, he's still gonna do it because he doesn't care.
He paid a pretty good sum of money for the cleaning services, to hire ServPro, the cleaning service, to go through the process of cleaning the entire house. Something will remain always. In this case, once the bedroom was processed, there were small areas of blood spatter that were located on the bedroom door. I believe that the blood spatter belonging to Ramona Crotein certainly indicates that there was a level of violence that was perpetrated in the room in order to produce those small particles of blood.
It was a so what? It was a dot, nothing connected. If the door were closed to the bedroom when this assault took place, there would have been blood all over the place. If the door were open when the assault took place, there would have been blood in the hallway and elsewhere. None of that existed.
All of the evidence within this case points to an event happening in the bedroom. There needing to be a reason to change the carpet, the paint, the destruction of the headboard. And then throughout the house, you see little pieces of blood evidence. So the sequence of events in Ramona Crotein's death certainly could be starting in the bedroom, moving to the garage, and then ending in the vehicle.
The fact there was some trace blood in the kitchen doesn't necessarily mean that the fight took place in the bedroom and ran into the kitchen. Again, there would have been greater evidence of blood spatter all over the place, which there wasn't.
The search of Jeff Crotein's office is the location of a firearm, a handgun, and that handgun is then subsequently tested with the bullet that was removed from Ramona Crotein's body. The scientific testing that was done on it appeared to be consistent, but it was not conclusive at that point in time as far as the science of ballistics, that we could not make a positive identification that in fact was the murder weapon.
The experts said, yeah, it could have been fired from this gun. But when you asked him, could have been fired from any other gun, he listed a boatload of different guns that worked.
The computer forensics revealed he was shopping for a mattress cover while his wife was missing. A very, very peculiar kind of conduct, especially since you think that he would be the leader of the search party out there looking high and low for his missing wife.
They arrested Jeff about a year after the murder.
I believe that what occurred that night was that Ramona Crotein came home, had been in the bedroom. I believe that an argument or some sort of conflict occurred between her and her husband that escalated into violence, blunt force trauma.
I think he was angry about something, bashed her head against the bedboard, then took her out wrapped in sheets to the car, placed her in the back of the car, and at some point either in the garage or at the RTA station uses his weapon to shoot her.
I believe that then Mr. Crotein took the body, put it into the trunk of her car, drove the car in the early morning hours over to the RTA station close to the airport, parked the car there, made his way back home, and then was there in the morning with a angry disposition concerning the whereabouts of his wife.
There were a bunch of dots. The mattress cover, the affair, the claimed aloofness, going about his business, all of these other dots, but they didn't connect anywhere. They just raised suspicions. Our position relating to the events of that evening was that Ramona never came home, and she was most likely the victim of a robbery that went south.
There are so many suspects, and the person that did this, the real person that did this, is still out there.
Jeff Crotein was charged with first-degree murder for killing his wife, Ramona, but he was also charged with tampering with evidence. A central question for the jury was whether Jeff Crotein's total remodeling of his bedroom was an extreme attempt to sanitize a bloody crime scene or just an eccentric man's strange way of grieving.
One of the charges, over and above the charge of murder, is the charge of tampering with evidence. And you'll find, as I review the evidence, the defendant engages in a calculated destruction of a crime scene and a calculated destruction of evidence throughout the course of this investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find that the defendant's actions speak the words guilty of murder. Thank you.
People lose a loved one, they close the door of that room and they never go in it again. People lose a loved one and they take everything that person owns and say, I want it out of here, I don't want to deal with it. There's a lot of different ways that people deal with death. And Jeff Crotein's choice, the choice that he made, has got him indicted for murder. There are so many suspects, and the person that did this, the real person that did this, is still out there. And it's not that man.
I have never been subject to a situation such as that, so I cannot say what the expected emotional response would be. Different people react differently to different news, and we just accepted it, that this is how he took that unfortunate information.
As the investigation continued, did there come a time where you went to the Crotein residence to meet with the family and Mr. Crotein?
Yes, sir. March the 29th, which was a Saturday, 2003.
Shortly after the news of Ramona's death, there were police persons. They were in and out of the house. And this is before any sort of supposed cleaning of the house occurred.
Does there come a time that you go up to the defendant's bedroom with Jennifer Crotein?
Yes.
When you went up into the bedroom, did you make an examination of the jewelry box belonging to Ramona Crotein?
I was standing near it. Jennifer had it open.
While you're up there with Jennifer, does anything happen?
I was upstairs with Jennifer probably about not even 7-8 minutes, and Jeff Crotein arrived upstairs in the bedroom. He just wanted to know what we were doing, and I explained that we were just looking around. I'm looking for anything that would help us with Mona.
And what was his response?
He stated that this was his and Mona's room and that I would have to leave.
At no time did anybody from law enforcement notice spattered blood, stains somewhere.
Jeff did a lot of things that would have brought suspicion on him. Things like calling a company to come in and clean the house.
And ma'am, by whom are you employed?
I used to work for ServPro.
So you would go in as an employee of ServPro to clean whatever premise that you were assigned to?
Yeah.
What kind of stains were you accustomed to removing?
We had different chemicals for different stains. We had stuff for coffee. We had stuff for like pet urine or for blood stains.
The cleaning service.
Like water stains.
I mean, they are specialized services that do everything from storm damages to crime scenes. So, that again raises questions.
Let's turn our attention then to May of 2003. When you initially met this Mr. Crotein, did he take you to where you were supposed to clean?
He said we were to start upstairs.
Starting with the master bedroom, were you given specific instructions of what to clean in the master bedroom?
We were supposed to do everything between the ceiling and the floor, and he kept saying how the doors weren't clean enough for him. And I used all the chemicals I had at the time to clean the doors, and the doors were clean. I couldn't get any cleaner than what I already did.
I think you talked about he was complaining because he wanted the doors to shine.
Yes, I did.
You weren't real happy about that, right?
No.
Okay, all right. But as you're working on the door, you're looking at the door, right? And you've cleaned it several times and you viewed it. Just as you worked on the ceiling, just as you worked on the walls for several hours, I think up to 6 hours?
Yes.
And did you ever see any blood in that room?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see any tissue or fiber?
No, I did not.
And you were working really close in, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. I think that the strategy was to focus more upon the science, highlight the blood spatter, to educate the jury on the science of blood spatter analysis.
You have a DNA match, 3 specks of blood on the carpeting, garage wall, and also on the inside edge. And again, when you talked about the door before in the master bedroom, just to reiterate that wasn't actually on the door, it was on the inside edge of the door, correct?
It's along the hinge, that edge right there.
You found a needle in the haystack. Okay, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
So those 5 specks, all those are matches for Mrs. Croteam.
Yes.
Okay. Other than that, in that house, you cannot say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that there's any other matches, correct?
No.
Jennifer Croteam, would you ever betray that love for your mother by walking in this courtroom, sitting on that chair, and lying for your father?
Forensic science and DNA evidence were front and center in the trial of Jeff Croteam for the murder of his wife, Ramona. But the trial's emotional core came when 2 of his children testified. One of those children, Jennifer, was asleep in a room just 11 feet away from the master bedroom where the prosecution alleged Jeff Croteam brutally assaulted his wife.
Okay, call your next witness.
State called Jennifer Croteam. Describe for us your relationship with your father.
He wasn't too involved when we were children.
All right, when you say...
more so a financial provider than anything else.
Jennifer Croteam's testimony was significant in providing a reasonable theory of innocence for Jeff Croteam. She testified that she didn't see her mother come home that night.
I wasn't woken up throughout the night because I would have heard something if my mom was murdered in our house. I didn't hear anything. I went to bed and I woke up and didn't hear one single thing. I would have been woken up.
For someone to say that the daughter would not hear, it depends. Does blunt force trauma make a ton of noise? It really depends on the situation.
Now, what makes you think you would have been woken up?
Her hearing, like arguing, maybe. I mean, I would have heard a thump. If, someone was fighting, I would have heard something. I was like right across the hall.
But you didn't hear anything, did you?
No, I didn't.
Jennifer Croteam is a very important witness. If we're to believe the prosecutor's version of events, her father is in there and is ramming her mother's head into the bedboard. That would have made a lot of noise. And Jennifer says she didn't hear that.
What happened to your mother's headboard in her bedroom?
My dad had burned it, cut it up and burned it. So the day before the funeral.
And how did he cut it up?
I wasn't exactly up there or sure. I mean, heard noises up there. Wasn't sure what he was doing. Smelled the smell of the varnish and put two and two together.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. You smelled varnish?
Yeah, from the headboard. It was some odor. I'm not sure if it was varnish. I mean,
all right, so
some odor from the wood of the headboard.
What was being burned in that fireplace?
At that time, I found out it was the headboard.
Did you think it was strange?
I thought it was, I wouldn't have done it, but I wasn't sure in the state of mind, a person, what they would do after losing, their wife. And so, his wife being murdered, I mean, I just took it as, it's grieving. What I pretty much took it as.
If you had been awakened during that evening and you heard a very violent, loud argument and heard thuds and bumps in the night between your father and your mother, what would you have done?
Probably grab my hockey stick. I would have went out there. I mean, if I heard it. You wouldn't have
stayed in your room and cowered, would you?
Oh, no.
Now, during that day of March 21st, did you have occasion to go into the master bedroom of your mother and father?
Yes.
How soon after you got up did you go in there?
Maybe an hour or two.
And what did you do when you were in there?
Did my sit-ups on their floor in front of, to watch TV.
The next morning, Jennifer was in the area of the bedroom, I think, doing exercises. Had there been evidence of blood somewhere, it would have been observable to her.
And on that morning, March 21st, 2003, you walked into your parents' master bedroom. Anything wet on your feet?
No.
Smell disinfectant? Strong, powerful aroma of detergent?
No.
How did you find out that your father, Jeff Crotein, had a relationship with another woman?
Through Detective Robinson, he told me.
Okay. What was your reaction when you heard that?
I was angry.
And quite honestly, Jennifer, I've noticed since you've been in this courtroom all day long, have you looked at him once?
Yes, once or twice.
What did you think when you looked at him?
That's my dad over there. I mean,
any sense of love or affection for him that's overpowering you?
I still love him as, my father, yes.
But you can't respect him.
No.
Will you ever respect him for what he did?
No.
How much do you love your mother now?
As much as I've always loved her.
You can never stop loving your mother, correct?
Never.
Jennifer Crotein, would you ever betray that love for your mother by walking in this courtroom, sitting on that chair, and lying for your father?
Objection.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Why would I want to live with someone that murdered my mom?
Nothing further, Judge.
You don't live with him, do you, Jennifer?
No.
Looking at the children's testimony and recognizing that they were in a very, very difficult spot. I mean, they had lost their mother that all of them dearly loved, and their father was on trial for a murder.
The friction that my brother, sister, and I have with my father is due to the affair that he had. We're very upset with that. Other than that, we support my father completely.
From my view of it, they were not going to be the person that was going to come in and seal their father's fate by saying that their mother returned home that night.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was an argument that ensued that caused this woman to get a tumor-like bump at the top of her head. I submit to you that in and of itself caused her to just keel over. Caught off guard, surprised, and then this defendant started beating on her. And he beat on her 7 times. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Realizing what he has done now, wraps her up in that comforter, takes her downstairs and puts her in the car. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that this poor woman was still thrashing about. So what was left to do? He put a bullet in her, because that would be the only way he could finish her off.
Now, what's the number one issue that the prosecution cannot and have not overcome? Jennifer Crotein is footsteps away from this beating and attempted homicide in the house. She's footsteps away. And they're not denying that. They're not saying to you, oh no, she lied, she wasn't even there. They have to say that she was there. They can't overcome that.
As far as we were concerned, there was no evidence that established that Ramona had actually come home that evening.
There is absolutely no link to this man. The only science they have that they will tell you is that there are 5 specks of Ramona Crotein's blood in her home that she has lived in for over 17 years. And you heard the experts say that's not unusual. That's their case. To put him here, to put him in this kind of jeopardy on this kind of evidence is incredible. Don't let them do this to this man. It's wrong.
The real moment of truth is when that jury files into the courtroom.
This is one of the hardest working juries I've ever seen.
Did we give the jury everything that they needed to know?
The case of Ohio versus Jeffrey Crotein was in the jury's hands. Although the trial had come to an end, it turned out to be just the beginning of an epic legal saga, one that made the murder of Ramona Crotein one of Cleveland's most infamous true crime stories.
Okay, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
The real moment of truth is when that jury files into the courtroom. Judge is there, the room is full with spectators, family members, the accused, where you really feel that you're alive and you're apprehensive, and it's a moment of truth.
All right, I've received your last communication this morning. I will ask the foreperson this question. Is there any possibility that an additional period of time today in which you may reach an agreement?
No, Your Honor.
You think this jury's deadlocked for good?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to thank you and excuse you from further service. We appreciate your service. This is one of the hardest working juries I've ever seen.
It ended in a hung jury, but the majority seemed to believe that Jeff did it, that Jeff was guilty. But the sticking point seemed to be this story that the prosecutor was telling, and it made sense in some ways, but it left room for reasonable doubt. They just couldn't connect all the dots for the jury.
This case is still unresolved. We restart the case in 447-950, State versus Jeffrey Crotein. Is the state going to retry this case?
So they tried him again, and they used the same prosecutors. And Crotein hired new lawyers, and they took another crack at it. And again, it ended in a hung jury, but they were closer this time. It was down to 2 holdouts. They weren't budging. So another mistrial.
They gave their best shot a second time, and they couldn't convince 12 jurors. So you wonder, why go through it a third time?
So the third trial, I joined the prosecution team. The third trial was difficult in that these witnesses had all basically testified 2 prior times. You lost the effect, the emotion, you lost the drama of the story being told from the witness stand because this was their third time to testify. There were a number of witnesses who came into trial number 3 that I described them as Hail Mary passes. I believe Mr. Twining claimed that he had seen Mrs. Crotein in the parking lot of the hotel.
An attorney called me while I was out working in my yard. He said, could you tell me what you seen?
Melvin Twining and his friend decided to get up at 2:30 in the morning, and they walked outside the front doors of the hotel where the party was going on. And when they walked outside that door, Melvin said that he saw something suspicious in a parking lot.
I had seen a guy that looked like he was relieving himself up by the passenger side front tire of a Camry in the parking lot. Then I had thought for a brief second I saw 3 people, and then, no, just 2. And I thought it looked like somebody was struggling to get luggage into a car, into a back seat of the passenger side. It was like a struggle. And then I realized the guy was not relieving himself. He looked more like a lookout. It didn't seem right. And that late at night, why are they struggling with luggage in a car? Well, I didn't even know then the connection, but later that was the connection because that's what she drove, was a taupe Camry.
Now, we didn't know that until the third trial. That was discovered through my investigation and locating witnesses. I think, just like Mel Twining said, was that 2 people accosted her in a parking lot. They kidnapped her, stuffed her in the back of that car. I think there was a huge struggle. What happened was they shot her, and then they drove that car to the RTA station. I believe that those are the events that probably happened between 2:30 and 6:45 in the morning.
In the third trial, the jury found him not guilty of the crime of murder, and Mr. Crotein was set free on that day. I always look back on it and just say to myself, did we give the jury everything that they needed to know? I think it was that there were a few items of evidence that did not rise to the level of being proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That with the fact that the Crotein children were advocates for their father. Then you can say that reasonable people would look at that and say, I'm not quite convinced that the state met its burden of proof.
Well, Jeff got his innocence in the eye of the law, but he lost everything else. He lost his reputation. He lost the relationship with his children. I think mostly because of the affair. But Jeff Crotein is kind of like the O.J. Simpson of Northeast Ohio. You know, the guy that everybody knows had some part in what happened, got away with it, but he's still interested in trying to find the real killer, in his words, at least until he died.
I believe that Ramona's killer is still out there. There's cold case units. They could follow up on this. There's new DNA technology. They could try to take a look at all the evidence and stuff once again. This is one case file that I've kept, and I usually don't keep case files, but this is one case that's been open. It's been on my mind for a long time.
I believe in my heart that Jeff Crotein had to have known and had to have had a hand in what happened to Ramona Crotein that night. I don't think Ramona went home that night. I think she was murdered in the parking lot of the Clarion Hotel by Jeff's accomplice. I think Jeff met him at the Rapid Station and then gave him a ride home and then went home himself. I believe if the police wanted to, they could solve this case in the next month. They have blood from underneath the handle of the car that's not Ramona's. The profile's never been pulled. They could do genetic genealogy. In my opinion, they could have the answer next month. Wouldn't it be weird if it wasn't Jeff Crotein, that he had nothing to do with it? He just looked so guilty. If it wasn't him, you know, that would be an astounding end to the story.
People in the Cleveland area continue to debate whether Jeff Crotein got away with murder or if Ramona Crotein was the victim of a robbery gone wrong and her killer is still out there. But there's one haunting aspect of this case that cannot be debated. Ramona Crotein never got justice. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
She was the glue that kept everyone together.
911, where is your emergency?
Mama was laying here on the floor. She's dead.
Shirley Carter was shot twice in her kitchen.
Has DCI found Bill Carter's bolt-action rifle?
No, we have not. The lead investigator told local law enforcement to stop following up on those leads.
Did you seize the gun safe?
No.
Every pursuit should have been thoroughly examined, explored.
There's a hole through the floor into the refrigerator. What happened?
If you've ever been to Iowa, you know that much of the state is farmland: corn, soybeans, pork, eggs. There are over 80,000 farms in the Hawkeye State. One of those farms, not far from Des Moines, in Lacona, belonged to Bill and Shirley Carter. They met in high school, got married young, and had 3 children together: Bill Jr., Jana, and Jason. They did everything together, including working their farm, until June 19th, 2015.
Growing up in a small town, I always envisioned Lacona to be very much like where I grew up, where everyone kind of knew other people's business and everyone either knew someone had a good reputation or a bad reputation.
Most of them are farmers. Their families are farmers. They've been there for generations. That's how the town is.
Bill Carter was a farmer and had farmed his whole life. He grew up in that community. He raised 3 children in that community.
Bill struck me as a very simple man, and their house was a very simple house. As far as I could tell, it had never been remodeled. It was essentially the same as it was the day they walked in the door in 1960. So that shows you the frugalness of his everyday life.
Shirley helped Bill on the farm. There was a time when Bill described to us that he and Shirley were partners. They farmed together. She would drive ahead of him and he would plant behind her. That was how they did things.
Bill and Shirley were both farmers. There is a distinction between being a farm wife and being a farmer. Jason especially was close with his parents because he farmed and they worked together. And his wife, Shelley, was close with Shirley and Bill. She was the glue that kept everyone together. She was one of the most giving people that, I've ever met. She didn't like attention. She wasn't showy. She just embraced the love.
I remember her going sledding with us. I just remember her screaming, going down the hill, thinking that she was going to crash, go off in the ditch, down in the creek. And she was always really, it was funny listening to her go down the hill, and her voice would just keep getting higher.
Shirley and Billy had a very traditional relationship where Billy made a lot of the decisions. And he called Shirley Mama. I mean, the kids were the light of her life. She worked hard, but she liked to have fun too. Mm-hmm. And we made a lot of memories together.
June 19th, 2015, Bill and Shirley got up. They went and got their coffee. They did their morning thing. They came back, and it was time for Bill to haul grain.
He said he drank decaf and she drank caffeinated coffee, so they didn't drink it together at home. They would go out for coffee, and then he dropped her at home, and then he went off to do some corn hauling.
On June 19th, 2015, I was hauling grain that day and started the semi, ran into town, headed for Pleasantville to Casey's. Got something to eat or drink for breakfast and went back, got in the semi and took it to Cargill, to the corn processing plant. Dropped the load off there and headed back to Heberlin's to park the semi. Got in the pickup, and anyway, it was a nice day out. Just took my time getting there and parked the pickup by the fuel barrel and went to walk inside and walked through the door and found my mom laying on the floor. She had blood around her side, and I could definitely tell she had been gone for a while. I couldn't figure out what happened at first. I called my sister to tell her, what I just found, and she asked me if I'd call 911, and I said no. And she said, well, call 911, and then she hung up, and then I called 911.
911, where is your emergency?
Yeah, I need an ambulance, man. It's Bill Carter, and I'm his son, and my mom was laying here on the floor, where she's dead, and I don't know what happened.
The law enforcement officers said that they didn't know if someone had simply just picked a house and, tried to rob them and killed, or if this was more personal, if this was a family member.
Like no other.
June 19th, 2015 started out like any other day on the farm for the Carter family in Lacona, Iowa, running errands, doing farm chores, hauling crops. But by noon, their daily routine took a deadly turn.
Shirley Carter was shot twice in her kitchen, and Jason Carter was the first person to discover the body.
There were at least 2 shots fired from the area of the doorway. The first into Shirley. It went through her body before coming to rest in the refrigerator. The second bullet was fired into Shirley's body while she was laying on the floor.
Shirley was at the house doing chores, according to Bill, and then he gets a call from his daughter, Jana, saying that Jason called her, Shirley's been shot, and Bill needed to call 911.
Hello?
911, where's your emergency?
Street at Lacona. My son just called and said he found my wife dead on the floor in the kitchen.
Okay. We do have an ambulance on the way there now.
He showed up, pretty quick like. And he walked through the door, and I just remember him kneeling down, and he said, "Oh, mama." And he knelt down, and he kissed her on the forehead.
Very quickly after that, however, the police came and kind of shooed him out of the house and closed up the house as a crime scene. So he was not able to go back in for quite a while to look at the evidence.
Police were called to a home along Street outside Lacona around noon today. There they found a body of a person inside this home. Police are not saying how the person died. The Division of Criminal Investigation is also helping with the case.
I remember standing in the dining room doorway. You could see blood was around her side, but you could not tell where she had been shot. I turned around and I could see drawers were pulled open. There, everything in the dining room was just a mess. And that's when I told my dad, I said, you've been robbed and they've shot Mom.
Shirley had been shot twice. The first shot took off the bottom of her heart. The second disintegrated her heart. Jason came in from the deck and showed him a bullet hole in the fridge.
Jason was hysterical, and
I tried calling everybody. I even called our neighbor, the sheriff, the local sheriff.
Bill got a phone call from not his son Jason, but his daughter Jana. Why hadn't the first phone call been to 911? And why hadn't Jason called him directly?
I really don't find anything suspicious about his call to his sister before his call to 911, especially because Shirley was obviously dead. She was not in distress. I think that was probably clear to him. Certainly, the same thing. When Bill arrived on the scene, he didn't try to resuscitate because they both knew.
The community was very shocked. Most everybody usually trusts everybody. It was hard for anyone to feel very safe after this happened. And the law enforcement officers said that they were kind of at a loss. They didn't really have any leads at the time. There was claims that the house had been, ransacked. There was things everywhere, and so they didn't know if someone had simply just picked a house and, tried to rob them and kill Shirley, or if this was more personal, if this was a family member.
The allegation that the crime scene looked like a staged burglary certainly made sense initially. As time went by, we realized that we don't know that nothing was taken. We don't know what happened.
One of the first things we noticed is that the prescription drugs and the jewelry boxes on Shirley's dresser were completely undisturbed. Also, Shirley's purse had cash sitting just inside the purse on top of all of the other contents that had not been taken. So realistically, it appeared early on that someone had taken the opportunity to stage the scene so it would look like a home invasion burglary, but the evidence wasn't there to support that.
For months and months, law enforcement were still investigating, had not arrested anyone.
Agent Ludwig was the agent in charge, so he is the one who led the investigation, guided it, and told people what they could or couldn't do. Mark Ludwig had previous law enforcement experience. I believe he was a Iowa State trooper, and then he moved up to become an agent with the Division of Criminal Investigation. The investigation turned towards Jason. Early on, they state that Jason lied to them. He knew more information about the murder scene than he should have, and he arrived at the scene much sooner than he stated he arrived. He was accused, at least by investigators, he was looked at as a suspect and their prime suspect.
There was a gun safe and a missing murder weapon. Bill's theory at the time was that Jason actually planned to kill both of them because he stood to inherit this money that otherwise Bill would have inherited Shirley's share of.
Free for 30 days.
On June 19, 2015, 68-year-old Shirley Carter was found dead on the floor of her farmhouse kitchen in Lacona, Iowa. Most people in the area never even locked their doors, so neighbors were stunned by the brutality of this crime. They wanted to know who did this and why. The lead investigator, Mark Ludwig of Iowa's Division of Criminal Investigation, set his sights on a primary suspect early on, Jason Carter, Shirley and Bill's son, who discovered the body. And over the course of the investigation, Bill Carter, Jason's dad, began to think his son was guilty as well.
In the beginning, I think everyone was just in so much shock because it was such a tragedy. But as Mark Ludwig continued to work Bill, my father-in-law, and continued to convince him more and more that Jason was responsible, my father-in-law got more and more vocal.
I think there were various reasons for Bill's suspicions. One of them had to do with money, that Jason stood to inherit the family farm and all the money that went into that. Another that he hadn't been aware of, but when he hired a private detective, he learned Jason had been having an affair with somebody else, and that might have been an impetus for Shirley to have gotten angry with him and this to have ensued.
In this particular case, there was no indication that she was alarmed or tried to flee. So, given that information, it was possible that the killer was someone she knew. We examined Jason as well. Jason was actually found to be at the house on the day that it occurred. He had means. He was also found to have a motive.
It all stems from Mark Ludwig. He was the lead investigator on my mom's case. It all stems from him listening to my 911 call on his way to the scene and making his decision that I was his prime suspect.
I've been waiting here for 2 hours. I don't get what happened. There's a hole through the floor and through the refrigerator. I don't know what she was trying to. I don't get what happened.
I mean, he must have had the biggest set of blinders ever.
Bill's theory at the time was that Jason actually planned to kill both of them because he stood to inherit this money that otherwise Bill would have inherited Shirley's share of. And he thinks that he just didn't come in at the right time to the house, wasn't there at the right time, where both of them would have been killed.
The weapon that was used was consistent with a high-powered weapon. In this particular case, there was a weapon missing from the residence, which was a Remington Model 77 .270 caliber bolt-action rifle.
In the Carter house, there was this gun safe that Jason said he didn't really know anything about, but it was actually a gift from him and Shelley Carter. His fingerprints were all over it.
Jason said he had never touched the gun safe where that rifle was stored. However, evidence shows he assembled it himself. And if you look at where these fingerprints were, they're inside the locking mechanism and in places where If you were assembling a gun safe, you would touch to assemble.
I still don't remember to this day us getting a gun safe or whatever, even putting it together. But my dad did find a picture of me and our son assembling the safe on our living room floor.
There was a gun safe and a missing murder weapon, and the bullets from that weapon were identified as having been the same bullets as the ones that killed Shirley. I think maybe Bill felt that there should have been a search for that gun, a vigorous search for that gun. So in his suspicions against Jason, Bill felt that Jason had been given time to find it and get rid of it.
These are the sort of assumptions that investigators made that really didn't have any evidentiary support, especially considering the evidence against other individuals. There were two brothers named Followell, Joel and John Followell. There was an individual named Joseph Sedlock. They were all implicated in different ways. And law enforcement would talk to them and get their alibi, and never went and talked to their alibi to confirm whether or not that happened.
Law enforcement had interviewed all these people, interviewed the family, still hadn't arrested anyone. Bill Carter thought that it was taking too long and decided to file the civil suit accusing his son, Jason Carter.
Bill sued his son basically because he wanted to get criminal charges filed. He sued him because he wanted the evidence against his son that he felt that he had been able to unleash through this private investigation to come out in court.
You know, I'm your flesh and blood. The last person, you know, you'd think you'd want to point the finger at. I honest to God think he lost his ever-loving mind when he walked in and saw Mom, and it just, everything went to hell from there.
So at the end of the civil trial, Jason Carter was found liable for his mother's death, responsible, essentially.
The civil trial resulted in a verdict against Jason for $10 million.
The district attorney's office felt that Jason Carter knew too many details and said some things that led them to the arrest.
It doesn't make any sense. A hole in the fridge, a hole in the floor. There's no blood. There's no blood. No splatter, no nothing that I can recall on any of that.
Within 2 days, Jason was arrested and charged with murder. I think it was very obvious that the police questioning was accusatory. The questions were repeatedly, just tell us what happened. We know you're lying. Just tell us what happened. We know you're lying.
No. I want to say something real quick. Okay. So what if whoever out there that shot my mom, if they shoot another person here in the next day or two, how are you going to feel? I feel like we're doing our job.
The prosecutors believed that the motive was marital problems. He had a 15-month affair with someone else.
How often do you text and talk with Tara? Is that pretty frequent? Yeah.
Made like no other.
Two years after his wife was murdered, Bill Carter was successful in his $10 million civil suit against his son, Jason. And just 2 days after that judgment, Jason was charged with the first-degree murder of his mother. Lacona was taking sides, and the Carter family was being torn apart.
On June 19th, Bill and Shirley got up with the sun. Because for farmers, sunlight is money. They started their day with a light breakfast. Bill had a cup of coffee. What Bill didn't know, what he couldn't have known, is that would be the last time he ever saw his wife alive.
As a lawyer, walking into a case where Jason has just been found civilly liable for $10 million and now charged with murder, it's a big hill to climb.
Was Jason Carter planning on killing both his parents that day? I don't know. But I'm not required to prove to you why Jason Carter did what he did. I'm only required to prove to you that he did shoot and kill his mom. To understand the motive, you've got to understand that Bill had very strict philosophies about marriage. And Bill likely would have disowned Jason had he known that Jason was having an affair. There was information that surfaced during the investigation to indicate that Shirley actually knew about the affair and was possibly planning on telling Bill.
I will say the state's right about one thing. They don't have to prove motive, but I do think you can look at was there a motive. The evidence will show there wasn't. Significant pieces of evidence weren't followed through. So when the state says to you, all clues point to one conclusion, it's all the clues that the tunnel vision of law enforcement and one investigator in particular went after. They were absolutely focused on Jason Carter and ignored all the other clues.
The prosecutors believed that the motive for Jason to allegedly kill his mother was financial issues as well as marital problems. He had a 15-month affair with someone else, and they believed Shirley may have found out about that.
Please be seated. On June 19th of 2015, did you communicate with Jason Carter?
Yes.
How did you usually communicate with Jason Carter?
Most of the time by text message.
When I learned that my husband was not faithful, it was, deeply disturbing and shocking. And, I didn't know what was going to happen with our marriage, but I did know this, that my husband didn't have anything to do with his mom's death. We just had to put all that aside, and that was tough.
How often do you text and talk with Tara? Is it pretty frequent?
Yeah.
So just throughout the day would be a normal?
Yeah.
Okay, so that phone was probably used more than your personal phone, do you think?
Now, you said that you shared personal information. Did Jason Carter always speak positively about his mother?
Yes.
From what you could see, appeared to love his mother?
Yes.
Did you ever have any sense that he was angry or mad at his mother?
No.
In fact, would you say he was close to his parents?
Yes.
The phone records were a key part of this case because it helped with the timeline for both Jason and Bill.
Based on your education, training, and experience, if the assertion was made that Jason Carter's handset never left Street once it arrived there, do the forensics tell differently? Yes.
Our office discovered that there were other suspects. Cell phones pinging off the towers near the time of the murder, including some who did not live anywhere near that area. So there'd be no reason for them to be passing through Lacona. It was really just one thing after another that started pointing at those three individuals.
Part of your job is to protect Wells Fargo, isn't it?
Correct.
Protect their financial best interests.
Correct.
Did you at any time have concerns about Jason and Shelley's ability to meet their financial obligations?
No.
The state thought there was a financial motive because Jason was slated to take over farming from his parents if and when they decided to retire. But if you look at Shirley's will, when she died, everything went to Bill. So Jason had zero financial motive.
At some point, did you have a conversation with Jason about why he didn't go into business with his father?
Yes, I did.
When did this conversation take place?
I believe it was the fall of 14.
And where were you when you actually had this conversation?
In the combine cab, combining with Jason.
What did Jason tell you?
I asked why he didn't farm together with his dad, and his response was, I can't because my mom is a bitch.
We had someone who called in and said, here's where the murder weapon is. We know someone who said there was a recording of these individuals talking about the murder.
Regarding the homicide, what specifically do you know?
I got a guy that admitted doing it.
or admitted his brother.
In 2019, 4 years after he found his mother shot dead on the floor of his parents' kitchen, Jason Carter was sitting at the defendant's table facing a first-degree murder charge. One of the biggest issues that the Carter family had from the start was the investigation by law enforcement. Did it take too long? Was evidence ignored? And did law enforcement point to Jason too quickly as the prime suspect without considering anyone else?
911, where is your emergency?
Mama was laying here on the floor. What? Where? She's dead. I don't know what happened.
Send in an ambulance to you.
I've been waiting here for 2 hours. I don't get what happened. There's a hole through the floor and through the refrigerator. I don't know what she was trying to... I don't get what happened. I brought in.
County over. Okay.
While several law enforcement officers were on the stand, they described the 911 call from Jason as almost too emotional, almost made it sound like he was faking it.
What had occurred just before you radioed in to dispatch of this tape?
Jason Carter called my cell phone.
Prior to this phone call, did you know Jason Carter?
I did.
Could you understand what Jason Carter was trying to tell you?
I could understand when he made the comment, she's dead, they killed her. And then also in that conversation, I got out that he said he needed help and they killed her.
Other than need help, mom's been shot, could you make out much of what else Mr. Carter was saying?
No.
There's some research that's been done regarding 911 calls and the expression of finality when a family member calls 911 regarding a victim and expresses finality rather than asking for help, then that's an indicator that they may be a participant in the offense itself.
There's nothing that can be said right now that's going to make obviously anything better. But what we really need to concentrate on the crime scene. Okay.
The shit's cold. Oh, what the hell happened here? Why the hell are they shooting her dead?
What, when you looked at this crime scene, were the important pieces of evidence that led you to the conclusion staging had occurred?
As suspects stage crime scenes, they're under a tremendous amount of pressure. And so they have to make things look like they think it should look. And this is most notable in just 2 sections of the house. And another important feature of this scene is it's very selective staging.
In this particular case, one of the first things we noticed is that the prescription drugs in the jewelry boxes had not been disturbed.
We don't know that nothing was taken. We don't know what happened. And so we realized it was a jump to say that this looks like a stage burglary. There were a number of things you did to follow up on this investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also aware that neither Jason or Bill's clothing were taken at the time of on June 19th, is that correct?
I'm aware of that now. I'm not sure when I first became aware of that.
I think there was always some discussion that he went to the house to collect a gun that had been missed.
Yes.
Law enforcement's theory is that Jason either hid the murder weapon under the hood of his truck or left the scene to hide the murder weapon and then came back before Bill Carter arrived.
Has DCI or any member of law enforcement found Bill Carter's .270 bolt-action rifle?
No, we have not. Did you seize the gun safe?
No.
Why not?
I didn't really think anything of seizing the gun safe. It was unlocked, it was open, or at least the key was in the door, and I didn't think the gun safe had any evidentiary value.
If a preponderance of evidence existed and did not come up and was not shared at trial, then I think it's unconscionable on the part of law enforcement. Every pursuit should have been thoroughly examined, explored.
How many reports has the Marion County Sheriff's Department received indicating that Joe Sedlock, John Followell, or Joel Followell were involved in the murder of Shirley Carter?
I do not know the number, but there's been a lot.
More than 20?
Could
be. We had someone who called in and said, here's where the murder weapon is. Didn't go follow up, didn't go check to see if the murder weapon was there. We know someone who said there was a recording of these individuals talking about the murder. Didn't go try and get that. You received multiple reports about a suspicious white truck in the area of Street, Lacona, Iowa.
Yes, I believe there's 2 or 3.
And you also received many, many reports implicating Joel Followell, John Followell, or Joe Sedlock, didn't you?
I've heard the names that you mentioned, the Followells and Sedlocks. I'm familiar with those people. I've heard those names, but I have not taken a report, an investigating report specifically on those people.
It became more and more clear to us that these other individuals should have been looked at and never were. They were never really investigated as suspects. And in fact, we have emails very shortly after the murder occurred where the lead investigator told local law enforcement to stop following up on those leads because they had heard enough about those individuals.
I thought Mark Ludwig knew what he was doing. I think this is his first homicide case. Man, my mom drew the short end of the stick when she got him.
You have directed the Marion County Sheriff's Department to stop following up on leads with regard to the Followells and Joe Sedlock, haven't you?
We have been very clear with the Marion County Sheriff's Office and all law enforcement that there's any new information, any credible information, or any new information at all, we're going to follow up on it.
I think tunnel vision is very descriptive of what happened in this case. You think something and you don't want to be wrong, and you push away any evidence or information that might contradict your internal belief.
There was at least one allegation that Joel Followell made reference to the murder and his involvement in a jail phone call, wasn't there?
That's correct, yes.
Regarding the homicide, what specifically do you know?
I got a guy that admitted to it, or admitted his brother did it.
Okay, who's that?
It's a follow-up.
Follow-up?
Mm-hmm. John and Joel's who I'm talking about.
Okay.
That was information we had received, that Joel was in jail at the time that he made that confession over the phone, which I found incredibly unlikely because people don't confess to murders while they're in jail on the phone.
I had never reported on a case where I saw this many things left out. Iowa DCI agent Mark Ludwig said during the trial, well, we missed some things, and by the time I found out we missed some things, it was too late.
If I can get you to raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
I think everybody was moved by Bill Carter's testimony. This death of his wife was, it destroyed him and it destroyed their family.
I got a phone call from my daughter.
What did you learn in that phone call?
She said, Dad, Mom's dead. And Jason found her and he won't call 911. You've got to call 911. I did not help Jana and Billy nearly as much as I did Jason.
And Jason also helped you, too. There was discussion about...
In what respect did he help me? Shirley and I did not want to help.
Jason Carter was standing trial for the 2015 murder of his mother in Lacona, Iowa. The state said Jason knew too much about the crime to be innocent. The defense said that law enforcement had bungled the investigation and it dropped the ball on other suspects. One thing was clear. Shirley's death had left the Carters a broken family.
I found Shirley on the floor. And she was just looked like she was sleeping. The first thing I did was check her carotid artery. And she was dead. And then I picked her head up and I kissed her on the forehead. And she was cold.
Bill, was anything broken in your home?
No.
Was your TV missing?
No.
Were any tools missing?
No.
Other than a .270 bolt-action rifle, were any of your firearms missing?
No.
Were you sad?
They say your life can change in an instant. It did. And it'll never be the same.
Shirley certainly sounded like the glue of his life. I mean, Bill really relied on her for emotional interaction and support. He talked about the way she would get up every morning and make them breakfast and plan their day. She kind of did everything, and so she shared his perspective and his outlook, and my understanding is that they were just always extremely close.
I did not help Jana and Billy nearly as much as I did Jason.
Well, and Jason also helped you, too. There was a discussion about...
In what respect did he help me?
When you were taking crops out of the fields, he was...
No. He was never done. I always went and helped him when Shirley and I got done. I didn't need any help. Shirley and I did not want help. We like to do things ourselves.
Since Shirley's death, what we've heard is that no one is connected with anyone else in the family. All of the children talked to Shirley, made plans with Shirley. Shirley was the one who made sure that holidays occurred. And without Shirley, the family appears to have just completely dissolved.
Jason Carter is stuck. Jason Carter is inconsistent on the things that directly link him to the crime. There's only two people in this world who know what happened on June 19, 2015. And one of them is dead, and the other one's sitting behind me. The state of Iowa requests that you find Jason Carter guilty of murder in the first degree.
The thing we want the jury to know is that Jason had nothing to hide. Here's the good and the bad. At the end of the day, we hope they'd see that the evidence didn't indicate that Jason was involved in the death of his mother. The state asserts that Jason Carter had all the answers, but the evidence really says Jason Carter was looking for answers. There were people who said, I heard a confession. It took more than a year, up to 3 years to follow up. There is just no way to say that's anything other than an incomplete, unfair, unjust investigation. I ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. It was under 2 hours when the jury gave the final verdict, so the people in the room really split as to who felt confident and who felt shaken and worried. But the main thing we all tried to do is just keep our cool and not jump to any conclusions and be ready for the best or the worst result.
Form of verdict number 1. We, the jury, find Jason Carter not guilty. Is that your verdict, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, it is.
In light of the jury's verdict, I will enter a judgment of acquittal. Any bond previously posted by the defendant will be released and exonerated.
I think the jury saw in this case the same thing that I did. There wasn't evidence implicating Jason. There were some guesses and there was some speculation, but there was really no solid evidence that implicated Jason from my perspective, and the jury basically said the same.
Relief.
Jason, how are you feeling hearing that verdict?
I can't even talk. I'm sorry. I just want to go home and see my kids. It's been a long time coming.
I've had to endure so much. I have hope that someday the right individuals will be charged for my mom's murder and put behind bars forever.
There's still information to work with. It's clearly a cold case, but Jason has been asking for additional investigation for a long time. It's hard to say if there will ever be a conclusive answer. It would be very hard to prosecute someone because the defense in that case could say, well, you've already said you had probable cause that it was someone else. But it's possible.
My dad had the headstone made without my name on it. So it's hard to go there and visit and take our kids. And our kids, you know, they kind of still scratch their head to this day.
I believed that the truth will set you free. But I'm going to tell you that that's not always true.
Friends and family say that Bill Carter has attempted suicide more than once in the wake of Shirley's murder. In an interview, Bill stated, quote, "The worst time is when I wake up in the morning and I reach across the bed and she's not there." To this day, no one else has been charged for that crime. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
At that time, Palm Beach was very closed to people of color. Palm Beach society did not accept Lita Sullivan, period.
There's no reason that Lita should have become a victim of a violent crime of this manner, and nothing in her background would have made her a victim.
The killer brought flowers. It was a trick. It was a trick. She was unarmed and defenseless.
In the early morning hours of January 16th, 1987, in an upscale community of Atlanta, Georgia, a beautiful 35-year-old woman named Lita McClinton was murdered. It was a cold-blooded attack that shocked the whole city. Lita came from a prominent family, a family that never had a brush with the law. So her untimely death was a mystery from the start.
I came to know Lita in high school because we hung out with some of the same people and went to a lot of the same parties. We were really pretty good friends. The McClintons were very well known. They were pretty much pillars in the Black community. The upscale world in Atlanta was divided at the time that she and I grew up. There was a white upscale, and then there was the African-American upscale community.
James Sullivan's early life was in Boston. I think he grew up in the south side of Boston, so it wasn't the Brahmin that he pretended to be.
James Sullivan came from not much money, but his uncle wound up leaving him a lot of money in the liquor business, but no one really knew that much about him in our world. Lita and Jim met at Lenox Mall. She was working at one of the stores, and one thing led to another, and they just hit it off, and that was it. It was love. Friends and family of Lita were very suspicious of how he got his money, where he came from, how he got where he was, and what his plans were.
James and Lita Sullivan, when they moved to Palm Beach, were just a new couple on the island who happened to buy an oceanfront mansion. Really not all that unusual. The money he did have from his uncle's distillery didn't make him ultra rich. It sort of made him, lower level of rich people on Palm Beach.
As far as Palm Beach standards, he was not a very wealthy person. I mean, I think he had a net worth of $5 or $6 million. That's spit in the ocean down there. There's old money down there, and he wasn't old money, it was new money, newfound money.
When he moved to Palm Beach, James Sullivan said that he was a scion of the Hearst publishing family. Pretty big. Not true, but you know, he did have newspaper in his blood. Turns out his father had been a typesetter for a newspaper in Boston. So he came down with his lies and his story all, and a few $1 million, but that was not enough to get him to where he wanted to be.
Jim Sullivan wanted to be Palm Beach elite. He tried so many different ways to get an entree into the Palm Beach society. Lita did not fit into that society, and she was holding him back from doing the things that he wanted to do.
He wanted to be accepted. He was a blue-collar guy, and he was rubbing elbows with the white-collar people, the rich and famous people. A lot of big-name players down there, and he wanted to be part of that crowd. He just didn't have the credentials.
At that time, Palm Beach was very closed to people of color. Lita was an albatross around Jim Sullivan's neck in that regard. He thought that she was going to be the belle of the ball, but Palm Beach society did not accept Lita Sullivan, period.
Lita Sullivan did not like Palm Beach, and James Sullivan was not paying a lot of attention to her. He had already moved on, it seems to me. He had already tried to climb his way up the Palm Beach ladder. She wasn't interested in that. She went back home to Atlanta.
Lita and Jim's marriage broke up because Lita was tired of the demands that he put on her to be involved in that society when she was rebuffed at every turn. And when she moved back to Atlanta, that was it. Jim Sullivan wanted the benefit of Florida law in divorces. And in Atlanta, a woman typically will get 50% or more of someone's estate. Jim was not going to have that at all. He would lose half of the money that he had.
He would have lost money, probably, which would have left him well out of Palm Beach society. His dreams of being a rich and famous Palm Beacher would have blown up in smoke. So, and the divorce began, and that was the beginning of the end.
There was not a theft, there was not an assault, which to me said it was deliberately intended to take her life.
After trying and failing to make a life for herself in Palm Beach, Florida, Lita Sullivan decides to leave her husband, James, and move back to her hometown of Atlanta. She'd done all she could to salvage her marriage, but James had chosen his pursuit of status over their future as a couple. Now estranged from her husband, Lita decides to make the preemptive move of filing for divorce in Georgia, which will give her a distinct advantage in the proceedings.
Lita Sullivan was residing in Atlanta, Georgia. She answered a doorbell ring. There was a flower delivery person there. As she opened the door, the person handed her a box of roses, and then at the same time produced a 9mm handgun and shot and killed her in the foyer of her home.
I was anchoring the news that day, and during one of our commercial breaks, the sports anchor came into the studio and he said, "Didn't you know Lita McClinton?" I said, "Yes," and he said, "She was just killed in her apartment," and I was flabbergasted. I was shocked. I was totally shocked.
We don't know this individual. He did not know our daughter. He, we feel, is just one piece of the total puzzle.
Initially, investigators were really struck by the callous way in which Lita was murdered. You know, right in the foyer of your own home in a very wealthy part of Atlanta, early in the morning, with a gunshot wound to the head.
The crime scene was relatively pristine. Just the box of roses had a bullet hole in it. They were laying on the floor in there. Obviously, she was laying on the floor there, and then one of the rounds missed its target and hit a wall back there, but not much to it. And the gunman immediately left.
There was not a theft. There was not an assault, which to me said it was deliberately intended to take her life.
There's no reason that Lita should have become a victim of a violent crime of this manner. And nothing in her background that we ever saw would have made her a victim.
I initially didn't know what to think. There had not been any shootings or anything going on in that area at all. It was a very safe area in Buckhead.
I think it's obvious to anybody that sees that, just any layperson would see that there's a motive behind this. That's not a dope deal gone bad. It's a contract killing. You know, there were some witnesses, one witness in particular that lived next door to her, saw the delivery person going up to her door, and his eyes met with the delivery person, the gunman, and he just thought that there was something sinister about this guy. Just moments later, he heard the gunshots.
All arrows pointed to James Sullivan having something to do with this, even though he was, 1,200 miles away.
Jim Sullivan became a suspect by the mere fact that they were going through a contentious divorce. Early on in the investigation, we learned that there was a phone call placed from a Howard Johnson's motel in Atlanta to Sullivan's residence in Palm Beach, just prior to the murder. Then the day of the murder, there was a phone call placed from a coin phone on I-85 shortly after the murder. It was at a rest stop, and that call went to Sullivan residence.
Today, millionaire James Sullivan spoke for himself.
I want everyone listening to this to know that I am absolutely innocent. I had nothing to do with Lita's death.
Suki Sullivan did start out as James Sullivan's mistress. He was seeing her at the time Lita moved back to Atlanta. And within a year of Lita's death, Suki and James married. She didn't last long at Palm Beach.
Jim Sullivan was going through a divorce with Suki Sullivan, and obviously there were some arguments that they had, and Suki testified to it, that he told her that he would have her killed like he did Lita. She took that warning seriously and was in fear of her life ever since then. Jim Sullivan was arrested in Atlanta for the murder of Lita, and he was brought into federal court.
Well, there was tons of evidence of motive in that case. Millions and millions of dollars at stake. And then there were these outrageous circumstances of phone calls that were made from Atlanta, almost immediately preceding and then right after the shooting. 27 minutes after the shooting, exactly 27 minutes away from the house, driving up I-85 to Swanee, someone made a collect phone call from a payphone back to Jim's house. And the government's like, oh, of course, it was the hitman. That's the whole case.
One of the most frustrating things was you knew that he was associated with it, you knew he had something to do with it, and he was getting away with it.
There was only one person in the world who had a motive to kill Lita. That was her husband, James, who was desperate to hang on to his multi-million-dollar fortune and whatever status he had among the Palm Beach elite. After being arrested and charged by the federal government with the murder of his wife, prosecutors will have to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he ordered a hitman to kill Lita.
Jim Sullivan was originally charged in federal court in 1992 and charged with murder for hire and hired the law firm where, at the time, I was the young lawyer on the case. My only job was to say there wasn't enough evidence to convict. That was my job. I said, but what were those phone calls? For all we know, someone was calling him and threatening him. If you don't send money, we're going to kill your wife. Or someone was calling and Jim was saying, don't do it, don't do it. Whatever you do, don't kill my wife. Who here can say beyond a reasonable doubt what Jim was saying on the phone? Judge Shub said, okay, I'm going to give some thought to this. And then we took a break. It was Friday. We came back Monday, and he said, I agree with Mr. Samuel. All charges are dismissed. We walked out of the courtroom. That was it. Case was over. That was 1992.
I've had cases before where you know they committed the crime, but you just can't quite bring him over the finish line. One of the most frustrating things with the Sullivan case was you knew that he was associated with it, you knew he had something to do with it, and he was getting away with it.
It was extremely difficult to know that Jim Sullivan slipped through the federal charges. At every turn, it seemed like Jim Sullivan was like the Teflon Don. He could not be touched.
The Jim Sullivan story did not end. He moved back to Florida, and he was sued by the family. The family of Lita Sullivan got a multi-million-dollar verdict. Jury believed he did it. So suddenly Jim has a multi-million-dollar debt. Jim likes money, so Jim fled, and he moved to Costa Rica.
Lita's parents were contacted by a television program, Extra. As it turned out, it was a good move. After the Extra show, a lady in Texas, Belinda Trahan, who had been the girlfriend of Tony Harwood, who turns out to be the killer in this matter, they saw the production and contacted the authorities. Belinda Trahan told a friend of hers at this law firm where they worked, and that person told the lawyer that she worked for that she was going to meet this guy, and he was suspected of killing a woman and delivering her some flowers. That attorney mentioned it to his wife, and his wife said, I saw that show. That's true. She knows what she's talking about. That really did happen. So he, the attorney, reached out to an attorney friend who knew a GBI agent. So we started the ball rolling, and we went to Texas and interviewed Belinda Trahan. She provided details that only a person associated with the crime would know. We got an arrest warrant for Tony Harwood and knocked on his door. First thing he said was, I've been waiting for you boys for a long time. I went, wow, that's pretty good. Put him in the car, took him to the police station, and he confessed to the crime. He would not ever say that he was the gunman. He just said he was there, he drove the getaway car, broke down crying, and then told us that Jim Sullivan's the one that hired him and paid him the $25,000 for the murder. Based on that evidence, we secured an arrest warrant for Jim Sullivan shortly thereafter.
That day that Jim Sullivan was finally indicted for murder was a wonderful day. It really was, because it was long overdue that he would finally be brought to justice for his involvement in the death of his wife, Lita.
In 1999 or 2000, I get a phone call from Paul Howard, who's the DA of Fulton County. He says, Don, we'd like Jim Sullivan to turn himself in. Turn himself in for what? We found the hitman.
The truck driver got the deal of the century by pleading guilty to voluntary manslaughter and a 20-year sentence, and avoided a potential death penalty in exchange for his testimony against Lita Sullivan's millionaire husband.
I called Jim and I said, so you've been indicted, charged with murder, and they want you to come back. And he said to me, I'll come back, but I'd like a bond. You know, if he'll agree to a bond, I'll come back. I called Paul Howard back and I said, well, Paul, why don't you just agree on a bond and then he'll come back? And Paul Howard said, that sounds like a great idea except for one thing. I'm going to be seeking the death penalty. I said, oh, I'll let Jim know.
The district attorney told his attorneys to have him surrender. Okay, well, what do you think happened?
I said, Jim, I did make the request that bond be set, in which case you would come back and face the charges. And he told me that he was going to be seeking the death penalty. Click.
He ran. Anybody could have seen that coming.
He instantly went to the FBI's most wanted list. They tracked him to Venezuela, to Costa Rica.
It became an international manhunt. There were like Jim Sullivan sightings all over the place.
But I do remember there was one in Las Vegas. I contacted the FBI. They sent a lead out there, and it was unfounded.
Just you name it, and there was Jim somewhere. But he was always one step ahead. And it was because of his funds that he was able to stay on the lam for so long.
I didn't hear from Jim again for at least 2 years. He literally took a car over the mountains in Costa Rica into Panama, we now know, got on a plane and flew ultimately to Thailand, which is where he lived for the next couple of years.
It wasn't until sometime in '98 that this case was featured on America's Most Wanted. And you sit there and you wait for phone calls. They put it on live, and then people call in if they have any tips or anything like that.
Jim Sullivan was seen by an American who recognized him from America's Most Wanted, and he was arrested by Thai authorities because of an outstanding fugitive warrant.
When I read that the law had finally caught up with James Sullivan and that he had been in Thailand hiding out, where he had married a fourth time, I remember thinking, oh my God, he was still free. It's like looking at the calendar all this time, he was still free. He had slipped through the hands of justice for that long.
All of the publicity that had surrounded this case for so long finally came to fruition. It finally brought him to justice. Someone recognized him, and they caught him.
He asked me if I knew anybody that could possibly take care of his problem. And I assumed that he meant to kill her.
On July 2nd, 2002, over 15 years after Lita's death, James Sullivan has finally been charged with her murder. For the family and friends of Lita, it is a welcome relief that is long overdue. For Fulton County prosecutors, it is a chance to remind James Sullivan that no one is above the law.
On the morning of January 16, 1987, Lita McClinton Sullivan opened her door to a hitman carrying flowers. That morning, she greeted her killer with "Good morning" as she opened the door. And "good morning" was the last thing that Lita ever said.
For us, the strategy was to tell a chronological story to the jurors that would educate them, it would inform them, and ultimately persuade them that Sullivan was, in fact, the person responsible.
Jim Sullivan killed his wife. The state is going to prove it. We ask that you find him guilty at the close of all this evidence and end 19 years of waiting for her family. Thank you.
This trial was extremely important. Quite naturally, it was very important to the McClinton family to seek justice and obtain some accountability from James Sullivan, who had evaded law enforcement and authorities for years with his lies and manipulations.
Jim Sullivan did not murder Lisa. He did not murder his wife. He didn't hire anybody to murder his wife. The last thing in the world Jim Sullivan wanted in 1987 was for Lita Sullivan to be murdered. Despite the efforts of the United States Attorney's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the GBI, the North Carolina Police, the FBI, choose your agency that's been involved in this. Choose your prosecutor's office. There's not one shred of evidence that Mr. Sullivan ever paid anybody anything.
James Sullivan showed no signs of grief in the immediate aftermath of Lita's murder. Sullivan did try to throw a lot of theories out there that would make him look a little less culpable. So he tried to sully Lita's name, you know, hinting about drug involvement, and maybe it was something like that.
He is not guilty. He is not guilty of the charges. And I ask you to return a verdict after you've heard from these.
There were 3 witnesses that I would put into a category of most compelling. One, quite naturally, would be Tony Harwood, who actually gave a lot of the details that previously had been unknown about how this whole horrible crime was planned from the beginning. 2 was an attorney here in Atlanta who, at the time of Lita's death, was her next-door neighbor. And the 3rd most compelling witness, I would say, I think Belinda Trahan. Trahan, at the time, was Tony Harwood's longtime girlfriend.
Ms. Trahan, do you know an individual by the name of Philip Anthony Harwood?
Yes, I do.
What did you call him?
Tony.
How do you know Tony?
We were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Tony Harwood, for the purposes of this case, proved to be a very important part. Once he was taken into custody by the GBI and interviewed, he told them that he, in fact, did have a relationship with James Sullivan.
Can you tell the jurors how it is that you came to have a conversation with Mr. Sullivan about his wife, Lita?
The best I can remember, Mr. Sullivan told me that he was having problems with his soon-to-be ex-wife. He told me that she was probably going to take him for everything he had.
Tony Harwood traveled delivering furniture and such, and he delivered some furniture to James Sullivan's house from Macon, Georgia to Palm Beach. And at that time, that's when Sullivan approached him about having Lita taken care of. Those were his words.
He asked me if I knew anybody that could possibly take care of his problem. We kept talking, and, you know, he was just more or less just feeling me out, I guess.
When did you think Mr. Sullivan wasn't joking anymore?
Objection. Leading and suggesting.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. When did I think he wasn't joking anymore? When I received $12,500 in the mail.
What do you mean when you say take care of her?
Well, you know, it can be looked at a lot of different ways. Take care of her, you know, but I assumed, and I don't like to assume anything, but I assumed that he meant to kill her.
Belinda tells us that she didn't know that Lita had actually been killed because she didn't read any news accounts of it or anything. The only thing she relied on is what Tony Harwood told her.
He told me that some white guy wanted to take out his black wife because she was going to divorce him, and he didn't want her to have anything.
What did you say to Tony when he told you this?
I didn't believe it.
Why not?
I've been with him for 3 years, over 3 years. I mean, I figured he met someone because we were on the outs.
When you say you figured he met someone, are you talking about another woman?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Tony left North Carolina and told you that he was going to take care of the job that the white guy in Florida asked him to take care of?
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was going? What state?
Georgia.
Lita told me, we went upstairs to the kitchen, and she told me that someone had knocked on her door. Well, she said banged on her door very, very loudly a couple of nights before. And I said, oh, baby, don't answer your door. And she says, I won't.
Harwood says he's going down to Atlanta to take care of this problem for this guy. When Harwood came back, he said, we tried to get her to come to the door, and she wouldn't come to the door. She said, well, silly, why don't you send her some flowers? Every woman would like to get flowers.
I never spoke to her.
I was reading, and then there were 2 shots. As soon as I heard them, I think I moved instantaneously because I figured that I was the only eyewitness.
Although James Sullivan had every reason in the world to murder his wife, Lita, authorities were not able to produce any hard evidence against him for the crime, which allowed him to evade punishment for almost 2 decades. Now, attorneys for the Fulton County Prosecutor's Office will have to rely on the testimony of a hitman and his ex-girlfriend in order to convince the jury of Sullivan's guilt.
When you made the statement to take flowers to the woman to get her to answer the door, did you in any way mean for that to be a suggestion as to how to get the job accomplished?
No, not at all.
After that conversation, did there come a time when Tony left again to take a trip?
Yes, he did.
Do you know where he was going?
Georgia?
From my undercover experience working narcotics, recordings were everything. When I met with Belinda in Texas, I said, can you get him on the phone, and can you tell him that you saw this television show and the composite that they had on there, that it looks like you. So we recorded, and she called him and said, Tony, I saw this television show about that thing you told me about in 1987. It's real. It was the flowers, everything is real. And they have an etching of you that looks just like you. And then he responds back, well, that couldn't be. I wasn't there. There were some other people there.
Now, tell the jurors, who is John?
John is the man that killed Lita Sullivan.
John's a real person.
Yes, sir.
What kind of occupation does John have?
I don't know now, but at the time he worked in a topless bar.
Were you ever able to identify a Chinese bartender?
No.
To this day, Agent Lang, do you know who was with Tony Harwood when he came to murder Lita Sullivan?
No, I don't.
Jim Sullivan gave Tony Harwood the initial down payment of $12,500. So he, that's when he got the ball rolling, and he said that he and a guy, they called him John, and then they also referred to him as the bartender. We were never able to find a John or a bartender that Tony Harwood associated with.
Tell the jurors what happened after you and John arrived in Atlanta about 7 to 7:30 on January the 16th of 1987.
Got the flowers and got back to the car, and he drove down the street, parked. He took the flowers and went to the condo. And then I heard 2 shots. Here he come running back. I drove off.
Tell the jurors what you saw when you came outside and put your trash out.
All right, well, as I mentioned, I came out and I looked out, and there was a guy standing on Lita's porch. And I sort of made note of him because it's 8:15 in the morning. Why is somebody standing on Lita's porch? And something was just telling me, don't mess with this guy. Don't go any closer to him. So I turned around, and he turned around as well.
And can you tell the jurors what is the next thing that happened?
Well, the next thing that happened was, as I said, I heard the voice. I was reading, and then there were 2 shots. I think I moved instantaneously because, I just locked eyes with this guy a minute before or whatever it was, and I figured that I was the only eyewitness. And so why wouldn't he want to get me as well? So I immediately dropped the grabbed the newspaper and then crouched down right behind this wall here.
Can you give the jury some idea who most resembles the person you saw with the flower box that morning? Would it surprise you to know that it is Philip Anthony Harwood?
Objection, testimony.
Sustained.
Of the 300 million individuals that live in this country, what is the likelihood that a person who was identified by Robert Christensen as being a hitman is the same person who delivered James Sullivan's furniture to him in West Palm Beach, Florida?
When he came home from that trip, of course, again, then I said, well, did you have a good time? And he said that the job was done.
Was there a time that Tony told you he could prove it to you?
He told me, let's go for a ride.
She was present when Sullivan paid Tony Harwood the rest of the money for the contract killing. It was in a little, like maybe a Denny's restaurant somewhere near Wildwood, Florida, somewhere in that vicinity. And she went with Tony down there because she just still didn't believe everything.
He walked up to the booth and looked at me. Well, actually, I'm sorry, it was on this side. Let me get it right. He walked up to the booth and he looked me directly in the eyes. I made eye contact with him. And then he turned to Tony and he said, what is she doing?
He said what?
What is she doing?
And did he say it in a tone like that?
Yes, he was very angry.
She met Sullivan in there and he said something, well, what's she doing here? And that's my girlfriend. But she was there and present when the money transferred.
He wasn't there very long and then pushed the paper across the table like this.
Did you actually see him push the paper across the table as you were looking at it?
That's when I turned and looked at the paper and the well-manicured hand. And then Tony put his hand on it and took it from there. And the other guy pulled his hand back.
If you were to see that person again, would you be able to identify?
Most definitely. He has destroyed many lives.
If you would, Ms. Trahan, I'd like for you to look around this courtroom and tell me if you see the person that you saw in that restaurant back in 1987.
Yes, I do.
Please, point him out.
It's right there. He can't even make eye contact. He's wearing glasses, light gray hair, blue suit.
Are his arms folded or not?
Folded.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant, James Sullivan.
After all these years, she was able to pick Sullivan out as being the person that paid Tony Harwood the money, which is really, really significant.
Did you say anything to Mr. Sullivan at the time he gave you the money? Do you remember saying anything to him?
I told him that I didn't kill his wife.
So what about the money?
What about it?
Why did you go to pick it up if you didn't have anything to do with it?
I was scared. I mean, what's he gonna think if I don't take the last part of the money?
What were you scared of?
Him.
Why?
He paid me to have somebody kill his wife. What do you, I mean, you don't think he'd want to take care of loose ends?
I have served on juries before, so who knows what's going to happen.
We, the jury, find the defendant, James Vincent Sullivan,
After almost 2 decades of heartbreak, frustration, and anger, the family and friends of Lita Sullivan have finally come to the end of a very long and grueling chapter of their lives. The only question now is whether Clint Rucker and his prosecution team have built enough of a compelling case to convince the jurors of James Sullivan's culpability in Lita's murder.
Mr. Rucker said to you today, you can trust Tony Harwood to some extent. You can trust him. You remember my opening statement? It wasn't all that long ago, and how I described Tony Harwood to you? I think I described him as a little bit like a snowflake. Remember? No two versions are ever the same. I should have said a maniacal, pathological sociopath murderer. That would have been a little more accurate than a snowflake, I suppose.
I've tried felony cases. I've given a lot of closing arguments. And when you stand up to give a closing argument in a death penalty case, and what you say to these people could mean literally, obviously, literally, life or death for your client, it is a different feeling.
Let me tell you one very simple formula. If you don't have enough and you add 0, you don't have enough. It's that simple.
In the preparation of the closing argument, I thought it was very important to tell a very compelling story and tell it in a way that they could very clearly see that it really only came down to a couple of really critical pieces of evidence. I actually went to a hardware store and I was able to obtain a wireless doorbell that I brought into the courtroom before anyone arrived that morning of the closing, and positioned it in the courtroom so that I could operate it at the appropriate time.
See, this doorbell, although it's used by me to get your attention, was used for a different purpose on January the 16th of 1987. It was used to lure Lita to the door. It's the reason why the killer brought flowers. It was a trick. It was a trick. She was unarmed and defenseless.
Ernest Hemingway had written For Whom the Bell Tolls, and the very famous quote from the novel is,
"And therefore never sin to know for whom the bell tolls. For whom the bell tolls."
I wanted to find a very dramatic way to convey to the jurors a sense of the fear that Lita must have been feeling at the time that she confronted Tony Harwood.
Tell him that it tolls for thee. For you. For you.
I firmly believe that between Tony Harwood testifying and following the trail of him being on the lam for so long, that there was no way that this jury was not going to find him guilty. But I have served on juries before, and I know that it's 12 different minds that think about these things. So who knows what's going to happen?
You've reached a verdict.
Yes, ma'am.
Give the verdict form to Sergeant Ballard, please.
Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, James Vincent Sullivan, guilty of malice murder.
That's completely inappropriate. Go ahead.
Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, James Vincent Sullivan, guilty of felony murder.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is extremely satisfying to be able to get a verdict. I thought that was very important after 19 years, not only for the family, but for the community itself.
Palm Beach had turned away from James Sullivan when he was ultimately extradited from Thailand to Georgia to face the murder trial and convicted. There wasn't a lot of surprise. I mean, it was still a lot of salacious details were all brought up again because many years had passed. I mean, he'd been on the lam for a long time. And so Palm Beach had moved on.
Mr. Sullivan, on count 1, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count 2, I think the state is correct, merges into count 1.
Jim Sullivan was sentenced to life without parole in the Georgia prison system. He was immediately sent to Reidsville as the highest maximum security prison down there, the same prison that Harwood was in at the same time.
All of my memories of Lita are wonderful, great memories. You have to hold on to those memories of the good times in order to not think about the horrible outcomes. It was just a tragedy that such a beautiful person was lost for no reason but money.
In exchange for his testimony against James Sullivan, Tony Harwood struck a deal with the state of Georgia that would limit his sentence to 20 years. He was released from prison in May of 2018 after serving his full term. James Sullivan is currently serving out his life sentence in the Floyd County Correctional Institution. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Yes, I just witnessed a shooting. And a shot at what? He shot somebody in a car twice with a rifle out the window.
Heather Grossman and John Grossman both were adamant. They knew who did this. They knew who was responsible for this. There was no one else that had that kind of animus toward Heather Grossman.
The city of Boca Raton sits about halfway between West Palm Beach and Miami, along Florida's east coast. It's known for its beaches, its golf courses, and its wealth. But on October 14th, 1997, it also became known as the place where Heather Grossman was shot in broad daylight while heading out to lunch with her husband, John.
I got a call from John, my husband. He said, let's have lunch. So I got in the passenger seat, and we were talking on the way. We were going to go to Flagowitz, and it's a restaurant in Boca. And then he said, let's go to that new Thai place. So we made a U-turn, and we're headed to the Thai place, and we stopped at a light, and I, just looked down and tried to get something out of my briefcase, and when I came up, I was shot.
911, do you have an emergency? Yes, I just witnessed a shooting at the corner of Federal Highway and Yamato and the left turn lane. I'm going north on Federal.
Heather was riding, she was in the passenger seat, driving down the street, and they stopped at a stoplight, and somebody pulled up and shot at her, and then drove off. John Grossman wasn't really injured. He was fine, but she had gotten struck by a bullet.
When the first round was shot, it went through the rear window of Heather and John's car and directly into Heather Grossman's neck from behind.
And a shot at what? He shot somebody in a car twice with a rifle out the window.
The shooter was behind John and Heather's car, so they never knew it was coming. They had no idea.
I remember feeling something at the back of my neck, and then it felt like my body was slowly shutting down. And I remember just kind of trying to yell for help, and nothing would come out. I found out my husband told me I fell on his lap, and And then there was no response, so I died.
Yeah, I need to know if a person was shot or... Someone was definitely shot. Someone was definitely shot? Yeah. Okay, I've already sent the call. We're getting help on the way.
I opened my eyes, and the paramedic asked me, "Can you hear me? If you can, blink." And I blinked, and then, I passed out again.
It was a day that changed Heather Grossman's life forever. It was a day that she became a quadriplegic.
The first thing was I didn't wake up for a couple of days. And, by the time I did, the first thing I asked about was my children. I was wondering who picked the children up from school. That's my first thought. I couldn't speak at that time. And they said, okay, close both your eyes for yes and one for no, and then not being able to move your body and not being able to speak. It was terrifying for me to imagine my life like that.
At first, everybody wanted to know, is this some random shooting? What's this about?
Heather Grossman and John Grossman both were adamant. They knew who did this. They knew who was responsible for this. They knew in their heart, they knew in their mind. There was no one else that had that kind of animus toward Heather Grossman. There was a citizen at that stoplight that wrote down the tag. They did not remove the license tag from the car, and it pointed them in the right direction.
On October 14th, 1997, a green Ford Thunderbird pulls up next to Heather and John Grossman's Lincoln at a busy intersection in Boca Raton, Florida. Suddenly, a gunman fires 2 shots from the back seat. The first blows a fist-sized hole in the back of Heather's neck, leaving her a quadriplegic. The second grazes John's chin. Someone wanted Heather and John dead, and investigators had a lead.
Many times, cases are solved not only because of the good police work involved, and there was good police work involved in this case, but because of the stupidity of the criminals.
Thunderbird, B-I-X. B like boy, I-X. B-I-X. We turn north on Big Highway.
So there was a citizen at that stoplight that wrote down the tag. They did not remove the license tag from the car. And so the police traced the car back to Hugh Estes. They found Hugh Estes and they began to poke around. They found Eddie Stafford. They took some statements and it pointed them in the right direction.
Estes has what appears to be a crack cocaine addiction. And if we go back to the time frame in that part of the 90s, that was all the rage. So Estes appears to have been a successful or had some success as a life insurance salesman, and his life kind of went in the can with drug addiction. He associates with a drug dealer out of Fort Lauderdale by the name of Eddie, but Eddie was his seller.
In all of the planning, well, you have a bunch of crackheads getting together. Planning is suspect, but you're the shooter, here's the gun, here's where we're going, we're gonna scope it out, we're gonna see where Heather and John go during lunch, we're gonna come back and we're gonna shoot them. Now, I believe it was Roger Runyon, the shooter, was supposed to change out the tag. He did not do it.
So obviously when the license plate was run, they started figuring out all these people that were involved, because they should have just covered it up and it would have been much harder for the cops to figure this one out.
Ron Samuels emerged as a person of interest because of his relationship with Heather Grossman. Ron Samuels was a owner of a car dealership in Pensacola.
It wasn't love at first sight, but I met him when I was working as a flight attendant. He actually got my telephone number from an agent.
Ron Samuels was this millionaire businessman who did very well for himself. And he was one of those guys, first class, traveled a lot, nice car, nice house, nice everything. And he saw somebody who he liked.
He just was extremely nice. And he spoiled me, and we took lavish trips.
He had a great gift of talk, and he was the consummate salesman. And I'm assuming that whether it was in personal relationships with women or if it was in business, he used his tools.
He had money. He wanted you to know that he had money. He wanted everybody to appreciate that he was richer than you, he was more successful than you, and he was more than happy to toot his own horn and to talk about himself.
Our marriage changed shortly after the birth of my first son, Ronnie, and he became scary and controlling. He wanted to know where I was at all the time, and if I didn't answer my cell phone, he would get very upset.
Ronald Samuels was a bully. He was the type of person who had to have his way, and if he didn't get his way, he became angry and frustrated and struck out at whoever was in his path.
Ron, at times, he would get so mad and so irate, he'd throw me against the wall, and he'd make me cry, say horrible things, and the breaking point was when he held the gun to my head and he said, "If you leave, I am going to kill you. I will make your life miserable." And I was like, I'm out of here. He wanted to hurt me. He wanted to take those kids away from me. And John and I were happy, but in the background, there was always the threat of what is Ron gonna do next?
Ron Samuels had married Minnesota-born Golden Girl Heather Stevens in 1986. They had 3 children together, Ronnie, Joe, and Lauren. But by the early 1990s, their marriage was on the rocks, and Heather knew she'd had enough. She decided to move on.
It was a bitter divorce. The divorce led to a very intricate and complex child support, child custody battle.
She fell in love with John Grossman, whose father was an owner of the Minnesota Vikings. And he was everything to her that her ex-husband was not. He was kind, he was loving, and she'd really fallen in love with this guy.
The divorce was a nightmare. Ron didn't want it to happen. He did everything he could to continue to terrorize us. He wanted to hurt me. He wanted to take those kids away from me. And John and I were happy, but in the background, there was always the threat of what is Ron gonna do next.
The fact that he had to pay child support and the fact that he had visitation rights but he wanted more caused him to go off the deep end, to the point where he spent over $250,000 on attorney's fees so that he wouldn't have to pay $3,000 a month for child support.
Even though Ron Samuels was worth $30 million, he was having issues with money with Heather, and he was just angry.
Ron, I feel very bad for you.
No, not as bad as you're gonna feel not as bad. Why don't you show me how
I'm taping this conversation.
You're taping
I'm not tough. I only care about the children.
Right. You can lie all you want, John. Sonny, tell him what he said. He said he's taping the
Don't manipulate the children.
My first thought was, Ron Samuels got me. There was no doubt. I was sitting in court in front of Judge Rasmussen, and I told him that Ron Samuels is $35,000 behind in child support, that we are getting death threats and calls in the middle of the night, and I fear that Ron Samuels is going to kill me.
You want to pick my kid?
That way?
Why? Because you're a cowardly, motherless son of a bitch. You're just a typical Jew bastard, aren't you?
That's not very nice.
No?
You're the father.
No, I
Don't you
want
care
to
about the children?
No, I care about what you put your hands on the children.
You know darn well I never put my hands on your
all three of them here told me differently.
I don't think that's true.
You ever touch
true.
my kids, John?
I don't
you ever
touch your
even
kid.
say anything
Come
to
on, you know better than
No,
that.
I don't know better than that.
There were several things that were happening at that time. Number one, there was a bitter custody dispute over the three children. He would not pay child support, and the judge was getting more and more angry to the point where he was going to be held in contempt. Number two, Heather had $1 million life insurance policy that was taken out by Ronald Samuels before they divorced. Motive number three, the judge was so angry with Ronald Samuels for failing to pay child support that the judge in North Florida cut off child visitation, so he could not even see his children for 6 months. These things together in that sociopathic mind just built up to the point where he decided, conspired to kill his ex-wife. He went to the underbelly of society, got the worst unsavory crack addicts with no moral compass to do his dirty work, set it all up through an intermediary, an insurance agent, friend of his by the name of Hugh Estes. Hugh Estes got other people. Roger Runyon, who was a National Guard marksman, who became the shooter, and Eddie Stafford was the driver.
The big fish was Ron Samuels, not these band of merry men that he had hired. So, the cops approached them all at different times and got them to flip. And they would get immunity for this case if they testified against Ron Samuels.
It appears that in approximately May of 1998, Mr. Samuels was alleged to have used a fake passport to leave the country.
It's life or death for me. It really is. I mean, I'm really and I don't know what to do. I really don't.
The investigation took about 10 months, and as they're coming to indict him, he goes to Mexico.
Where?
While in Mexico, he made contact with his current wife, that's Miss Love, who'd agreed for her phone lines to be tapped.
I need the $35,000, Debbie.
Why?
I need it in little bits and pieces, and I need a way to sneak across the border.
Ron Samuels is caught in a drug trafficking shootout with the federales in Mexico. He's taken into custody.
Ron Samuels was arrested in Mexico with 6 kilos of cocaine in his trunk.
And there he is sentenced, I think, to 8 years in a Mexican prison.
Even when Ron was in jail in Mexico, we were still worried about him getting out because he had millions of dollars. He could have paid off the police in Mexico and just slipped out the back door.
He is brought across the border, and he's transported back up to Palm Beach County, where there was an unserved indictment charging him with attempted first-degree murder of his wife and of, at the time, John Grossman.
Barry Kushner, the state attorney, said, you know, it was very hard to get all of the 4 men that were involved in the shooting. And, you know, he said, we're going to have to give some of them immunity.
There was no reason for anybody to take the fall for Ron Samuels. If they were being offered immunity, they were going to take it.
The two of us decided that, you know, Ron Samuels was the one that needed to go to jail. And so we were not happy that they were not charged and they got immunity. But, you know, when it came down to it, it was Ron that planned this all and masterminded it and told each one of them just little parts of what they were supposed to do.
Did Ronald Samuels want Heather dead?
Yes, sir. He said, find a shooter or you can do it yourself.
Nine years passed between the attempted murder of Heather Grossman and the start of Ron Samuels' trial. Samuels had fled to Mexico, where he spent time in jail for drug trafficking before being extradited back to the U.S. in 2005. Heather and John Grossman divorced in 2004, and he died the following year. Now, in 2006, Heather would face Ron Samuels for the first time in almost a decade.
Okay, is everyone ready for opening statements?
Yes.
The vibe in that courtroom was so intense. And I think the fact that all the security people were kind of on edge, expecting something to happen, and the emotional intensity of Ron Samuels' personality, which was totally focused on Heather.
I was terrified to go in the courtroom and even see him because he had just made my life so miserable. Even after being locked up, he would look back, he would snark at me, he would smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, Heather Grossman woke up the morning of October 14th, 1997, living the good life. By midday, Heather Grossman's life came crashing in around her with the sound of a rifle's report. Heather Grossman woke up today a quadriplegic. The defendant did that to her. No, he didn't pull the trigger. He wasn't the henchman. He was too clever for that.
We were always aware of Miss Grossman's presence in the courtroom by the sound of her breathing apparatus that was necessary for her to maintain life.
Through me, through my office, I have entered a plea of not guilty, and by doing that, Mr. Samuels is saying that I did not commit the crimes that the state is alleging, that I am not guilty. Why has Barry Krischer given all these individuals a get-out-of-jail-free card? Because John Grossman and Heather Grossman want Ronald Samuels to go to jail.
Ronald Samuels was at times overpowering, very arrogant, very self-centered. Despite being a court-appointed lawyer for him, he thought I was, as if he was paying me, you know, thousands of dollars an hour to represent him.
Did Ron Samuels involve you in his plans?
Yes.
Did you assist him?
Unfortunately, yes.
Why?
A bad decision. And I was afraid of him.
We did not have evidence to charge Ronald Samuels. Without the testimony of the co-conspirators, it was circumstantial at best. I mean, we had motive, but we didn't have the testimony to connect Ronald Samuels to this conspiracy.
Now, what kind of terms would he use when he was referring to his ex-wife, Heather Grossman? And exactly as you remember it, what kind of terms would he use when he described her?
Well, I can't say in front of you.
Sir, you can. And I'm asking.
You know, a whore, you know, things like that. Not real very kind.
Did Ronald Samuels want Heather dead?
Yes, sir. He said, find a shooter or you can do it yourself.
Did you take steps at this point to help Ron Samuels out and further his plan?
Unfortunately, yes, I did. I introduced him to Slim, Eddie Stafford.
Sir, was your car used by Eddie Stafford and Roger Runyon on October 14th, 1997 to attempt to murder John and Heather Grossman?
Yes, sir, it sure was.
Based on the plan as you knew it, who was the primary target of that assassination?
Heather Grossman.
It was a very unusual trial because there was the person on trial who was the reason for the crime, and then there were 4 people not on trial who were involved in the actual shooting. It was controversial in the community because people felt like he who does the shooting needs to be punished.
Did there come a time when you became aware of a plot to kill a woman in Boca Raton?
Yes.
How did you become aware of this plot?
Through Hugh Estes.
Did Hugh Estes approach you?
Yes.
Did there come a time when you met a man you later came to know as Ron Samuels?
Yes.
Where was that?
Well, we met at a Denny's.
What, if anything, did the defendant say at the meeting?
He wanted her knocked off, and and he you know, he don't have all day. You know, we're not meaning all day, but he wanted it done soon. You know.
Okay, specifically Ron Samuels. What did he speak about at this meeting?
Well, it wasn't really so much what was said, it was what was directed. When Ron mentioned he wants his ex-wife taken care of, he made a motion of a gun in his hand.
So he said the exact words, "I want her taken care of"?
Yes.
Did you believe that you were going to get paid a substantial sum of money for doing this?
Oh, yes. At that time, definitely I did.
And did you drive?
Yes, I did.
Who is Roger Runyon?
Like one of my little guys, a flunky, my little do-boy. He used to hang around and do favors for me or run errands for me.
Did you solicit Roger to help you carry out the defendant's contract on this woman?
Yes, I did.
And her husband?
Yeah.
I'll meet you in hell, you son of a... I'll find you, one way or the other.
Ron Samuels put together a gang that consisted of 3 crack addicts: Hugh Estes, whose car was used in the shooting, Eddie Slim Stafford, the driver, and Roger Runyon, the former National Guard marksman who fired the gun. The 4th member of Ron's team was Jeffrey Pollock, the son of a friend who ran errands for him. But the prosecution said that the mastermind, the one Judge Brown would refer to as the Puppetmaster, was Ron Samuels.
You used your own money or your own money to buy a plane ticket?
My mother bought me a plane ticket.
And why did you buy a plane ticket to go back to Florida?
To confess what I'd done.
Did the police inform you that you had a right to a lawyer?
Yes.
Did you have a lawyer?
No.
Did you ask for a lawyer?
No.
Why not?
I didn't need a lawyer for what I'd done. I was ready to be punished for what I'd done. I came here with maybe one pair of pants, a shirt, not in a suitcase, and a trash bag.
Why was that?
I wasn't expecting to go home.
Roger Runyon was kind of the Indiana farm boy that ends up in South Florida
I think he had military background, and he too gets caught up in the drug addiction.
I stuck the weapon out the passenger side of the car and aimed for the headrest on the passenger seat because I knew that she was in the passenger seat.
You put that rifle out the window and you fired that bullet?
Yes.
To the back of the passenger seat?
Yes.
Put that rifle outside the window again, did you?
Yes.
Fired another bullet?
Yes.
In my 27 years of practicing, I've never seen a shooter, a person who put the bullet in someone's skull, get a free ride. It just doesn't happen.
I'll meet you in hell, you son of a. I'll find you, one way or the other.
Mr. Samuels, I'm going to talk to you now, and I don't want you saying anything. Ron Samuels was extremely arrogant, but his main motivation always seemed to be to take control. I do not want you to be gagged in front of the jury, but I will not give you another warning. He was a person that needed to be in control. And of course, as the judge, I'm in control of the courtroom.
Eddie asked you, did you want to make some money?
Yes.
He did not tell you at the time what you had to do to make that money, did he?
Not at first.
After that, you learned it was in fact to kill someone.
Yes, it was to kill her.
You never got any money for this, did you?
No.
Not one dime?
No.
We had 4 star witnesses who were unsavory characters who were part of this conspiracy. We had the shooter.
And here you stand here today because of a deal that was given to you.
I believe so, yes.
You were given immunity for your testimony here today?
I was given immunity for telling the truth.
You've got a person who is admitted to shooting Heather Grossman. All of those people are getting immunity. And from a criminal defense perspective, practicing here in Palm Beach County, I have never seen a situation where each and every person received immunity except for one.
John and I really did not want the shooter to get immunity, but we needed Ron. You know, we knew he had to be locked up because continually he would try to hurt us.
Deborah Love, Love.
His second wife was Debbie Love. And Debbie Love was the secretary to divorce firm that was handling the divorce for Ron Samuels.
What statements do you recall being made in the presence of one or more of your friends?
That she was that she was a gold digger, that she took his money, that she was mean to the children. She didn't take care of the children, and that all she cared about was herself.
Did the defendant ever indicate that he wished ill of Heather?
Yes, he did.
In what manner? What words did he say?
That bitch should be dead. I wish she was dead. She needs to be dead. Somebody needs to kill the bitch. We need to get rid of her.
I would have predicted that the defense attorneys would not want him to testify, thinking that if he didn't testify, he had a better chance of acquittal. But he was going to testify no matter what because he wanted to be in charge.
Did you go to a Denny's and meet with Hugh Estes, Jeffrey Pollock, and Eddie Stafford, also known as Slim or Sam?
No. It was Ron's decision to go and testify. He wanted to testify. I don't believe I wanted him to tell the story.
Did you ever ask Hugh Estes to kill your wife, your former wife?
No.
Did you ever give him $20,000 and ask him to kill your wife?
No, I never gave him $20,000 and asked him to kill my wife.
Did you give him any amount of money and ask him to kill your wife?
No, I wouldn't want anything like that to happen to her.
Did you ever at the Town Center Mall ask Eddie Stafford or offer Eddie Stafford a car and some money?
I have never met Eddie Stafford.
Where were you when you heard about Miss Grossman being shot?
In the car. I was told that Heather and John died. I wanted to know where the children were if they weren't in the car.
Do you know a Tom Jordan?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever have a driver's license in Tom Jordan's name?
No, not a driver's license.
Did you ever have a passport in Tom Jordan's name?
No, there's never been a passport, but he was a good friend of mine. And I had opened some accounts before he passed away in some friends' names and other people's names.
Why would you have his credit report on March of 1998?
I was eventually going to become him and take my kids if necessary.
In criminal cases, the ultimate say is the defendant. And he made a decision and he got on the stand and he had to, suffer through cross-examination.
You had said, I never wanted Heather to be like this. Remember saying that?
I never did.
And you never wanted Heather to be a quadriplegic, did you?
I never wanted her to be dead either.
That's exactly what you wanted her to be, sir. Dead. He had sold a lucrative car dealership. He was a wealthy man. It was spite. There's no other reasonable explanation.
Mr. Samuels, did you have anything to do with the shooting of Mr. Grossman?
I did not.
Did you have anything to do with the shooting of Mrs. Grossman?
I did not.
Ronald Samuels is not guilty, not because I say it, but because the evidence that they've produced does not support it.
He is guilty, 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 all 8 charges.
Ron Samuels was facing life in prison for the attempted murder of his wife, Heather Grossman, and her then husband, John. Between sworn testimony from the co-conspirators and phone records corroborating their statements, the evidence was pointing to Ron Samuels being the one who called the shots.
Ronald Samuels is the cause of this brutal act, this cowardly act. And you must hold him accountable. Did he have a motive to have this done? Was he frustrated, angry, and upset? You bet he was.
So the defense is that there was no connection between Ron Samuels and the actual 2 people that carried out the crime, Slim and Roger Runyon. Make no mistakes, John Grossman was controlling this prosecution, and John Grossman wanted Ron Samuels to go to jail. They have been given a license to lie, the proverbial get out of jail free card. Make no mistakes, Ronald Samuels is an arrogant, obnoxious, flashy, controlling person. He's always been, and he always will be. Ronald Samuels is not guilty, not because I say it, but because the evidence that they've produced does not support it. Thank you. These were bad people. Mr. Estes was a guy that may have been at one point in his life good, but he was as in the street as Slim and Roger Runyon. And I went after that, and they were doing what they had to do to make sure that they were never going to get charged.
I submit that there is not even a speculative or mere possibility of the fact that this guy is not guilty. He is guilty, 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 all 8 charges. We have to go on whether it's a guilty or a not guilty or a hung jury. We do our job and we go home at night and we do it again the next day.
Florida versus Ronald Samuels, defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count 1, victim Heather Grossman, we find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm as charged in the indictment. As to count 2, victim John Grossman, we find the defendant guilty of attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, a lesser-included offense as contained in the indictment.
When that verdict came in and Ron Samuels was found guilty in the courtroom and in the courthouse, there was a sense of justice.
It's over. There is no more torture. There's no more fear. I can sleep at night knowing that this man will not harm us ever again.
All up and down the corridors, people stood up and clapped for Heather.
When the verdict came back, I was overjoyed. After waiting 9 years, it was a blessing to hear guilty, guilty, guilty.
He still to this day has never owned up to or taken responsibility for anything that he's done. I would appreciate him saying and really meaning, I did this and I'm sorry. So for me, I think I would be totally fine, never seeing him again.
I would hope you would sentence him to life in prison so that I don't have to live in fear anymore, and that Lauren, Ronnie, and Joseph do not have to live in fear anymore.
I'm sorry that Heather has such bitterness in her heart, and irrespective of the decision of the jury, for the sake of my 3 children, I'd still like them to know, Ronnie, Joe, and Lauren, that this is not something that I did.
Is there, defense counsel, any legal reason why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The defense did nothing but point out that these 4 people should not be believed, and they were the people that actually committed the crime. But as I said to Ron Samuels when I sentenced him, not one of these 4 people would have harmed a hair on Heather Grossman's head, except for you, pulling the strings, being the puppet master. Life in prison is the appropriate sentence, and I now impose that sentence as to count 1. It is emotional having to look someone in the eyes and tell them that they are going to prison and never coming out. It's not easy. Harder for him than for me, though.
This was even beyond the ultimate crime, because it left a woman as a quadriplegic forever. Certainly shortened her lifespan, but I know how Heather Grossman lives, and she's a strong woman, and she's been able to survive. She's a survivor.
It's a miracle that my mom is alive. It's a miracle that doctors were right next to the scene. It's a miracle that my mom has lived 24 years up to this point. It's a miracle that I got to have my first dance at my wedding with my mom.
My mom has inspired all of us to make sure we live life to the fullest. And I think all 3 of us have done a really good job.
We're also thankful that we made it this far, because I don't think a lot of people would have been able to persevere and succeed with the hand of cards we were dealt.
I refuse to be a victim because I'm a survivor. Even though I was shot, I'm still alive today, and I'm able to live my life to the best of my ability. And I was able to raise my children. The doctors gave me 7 years to live with my level as a quadriplegic, and it's been 24 years.
Ron Samuels is currently serving life plus 120 years in a Florida prison. Heather Grossman wrote a book about her life and continues to be an advocate for victims' rights. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Perfect couple, perfect family, perfect everything.
She was in a car accident.
The woman is slumped over the wheel, and so they try to get her out of the car. She starts vomiting. Within an hour, she is dead.
I think everybody immediately, their spider sense was definitely aroused.
Did you ever discuss the fact about paying people not to testify?
He knew that he was either going to go to prison or he was going to testify truthfully.
Yazid and Rosemary Issa had a fairy tale life together. He was a charming emergency room doctor, and she was a beautiful nurse who stole his heart. Although they were from two very different cultures, their love knew no bounds. But on February 24th, 2005, the fairy tale came to a tragic end in the wake of a car accident. What followed was a 5-year quest for justice that would cross continents and test family loyalties.
Yazid Issa was an emergency room doctor in Akron, Ohio, which is just a stone's throw away from Cleveland. And Yaz was considered to be kind of a rock star. Good looking, very charismatic, a lot of friends and fans.
Rosie was from a lovely family in Cuyahoga County in Cleveland. They also were from that same area, that Gates Mills, Ohio area. By all accounts, a lovely person, adored by her family and friends.
Yazid Issa was an emergency room doctor who met his wife, Rosemary. He was working as a resident. She was a nurse at the old Mount Sinai Hospital.
And so when he married Rosemary DiPuccio, the family thought, well, this is great because, I mean, what a handsome guy. We all seem to, I mean, he's just so nice and warm and fuzzy. And so they embraced him and they moved into a lovely neighborhood. And you have a doctor and a beautiful wife, and then they have 2 little kids not long after. So perfect couple, perfect family, perfect everything.
He lived in a really beautiful suburb. He was a very successful person. If you saw him, you would have thought that he was and had everything. Success, awesome job, beautiful family.
He and his brother, Firas, had a company called Dish One Up, which was one of the early purveyors of, cable access and stuff, and did really well with that. Dish One Up had its own offices, so they were very close and did really well in terms of the finance part of the business.
The events of February 24th of 2005 is that Rosemary Issa had planned to go see a movie at the local mall and was going to drive there by herself.
Rosie had been going to the movies with her sister. They were going to meet at a movie theater for a later afternoon movie. Rosie was talking on the phone with one of her friends.
She calls her friend Ava and says, I feel like crap. I just feel horrible. And so she's talking about that with her friend Ava. So she then passes out. There's no more conversation.
And so she was in a car accident.
middle of the day, and he was on a small road, so nobody's going fast. And in fact, when they look at the damage on the cars, it was minor. Side swipe, no big impact, no airbags. And yet, when the EMS people got there, the woman is slumped over the wheel. And so they try to get her out of the car. She starts vomiting.
It seemed like an unusual circumstance because the crash was such a low-level crash that it didn't make sense to anybody involved as to why a young, healthy woman who, for all intents and purposes was in excellent health would have this sort of an issue.
The husband, the family all rush in, and this, it's just stupefying. This makes no sense at all. Did she have an aneurysm? Was there a heart attack? There had to have been something.
It's February 24th, 2005. 38-year-old mother of two, Rosemarie Issa, is on her way to take in an afternoon movie. While driving to the theater, she suffers a major medical emergency, which renders her unconscious, leading to a seemingly benign traffic accident. As paramedics and police arrive on the scene, they quickly realize Rosemarie's condition is far more dire than they could have imagined.
Back in 2005, the police respond to a call that there's been a minor accident, but the driver of the vehicle is not responsive.
We have a female who's healthy, who, when EMS gets to the scene, she's vomited, she's unresponsive. Things as an emergency physician I would be thinking about is, did she have an aneurysm that ruptured in her brain and she has a large hemorrhage? Did she have a dissection of her aorta that damaged her vessels?
And they rush her to Hillcrest Hospital, which is not that far away. And within an hour, she is dead. The husband, the family all rush in, and this, it's just stupefying. This makes no sense at all. I mean, did she have an aneurysm? Was there a heart attack? There had to have been something because it was not the accident.
There had to be a devastating event in a young female to have this occur. I'm sure the emergency physician at the time was frustrated. You don't want to see this in someone who's a young mother who's coming in. You then expect the autopsy to be able to give you the idea of what caused this.
Strangely enough, Dr. Baugh was the coroner at the time, a longtime coroner, and nothing unusual showed up. No medical cause. There was no aneurysm. There was no heart attack. There was no drugs. There was no obvious clue because there was no trauma to the body that would indicate that this was a fatal reaction.
In this instance, this case, there was not a determination that this was a homicide. This was a belief that she had died from natural causes.
When the autopsy doesn't show you anything, then you start thinking, well, what else could this be? That gets into the law enforcement, and they're going to have to start thinking outside the box. Do they have access to other aspects? Could there be something nefarious here? And I think in this case, that's what happened.
Dominic DiPuccio, who was incredibly smart, also a brilliant lawyer, really started to dial in on things that were suspicious. And that's when they started making those phone calls. Eva McGregor called Dominic and began to explain her suspicions and explained that Rosie had not been feeling well on the phone when she was driving. She told Dominic that she thought that something was terribly amiss.
So Ava says, I have a weird thing that happened. Rosie was talking to me just before she died, and she was mentioning that Yaz gave her this pill, but she said it just made her feel terrible, so you need to look into that. So Dominic then says to the police, hey, you need to talk to Ava because her conversation with me about this pill is kind of strange. I mean, I don't know what to make of it, but it doesn't make sense to me. The investigator said, well, maybe we should look into that. So the police officer calls Dr. Issa, says, hey, do you still have those calcium pills? He goes, I do. He says, well, can I meet you at the house? Let's get those, because what if it's like product tampering because of the old Tylenol scare? I mean, there was, absolute pattern in history of people being killed by someone putting poison in a pill. So Yaz meets him at the house, hands him over the bottle of calcium pills. The detective bags it, tags it, and sends it off to a scientist, a person who is an expert in looking at the spectron microscopy to know what is in the supplements.
I took in the evidence which was submitted to our laboratory, which was a plastic bottle filled with pills that were purported to be calcium pills. My job at this point isn't to prove that there was poison. My job at this point is to prove that these capsules are all calcium. I found a bunch of calcium. However, I also found 9 of these pills had been tampered with. The calcium pills had a white crushed powder appearance to them. These 9 pills had this crystal rock candy kind of appearance to them. And so I immediately called the detective that actually dropped off the evidence at our laboratory. I'm like, holy cow, okay, one of these things is not like the other. And so then I went back and started to do my lab analysis, the actual chemistry, nerdy type stuff. We use infrared light and I tested it with this material. It showed the presence of cyanide.
When it was sent off, it took, I want to say 3-4 days. But in those 3 or 4 days, suddenly, Yaz told the family members and some of his friends, hey, one of my buddies just got hurt. I've got to go up to Detroit. And so the kids are taken care of. He had 2 different women come in to be their nannies. And so they didn't know who these women were.
The fact that the victim's friend had reported to the police officer that the victim was literally forced to take these pills, and then the fact that she died in the manner that she did very suddenly, I just figured that, okay, this case just went from an unknown, unsolved death to a homicide.
I think everybody immediately, their spider sense was definitely aroused. And certainly after the next few days, some of Rosie's friends, they were immediately suspect of Yazid Issa.
Once Yazid had turned over the calcium tablets, and it would be highly likely once they were tested that the cyanide would be found, at that point in time, then the focus would come down on Dr. Issa. And what he chose to do is run.
He goes up to Detroit, goes across the bridge to Windsor, from Windsor to Toronto, from Toronto to Cyprus, from Cyprus to Beirut. And why Beirut? Well, of course, he's Lebanese, but Beirut does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. So there he sat because he had a buddy over in Lebanon that had connections, had papers, had safe houses, and a place for him to just, if you're going to be on the lam, the perfect place to be. He is living the playboy life. He is just having a great old time. He would get happy in the nightclub and say, they say I'm a killer. Ha ha, I could be a killer. His friend goes, what are you doing?
Perplexed by the cause of Rosemarie's untimely death, authorities hone in on the calcium pills she had taken. After providing investigators with the remaining pills from the bottle for testing, Dr. Yazid Issa tells friends and family he's taking a trip out of town and then quickly flees the country. Upon testing the remaining calcium pills, it is determined they were laced with cyanide.
Once, though, the police bagged and tagged the pills, he realized, I'm going to have to get out of here. And that's right. I can go to Lebanon. I can go to Beirut. I can hide from everybody and my buddies will take care of me. My family will send me money. I will live like a king over there and nobody can touch me.
Once it was determined that this was cyanide poisoning that took place here, and then, Dr. Issa becomes conspicuous by his absence. And he's on the run, and he was a fugitive from justice. There was charges that were brought against him for the murder of his wife.
The lead detective, when he finds out that Yaz is gone and they can't find any trace of him, contacts the FBI and said, this guy, our suspect, may have fled the country. And that becomes your problem because if he's taken off, then he's trying to escape our jurisdiction, so we need your help.
He made a new life for himself literally in Beirut, in Lebanon, which did not have an extradition policy with the United States at the time. He left behind his children. I think he probably knew that the DiPuccio family would step up and care for them as they have. It was bizarre, though. The fact that he thought it out and was able to do what he did so efficiently and so in such a calculated manner.
It was 2 years that he was missing. Eventually, through the good contacts that the FBI had with Interpol and with other investigative agencies in the Middle East, was able to identify where Dr. Issa was able to monitor his whereabouts, and then a plan was put in place as to how to secure him so that he could be brought back.
He is living the playboy life. He is just having a great old time. So much so that the guy that was his patron in Lebanon said, I need you to be quiet. I need you to shut the hell up about being so bold about everything, because he would apparently get, happy in the nightclub and say, they say I'm a killer. Ha ha, I could be a killer. Dr. Issa wants to start dating again, so he gets a new address, and his new address for emails is fugitive@hotmail.com. So his friend goes, What are you doing? Fugitive@hotmail.com. He goes, oh yeah, it's funny, it's great, they'll love it. Really? Well, the FBI, of course, is now still monitoring all of this.
There was a significant amount of information as to him traveling through Lebanon, and the FBI was made aware that he was going to be traveling to Cyprus.
So the FBI finds out he's about to leave for Cyprus. They contact the Cypriot authorities and say, this guy's probably going to show up with a fake passport, which makes him somebody you can arrest for bad papers. So when you arrest him, let us know. And sure as Yaz, with his hair now completely changed, he's got a fro, he's the playboy of Lebanon. He's all into it. And the police are there say, excuse me, we need you to do your fingerprints here, because the fingerprints give him away.
He had a false identity. I think his name was Khalife. It was what the false identification, false paperwork. They eventually identified him.
So they arrest him because, of course, as a doctor at Akron, his fingerprints were on file. So now you faked it, you broke the law, we can arrest you, and over comes the FBI. So doctor, we'd like you to come back to the States. We want you to come back to Cleveland.
At the time that Dr. Issa was charged with aggravated murder, and although there were not specifications or requests that this be handled as a possible death penalty case, persons could construe that aggravated murder would carry the death sentence. So that was something that we had to navigate through as far as using the United States State Department with the folks in Cyprus to make sure that they understood that we would not be looking for the death sentence, because they would have been reluctant to allow him to return for a trial where capital murder was involved.
It took a couple of years for this negotiation to go on. Finally, he said, I'm coming back. And so they bring him back in cuffs. And now we move to the next phase, which is having a prosecutor and a team that really has nothing more than circumstantial evidence, because we've got pills that had poison in them. We've got a guy who fled the country, bad, who had an email address, fugitive@hotmail.com, another bad thing. But how do we prove all of this?
The most compelling testimony of that entire trial was the testimony of Yazid Issa's brother. Did you ever discuss the fact about paying people not to testify?
After 3 long years on the run, Yazid Issa is finally extradited back to the United States to stand trial for the murder of his wife, Rosemarie. The prosecution team of Steve Dever and Anna Faralia will have to prove to the jury that Dr. Issa, using his knowledge of medicine, violated his sacred oath in an attempt to commit the perfect murder.
My drive was to do a really good job for the people of my state, to do my job well, and to not let my personal feelings or anything else interfere. I also knew that in going forward, if I had made errors, that my own career would be defined by this case. That so much of what I was doing was being scrutinized. All right, good morning, everybody. Again, we're back on the record in State of Ohio versus Yazid Issa, case number 476832. We are getting ready to begin opening statements at this time.
On April 20th, 2005, the Cuyahoga County coroner ruled that Rosemary Issa died as a result of acute cyanide intoxication. When this tragedy was announced, this 38-year-old mother of two had been in her grave for nearly 2 months. Meanwhile, her husband had fled this country over a month earlier and had started a new life in Beirut, Lebanon, living as Maurice Khalifi.
Steve Dever was the lead assistant county prosecutor, and Steve is not flashy. He is not somebody who's the old sort of theatrical style of bombast and stuff. Very simple, very businesslike, but very precise.
Of all of the people who commit the crime of murder, the poisoner is probably the most craftier of all of those types of killers. And the reason being, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's so difficult, first of all, to detect poison. And secondly, it's very, very difficult to identify who could be the perpetrator.
Both of the defense attorneys did a good job because, you know, our client, of course, is Lebanese. You know, he's not going to get a fair shake because of, you know, the animus between Americans and the Lebanese right now.
There is no question that the death of Rosemary Issa was senseless, needless, and certainly tragic. And I'm certain that when you hear from every witness that knew Rosemary, you were going to hear that she was a terrific person whose life clearly ended way too soon.
I have a lot of respect for the two fine defense attorneys, Mr. Bradley and Mr. Marine. They are worthy adversaries, and they worked this case up. They worked it hard.
And all of that is true, but equally true. And what you will come to see as this trial unfolds over the next several weeks is that Dr. Yazid Issa did not commit this crime. He did not intentionally poison the mother of his two young children. The woman with whom he was actively trying to conceive a third child and add to their family, something they both wanted. And you're going to see that he did not commit this crime because there was no reason for him to have committed this crime.
The most compelling testimony of that entire trial was the testimony of Yazid Issa's brother. Definitely, those two guys were the best of friends. They had built a great business together, and they were active in each other's lives. Now, up until that time when your brother contacted you, that was following the interview with the police, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you actually came over to Yazid Issa's house in Gates Mill, did you?
Yes.
Right? And he was pretty worked up about that interview, wasn't he?
He was a little nervous. Yeah, he was scared.
All right. And what was he afraid of?
Basically that people would find out about his affairs.
And because of that, the fact that your brother had had a relationship while married, that caused him so much concern that you advised him that, hey, you better go talk to your lawyer. Is that correct?
That caused me concern.
Okay. At that point in time, we don't have a murder and we don't have a poisoning, right? Don't you think you kind of jumped the gun about that concern?
People jump the gun all the time.
Okay. Well, you did that day, right?
I just thought it was smart for him to speak to an attorney.
Okay.
That was...
All right. Well, when did he tell you that he gave the pill to his wife that killed her?
You know, sometime after she passed away. So sometime within those 2 or 3 days. Those days kind of blur together for me because it was a pretty bad period. I mean, we just lost somebody we love.
All right, and when you had that conversation with him about that, did you ask him, well, who possibly could have put cyanide into those pills?
Yes.
All right, and did you ask him if he killed his wife?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said no.
I think for us knew the stakes. I mean, he knew that he would likely go to prison if he did not cooperate. And I think that it was very, very challenging for him because he knew that he was either going to go to prison or he was going to testify truthfully.
Let me ask you this. In your conversations with your brother, did you ever discuss the fact about paying people not to testify?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with your brother about paying $35,000 to shut somebody up?
No.
No? Can you cue that up, please? We were able to uncover several conversations that Dr. Issa was having with his brother concerning trying to influence witnesses and what we perceive to be an attempt to bribe or intimidate a witness not to testify or not to testify truthfully. You talked to your brother on the telephone when he arrived back here at the Justice Center, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that those conversations that take place from the Justice Center are recorded, is that correct? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And the testimony that you've given here today to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and yesterday has been the truth and the complete truth. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And there was, in fact, a conversation you had with your brother about paying, quote, that bitch $35,000 to shut her up. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
The prosecutor said, stop, well, hold on. Are you telling me the truth now, or do you want to think about this? Do you want to take a break and come back? Because, perjury is a big deal here.
At this time, I want to advise you of your right against self-incrimination. You know that you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to answer questions that would incriminate yourself. If you would like to consult with your attorney at this point, you are able to do that, and I will give you the opportunity to step off the witness stand and to take that time.
He consulted with an attorney. He had the choice of either provide truthful testimony concerning what his brother said concerning the death of Rosemary Issa, or he could face the consequences of obstruction of justice, intimidating witnesses, as well as committing perjury.
She said to me that she was going to call Yaz and ask him if the calcium pill he gave her could be making her sick.
He bragged about it every damn day.
The prosecution has struck a potentially devastating blow to Yazid Issa's defense in the murder trial of his wife, Rosemary. While testifying on the witness stand, Faraz Issa is caught lying to the jury regarding a pre-trial jailhouse conversation he had with his brother, the defendant, Yazid. Although Faraz is excused to speak to his attorney, the defense knows full well that once recalled to the stand, he may have knowledge that can sink their case.
The fact that you have a successful, popular, charismatic emergency room doctor who had the perfect lifestyle, a loving wife, 2 adorable kids, and then it all gets crushed by his evilness. That to me was, and the parents and the family's demand for justice, to me, was a perfect story. And that needed to be shared. And I think that's why people related to it.
He had affairs. He had more than 2 affairs, but there were 2 that admitted that there, in fact, had relationships with Dr. Issa. This relationship you had with the defendant, was this a sexual relationship?
At one point, after we were married in 2001, we began another sexual relationship.
So after you were married and after the defendant was married,
Yes.
Is that correct? And do you know the defendant, Yazid Issa?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Yazid Issa?
I had a romantic relationship with him.
Well, in order for this relationship to have a future, it was your position that he could no longer be married. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And did you express that to him?
probably a couple of times.
The suggestion by the prosecution was that he, of course, was having affairs all through his marriage, and that the two women who became his nannies were his lovers at the time. And then after Rosemary is killed, he brings them right into the house. How would somebody do that? That's something that is diabolical in my book.
I think that Eva McGregor's testimony was incredibly compelling.
And during that day, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
From Rosie?
Yes.
And where were you when you received your phone call?
I was in my office.
The last conversation that Mrs. Issa had with her good friend and neighbor concerning the calcium pills was one of the revelations as far as focusing down on the pills as a possible source or having something to do with Mrs. Issa's death.
She said she wasn't feeling well. And I said, why? What's the matter? She says, well, I'm feeling a little nauseous. She said that she had taken a calcium pill right before she left her house. And I said, calcium? I said, when did you start taking calcium? And she said, well, she was at Yaz's family's, and they had a discussion that because of her age, she should start to take calcium. And she said she didn't really want to take it. And she said as she was in it, rushing out the door, he said, here, take it, take your calcium. And she said, I just, that I took it. And she says, and now I don't know if that's what's making me sick.
So your understanding was that Yaz had given her a calcium pill?
Yes.
Mrs. McGregor, when did you talk to Rosemary again?
I never did.
Was that your last phone call with Rosemary?
Yes.
What was your reaction? What was your feeling at the time when you talked to Eva McGregor?
I could not believe what she had just told me.
And what did you do?
We called the coroner in the morning and told him that to make sure he does a full autopsy, a full toxicology.
And why was it important for you to have the coroner do a full autopsy and full toxicology at that time?
Because of what Eva told us, and she was insistent. She was absolutely insistent that we promise her that we will do that.
All right.
One of the instances in the trial that stood out to me was when they brought in Mr. Khalif who had been his protector in Lebanon. He took the witness stand.
I tried to help him for all the way through.
What do you mean by trying to help?
To establish a life over there,
How did you try to help him establish his life over there?
getting him IDs and getting him things to do over there.
What kind of IDs did you get for the defendant?
5-6 different IDs.
Well, how does one legally in Lebanon get false identifications for a fugitive from justice?
There is ways.
There is ways.
Yes, if you know the right people.
Pardon me?
If you know the right people.
Mr. Khalifi was also larger than life, very boisterous, very gregarious in the courtroom. He was a very interesting character.
Okay, well, what was the context that he would talk about his wife's death?
The context, so he told me 2 cyanide pills in a jar. There was like 6-7 pills in vitamin jar. And he gave her 2 pills. And he grounded the cyanide, refilled the pills.
That information was critical, specifically the admissions that Dr. Issa had poisoned his wife, had killed his wife. That was significant evidence.
He bragged about it every damn day in Lebanon.
Judge,
it was
instruct him to answer my question.
Just the answer.
yes.
Right. And what you then answer to is you've told that same story.
Yes.
And it's been accounted 3 different ways.
Yes.
Faraz comes back, takes a witness stand, raises his right hand. The prosecutor goes, so, I was asking you some questions before. Let me ask you, what did your brother, Dr. Issa, tell you about this murder?
I asked him if he was responsible for her death, and he said yes.
What did he tell you that he did?
He said that he put the cyanide in the capsules.
When your own brother now says you admitted to him, this is the person who is protecting you, sending you money, your business partner, your flesh and blood, said you admitted to him, we're done. We are so done with this thing.
When you found out that information, what did you say to your brother?
He told me he's a
And why did you say that?
because he took Rosie's life. And I loved her. He just ruined his whole family.
It was a heartbreaking moment because Faraz clearly loved Rosie, and he was, I think, in the worst position that one could possibly be in.
Jamal Khalifi was worthy enough to hear Yaz say he killed Rosie. So what about us today? What do we deserve?
Are you man enough?
Over the course of this trial, the prosecution has clearly demonstrated for the jury the type of person Yazid Issa is. What they say is that the truth can't be discounted, that a young mother of two was murdered, leaving heartbroken friends and family members with more questions than answers. Defense attorneys Stephen Bradley and Mark Marion have the difficult task of convincing the jury that their client had no motive to commit this crime.
This was a case that I had at the very beginning of my career as a judge, and it was like going from the minor leagues up to pitch at the World Series on the last game. It was the most intense trial that I've ever had.
The power of the emotion that you can feel when you consider the sympathy towards the DiPuccio family, those children, and Rosemarie herself, and the power of the emotion that you feel in terms of the disgust and disdain that you might maintain towards this man as a human being. And you have to remind yourself that that is not evidence. You have to consider the evidence that was presented. And if you feel that any of the evidence that was presented raises a reasonable doubt in your individual minds, to recognize that doubt and return a verdict of not guilty.
I think that all of the pieces of this case came together, and the prosecutors were very thorough in their presentation.
But of the most important testimony you have heard, or that you will ever hear, came right from this witness stand. When Eva McGregor sat down and she looked at you and she told you something very important. Very rarely does a victim speak to you. She told you in her own words, he handed me a calcium pill as I walked out the door. And you come to find out, ladies and gentlemen, that that calcium pill is laced with cyanide. The same cyanide that killed her. No one's asking you to make a quantum leap in this case, ladies and gentlemen, and no one's asking you to think outside the box. The only thing we ask is that you use your common sense and your good judgment.
The jury was incredibly thoughtful and deliberate during the course of their deliberations. They took their time.
All rise for the jury, please.
You can be seated. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you have reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Foreperson, if you would, hand me the verdict form. We, the jury in this case, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, Yazid Issa, guilty of aggravated murder in violation of 2903.01A of the revised code.
Dr. Issa was found guilty of aggravated murder, that this was a pre-calculated decision to cause her death.
Her mom and dad, when you watch their faces during the testimony and you watch their faces when the guilty verdict came in, you know, they're hugging each other and they were so lovable. So you understood their pain. And I was moved by that.
February 24th, 2005, I told Gigi our luck ran out. We lost our Rosie for no reason. There is no closure. I mean, we were changed forever, but we'll survive. We'll handle it. The only thing I'm hoping that from now on, maybe there'll be less nights that my wife cries herself to sleep.
The DiPuccio family, they needed to speak, and there was nothing that I could have said that would have been any better than what each one of them had said.
What do you say to a person that murders the mother of his children? A murdering coward? No heart? No compassion? No remorse? Evil? 7 weeks looking at the devil in his eyes and a blank expression. May your life in prison be as miserable as you are.
The brothers being, you know, attorneys and being men who are trying to be more stoic about it, but just gushed the trauma and the disbelief and the pain and the betrayal.
Jamal Khalifi was worthy enough to hear Yaz say he killed Rosie. And his brother was given that special treatment to hear those words. So what about us today? What do we deserve? He set the bar, but I'm not holding my breath. 5 years ago, this nightmare started with the act of a coward, and I predicted it'll end with one.
And I challenge him to find the courage today to admit what he did, to provide the apology that my mother, my father, my sister, my wife, my brother, Rachel deserve. Are you man enough? Are you? Forget that appeal. Stop wasting your brother's money. It's your last chance to save your soul. Right here, right now. Go, yes. Are you a man or not?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Rocco.
He was there in the room with them. Never, ever gave him any indication that he was overwhelmed with any kind of grief or remorse at trial.
I am so glad that you will be leaving my courtroom now, and that I hopefully will never have to look upon you again. At this time, I sentence you to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 20 years.
We've all taken an oath as physicians to do no harm. To take your knowledge base and to use that to do harm against someone who's a family member or others in society, that's just a whole nother level. We're offended for anyone to do this, but certainly someone with that knowledge base to use it after taking an oath is even more so.
I think that Yazid Issa wanted to have everything, the status, the warmth, the love, the companionship of these people, but he also wanted to have affairs. He wanted to have mistresses. If Rosie divorced him, he would lose the DiPuccio family, and he would lose likely a great deal of custody of his children, and his bad character would be revealed. I think that in his own narcissism, he could not have that.
On March 5th, 2010, Yazid Issa was convicted of murdering his wife, Rosemarie. He is currently serving out a life sentence in the Ohio State Penitentiary. He will be eligible for parole in January of 2029. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
It never even moved. It was like an execution style.
It certainly looked like a robbery, but it looked like the person who did it was looking for something very specific.
He continued to insist that it was very important to get this letter.
You can't believe something like this has happened.
Sometimes these cases, you could put the best police detectives in the world, and sometimes it's just a little bit of luck. Just all the right pieces fell into place and really broke this case wide open.
On July 16, 2003, an 82-year-old doctor and his 47-year-old son were found shot to death in their beds. Detectives had no leads, and the double homicide remained unsolved for nearly 6 months until police got a lucky break and the dominoes began to fall.
Coral Gables is just outside of Miami, and it's a very upscale, very classy area with million-dollar homes and fancy cars and professionals, doctors, lawyers, business owners. It's the nicest part of South Florida, and it's the part that everybody wants to live in.
Paul Jarrett was a really, really well-known psychiatrist in town. He had won a lot of awards for his work. He was someone that was really well-respected in the community, not just in the community in Coral Gables. The Jarretts were a really good family.
Let's just start with, he was a wonderful father, a wonderful husband. He was a very smart medical doctor. He started the Department of Psychiatry here at Mercy Hospital. He had a joke for every occasion. He was extremely athletic, was a marathon runner, and he was called the Running Doc in Miami. My brother, Greg, was a huge fisherman. We used to call him Old Man in the Sea. He also was an excellent nurse. I used to go up to the hospital, and when I go up there, everybody would tell me what a great guy he was. Back then, there wasn't really a lot of male nurses. And we became very, very close, because over the years, I lost 2 other brothers.
Greg was living with his dad, staying there, had a girlfriend, was kind of looking to his own future. So, these were people who really did seem to have it all together, especially at this time of their lives.
Greg didn't turn up at the hospital for his shift, and he was the morning shift, and that's not like him. He was dating one of the nurses there, and they kept calling and nobody would answer. So about 2 o'clock, she says, I'm gonna go to the house to see what has happened. And another nurse says, I'll go with you. And so they got there. The door was open, they didn't go in, they called the police. And when the police went in, they found the 2 persons deceased.
Paul and Greg were both found dead. They'd both been shot, and the house had been ransacked. But when we say it was ransacked, nothing was really stolen. It wasn't as though all their jewelry was gone or all the electronics were gone. Those things were still there. It certainly looked like a robbery, but it looked like the person who did it was looking for something very specific.
When you see that, where the blood splatter was above the head, you get the feeling they never even moved. It was like an execution style.
There really wasn't a whole lot of evidence. They didn't find, there wasn't like some struggle where they found a lot of, maybe the killer got cut and had blood in his hands, or it wasn't like they found DNA under any of the victim's fingernails. There was no real evidence that could place anyone who might have been behind the attack at the scene. One of the key things that the cops had right away was Dr. Jarrett's car was gone.
Another thing that was missing from the crime scene was a gun that belonged to Greg Jarrett, and nobody knew where that was.
Murders don't happen in Coral Gables very often, let alone a double murder, 2 family members shot to death inside their own house. It's sort of like your worst nightmare.
When I walked in the house, my husband was looking at me in a way that you don't want ever anybody to have that look. And I went, what happened? What happened? He was almost speechless, just looking at me. A detective from Miami-Dade Police Department called and said my father and brother had been murdered. And It's something that a husband should never have to do. One thing I insisted upon, by the time I got there, the bodies had been removed, but it was a crime scene. I'm a nurse. I've seen blood before. I've seen people die. I said, I can handle this. But the victim advocate said they advise you not to go in there and not to do it. And I said, guess what? I'm going in with or without you. And I went in, and I did see it. And I wish I hadn't.
At the moment, cops didn't have a whole lot because they were thinking, well, maybe one of his patients had decided that they'd snapped, but then they went through all their patients and there was nobody who would have done it. They didn't seem to have enemies. This wasn't a family that had a lot of people that didn't like them. What they had were 2 men who were dead of gunshot wounds and not a whole lot more.
I didn't believe it. My father was a practical joker. I thought, what kind of a joke? This is the worst practical joke he's ever played. And you can't believe something like this has happened. And when I got down to Miami the very next day, I was actually interviewed like I was a suspect because my family is now dead. Maybe I had done something to, get an inheritance.
The media was all over this case. It was a complete whodunit. We were reaching out to all of informants. Homicide detectives were doing all of their interviews, investigating it as thorough as possible. And for the community of Coral Gables, it was a priority for this case to be solved.
It goes unsolved for about 6 months, and finally they have a breakthrough in the case.
Sometimes these cases, you could put the best police detectives in the world, and sometimes it's just a little bit of luck.
With the community of Coral Gables on edge, detectives frantically chased down the few leads they had. They were looking for Dr. Jarrett's car, Greg Jarrett's missing handgun, and talking to people they knew.
Not knowing why they were killed was horrible. I got to be close to the detectives, and once I was ruled out, I would talk to them. They were searching all the phone records. And did I know any of these names and anything? And I was just constantly, what can I do to help? What can I do to help solve this?
When they're looking for the suspects and they're starting off cold, and when I say cold, they don't find any forensics in the home, and the car is taken somewhere nearby to a nearby lot and abandoned, but they said it was wiped down. So they don't really, that means they don't find any forensic evidence in the vehicle either. They're gonna do 2 things. They're gonna, 1, start looking at the last people who would have contact with the family, the father and son, and who are the people closest to them. So in looking there, that's where they're gonna start finding different possible clues.
Maria Catabay worked for Dr. Paul Jarrett, and Maria Catabay at some point stole some checks from her boss.
My dad had a good relationship with Maria, and when we used to walk, see the sunrise at Matheson Hammock, all he would talk about is poor Maria stories. She had a lot of problems with marriages and her children and automobile accidents, that kind of thing.
The police found out that she had been embezzling money from Dr. Jarrett once they started talking to her.
Maria writes a check based on how much money she believes that she's owed for work that she's done, and she throws in a few extra $1,000 in there because she needs it and she figures he can absorb the loss of the money. He discovers it though, and so she apologizes. The fact that she's still working there, he hadn't fired her, he seems to have forgiven her.
Maria wrote an apology letter for embezzling, and we did not know that until months later. We were cleaning out my dad's clothes and we found it folded up inside the vest pocket of a coat.
The letter in Dr. Jarrett's coat pocket confirms what the police had heard from Maria herself, that she had been stealing money, that she had penned this key piece of evidence, this letter to Dr. Jarrett apologizing and asking for a second chance.
I think Maria Catabay was a person of interest, and her story seemed to add up to the detectives, and it sort of ended there.
Survivor's guilt probably is the worst to deal with because it's not only that my father and brother were murdered. They were my last two to die. All my family has died. My brothers and my mother, and the last two to murder. Murder is like no other, though. I've been through a lot of tragic deaths, but let me tell you, I think it's having to deal with the criminal justice system all those years, too, that it's agonizing.
This case went on for a long, long time. They couldn't figure out who would want to kill the doctor, who would want to kill Greg, and so it went unsolved.
The homicide investigation was stale. It was a complete whodunit. Miami-Dade homicide detectives were working all the leads they could from that aspect, but at that time, no arrests were made. When you hit a wall as a homicide detective, you're just still feelers in the street. They reach out to units like ours, contact your informants, put the word out that we're looking for people that possibly are bragging about the murder that they committed, which occurs frequently. And from that aspect, that's how we are working it.
Most people think when you have family members murdered, they're at the wrong place at the wrong time. They were part of the mafia. They were drug dealers in Miami. All these things that they really almost don't want to talk to you about it anymore. Like you're part of this group that is tainted almost, like you have a scarlet letter on you. It's only a few close friends and people that have stuck along with it all along. And I know it's very hard.
It goes unsolved for about 6 months, and finally they have a breakthrough in the case.
Sometimes these cases, you could put the best police detectives in the world, and sometimes it's just a little bit of luck.
We ran the first firearm within 1 minute of the arrest, and that firearm came back stolen from Dr. Jared's house. Now it's just a matter of putting the pieces to the puzzle together.
After exhausting every possible lead, the police's case of who killed Dr. Jared and his son Greg went cold until one day, nearly 6 months after the murder, when detectives got a break. Call it fate, a stroke of luck, or kismet. This mystery was about to be solved.
I was a detective with the Miami-Dade Police Department. Stop Task Force we are a violent crime unit. We do sting operations. We received information from a confidential source that Jose Barco was interested in committing a robbery of an armored truck that was going to be delivering money to Mount Sinai Credit Union over on Miami Beach. So we pulled a Loomis Fargo truck up to the credit union. Jose Barco got out of the informant's car, was approaching the truck to rob the courier when we made our presence known and arrested Mr. Barco. When we made the arrest, one of the detectives, Detective McColeman, who was on the scene with us at the time of arrest, he was also on the scene of the Dr. Jared murder. And when we recovered both firearms that Mr. Barco had in his possession, we ran the first firearm within 1 minute of the arrest, and that firearm came back stolen from Dr. Jared's house. Detective McColeman says, "Mitch, you're not going to believe this, but we believe the Jareds were killed with a .22. And sure enough, we recovered the .22 with a silencer that Jose Barco had on his person as well. The mere callousness of Jose Barco to keep the firearm that was stolen from Dr. Jared, to have the murder weapon in his possession at the time of arrest, we were shocked when we discovered it. Now it's just a matter of putting the pieces to the puzzle together, and we moved forward from there.
I got a phone call from Detective Parr the night before saying, "We're breaking the case. I want to tell you tonight because it's going to be all over the news tomorrow. I want you to be the first to know that we broke the case and you just didn't see it on the TV."
Jose Barco was interviewed by some homicide detectives about the crime. He wouldn't confess to the crime of murder. He just denied it and denied it. Eventually, we confronted him with some of the audio recordings that we made during our proactive investigation. He admitted to our informant that he's killed in the past, and in this particular case, he was in a kill the guard. When Jose Barco was confronted with audio recordings, he asked if he can go to the bathroom. I took him to the bathroom. We were in the bathroom. He turned to me and says, "Hey, you're pretty good. You got me. I did it."
So now they have the one who committed the murders. But they're also going to dig deeper into, well, what made you choose this home and why did you go in there and what was the story?
Eventually it came out that he had been, basically hired to go help a guy named J.C. Fernandez and to break into this house. And of course, J.C. Fernandez turns out to be Maria Catabe's boyfriend.
Arresting Maria was interesting. Homicide detectives asked us to approach her at a gas station, which we did, and she was very interested in speaking with a Miami-Dade homicide detective as to her involvement in the crime.
Did you write a letter?
Yes.
What was the content in general of that letter?
An admission to a wrongdoing regarding money.
That you stole the money? For the record, I'm showing a copy of the letter. Is that the letter?
That is the letter.
Juan Carlos Fernandez wasn't happy with the fact that Maria Catabe wrote a letter admitting to stealing the money.
He said that I should have never done that. That I should have just, if I wanted to just discuss it with Dr. Jared in person is one thing, but to actually put something in writing is another. And that I should retrieve that letter, that should come back and bite me.
It's JC who brings forth the alarm. Oh my gosh, that could be used against you. I'm gonna go get it for you one way or another.
We learned through the investigation that Maria Catabe's boyfriend, Juan Carlos Fernandez, contacted his uncle, Ruben Fernandez.
His grandnephew, Juan Carlos or JC Fernandez, comes to him and says, "Hey, I need to burglarize somewhere. I need to go into a home. Will you come with me?" And he recommends Mr. Barco.
Did Mr. Fernandez suggest that you drive him over to the Jarrett house so he could obtain the letter?
Yes.
What was your response?
No.
Because?
Because I didn't want to be involved in trying to retrieve that letter in that manner. And then he said, fine, we'll go with someone else, because he continued to insist that it was very important to get this letter.
Maria confesses, not to the murder, but confesses to the idea that Juan Carlos told her that we need to get the letter back. And she was shifting blame, so to speak, wasn't taking full responsibility.
Her boyfriend was the one who went and hired a hitman through his uncle to go into the house and kill them both while they're sleeping in the bed. Just because she wasn't there and she didn't pull the trigger, according to Florida law, that's felony murder. She was the cog in the wheel of the chariot of death and destruction. If it wasn't for her, they would have woke up the next morning and said good morning to each other.
I believe violence was going to occur, and she knew violence was going to occur, because whenever you go inside somebody's house when they're there, the likelihood of violence, you're committing a home invasion robbery, is very great.
The trial of Maria Catabe began nearly 6 years after the murder of the doctor and his son. Jose Barco had already been convicted of the double murder and was serving a life sentence. Ruben Fernandez pleaded guilty for his part and would be testifying for the state. And although she was not present when the crime was committed, Maria Catabe was facing charges of burglary and murder.
I went to virtually every single hearing, trial, living 500 miles away. I did 1,000-mile round trips to Miami. There weren't very many people left that would come and attend the trials. Somebody needed to be in that courtroom to represent my father and my brother, and it ended up being me.
Ms. Corona, on behalf of the state, you may proceed with opening statement.
We're here today because Dr. Paul Jarrett and his son Greg Jarrett are dead. And Maria Cadeby is the reason for that. And you're going to hear that Maria spoke to the police extensively. She gave 2 separate statements. She spoke to both Detective Parr and Detective Strohs. She was there for hours. And during this statement, she finally admits to having written the letter. She's confronted with the letter. She admits to having stolen some checks from the doctor. And she admits that she herself agreed with JC and conspired with JC to burglarize the doctor's house in order to retrieve that letter. That's Maria's story. If you believe Maria's story, under the felony murder rule that the judge explained to you and Mr. Waxman explained to you during jury selection, you are gonna have to find Maria guilty of murder because these people died as a result of a burglary, the felony that she helped to arrange.
The state came at the trial saying, we can connect these lines. She worked for him, she embezzled money from him, she said she was sorry, and then for whatever reason decided that she wanted to cover her tracks. It was very linear the way that the state did it because they had a very linear case. You could very easily, in just a few sentences, connect all the dots to something that made a lot of sense.
I'm here to explain to you or to tell you what the evidence will in fact show. The evidence will show that once the police decided that Maria Cadeby had to have something to do with the death of Dr. Jarrett and Greg Jarrett, they made it fit. Maria Cadeby, if you want to believe, is a thief. She attempted to steal $9,317 from her employer. She was caught. She wrote a letter of apology. She said, I am so sorry for what I did to you. You've been so good to me. I shouldn't have done it. I should have followed the inner voice that told me all along that it was wrong. The evidence will show that at best, she's a thief, but never a cold-blooded killer. It's a long way from that. Maria Cadeby had nothing to do with Dr. Jarrett's death or Greg Jarrett's death. And the states will never be able to prove that. That being so, you will have to find that Maria is not guilty of all the things that they say about her. It was very clear to me, without a shadow of a doubt, that she did not set up for her boss or his son to be murdered. No doubt about that. There was no intent for this to happen, to turn this bad.
Mr. Fernandez, if you'll come forward, please, and if our interpreter can come forward, please.
Ruben Fernandez and Mr. Barco have been political prisoners together in a prison in Cuba. And as he testifies on the stand, he connected JC and Jose Barco.
What did you do after JC asked you to do or commit this burglary with him?
Bueno, me preguntó si yo tenía alguien que pudiera hacerlo.
He asked me if I had anybody that could do it.
Did you find somebody that you thought would do it with him?
Sí.
Yes.
Who's that?
¿Quién?
Barco. José Barco.
And who is Jose Barco?
Era un hombre, vaya, que había participado en la guerra en Argelia.
Was a man who had participated in the war in Argelia, in Algiers.
O sea, era un hombre, vaya, de acción.
He was a man of action.
Jose Barco, to me, is a ruthless killer. He didn't care, and he was just a murderer.
You take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what Dr. Jarrett and his son Greg Jarrett looked like when you got to the scene on July 17, 2003?
Yes.
And what could you determine about that gunshot wound? Could you determine the distance that the gun was fired from the head?
At the scene, before the body was cleaned, I could see that there was black soot and residue around the wound edges, as well as soot in the wound edges and around the wound itself. So that meant the gun was almost in contact with the head when it was fired.
I got out of the courtroom when the medical examiner came on and they showed all the pictures, and I said, I don't want that to be my last image of actually seeing the bodies in the bed. I didn't want that, so I'm glad I did that.
Did there come a time during your interviews of her on, I believe, the 6th and the 7th, where she mentioned a suggestion that Juan Carlos Fernandez had that might get her out of her financial difficulties?
Yes.
And what was that?
According to the defendant, Juan Carlos suggested that he retrieve the apology letter for her, and that might alleviate any legal problems.
And where was he supposed to look for the apology letter?
Either in the deceased victim Paul Jarrett's car or his home.
And did Maria Cadeby tell you whether or not she agreed with that plan?
Yes, she said that she agreed that the letter should be retrieved and the house or car be burglarized.
When he was discussing his plans with you and you were exchanging information with him, did you agree with the plans that he was formulating?
Yes.
Were the majority of those conversations concerning the attempt to obtain the letter that you had written?
Yes.
I believe violence was going to occur, and she knew violence was going to occur, because whenever you go inside somebody's house when they're there, the likelihood of violence, you're committing a home invasion robbery, is very great.
She was involved in the planning of the burglary, planning of the entry of the home, and someone died as a result. Under the law, she's as guilty as the triggerman.
The defense's strategy was to get the jury to feel sorry for her.
The only thing I know is that when Carlos came and told me what happened inside the house, that's all I know. I don't know anything else.
On the third day of testimony, the state rested its case. Where the defense would start was anyone's guess. To the surprise of many in the courtroom, the first witness they called was Maria Cadeby.
All right, Ms. Owens, the state having rested, on behalf of Ms. Cadeby.
I called Maria Cadeby to the stand.
Ms. Cadeby, if you'll come forward, raise your right hand, stand in front of Linda. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
At some point in the trial, the defense has to decide whether or not to put her on the stand. Generally, we don't like to put our clients on the stand. They automatically become the number one witness. And when I say number one witness, I mean every sound that they utter becomes more important than whatever anyone else said. And that one witness could make or break the case. And it may not be fair, but this is how the human mind works, and this is how a trial works.
I put Maria Cadeby on the stand, or I had to. This is a murder. This is a going away for life. I had to pull out all the stops.
Ms. Cadeby, was your father abusive to you?
Yes.
How so?
My father's form of punishments were very harsh, and they were corporal punishment.
And was there any domestic violence with your first boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Did something happen to you around age 18 that has stayed with you throughout your life?
Yes.
What is that? Tell the members of the jury what that is.
I was brutally raped by a person whom I believed was a police officer.
The defense's strategy was to get the jury to feel sorry for her, that she had a history of abuse from her father, a history of abuse from boyfriends and husbands. They couldn't come up with the case, but they did present it to the jury that she said that she was abused and sexually assaulted by a man in uniform, an officer. Once again, poor Maria's stories. Oh, poor Maria.
What took place at Dr. Jarrett's house?
Juan Carlos told me that when he was inside the house, that Barco had gone in before him, and when he was creeping around, that Barco told him there was no need to creep around because he had already shot the doctor. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
The only thing I know is that when Carlos came and told me what happened inside the house, that's all I know. I don't know anything else.
Maria likes to talk, okay? She spoke a ton when she was first interviewed by the detective. She, kind of gave this weepy, overdramatic statement to the homicide detectives. And she did the same thing when she got on the stand with the, at the trial. So she kind of came across as very overdramatic and very, melodramatic. And I remember it was a lot of moments where it was kind of like, you didn't really think she was all that emotional. It kind of felt forced.
Did you plan, conspire, encourage Juan Carlos to break into the house of Dr. Jarrett?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you tell him to go to retrieve the letter of apology that you had written to Dr. Jarrett?
No, ma'am.
And when we saw your two videotapes and all the things you said on the videotapes, are you here saying that those statements are not true?
Those statements are not true, ma'am.
Why did you say those statements?
I had detectives that were not giving me a choice in the matter. I was scared. They were telling me that terrible things were going to happen to my children if I didn't help them, come up with this story that would fit their theory so that they could have a tight case.
Lots of innocent people confess. If you pressure, whether Maria did it or not, if you pressure you or anybody enough in an interrogating room with skilled people like that, a lot of things can go wrong. So during those many, many hours of interrogation, she confessed to sending them to go retrieve it.
And when that video and stenographically recorded sworn, by the way, that was a sworn statement, wasn't it?
Yes.
So you were under oath to tell the truth?
Correct.
Just like you're here today, under oath to tell the truth. Yes?
Yes.
And you're telling the truth today, aren't you?
Yes, I am, sir.
And did you tell the truth in that sworn statement?
I told them what they wanted to hear.
So that means it was not the truth?
That's what they wanted to hear, sir.
Was it the truth in the sworn statement, ma'am?
No, sir.
She was manipulative. I think that she felt that she could hold her own with the prosecutor. She sparred with him. It was upsetting to see that she was trying to get the best of him.
You told us about some of the horrible things that happened to you when you were 18 years old, the domestic violence with husbands, boyfriends, father. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Are you the victim in this case?
Stay in the form of the question.
Is that why you tried to steal at least $3,000 from Dr. Jarrett?
Question.
Sustain this to the form.
Is that justification for trying to steal money from Dr. Jarrett?
I have never tried to justify my actions, sir.
She apparently had a history of being able to manipulate people, and I guess she thought she could do it this time too.
Maria Cadebe is depending on you. My job is done. Gotta take not guilty.
By the time it was over, I didn't know what was gonna happen. You never know, and I'm like, I did the best I could. But in terms of feeling tone, I felt they heard me.
The short trial concluded after 5 days of testimony, but before the jury would begin their deliberations, the state and defense had one more chance to persuade these 12 men and women who were about to decide Miss Catabay's fate.
You had the video. It's a relatively new phenomenon for criminal trials. You saw the defendant giving her statement. You saw it. You don't have to take anyone's word for it. You don't even have to take a court reporter's word when someone comes in and says, here's the sworn statement that she gave to the court reporter. You don't have to take anyone's word. You just have to look at the video. Look at the video and tell yourself, ask yourself, was she coerced? Was she yelled at? Was she threatened? Or was this a free and voluntary statement? And you know, after watching her testify for a day and a half, she is anything but submissive and introverted. She has something to say, she says it. She wants a lawyer, she would have said it. She don't want to talk, she would have said it. Give me my phone, I want to call my lawyer. She would have said it. You saw she said whatever she wanted to say for 4 or 5 hours the last 2 days. She is not submissive, she is not introverted. She's not easily intimidated. I ask you to keep this in mind, and when you go into the jury room, definition of burglary, intention to steal something, principles, you help somebody commit a crime, you're responsible, and if someone passes away during a burglary, it's first-degree felony murder. Those 3 principles will guide you to the correct verdict. Thank you.
In Florida, like most states in the United States, you don't actually have to be the person that is pulling the trigger. You don't actually have to be the one that's going into the house. It's called the felony murder principle, right? The principle theory. So I'll never forget one of the state's argument was, you know, Maria is just as guilty as the guy that was standing there pulling the trigger, right? She was just as if she was standing there next to the gunman, because she orchestrated the whole thing. She masterminded the whole thing. She orchestrated the burglary that led to someone's murder. So in Florida, if you participate in certain felonies, especially violent felonies, but armed burglary is one of them, that leads to someone's death, you too can be, you know, found guilty of first-degree murder.
This case really is about a breach of trust, it's about shame, and it's about an attempt at redemption. It is not about murder. It is not about premeditated murder. Maria Catabay is not guilty of trying to kill her boss by any means necessary. That's not what happened here. She's not guilty of armed burglary. She's not guilty of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, manslaughter. She's guilty of something. She tried to steal from her boss. And that she took this stand in her own defense when she didn't have to, but she did it because she wanted to look you in the eyes and she wanted to tell you her story. Maria Catabay is depending on you. My job is done. You gotta take not guilty.
By the time it was over, I mean, I didn't know what was gonna happen. You never know, and I'm like, I did the best I could. But in terms of feeling tone, I felt they heard me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I understand you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Madam Clerk, if you will please publish a verdict.
We, the jury, find as follows. As to count 1 of the indictment, the defendant is not guilty. As to count 2, we, the jury, finds of the indictment, the defendant is not guilty. As to count 3 of the indictment, the defendant is guilty of burglary. A firearm was used in the commission of the burglary. The structure is a dwelling, and assault or battery was committed.
The verdict in Maria's case was sort of a classic compromise verdict, right? Where I think probably to get to that point where they wanted to convict her, and there was probably some people who were you know, hesitating, so they just said, all right, let's split it down the middle. Let's acquit her of the murders and convict on the armed burglary, right? She wasn't there, but she's the one who orchestrated it. She's the one who put the whole plan in motion.
We were quite upset with the verdict. because we thought it should have been some form of murder. And they had options. In fact, everybody that commented on the newspaper article that David Avalle wrote was all like, they thought she should have gotten first-degree murder, the death penalty, all of that kind of stuff. And I think juries have a really hard time with felony murder. They think you really have to have been there at the place and pulled the trigger.
It's a sad case. You don't have total joy because two persons are in fact dead. But as it related to my client, I think the juries understood the issues. It was a win with the two homicide gone, you know? So, honestly, I felt that we had made it home safely. I felt that first-time offender, probation was also in the cards.
She got 30 years for the burglary, and so, you know, at her age, 30 years, you know, practically a life sentence.
So the judge really wanted to give the most that he could give because her actions did lead to their death. Whether or not she knew about it, whether or not she was the trigger person, if it hadn't been for Maria Cadebe and what she'd done, both Paul and Greg Jarrett would still have been alive.
Judge Blake's reasoning was, and I disagree then and I disagree now, that she had already gotten mercy, redemption. Dr. Jarrett had forgiven her. And as a result, she already got saved. She already got her redemption. She already got mercy. And so he gave her 30 years.
When she got 30 years for burglary dwelling with a firearm, we felt really fortunate on that because you know what the sentencing standard is? 0 to life. It could be all the way down to 0.
Today, in our story, maybe one page has been turned or perhaps a chapter. But in the life of my father and my brother, their book of life was slammed shut.
I remember Alita had gone through so much, and this case lasted for so long. I just remember Maria's sort of callousness and she had this like weird, goofy sort of air about her where she was just sort of oblivious to the suffering that she had caused.
My healing journey path has been every picture in my house of them sitting there. It's motivation to do the right thing. I do a lot of victim advocacy work with Mothers Demand Action. I testify, I attend hearings. I'm really into preventing gun violence. I'm really hoping that my father and my brother, when they look at my advocacy work, I really hope they be proud of me. I know my brother would probably say, oh, just get over it and get on with your life. I know he would say that. I don't hate Maria. I don't have that in my heart. What she did for her own reasons, and there's nothing that's gonna ever bring them back. And I basically, to tell you the truth, I feel sorry for her. I think she did a very horrible thing, and she did a horrible act, and she needs to pay for it.
In 2016, nearly 13 years after the murder, Juan Carlos Fernandez pleaded guilty to killing Dr. Paul Jarrett and his son, Greg Jarrett. Today, inmate number 453972, Maria Cadebe, is serving her sentence at the Gadsden Correctional Facility in Quincy, Florida. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Dennis was a hardworking, good student, no apparent enemies.
What stood out to us in the media at the time was that why these people? Why this house?
Obviously, somebody out there has something against Dennis Lewis.
If we're wrong, then he's going to go to prison probably for the rest of his life.
Dennis Lewis was a 17-year-old high school student in Columbus, Ohio. He was active in sports and played the tuba in the marching band. He was well liked and didn't seem to have any enemies. But on the night of January 18th, 2008, Dennis was murdered during a home invasion. It was a tragic loss that deeply affected his family, especially his identical twin brother, Darius. Investigators had no solid leads until the crime lab came back with stunning blood evidence results.
Dennis, he was, first of all, he was amazing. He was more so the extrovert. I was more so the introvert. But when it comes to Dennis, it was there was no gray area with him. It was either black or white. And he had a certain je ne sais quoi about him. He radiated something, you know, when you walk into a room, he carried that presence. And that is something that I won't forget. High school for Dennis and I, we were two peas in a pod. I mean, we were just achieving, like, you know, it was hey, we're passing our classes, we're in AP classes, men's tennis, volleyball, track and field, marching band. That was the main thing for us. That taught us structure, taught us balance.
The Linden area of town suffered from suburban flight back in the early 80s. It was 70% African American and 25% white. And it became known as a problem with crime and poverty in Columbus. In 2008, Darius moved out of the house. He turned 18 and wanted to live on his own. Dennis stayed behind and took care of their mother, who was handicapped. She had multiple sclerosis. She needed help getting around. On one day, April Lewis woke up to men bursting through the front door of her house, demanding money. They were wearing masks. They put a gun to her head and said, "Where's the money?" Dennis was asleep in a nearby bedroom, woke up to save his mother's life, got into a scuffle with one of the robbers, and he was shot and killed.
I received a phone call from my sister. She stated that your brother's dead. Now, I have an older brother. His name is Larry, and I was like, "Who, Larry?" And then she said, "No, your twin." And so I dropped the phone, it hung up, and then she called back, and you know, this is what, 1 something, 2 something in the morning. And I'm just like, "Okay, what did you say?" You know, and she was like, "Come over here now." So I literally jumped in a car and went to the crime scene, which is my mother's home at that point.
Patrol officers had responded to a 911 call. Victim's mother heard basically her son being murdered. She indicated multiple suspects had come in, at least 3 and maybe 4. There were closets that were tossed, dresser doors going through. It had the look of a home invasion where somebody's looking for something.
Well, my mother was in the house when my brother was murdered. I think for her, it was more, you know, I can't believe it. This is something that nobody's seen coming at all. It was definitely unforeseen. I think she was just in utter shock, honestly.
They said, "Turn your head." At a 45.
I remember hearing later that Darius had been at the scene tape, kind of inquiring what's going on at my house. And then when the detectives went back to locate him, he was no longer there. We found out where he stayed with his girlfriend, and we were able to track him down. It's very cooperative.
Darius had a solid alibi. He was at another location in South Columbus. He was in bed with his girlfriend, and the girlfriend also lived with her sister and boyfriend, and those two also placed him there at home.
Well, we didn't have much at first. Some of the things that stood out to us initially were that the witness was pointing to us as this is where the suspects came in, the front door. There was no force used on that door, which indicates that maybe entry was gained with a key. Somebody that had access to this place, or somebody with a key has provided access to other persons. There was a ladder up to a bathroom window at the rear of the residence. We collected that. We did not recover a weapon, and we did not recover a shell casing, so that indicated to us that it was either a revolver that was involved in this or that the suspect or suspects had removed this evidence.
Althea Young is the lead homicide detective on this case, and as she's walking through the home, she is pointing out to the CSI team items that she feels are important that should be photographed, collected, and processed. And in Dennis's bedroom, she notices a bloody handprint on the wall. And in that bloody handprint, she observes ridge detail. And so she instructs the CSI unit to go ahead and process that, cut the drywall out, and they take that back to the property room.
What stood out to us in the media at the time was that why these people? Why this house? They obviously didn't have a lot of money. The two boys had no record, no history of violence. They were loved in the community, loved by their teachers. Why this house? It didn't make a lot of sense. About a month later, the story took a dramatic turn.
There was a footprint impression in the bathroom. The bathroom sink had fingerprints, and to my knowledge, those to this day have never been identified. Police botched the investigation.
Detectives had very little to go on. The intruders wore masks to hide their identities, and no murder weapon was found. Whoever killed Dennis didn't leave much evidence behind. The one thing investigators did have, detail of a palm print smeared in blood.
We held that scene for probably two and a half days. There was blood in the bedroom where Dennis had been shot, and there was a blood smear on the wall that contained some ridge detail. We actually had the crime scene unit remove that piece of drywall so that we could have the actual print for them to examine. The homicide unit goes about their thing, which is we got to figure out what the motive was here. I mean, obviously, there's somebody out there who has something against Dennis Lewis. Is there some kind of grudge? We found out that he was a hardworking, good student, no apparent enemies, no connections to a lifestyle that we could indicate would lead to something like this.
There wasn't a lot coming from the police. It was, little tidbits. Have you heard this or have you heard that? I'll say no or yes or whatever have you. Again, nothing was really set in stone. Nothing was really like a full-fledged, we have someone here. And so it was kind of vague.
The initial theory is that this was a home invasion. What was in the house that these people were looking for? Accompanied by the fact that we're being told by a witness that the point of entry is the front door. Now we're thinking, what were these people looking for and who has access to the front door of this residence? It was our understanding there was but 4 keys to this house, and that Darius had a key, Dennis had a key, her mother had a key, and her sister, who sometimes was a caregiver to her, had a key. And so we're trying to put our heads together, okay, who has a key and what's the motive here? What are they coming to steal?
In looking at the home, you wouldn't think that this would be the type of home that you would look for to do what they would call a lick. In street terms, a lick is a robbery, utilizing a firearm. The only motive that we could come up with is that there was a cousin, Joey Westbrook, who was a known drug dealer in the area and stayed at the Lewis house on occasion. Joey had been arrested a night or two prior to the home invasion. Anyone who might be a competitor or even an associate in the drug world might view his arrest as an opportunity to look for his stash at the Lewis residence.
Joey had not been a stranger to the house where this homicide occurred. So we wanted to look at to see if Joey was storing stuff there. I mean, that was one of the theories at the time. I liked the Westbrook thing a lot.
Robert Shepard Holmes was an individual that was on the police radar sometime shortly after the homicide, bragging about a lick to other students in the school where he attended. I believe he had a firearm that was similar to the caliber that was used to kill Dennis Lewis. It was an old beat-up .38 Special. We felt he could have further been either cleared or perhaps heavily investigated in order to determine whether he had anything to do with this.
So these are the early suspects. And then you have to talk to family. And Doris is as close to that victim as his mother. They're twins. We all understand in that job that you have a significantly higher probability of losing your life to somebody in your circle than you do from a stranger. Somebody that knew you, somebody that knew what was there, somebody that had access to the house. So yeah, Doris is gonna have to be talked to.
The detectives, they definitely wanted to talk with me, and I'd talk with them. I would go to the police and say, hey, this is what I've heard. They take it the way they take it. Anything that can perhaps help, I'm like, hey, this is what's going on. Anything you guys need from me, I'm here to help. And that was pretty much what I did.
During our investigation, we found out that the police failed to collect a wristwatch that was found on the bedding of Dennis Lewis. So it was our contention that that watch was left by one of the perpetrators in this case. And to this day, it is untested. There was clearly a sign of a break-in entry from the rear bathroom window. There was a ladder propped up against the rear of the home. There was a footprint impression in the bathroom. The bathroom sink had fingerprints that were lifted by the crime scene technicians for the Columbus police. And to my knowledge, those to this day have never been identified. Police botched the investigation.
We didn't get the DNA back on the blood nor the print back in a matter of days. It was a matter of a week and a half before this information is imparted. The forensic examination of the blood indicated that that did in fact match the DNA of the victim. And the examination of the print matched his brother Doris. He comes to the front of the line as a suspect because that's irrefutable.
Crazy. I'm just like, I'm literally, my stomach hit the floor.
The crime lab results shocked investigators. No one wanted to believe that Doris was involved in the death of his brother Dennis, but they now had blood evidence linking him to the murder, and they had to act.
We had gone a bunch of different directions, and then we kind of hit a wall when this print is explained to us by our forensic people that this is in fact a match, Doris Lewis's print. And this is, in fact, a DNA match to Dennis Lewis's blood. We had probable cause to, at that point, we prepared some search warrants for his residence, his car, and we lured him down to headquarters, basically, to talk about things. It was pretty much decided at that point he's not being honest. The veteran detectives, veteran detective supervisors, county attorneys are saying, there's no other explanation. And in my mind, there wasn't either.
We've had, you remember me? We did. Okay. We've had a month, close to a month to look at this case and looked at it from a lot of different angles. We've got some physical evidence back from the scene that we want to go over with you. Do you think this day might be coming?
No.
Not really?
Yeah, not really.
There's some physical evidence that we've uncovered in this case that points to your involvement in the home invasion.
They brought Doris in for questioning and confronted him for hours about why he would have killed his own brother.
How could we explain one of your palm prints being in the crime scene?
My palm prints?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Okay.
My blood?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
There's got to be some things you gotta want to get off your chest.
I swear to the Lord.
I understand.
I was not there. Oh my gosh.
What happened in there?
I'm telling you the truth. I swear I was not there.
They said, well, you committed this murder. If you didn't, you had help doing it. I'm just like, I'm literally, my stomach hit the floor. I just could not fathom what they had, but I know that I was innocent. It's like you guys have something totally wrong here.
So, scientifically, your friend is in scientifically your brother's blood on a wall in the room where your brother was attacked. Well, how do I do that, Doris? Help me. Just help me.
I completely came out of there like I don't get it. I don't like him for it. I didn't have an explanation other than I didn't feel he had it in him. Some of the things that they didn't add up.
Oftentimes, people that are guilty of the most heinous crimes have alibi witnesses. A lot of times those people will consist of their wives, their moms, their girlfriends, their homeboys, whatever. He was somewhere else. That's the I was somewhere else defense. And sometimes that works. But a time where it will not work, okay, is when there's scientific evidence. These people don't know you. I understand that. So they're not out to get you. I understand that. I never met you until the night that this tragedy struck your family. I'm not out to get you. Right. I'm out to answer questions, solve a puzzle. It's a mystery. Understand? Now, this is what we call a clue. Explain this clue to me, and we will move on and catch the real killer. If they're correct, and that is your print in your brother's blood, you will admit then. If they are correct, I will not admit. Well, what else explanation could there have? I will not admit.
I was coming to help, thinking they had, some huge lead, something they wanted me to see or whatever have you. 4.5 hours later, I'm being booked for a murder I did not commit.
He did come in this morning to be interviewed, and at that point, once he came in for his interview, he was arrested and charged with 1 count of aggravated murder, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, and 2 counts of kidnapping.
We made a decision based on the physical evidence that this was worthy of an arrest. He denied being involved right up to the time we put the handcuffs on him and charged him with that crime.
I was terrified to be in jail. I'm 17 years old, I think going on 18 at that time. I'm in here with grown men, drug dealers, rapists. I'm just sitting in there, I'm trying to figure out, first of all, who's my attorney? They're going to be my saving grace, and just coming to find out that the defense attorney, he said, take this 25 years to life. I said, how do I fire you?
Previous attorneys involved were trying to get Dorsey to accept some sort of guilty plea offer, and he requested the court to fire his attorneys and have new attorneys appointed. And he asked that I be appointed as his counsel on the case. I brought in my co-counsel, Shannon Lease. She had recently received her bar license, so she was very green to the profession, but she was very tenacious and hardworking and helpful in every way, very smart attorney.
I wanted to be involved because it was such a major case, and obviously for, starting out, beginning in my career, this was certainly something that would help me to learn, number one, because Adam was such a phenomenal trial lawyer.
This is an individual we both agreed did not have anything to do with this case. There was something about his demeanor, the way he spoke, the way he described where he was and why he was not involved.
I forgive whoever did this. I'm hurt, but there's no anger. I forgive. Life is too short.
If you take away the blood evidence that they claim they have, the prosecution had nothing to charge Dorsey Lewis with.
The only thing that I could think of is that was me. I was literally looking in the mirror.
A little over a year after the death of Dennis Lewis, his brother Dorsey was on trial for murder. The state had blood evidence that put Dorsey at the scene of the crime, but that's all they had. What Dorsey had was an industrious defense team that truly believed, regardless of the state's evidence, that he was innocent.
I like to put this in terms of a biblical reference. This was the Cain and Abel case. No one could believe that a brother would kill his own brother over some money in a house. The city was in disbelief that this could happen. Because remember, we've had multiple homicides every year, and none of them are fratricides. So this was very rare to find a brother killing another brother.
We're going to proceed and allow the state to proceed with their opening statement. Mr. Mitchell, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Darius and Dennis Lewis, the two main characters in this play, so to speak, were identical twins. They went to East High School and they were just short of 18 years old. Because Dennis and Darius are identical twins, they have the same DNA. But what they don't have is identical fingerprints. On one of the walls, near the scene, in blood that has been tested to be either Darius or Dennis, they find the right palm print of the defendant, Darius Lewis.
The linchpin of the case was this bloody fingerprint on the wall next to Dennis Lewis's body. They relied on this fingerprint. He had to be there. It was a bloody fingerprint. That was the way they portrayed it.
You're going to hear evidence, and you're going to see autopsy photos. You're going to wish you never saw. And they're going to try to convince you that his twin brother took what we believe is a small stool, a wooden stool of solid wood, and smashed it over his brother's head. And then, when they realized he was just too strong, they shot him. You heard about what they claim is my client's bloody partial palm print. 1 out of 68 prints in the house. That is for them to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That is for them to prove whether this even makes sense. What they didn't mention to you was that there is a viable, testable, matchable palm print of an unidentified individual on the bathroom. There's also one on one of the shoe boxes, right where all the blood was, where the struggling occurred. And there's another one. There are numerous other fingerprints and palm prints throughout the house, but they didn't determine them to be of quality that they thought they could get a match. We want you to hear the whole truth. And we're convinced that when you do, you will deliberate accordingly, and you will return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked State's Exhibit Number D.
The hardest part during the trial was seeing my brother literally on that slab. Chest cut open, and the only thing that I could think of is that was me. I was literally looking in the mirror.
As part of your experience as a crime scene search unit detective, have you seen bloody scenes?
Yes.
Can blood be the presence or absence of blood be something that's important in developing and processing a crime scene?
Yes, it can.
Did you observe blood on the walls in the northeast bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine the spots that were cut out of the wall?
Yes.
Did you yourself see what appeared to you to be ridge detail in blood?
Yes, I did.
Any doubt about that?
No.
You indicated that you had cut out portions of the wall where you claim you saw ridge detail, right?
That's correct. I believe Detective Snyder actually did the cutting of the wall, but yes.
Okay, and that's consistent with what he testified to. But out of the 145 photographs you took, are you aware that there is not a single photograph of any what appears to be ridge detail that we've seen?
I'm aware, yes.
Thank you.
Blood evidence can be very important in a case, and it can tell a story, but you need to have more than one item of evidence. When an officer or an investigator gets tunnel vision and gets excited about one item of evidence that's retrieved, they begin to only focus on that and in turn can miss something that is obvious if you hadn't been so focused on one item of evidence.
Do you remember when you got the results regarding the palm print in the bedroom at 1161?
I was informed upon my arrival from my
shift the night of February 7th, Thursday, February 7th.
Were you surprised?
Yes.
Now, was Althea surprised?
She was shocked.
So is it correct to say that the defendant was not a suspect until such time as that bloody print was examined and identified?
Absolutely.
Now, Detective, if we discount what you claim is a bloody palm print, let's go through a few things here. We don't have any confession from Darius Lewis, do we?
No, sir.
We don't have any eyewitnesses that place him at 1161 or anywhere near there at the time this occurred, do we?
No, sir.
You don't have any motive that he may have had that you've been able to prove or that you can latch onto and say, this is why he must have killed his brother.
No motive that I can prove.
And as of this time, you believe there are other suspects out there that were working in unison with Darius, but you don't know who these people are, right?
I cannot put anybody else physically in that house.
Been nice to have some other piece of evidence at that point. It'd been really nice for our peace of mind if we'd have gone to his girlfriend's house and found a .38 caliber revolver in his underwear drawer, but that didn't happen. And we didn't find blood evidence in his vehicle. So there was no other evidence, but this what we thought was an insurmountable piece of evidence. We're being told by our experts, this is what this is.
It was only telling half the story. You would have wanted to cut out the entire piece to make sure that there wasn't anything important in the entire pattern.
On the third day of the trial, lead investigator Althea Young took the stand. As a veteran homicide detective, she provided highly credible testimony for the state. But how would it stand up to Adam Neiman's pointed cross-examination?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to present in this matter will be the truth and the whole truth as you shall answer unto God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please be seated.
I approached Althea Young outside the courtroom just prior to her testimony. And I have never in my career seen a detective, a homicide detective, an experienced detective, who was, I believe, so nervous prior to testimony. The way I would describe Althea Young is looking terrified and uncertain about what she was about to testify about. You indicated that when you got to the crime scene, you said to Detective Snyder, take down that wall, or words to that effect, right?
Yes, I asked him to remove the print.
Because you knew that if there were prints, that they were important, right?
Yes.
And you told him photograph it. That was the first thing you said, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that of all the photographs that were taken, there is not one that shows ridge detail in any print?
I have no control over the photographs, sir.
So you're not aware?
Not from the scene, no.
I think what she did wrong was that she never stayed at the crime scene to watch the crime scene technicians and how they were determining what prints and where they were located. In other words, there was a disconnect between Althea Young and the crime scene technicians as to where the print was that she was interested in determining whose it was.
It appears that when the scene was processed, they cut out right through the center of the palm print, and that didn't make sense to me. It was only telling half the story. You would have wanted to cut out the entire piece to make sure that there wasn't anything important in the entire pattern.
It stands to reason that if there were no bloody palm print of Darius's at that crime scene, you wouldn't have charged him, would you?
Fact, sir, was I saw that palm print when I first walked in the scene. I saw it that night, and I recognized it as a bloody palm print.
Okay. What I'm asking you, ma'am, is that if that palm print you claim you saw, if it had not been tied to Darius Lewis, you wouldn't have charged him, would you?
That's correct.
It was 2 weeks before the trial that the prosecutor's office turned over a bunch of photographs that we didn't have previously, including the crime scene evidence. And in those, that is the first time that we had a photograph of the actual drywall, which was the amido black, the blue stain that they used to develop the latent print. And it was at that point in time that I realized that that pattern that I was looking at that I thought was blood was in reality the amido black. And I made transparencies of the amido black slide, the fingerprint slide, and then just the bloody handprint slide, so that you could overlay the 3 photos and place them, and then you could see that Darris's print was in fact above where that bloody handprint was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you, sir, what has been marked as Defense Exhibits 1B and 2B. And that is it not a photograph of what is in front of you on this drywall, correct?
Yes, one of them.
Okay. And then on top is a transparency, basically, that was taken from that photograph. Would you say that's a true and accurate representation of the photograph itself?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to hand this to Shannon, at least 2B. You hang on to that. Put on the overhead for the jurors.
The big moment in the trial was when the fingerprint examiner, Mark Bryant, was testifying, and Adam got up to cross-examine, and each transparency was admitted into evidence. Then the judge allowed us to lay those together onto the actual screen and show the jurors.
That print you removed is from an area where there is no visible mark on the picture you're holding with your left hand. Do you see that, sir? Brent?
Yes.
You have a blown-up picture of what the crime scene investigation unit has called a blood print, and you see no blood on that picture, do you?
I see a red substance.
Right. When looking at that picture, you don't see any red substance with the naked eye, do you?
No, sir.
Thank you. The print that they had was not in blood. It was located above that. It was a moment that was stunning to me. I will never forget. You can't believe that the mistake was that simple and no one found it.
My sister is a fingerprint examiner for the Columbus Police Department. And when they told me they had fingerprint evidence, I assumed they knew what they were doing.
And then we tried to talk ourselves out of that. I think for a while we jumped into the, well, we're right. We're still right. That's just another explanation for this evidence. But our explanation, our experts said it was this. But yeah, it just wasn't what it was.
If we're wrong, then he's going to go to prison probably for the rest of his life. So absolutely, I was nervous.
The defense made a compelling case against the state's one and only piece of evidence, the bloody handprint. But would it be enough to sway jurors to find Darris Lewis innocent of his brother's murder? Each side would have one last chance to influence the men and women of the jury with their closing arguments. And for Darris, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Murder between siblings is not an unknown event. There's even a word for it. It's called fratricide. The fact that they are twins may add some emotion and sentiment to the fratricide, but it doesn't change the fact pattern, and it doesn't change that print on the wall. People who love each other kill each other every day in this country. Nobody wants this thing. Columbus Police Department detective says she felt physically ill. They passed this print around the ID Bureau and said, have we got this wrong? Is there some sort of foul up here? They double check. They retake the print and they double check and they say, no, 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 no. This is it. This is the truth.
What we dispute is that that print was in blood. We want the truth. And you see the truth. Is that they found a print, just like his others, that you would expect to be in the home. It is not in Dennis's blood.
Looking at the 12 jurors, it's like you guys have my life in your hands. And the studious person that I am, I was still broken. I knew that I had to show confidence, but at the same time, it's like, I'm innocent, and you can't yell that out in the courtroom.
As I stated to you yesterday, it takes 12 people to deliberate. We selected 2 alternates for this case. I'm going to ask the 12 jurors, are you all prepared to begin your deliberations at this time? All right. When they go back, we're going to excuse you. If you have things in the back, you can go back.
The judge had released the 2 alternates that had sat through the trial. And once the alternates are released, they cannot be brought back into the jury room because their minds could be tainted by outside influences, certainly on a case like this.
I received a notice from Carla this morning that one of our jurors had advised her that her sister-in-law had passed overnight.
We had a juror who had a death in her family, and she did not feel that she could continue with the deliberation. And at that time, the judge said, are you willing to go forward with 11 jurors? And we absolutely were not.
Right, the court at this time, as much as, time and effort, and I understand that, but human affairs are human affairs. The court at this time will grant the defense request, will grant a mistrial, and we'll reschedule this matter for trial at a later date.
At that particular point, I'm like, okay, that's a good thing. I know that we were going to have another trial, but are we going to test the evidence? Because that was the huge thing.
I was approached by Ron O'Brien, the prosecuting attorney for the office, who indicated that he had listened very carefully during the trial to our defense and wanted to know if we could come to an agreement where we could test the palm print of Dorsey that was discovered to definitively determine whether or not that palm print was in blood. And we did come to the agreement that if the print came back positive for blood, they would be able to utilize it as evidence, certainly. But if it came back negative, as we suspected, that they would dismiss the case.
When Shannon came to me, she's like, hey, this is a big decision for you to make. And I was like, I'm innocent. And what else do we have left to lose? Honestly, let's go forward.
I was standing in the room in the crime lab when this was being tested. If we're wrong, then he's going to go to prison probably for the rest of his life. Absolutely, I was nervous. I also detected that the prosecution was very nervous for different reasons. When that item was tested and I heard the words, "It's negative for blood," I almost fainted.
I actually go in the meeting room with Shannon. I just see her she's like, hey, you're getting out. I'm just like, I know. I just said, I know. And again, everything was packed. I was ready. Walking out of the jail, it was liberating. It was something different because that was my first time in months, 18 months, smelling fresh air. Just walking out and just breathing, just taking in the city streets of the sound, cars honking and my family is right there. It was very overwhelming. And it was shocking too, because it kind of happened so quickly. So it was like, what do I do from here? Because again, school has always been my motivation. What do I do with school? And then approximately 2 weeks later, I was at The Ohio State University in my freshman class.
You spent quite a few months preparing for the trial. There's a hung jury, and you prepare for yet another trial. For a client who is rock solid in believing in you, he doesn't realize how close he could come to losing everything. That was quite a moment for me, too. It's my proudest moment.
No one involved in this investigation did it with bad intent or in a rush to judgment. And I think we're all able to admit now that we were wrong. And I'm glad that they proved us wrong.
Jay Fulton approached me sometime after the dismissal and apologized, shook my hand and held my hand. From the bottom of his heart, gave me a very, very sincere apology, and I accepted that.
Darius is definitely one of the strongest people I've ever met, and to know him is to really love him. For him to be able to overcome that, instead of allowing that to ruin him, Darius did the opposite.
One thing I've always kept was God in the forefront. I had to have a little bit of faith and really believe that this was going to end at some point. It could have been 18 years, but it was just 18 months for me. I just say I'm not built to break. I'm not built to break. I do believe that whomever committed this crime, that they will be held accountable in the court of law. Of course, I don't want them to, get the wrong person. I want them to get the correct person, do the correct investigation, and just capture the people who did this. That will bring, I think, most joy of a completion, aside from the scholar stuff, more completion to my personal life.
Currently, this is still an ongoing investigation. There is 2 cold case detectives who are assigned to this and are actively chasing down leads. We do have some encouraging news that we are hopeful will finally bring justice for the family, and look forward to seeing how those events unfold.
In essence, still, I'm broken. Broken that I don't have my twin brother here. I think there's always going to be a void that will never be filled, honestly. That is something that I think for the rest of my life, I'm going to feel it. Sorry. Camps like survivors killed or whatever have you, that still dawns to me to this day. And the fact that every time I look in the mirror, I see my brother, so that is the thing that still messes me up to this day.
In spite of what happened, Darius Lewis has pursued and realized some of his dreams. He's on track to complete his doctorate of human services, specializing in leadership and organizational management. As of this taping, no one has been charged with the murder of his brother, Dennis. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
What happened was, at first, a real murder mystery. It seems like something right out of the movies.
Susan and John Sutton were a rich couple who had 2 children, that they had achieved the American dream.
I heard a bang, but it sounded like slamming the door.
What did the defendant tell you?
He would say they deserve to die.
The gunman grabbed his Glock, turned towards John Sutton, who was lying in bed, and cranked off 2 or 3 rounds. But now!
The last 2 bullets went directly in my head.
John and Susan Sutton were living a great life. John, a successful attorney, and Susan, a devoted wife and mother, had it all. A beautiful family, a gorgeous home, and enough disposable income to enjoy it all. But that changed in a flurry of gunshots on the night of August 22nd, 2004. What would be revealed during the investigation that followed was an intricate web of greed, deceit, and betrayal.
Susan and John Sutton were really well-respected members of the Coral Gables community. John, of course, was a really well-known civil attorney in town, very well-regarded, very well-respected. So they were sort of this power couple in Miami.
I met Susan in 1974. Susan was a head nurse of surgical intensive care. We did a lot of traveling together through the Caribbean. I had a couple of different boats and would take them to the Bahamas and scuba dive and fish.
They were a rich couple who had 2 children. They lived in a beautiful home, and they really had the world on a string. Everything seemed to be great in their lives.
There were infertility issues. Susan was very anxious to get pregnant, and we had an opportunity to adopt Christopher.
Chris Sutton and his sister were both adopted around the same time. They weren't blood related, but they both came into the family. They grew up with all the trappings of a well-heeled family.
They were what you would think was a perfect family. They had achieved the American dream.
On August 22nd, 2004, Teddy Montoto came over to dinner. Teddy was my law partner, and it was kind of a birthday party for Susan. Everybody was there, and we had dinner. Susan made dinner and sang happy birthday, etc., and everybody left.
So Susan and John Sutton went to bed. They slept in different rooms because he snores.
I went in to the bedroom to watch TV. The Olympics were on. I noticed that the bedroom door was shut, which was surprising because I would not have shut the bedroom door. And Susan would not have shut the bedroom door. I heard a bang, but it sounded like slamming the door, or it sounded like something fell. Within a split second or so after that, I saw somebody in a black hat, black shirt, black pants. Next thing you know, the repeated bangs from what was later discovered to be a 9mm Glock. I bounced around on the bed, ducking bullets, the first 4, from what I understand, in my left hand, my right hand, my left shoulder, my right arm. The last 2 bullets went directly in my head. So I was bleeding heavily. I woke up from that, somehow found the phone, let the police know that I was in sort of a big hurry to have an ambulance and police, dropped the phone, and they called me back. They said, "You've got to walk out." And I told them it's really inconvenient to walk out of the house. I didn't know anything about what happened to Susan. I knew she was there, but I didn't know what happened to her, and I knew I was in such bad shape that I'd be lucky to make it to the front door.
At some point in the middle of the night, somebody comes in. They first shoot John, and then they go and they shoot Susan several times, and then they come back and they shoot John again. And Susan is killed.
I don't remember pain, but I do remember walking out of the house, and there was quite a commotion, and met the police at the front door, and they had me walk out to a fire rescue truck out in the street, really in pretty bad shape. I knew I was hurting. I remember coming out of the ambulance at the hospital, and I don't remember much for the next week or so.
John, even though he's shot twice in the head, survives, but he loses his sight and he goes blind.
It's a miracle that John survived his injuries to begin with, because he was shot directly in the head. If it had been a couple centimeters left or a couple centimeters right, it might have just outright killed him.
I lost the tip of my ring finger in my left hand, bullet through my shoulder on my left shoulder, almost lost my right thumb, a pretty big injury here, a bullet on my ulnar nerve in my right arm, and then the last 2 bullets were through my head, in the right temple and out the left lower jaw. Whoever did the shooting tried pretty hard to kill me.
Here you had a lawyer who presumably had enemies.
Early on, there was a lady, and she had threatened to shoot up my office.
Now, that would be a classic example of a motive to commit murder.
For the upscale community of Coral Gables, the vicious attacks on a prominent attorney and his wife were unimaginable. Susan Sutton was dead, and her husband John was clinging to life in an intensive care unit. With no clear suspect in the home invasion assault, investigators scrambled to find a motive that might point them in the right direction.
What happened was, at first, a real murder mystery, okay? And it seems like something right out of the movies, right? Where someone wearing dark clothes enters this really, really nice house and basically assassinates Susan Sutton and shoots John Sutton in the face, presumably to kill him. And you have this real whodunit in a part of town where this stuff never happens.
John Sutton wakes up in the middle of the night, hears a sound, and sees someone approaching towards him. Next thing he knows, he hears shots, Susan dead in their bed, and John rushed to the hospital.
Well, they didn't tell me much for a while at the hospital. And I asked, how's Susan doing? And my daughter said, she's in the next room. They're working on her over there. Well, they didn't tell me that she had died until later. I don't know how much later, but a lot later.
The speculation at the time really was all over the place, because here you had a lawyer who presumably had enemies, right? Could it be a, client that was upset with John? Could there be some, love triangle thing gone wrong? Sort of runs the gamut of motives, right?
Early on, there was a lady whose name I won't use, and she had threatened to shoot up my office. So a couple of the homicide detectives went to visit her because a boat had gone down the waterway at high speed that night, and the thought was that the boat was similar to hers.
So Teddy Montoto was John Sutton's law partner, and they started investigating him because they realized he showed up at the scene right after cops did.
So the first suspect that they happen upon is Teddy Montoto, which is Mr. Sutton's law partner. And they just recently closed a $1 million case, so everything should be fine. However, in speaking with him, they also start to suspect that there's something that he's left out.
As they started investigating, they realized that Teddy and Susan had been having a sexual affair.
Now, that would be a classic example of a motive to commit murder.
Ultimately, they questioned Teddy Montoto, and he agreed to take a polygraph. And he failed. Failed the polygraph. And in the police's eyes, this was certainly a person of interest. A marital affair with a partner of the law firm certainly had a motive.
And when they pushed further, he mentions that earlier that same day of the murders, that he had been out shooting and that he is an expert marksman. Now, this apparently raised their eyebrows at the time.
Teddy was a shooter. Teddy frequently carried a gun. Teddy had gunshot residue on his hands. The next morning of the shooting, those were big issues that drew them to Teddy.
People do crazy things in a love triangle, so they thought maybe that Teddy Montoto was the one who did it.
I never suspected that it was Teddy. Of course, anything is possible. Maybe it'll snow tomorrow in Miami, but anything is possible.
He was cooperative. He had an alibi. He was forthcoming, and soon they realized he wasn't the guy. He showed up right after cops did because he had been on the phone with Susan Sutton.
It turns out that Teddy Montoto was actually on the phone with Susan at the time of the murder, and he was cleared of the murder because when they pulled the phone records, they saw there was a phone call from Teddy to Susan.
He had some problems with a polygraph test because he was having a relationship with Susan, which he denied and thereby flunked the polygraph test.
The level of heartbreak that John has suffered in finding out that his wife was having an affair with his own law partner and was on the phone with him at the time of the attack is one just terrible twist.
It was a big deal, but there was a lot of bad stuff that was going on. It was a handful, to say the least. It was a handful.
From the very beginning, there was a lot of really interesting clues for the homicide detectives to look at. One of them was, of course, shortly after the homicide, one of the officers is speaking to Chris Sutton, and without even being asked, sort of just pulls out a movie ticket and says, look, we were at the movies. Volunteering information when no one asked the question, that automatically raises some red flags with the detectives. But it's not until 7 or 8 months later when police arrest Chris's friend, Garrett Kopp, for an unrelated crime, and they find a gun.
They knew they had the right guy. They had a motive. They knew why. They knew that he was just angry enough that he would do it.
Months after the horrific events of August 22nd, 2004, police have arrested Garrett Kopp for the murder of Susan Sutton and the attempted murder of John Sutton. Garrett Kopp is also one of Chris Sutton's closest friends. The question now is, what would motivate Garrett to betray his friend by committing such a heinous crime?
When police arrest Garrett Kopp for an unrelated crime, they find a gun. And when they run that gun and they run it through ballistics and they're able to match the bullet with the bullets that were used to kill Susan and were used to wound John.
They start interviewing Garrett Kopp because clearly they have direct evidence that he's involved here. Garrett Kopp knows Chris Sutton because years ago when he was about 15 and Chris Sutton was about 21, they happened to live in the same apartment complex. And they got to know each other, and from there, they would smoke weed together. Closer to the time of the crime, they had been selling drugs together and doing a lot of drugs together as well.
I had very little dealings with Garrett. He was a small guy. I wasn't sure what they were up to, but apparently they were dealing drugs together, buying and selling. So I was never impressed with Garrett, and whatever they were up to, it was no good.
Garrett immediately rolled over on his friend, and I think he realized, you know, and a lot of times these cases, it's sort of like whoever's first to the table ends up, you know, getting the better deal. They always want the mastermind, the one who kind of is the puppeteer and setting things in motion. And in this case, it was Chris.
Garrett Kopp says that he was supposed to get $100,000 from the inheritance that Chris Sutton would get after the parents were gone. They have his confession, and they have the gun that ties him to it. So what they need to do is show why Chris Sutton would have gotten Garrett Kopp to kill his parents.
So when Chris Sutton was 13, he started acting out, skipping class, you know, smoking, all the things that you kind of expect a teenager to get himself involved in. But he also had these anger issues, and those were a lot more concerning to the family.
He was threatening Susan, and to a lesser extent, myself. She was much more frightened than I was. He was cautious not to threaten me.
he really started acting out, and it turned into something more than just, you know, a little bit of teenage temper tantrums. This was like really, really aggressive stuff. He was just someone that was very, very problematic, more than just your usual teenage angst.
Susan found a letter that he and a girlfriend had written planning to kill us. And when she found that, we moved rapidly to get a restraining order. And he was then out of the house.
They wanted to be able to get him on the right track, and nothing was working. And that's ultimately what led to him being sent away to this boarding school in Western Samoa.
Paradise Cove was this boot camp for children with behavioral problems, and it was 7,000 miles away from the family. You know, it's very strict. You have people who are trying to change your behaviors.
For Chris, anyways, it was not easy, as I imagine it wouldn't be for any of the students that went there, because everything is rigid and disciplined.
I feel like I've been begging to get me out of your hair. I've been here for a year now, and I feel like I'm in the same spot as some of you guys. But I don't know how I feel like you guys tell me out here when I get one with you. I'm still pushing for one with you, but I don't even know if I want you guys to come out.
He did learn a lot, and they had a good educational program. And we went to Samoa, too. And he seemed pretty happy because when we were there, he was having a great time playing volleyball and swimming in the ocean and so on. So the stories of it being torture were, I think, greatly exaggerated. He wanted to come back, I believe, to Miami and play.
Chris thought he was going to get out of Paradise Cove when he was 18, and he didn't, because his father actually petitioned for him to stay for an extra year, and that really sent him on a tailspin.
Susan and I were told by the owners and operators that he was not successful and that we should take action to keep him there, and maybe they could bring him around.
They knew they had the right guy. They had a motive. They knew why. They knew that he was pissed off about having to go to this Paradise Cove. You know, he certainly had the opportunity. They knew that he was just angry enough that he would do it.
So, next thing you know, two detectives said, well, we've got good news and bad news. What's the good news? Well, the good news is that we've got the shooter, and he admitted it. What's the bad news? He inculpated your son, Christopher. I said, wow, the shooter said that? What's the shooter's name? The detective said, the shooter's Garrett, and he said that Christopher hired him to kill you. Wow. So this was one bad surprise after another. And then the next thing I knew was the detectives called me and said, we've got Christopher in custody. And that was the end of that.
The question always is asked, was it random or was it someone that they knew? And honestly, the son getting someone to go and, you know, attack his parents was probably the last thing we expected.
I got on the bed and I sat down and started leaning back on the pillow. All of a sudden, I see a black hat, a black shirt, black pants, and bam.
Christopher Sutton has been arrested and charged with conspiring with his friend Garrett Kopp to murder his parents. The prosecution team of Karen Kagan and Kathleen Hogue will argue that Chris Sutton was motivated to kill his parents because of a toxic mixture of greed and resentment. Chris's attorney, renowned defense lawyer Bruce Fleischer, will say that Garrett Kopp acted alone.
Shrouded in black, the gunman left his car and headed out into the stillness of a Sunday night. As the gunman got close to the targets, to those bedrooms, he heard a noise, for the TV in the master bedroom was on. The gunman grabbed his Glock, turned to the left towards John Sutton, who was lying in bed, and cranked off 2 or 3 rounds. But ow! John flipped off the bed. The gunman then turned to the right where Susan Sutton was, also in bed, cranked out 5 or 6 rounds at her, before then turning back to John Sutton, firing at him until the gun was empty.
How do you get the jury to believe that Chris Sutton would have gotten Garrett Kopp to kill his parents and to accept the motive that he was a part of this?
The lead detective, Larry Bellew, told the defendants some of the evidence they had against him, that Garrett Kopp had given a statement incriminating him, and that his girlfriend, Juliet Driscoll, had also given a statement to the police. The defendant's reply? He burst out sobbing, put his head on the table, and said, "I'm
There is no forensic evidence in this case which links Chris Sutton to these crimes, whether it be DNA, whether it be fingerprints, whether it be blood analysis, even firearms.
Bruce Fleischer is one of the most well-known defense lawyers in Miami. He has represented a ton of killers in very, very high-profile cases.
He was in a drugged haze. He needed drugs to use, he needed drugs to sell, and he needed money.
I think Bruce Fleischer's approach was to discredit the witnesses. We know Christopher didn't pull the trigger. We know that Garrett Kopp was looking to score money, and Chris had some marijuana in the house.
He goes into the house, he goes into the bedrooms. Remember, he knows the layout of the house. The Suttons are home and awake. He's surprised, he panics, and he shoots them both.
State calls John Sutton, Your Honor.
All right, and I believe that your assistant will help bring him up.
I have been expected over time to say, wow, this was really scary, going in a courtroom, and all these people, and the courtroom was full. Well, I've been in that courtroom 100 times, 1,000 times, maybe more. So I wasn't even blind, one, to be intimidated by a courtroom. That was like home base for me, no problem.
Please, Mr. Sutton, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Hogue, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
At some point in your marriage, you made a decision to adopt. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The child that you adopted is the defendant in this case, Christopher Sutton.
Correct.
How old was he when you got him?
It was 2 or 3 days old. It was an exciting day.
In my practice of clinical psychology, I find many cases of adopted children where they have anger built into their character. The usual theme is they feel like they are throwaway, that they were rejected, and that's why they're with the family that they're with.
Now I'm going to fast forward to August 22nd, 2004.
Right.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Before that date, did you receive a settlement check on a case that you ended up settling on?
Yes. We made a couple of rather very excellent recoveries in personal injury litigation.
So, you have been sitting in court and you heard testimony about a check for $1.3 million.
1.350.
Okay, 1.350. I stand corrected. Did you receive that check sometime the week before Sunday, August 22nd, 2004?
Very shortly before that, correct.
In fact, did you have plans to have a dinner on Sunday evening to sort of celebrate that settlement as well as your wife's birthday?
Correct. Susan's birthday was Friday, August 20th, and we decided to have
Teddy Montoto over, and Juliet and Christopher.
John Sutton was charming, but also just devastatingly effective in how he talked to the jurors. I mean, he still had the courtroom presence that was, that had made him one of the top lawyers in Miami.
Early on, when we had scheduled this, Christopher had made it very clear that he was going to see a movie that night, okay? So they came over, I don't know, 7 or a little bit before. They came over, and he was out on the pool deck talking on his phone. Hey, what's going on? Come on in with Mom, birthday time. And then they went off and went to the movies.
After dinner?
Correct.
Okay.
It was simple. Testifying against Christopher. Testifying to the truth. Once I heard that Garrett was the shooter, I was convinced that Christopher had put up the shooter, especially because Garrett was his main man with whom he was hanging out. So I was flat out convinced.
I got on the bed and I sat down and started leaning back on the pillow, such as that. I looked over at the TV and I saw the door was either shut or partially shut. And it startled me because I didn't shut the door and Susan wouldn't have shut the door. So
What's the next thing you remember happening after seeing the door shut?
Very brief moments, I see the door shut. All of a sudden, I see a black hat, a black shirt, black pants, and bam.
How were you feeling during that time?
I was what they called in denial.
The fact that he had no emotion about his parents, but had emotion about how he was treated is a hallmark of a sociopath.
As the trial progresses, a clearer picture of who Chris Sutton is begins to emerge. The prosecution team will parade a string of witnesses on the stand to clearly illustrate the defendant's deep-seated anger and resentment. Anger and resentment that led to an obsession with revenge.
What did you tell him?
They arrived, it was in front of the residence, and he was with his fiancée, Juliet Driscoll. I introduced myself and advised them that, I was an investigator, homicide detective with the county, and that I was part of the team working the case. And I just wanted to provide him with the information that we had at the time, that his mother had in fact passed away, was deceased, and that his father was in critical condition in the hospital after being shot by, at that time, an unknown assailant.
Okay. And what was his reaction?
Christopher was pretty calm. Juliet was crying.
Did he make any statements to you at that time?
Yes, he made a statement to me that I found to be very unusual.
The same.
Okay.
He told me that he had been at the movie theaters the night before and that he had the movie stubs, and if I wanted this movie stubs.
Okay.
When the investigators pulled the video surveillance of the movie theater, they noticed he was on the phone when he was walking out of the movie theater. So the investigators pulled his phone records.
There were 170 phone calls between Garrett and Christopher, including right after Christopher walks out of the movie, probably reporting that he killed us. So they had already hooked up Christopher and Garrett. I didn't have any of that evidence. I knew nothing.
Come over here. Are you able to raise your right hand?
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The cop, if you'll please have a seat right there. After you're seated, if you'll kind of scoot the chair forward, pull the microphone closer to you. Keep your voice up nice and loud so that all the members of the jury and the people here in court can hear you. Ms. Kagan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Kopp, did you shoot to kill Susan Sutton?
Yes.
And did you succeed in killing Susan Sutton?
Yes.
With what type of a weapon?
Handgun.
Did you shoot to kill John Sutton?
Yes.
Did you succeed in killing John Sutton?
No.
Did you also shoot John Sutton with a handgun?
Yes.
When you look at Garrett Kopp's motives in testifying against Chris Sutton, He needs to save his own tail because he's looking at life in prison.
Garrett cut a deal to take the death penalty off the table and save his life.
When you did that, Mr. Cop, were you acting on your own or as part of a plan or agreement with someone else?
It's part of a plan.
And who was the person with whom you were in a plan to shoot John and Susan Sutton?
Chris Sutton.
Would you look around the courtroom, please, and see if you can identify for us the person you know as Christopher Sutton?
I'm right there.
Okay. Can you give us an item of clothing?
The white shirt and glasses.
Mr. Cop, at perhaps the end of June, the beginning of July 2004, did the defendant propose to you that you two should kill John and Susan Sutton as a way to get money?
Yes.
And what do you remember the defendant telling you about how much money you might expect to get?
Upwards of $100,000.
Is that $100,000?
Yes.
Bruce ultimately tried to discredit each and every witness to the point that they had a motive. They had a reason to lie. The only person I think that didn't necessarily have a motive was his girlfriend. His girlfriend didn't truly have a motive to testify against him.
What did the defendant tell you about his parents having sent him to a program in Samoa?
That he shouldn't have been there that long, that he shouldn't have been there at all, that he was kidnapped.
What did the defendant tell you should happen to his parents, or he wanted to happen to his parents because of them having sent him to this program in Samoa?
He would say they deserve to die.
Did he tell you whether they needed to pay for taking those years from his life?
Yes.
It is my opinion that one of the reasons why women are attracted to bad boys because they do their acting out for them, and or because they're a forbidden fruit.
Now, when the defendant told you his parents deserved to die for sending him to the program, did he tell you anything about how he could make that happen?
It would be easy. He could find someone to do it. He could do it. It wouldn't be hard.
During that time frame, which is within the few weeks before the murder, do you remember the defendant telling you that things would be getting better financially soon?
Yes.
Juliet's testimony had a huge impact because here you have someone close to the defendant, close to Christopher. She was not somebody who was trying to save her own skin. I don't think she wanted to be there. And that, from a prosecutor's standpoint, is your best witness.
Do you remember whether there were plans for a little dinner that Sunday evening?
Yes.
So what happened? What did you do?
We went over, we had dinner.
Do you need a minute?
Hey, this might be a good time for a break anyway.
As far as Miami crime lore goes, the detectives that worked on this case are among the most well-respected and legendary homicide detectives, especially Bellew.
When you read this information to the defendant, what was his response or reaction to that information?
Well, in addition to that, I told him that there was a full box of telephone records concerning him and his friends and Garrett Kopp. Sutton almost immediately began to sob, stated, "I'm placed his head on the table. A short while later, raised his head and said, "What's the minimum, maximum time I can do, or that I would be looking at?"
What did you ask him at that point about his parents?
I said, "Did you hate your parents that much?"
And his answer?
I said, "You tell me."
Chris Sutton was hard to root for as an observer because he was very arrogant. He was very cocksure. Even when he tried to show emotion, he was crying about his time when he was in Samoa, and it definitely felt rehearsed.
How were you feeling physically during that time?
I was what they called in denial.
You need a break, Mr. Sutton?
Yeah.
The fact that he had no emotion about his parents, but had emotion about how he was treated is a hallmark of a sociopath. Sociopaths, by definition, are predatory. These are people, quite simply, who do not have a conscience.
Are you telling the jury that Juliet Driscoll lied when she said that things would be better when your parents were dead?
Absolute lie.
And when Juliet Driscoll told the police or testified that you wanted your parents dead, that was a lie?
Correct.
And that when Juliet Driscoll reported that you said your parents deserved to die for what they did to you and sending you to the program, that was a lie?
That's what she said in order to not be arrested for murder.
My question was really simple. Was that a lie?
Yeah, to save her own life.
Now, isn't it true that you asked Detective Bellew what the minimum and maximum time it was that you would be looking at for this case?
I said, what's the minimum maximum time I can be looking at in this case that you're falsifying against me? Yeah.
So you told Detective Bellew from the get-go that he was falsifying this case against you, correct?
I told him that he was full of yeah.
So you're telling this jury that Detective Bellew failed to tell this jury that you told him that the case was full of
He read about 5 minutes worth of quotes, and we were there for 4.5 hours. I think I said a lot more than 5 minutes worth of quotes.
I wasn't nervous over this verdict because I've waited for a couple hundred verdicts over time. I trusted in the fact that the right thing was going to happen.
It's rare for a defendant to take the stand in a capital murder trial, but Chris Sutton made the decision to do so. The jury witnessed firsthand the many faces of his personality. While being questioned by prosecutors, he appeared brash and arrogant. But when questioned by his own defense counsel, he was reduced to tears. The jury will have to reconcile just who the real Chris Sutton is.
How can you forget the graphic testimony of John Sutton when he testified in his witness stand and what he endured and suffered? But you cannot let sympathy go to John Sutton and his disability and his loss. In this case, the state has no motive. They don't have a motive that's good enough, that's sufficient enough, that's reasonable enough for you to believe that Chris Sutton would hire Garrett Kopp to do this.
It was an emotional case. Susan was dead. I was blind. We went through 3 weeks of torture. There's no winners. Christopher's a loser. Susan was a loser. Everybody lost out here. I lost out. And this is a bad, bad picture.
That man, the defendant, had profound anger, hatred, and greed. His parents were now worth nothing more to him than a means to get money. Money they owed him, as he deserved a payback for what his parents had done by sending him to that awful program in Samoa. So he got his little do-boy, Garrett Kopp, to do the dirty deed for him. Garrett Kopp was the perfect patsy, a Dixie cup, a throwaway, the means for Christopher Sutton to insulate himself, to wrap himself in the cloak of deniability. But now the time has come to determine his accountability. What motive did Garrett Kopp have to go in and attempt to assassinate both those people? None. What motive did Christopher Sutton have to want both his parents dead? Plenty.
The viciousness that was employed without emotion, in my opinion, suggests that he had issues in which he was able to rationalize why he did what he did.
I wasn't nervous over this verdict because I've waited for a couple hundred verdicts over time. I trusted in the fact that the right thing was going to happen.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you a breach of oath. Is that correct?
That's correct. State of
Florida versus Christopher Sutton. We had the jury in Miami-Dade, Florida, this 21st day of July, 2010, on the defendant Christopher Patrick Sutton. As the count 1, guilty of first-degree murder is charged in the indictment. As the count 2, guilty of attempted first-degree murder. Signed this 21st day out of bars.
Sociopath knows whether they're doing right or wrong, so legally that's not a mental illness. Do we need to hold people responsible when they have what's called mens rea, when they understand what they're doing is wrong? The courts say, yes, we should hold them accountable. The issue that Chris knew right and wrong, and he was very angry, those are all true.
So at this time, as the count 1, Mr. Sutton, the court poses a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. As the count 2, attempted first-degree premeditated murder, life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Ultimately, I think John wanted justice for his wife, and I think justice was achieved. Christopher Sutton was found guilty of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison.
I have an urge, which I have so far crunched, to go see Christopher in jail. I can't forgive this kind of premeditated, long thought out, bad behavior because he wouldn't go to school, he wouldn't do the right thing. I cannot reconcile the insanity and the devastation that was caused. I could, if I felt like wasting my time, focus on hating, but it's not gonna do me any good. It helps to look forward. And I think the saying, the past is toxic, is a good one.
Chris Sutton was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for conspiring with Garrett Kopp to kill his parents. Garrett took a plea deal in exchange for testifying against Chris. He will be eligible for parole after serving his 30-year sentence. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
Land is dear in Iowa, and land is gold.
One of the dog handlers actually found some blood on a corn stalk.
We could see human legs sticking up out of a hole.
Couldn't get him in the pickup, and I dragged him down the road.
He had shot him right between the eyes.
When it comes to a missing persons report, most law enforcement agencies require a person to be missing 24 hours before they'll investigate. But things are different in a small Iowa town. A farmer was missing for just 4 hours, enough for the local sheriff's department to spring into action. What the search for the missing man uncovered shocked the close-knit farming community.
Milo, Iowa is a really small town. It's less than 800 people, according to the 2020 census, and it's primarily a farming community, so everybody does know everybody.
We have century farms in Iowa where farm families have been farming the same ground or nearby ground for centuries, through generations. It's an object of pride, it's an object of success, it's something that farmers hope to pass on to their children. Farming is very difficult, and it takes a special breed of cat to be a successful farmer. It requires lifelong devotion, attention to detail.
Tom Lyon was a 52-year-old farmer. He farmed about 1,200 acres in Milo, Iowa.
My understanding was Tom Lyon was kind of a easygoing, laid back. He was kind of an old soul. Everybody liked him. He was jovial. He, just kind of happy-go-lucky guy most of the time.
So on January 13th, 2003, Tom got up in the morning very early, like most farmers do, to do some chores, and he took care of his cattle in the morning.
Tom Lyon's wife would make lunch for her husband every day at noon, and he didn't come home for lunch, so she got worried. And so she went out looking for him, and she happened upon his truck south of their home.
Maybe an eighth of a mile, or maybe a little farther than that from our house, is one of the entrances into one of the fields that he had rented. And his pickup was pulled up in there and just sitting there, and I thought that was so odd. So I looked inside the pickup. His cell phone was laying in the seat, his coveralls were there, and his winter hat was in there, which meant he had on just his sweatshirt. Why doesn't he have all of his cold clothes on? Why is his phone just left lying in the seat like that? And I looked at the pickup, and it just was not him.
So at that point, what she did is she called a family friend who was a sheriff, and she let him know what she had found in his truck and said that Tom, her husband, was missing. And so the sheriff came right over.
I contacted the local fire department for some volunteers to come out to basically cover the field in question. We converged primarily with our search on the farm, which would be 320 acres. Initially, I wanted to make sure that he wasn't laying someplace in that 320-acre farm with a broken leg. And then after that was accomplished, why it had gotten dark on us, I stayed out and I was trying to figure out a rational explanation of where Tom would have been, where he would have walked to. And Tom had cattle in 3 locations that I knew of. And one of the locations was on a dead-end road. He would go back, make sure that the gates were still closed. He was fearful of poachers. Kids would go back there and drink beer, and the methamphetamine problem is pretty well present.
In rural America, lots of times farmers will come across meth addicts who do sometimes cook meth in the rural parts, not only not to be found out, but they are going after the fertilizer that is an ingredient used for meth making.
I did not have any luck from about 2 a.m. to about 3:30, but I concluded that I needed to come back the next morning when it was daylight and check again.
Almost everybody knew Tom. And so when he went missing, news spread really fast, and people were concerned. People were worried. They don't usually lock their doors at night, and that night I think they did.
It was 10 degrees Fahrenheit the night before, so it was still pretty cold, and people got very concerned, thinking he could have froze to death.
The next morning, a search party gathered. There were more than 150 people gathered for that search party, which I think speaks a lot to both the community and the kind of person that Tom was. The sheriff set up a base at this Quaker church called Motor Friends Church that was right next to Tom's farm.
We're gonna go north, over a half mile or however wide you spread.
I instructed Sergeant Keeney to bring all the volunteers in, bring them back in and have a meeting at the church. I wanted to coordinate from the church. I wanted to have a directed search of the area. We had people coming with horseback. We had people coming with quads, 4-wheel drive trucks. I wanted the canines in the area where possibly the victim was last seen. He instructed me to have the canines start on the east side of 240th and to work south from that area. We would have the public volunteers start on the west side and then work from that area.
One of the dog handlers actually found some blood on a corn stalk, and they tested it and found out that it was human blood.
I sent law enforcement officers only back out into the area where that blood was found, into those fields.
There was this kind of trail of blood that they could follow. They found quite a few things. One was a Timex watch that Tom was known for wearing. And then they also found several other spots where blood was. It was on grass, there was some on hay, there was some on other corn stalks.
I did go out to the cornfield, and they were showing me blood around the area. They showed me an area where there was bales of hay at ground level. We pulled the remaining bale up, and we could see what appeared to be a cistern to me.
Cistern is, think of it like a well, but instead of gathering groundwater, it's storing rainwater. So it's a man-made hole.
We could see human legs sticking up out of a hole. I contacted the sheriff's office. We needed to get a search warrant to continue from there. While we were waiting for the search warrant to be signed, we contacted the fire department. They had some equipment that we could use to extract the body. We set that equipment up and just waited until we were contacted that the warrant had been served. And then the fire department personnel extracted the victim from the hole.
And they presumed that it was Tom Lyon. And they then did, in fact, identify the body as Tom Lyon.
Next, they have to figure out who murdered Tom Lyon and why.
The truck that Mr. Heemstra said he drove, that pickup truck had what appeared to be a red material that we thought could be blood in the bed of the truck.
In the small farming town of Milo, Iowa, investigators found the body of missing farmer Tom Lyon dumped headfirst into a cistern on a farm field. The local fire department was called in to extricate the body. Before the body was even out, investigators had a suspect, the man who owned the land on which the body was found.
They located Tom's body on a place called the Metcalf Farm, which was owned by Rodney Heemstra.
Rodney Heemstra and his family were successful farmers in south central Iowa. They did grain farming. They had a large spread, and Rodney was a go-getter. It was often said that he never walked anywhere, he trotted. And so he was from dawn to dusk, he was on the go. He was well known in the community, and because he was prosperous, he was both well-liked and at times not so well-liked.
Rodney was strictly business, didn't really have time for chit-chat. He was very driven and intense. Rodney liked to buy land. He'd bought and sold lots of land.
Land is dear in Iowa, and land is gold, and there are parts of the state where agriculture is king. Big spreads are often more productive and more profitable than small spreads, so acquiring land can be high on the list of a farmer's objectives. Land doesn't come up for sale very often. The flashpoint between Tom Lyon and Rodney Heemstra arose over a plot of land by a woman named Rogers, who had a farm spread where she was renting out her property for grazing to Tom Lyon. Tom grazed cattle on the land. He rented it from Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers decided she didn't want to continue to farm and have that land. She decided to put it up for sale. And because Tom was a tenant on the farm, he had the right of first refusal, so to speak, and if the land came up for sale.
And I think Tom Lyon, in his heart of hearts, he probably wanted to buy it, but he couldn't make it work in his operation, so he had declined. Then they went on to Rodney Heemstra, and so he jumped on it and bought it, and that really, I think, probably kicked off a new source of conflict for them.
There's no question that they both had their eye on the same prize. I think that Rodney's success kind of grated on Mr. Lyon, and for both personal reasons and occupational reasons, it was friction from get to go.
So Rodney Heemstra had bought some farmland from Lucille Rogers in July of 2002.
And Tom had the right to be on the land until March 1st of 2003 because of the way the farm leases work in Iowa. That was his right under the lease agreement. And he had cattle, and he was letting his cattle graze on the row crop land. So that was where Rodney wanted to be working.
So between July and March, Tom and Rodney had to interact quite a bit. It did not go very well. In about October, Rodney, who was maintaining the land for Tom's leased farmland, had shut off the water to some of Tom's cattle. And so Tom was extremely irate about that. He immediately called Rodney Heemstra, and he basically cursed him out on the phone.
Rodney Heemstra deemed it necessary to carry a .22 rifle in his truck. He was afraid that something was going to happen to him because Mr. Lyon, according to him, was getting angrier and angrier. However, it was known around town, or alleged, that Rodney Heemstra had a bit of a temper himself. So he was still concerned, nonetheless, that Tom Lyon was going to harm him.
It seems as though there was a kind of the slow burn buildup, anger, resentment, wounded pride, perhaps fear, insecurity. It just built up over time and then exploded.
I became involved almost immediately once the body was found. And we knew about the tension, so just putting those facts together, we'd already kind of identified Mr. Heemstra as someone who we wanted to talk to.
I knocked on the door. It was roughly 10 o'clock at night. I told Rodney Heemstra that we were investigating the death of Tommy Lyon and that if he was involved with causing the death of Tommy Lyon, that he needed to tell me that right then. He said no. He said he didn't know of anybody that would hurt Tom Lyon, that he didn't have a clue. The truck that Mr. Heemstra said he drove was actually parked away from his residence in a parking area of his driveway, and that pickup truck had what appeared to be a red material that we thought could be blood in the bed of the truck. We were going to secure the truck and get a search warrant. I approached him and told him that it was clear that he was responsible for the death of Tommy Lyon. Initially, he was shocked, and then he started crying. The Special Agent Button interviewed him and recorded the conversation.
It's 3:50 in the morning on the 15th of January. Agent Button, Deputy Morrison. Go ahead, Rodney.
Where do you want me to start?
You just start at the beginning.
It became plain to me after a meeting with Rodney and his family that this was a case of self-defense. Self-defense was the defense.
In the murder of Iowa farmer Tom Lyon, investigators had a suspect in the back of a police car. Rodney Heemstra was also a farmer, a very successful farmer. He had initially denied any involvement in Tom Lyon's death, but now he was about to reveal everything, or so it seemed.
I asked Mr. Heemstra if he cared if I tape recorded the conversation, and he said he didn't.
Even though at first Rodney Heemstra denied knowing anything about Tom Lyon's whereabouts or what would have happened to him, he came clean pretty quickly.
That morning after I left, he had pulled out and was heading south there. And so I come up behind him, and he just whipped his pickup over in the middle of the road, kind of forces me to stop, though. And I don't know whether I could have got around him or not, but I probably could have. Anyhow, he jumps out of his pickup and starts in and goes, "You know, that pickup, you son of a bitch." Like an idiot that I do. I should have just backed up, turned around and went the other way. But I didn't. That's my fault. That's where I really screwed up. And so he just jumped right up into my face. I was mad and scared, and I run around the other side of my pickup. Since October, I've been carrying a rifle behind the seat. That's another stupid thing. I'm not a hunter. I don't hunt. I don't hardly ever shoot a gun. He started taunting me. He goes, "Oh, look at you. I dare you." Well, I done it. He sure was. Well, I couldn't believe it after I'd done it. He's dropped. Oh.
Listening to the tape, you can tell there are so many emotions going through his head. He's scared, he's frightened.
I didn't know what to do. Couldn't get him in the pickup. I couldn't lift him into the back of the pickup. I got them straps out, and I drug him down the road. I don't know how it dawned on me. I thought of that old well casing back there in the field there, that west field. Nobody knows it's there except me. I just took off and drug him over there, and I dumped him in there. I let everybody down. All my folks, it's gonna be terrible. Oh, I let my mom and dad down so much. It's so good to me. My whole family. Oh, God, I'm terrible.
He's worried about his family, and I think it's interesting that you can tell there's some remorse, but it's almost remorse about what's going to happen to the people around him versus what he had done.
You mentioned that he didn't have anything in his hands.
He did. Well, I shot a defenseless man.
No description of self-defense was provided in the initial accounting, which It could be stress, anxiety so high that you forget things, but that's kind of generally what people would expect be the first thing that comes out of your mouth when you're being arrested for a crime like that, if that's the case.
He shot him between the eyes. Having shot Tom Lyon, washed himself up, and then he decided he better get rid of the murder weapon so no one found it. Well, he went to another property of his, another farm, and he hid it, and he covered it up.
The defense developed pretty plainly. We knew that Rodney had admitted to law enforcement authorities that he had shot Tom. The question was why and what were the circumstances. It became plain to me after meeting with Rodney and his family that this was a case of self-defense. And we also knew from our investigation that there were other people who were able to attest to Tom's aggressive, sometimes bullying nature. His interactions with Rodney became increasingly difficult, combative, and so we had what we thought were all the hallmarks of a man who was likely to be intimidating, physically threatening to Rodney, and that was what we believed the best case was for making it self-defense.
When I learned they were going to argue self-defense, I honestly felt pretty okay with it. I felt confident in our case. There were several things that were elicited on the recordings, for example, that he could have driven away.
Should have just backed up, turned around, and went the other way.
He could have removed himself from the situation. He could have not gotten out of his truck. He could have not gone back to the truck and gotten the gun. Those were all things that were elicited on the recorded confessions, and those are all things that are important in combating self-defense argument down the road.
Our interviews with area townspeople and farmers were, Tom was very well known in the community. He was the mayor of Milo, and Rodney was well known. There were lots of people who had fixed opinions about Rodney, so there was really no alternative but to change venue to some other county.
And he said, he says, you don't have the balls to pull that trigger. Oh no, this is not going good.
Rodney Heemstra was on trial for first-degree murder in the killing of rival farmer Tom Lyon. The most anticipated witness was Heemstra himself, whose freedom depended on convincing a jury the killing was in self-defense. But first came the opening statements.
This case is about the defendant getting mad, losing his temper, and shooting a defenseless man.
This was the first homicide case I'd handled, and it was a unique case because the victim and the defendant were similar to each other in some ways.
Now, the defendant's going to claim that he acted in self-defense. At the conclusion of this case, you're going to be firmly convinced that the defendant didn't act in self-defense, and he wasn't justified in shooting Tom Lyon in the head. You're going to be firmly convinced that the defendant shot an unarmed, defenseless man between the eyes.
The evidence will show in this case that what faced Rodney Heemstra on January 13 was fear and panic, giving rise to an unmistakable belief in Rodney Heemstra's mind that the bad blood that had festered in Tom Lyon had grown to the point where he, Rodney Heemstra, was in fear for his life. The evidence will show in this case that Rodney Heemstra acted in self-defense, and that based on what he knew, what he heard, and what he saw. And under those circumstances, require that you find Rodney Heemstra not guilty. State will call its first witness.
Thank you. State would call Dr. Dennis Klein. Did you do an autopsy of Tom Lyon?
Yes, I did.
If you would show the jury what this diagram depicts.
In this schematic, this area depicted by this very irregular type of outline is actually an abrasion where the skin has been mostly scraped away. And within that area that's been scraped is the area of primary importance for the entrance site of the gunshot wound. And then the other black marks that we see on the cheeks are, again, just brush abrasions where the skin has been abraded away. And then the tip of the nose has actually been abraded such that the underlying cartilage of the nose is exposed.
The facts of what happened after the shooting made it extremely difficult for us for a couple of reasons. It demonstrated what I think most people would say was really cruel and cold behavior, whether it was a result of shock or panic. It was still extraordinarily harsh way to treat a man, whether you like him or you don't.
Did you recover a bullet fragment from Mr. Lyon's body?
Yes, I did.
And where was that recovered from?
It was recovered from inside the head, actually within the right side of the brain.
Now, with the bullet being in the position it was when you found it, would that cause Mr. Lyon to die instantly?
The bullet passed through the right portion of the brain. It could cause death nearly instantaneously, but not necessarily.
So in this case, are you able to give an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty if Mr. Lyon was alive or dead at the time he was drugged?
That I cannot determine.
Mr. Spees? Your Honor, we call Rodney Heemstra to the stand. Yes, sir. If you come forward, please, to be sworn.
I wasn't surprised that Heemstra took the stand, because if he hadn't, the only version the jury hears is on the recorded confessions.
He sure was. I couldn't believe it after I'd done it. He's dropped.
It was basically like Heemstra versus Heemstra, because and there were two very distinct versions, and he came in with a whole new story, basically.
There are always dangers in putting a client on the stand, but we thought on balance, not only did we have to do it, but it would serve him well.
Mr. Heemstra, in the early morning hours of January 13, 2002, as you drove away from the Rogers place in Warren County, Iowa, did you expect to encounter Tom Lyon?
No.
Did you expect that when you got out of your truck that Tom Lyon would die?
No.
So what happened when Tom Lyon got out of his truck?
Said you have pushed me around long enough. And I was trying to say, Tom, I said, that, you know, I know the water's malfunctioning. And he told me, he says, shut the up. Says, I don't want to hear anything you have to say, you little son of a bitch. And that he was going to make damn sure that I did not end up at that farm.
Were you mad at him?
I was upset that he wouldn't let me pass him on the road. But at that point, I was scared. And he shoved me. When he shoved me, it scared me. And I thought to myself, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble here. And I took off and run around the back of the pickup over to the passenger side. And when I done that, he said to me, he says, it's not going to do you any good to run, you little And I opened the door and popped up the seat and grabbed the gun.
What'd you do then?
He just glared. His face was just, I mean, it was just red as a beet. But he never said anything. And he stepped back away from the door of the pickup.
Why did you have the gun pointed at him?
I thought that just the appearance of that gun would neutralize that situation to where I could get away.
Since when does getting a gun out of your truck neutralize a situation?
What happened next?
Well, I was going to get out of there. And he said, he started to talk. He said, look at you, you're a big man with that gun. And I thought, oh no, I don't want to hear, this is not going good. And he said, you don't have the balls to pull that trigger. And I shot him.
When a defendant exhibits emotions on the stand, it's always a mixed blessing, depending on what it is. An expression of sadness, of contrition can be good, but appearing tearful, especially for a man, can appear to be self-pitying, and that was a danger.
Why did you shoot him?
I was afraid for my life.
Were you intending to kill him?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I just couldn't believe it was happening. I mean, when I just never thought that he would come at me with the gun.
He told the police that he shot a defenseless man. There was no way around it. Well, once on trial, he said all of a sudden, Tom Lyon lunged at him.
Mr. Heemstra, on January 13, 2003, there's no doubt that you shot Tom Lyon, is there?
No, I shot Tom Lyon.
And there's no doubt that he died because of your gunshot?
That's correct.
Did you murder Tom Lyon?
No, I did not.
It's always a tense moment for a defense lawyer to watch a client testify and watch a client be cross-examined.
This is your pickup, this table, and you're getting the gun out. I'll be Mr. Lyon.
You sure this is okay to do?
Iowa farmer Rodney Heemstra testified that he acted in self-defense when he killed Tom Lyon. But in taking the stand, he was opening himself up to a withering cross-examination from the prosecution, a cross-examination that had Heemstra reenacting the killing with the actual murder weapon in his hands.
This is your pickup, this table, and you're getting the gun out. I'll be Mr. Lyon. So you pull the gun out with your pickup, correct?
We had planned to have the defendant demonstrate with the rifle on his cross-exam. Our goal, honestly, was to try to just show the unbelievability of his story.
Shows how you point the gun at Tom Lyon. I'm Tom Lyon.
You sure this is okay to do?
That's me to demonstrate how I did it.
Okay, I had the gun under here like this.
The defendant looked very awkward when he was holding the gun.
Shows how you're pointing at Tom Lyon.
Okay, as I walked around.
So you were scared of Tom Lyon and you're going to come close to him, is that correct?
He was backing away when I come to the back end of the pickup.
You had the gun?
Yes.
What did Tom Lyon have in his hands?
He had nothing in his hands.
You made that gun.
I just had it pointed at him.
Just shot him in the head, hit him right in the eye, but you were aiming.
No, I was not aiming at any particular of his body. I wasn't.
You guys see?
His story in trial about how this close quarters confrontation just happened, and then it just resulted in him happening to shoot the victim right between the eyes. It just didn't add up.
If you claim the way it happens today, why didn't you just go get the police?
I wish today that's what I had done.
But why didn't you?
I don't know.
So you never took Tom Lyon's pulse, did you?
No, he was dead.
Are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not.
You assumed he was dead, didn't you?
I have went rabbit hunting and stuff like that when I was younger, and I mean, when Tom fell, when he dropped, there was just nothing there. There was not a sound, there was not a movement, there was nothing.
Well, Mr. Heemstra, we're not talking about a rabbit, we're talking about a human being.
No, I know that.
Heemstra's behavior after the shooting really helped our argument that it wasn't self-defense. Things had been much different if he had just stopped and called the police immediately after the shooting.
You drug him for over half a mile, isn't that right?
Yeah, it'd been a half mile.
Then you take him down to the well, you drive up to the well and you dump his body in, correct?
Yes.
It seems like there's such a level of preparation, planning that, forethought. I'm picking this location because nobody else knows about it but me. I'm putting hay over. Those types of decisions, they clearly show that this person is having a level of rational thought about what he's doing or what he's acting out. There's logic to it.
And you didn't want him to find Tom Lyon's body. Why were you concerned if this was self-defense?
I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why I done all that afterwards. I mean, I have to live with that the rest of my life, what I done afterwards. And I can't explain it.
Our biggest goal was to emphasize the two very distinct stories You know, the one that he told in trial and the one that he had told on the recorded confession, because we felt like they were different enough that you couldn't believe both of them.
Didn't have anything in his hands.
He did. Well, I shot a defenseless man.
You never said Tom Lyon shoved you, did you?
No.
You never said that Tom Lyon lunged at you and you had to shoot him, did you?
No, I did not.
Why wouldn't you tell him that?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm just as sincere as I can be. I don't know. You know I give different details. I guess in my mind it just went without saying, and I didn't realize that I guess if I'd have known that was going to be by me not saying every minute detail that it would be used against me, I would have tried to have put it together with every minute detail.
The fact that Rodney had not said the word self-defense, or I acted because I was afraid I was going to get beaten up by Tom, could make it appear to a jury that the self-defense defense was a fabrication trying to make the best of a bad factual situation. But we were able to find out that there were people that could attest to Tom's combative nature, his bullying, his flashpoint anger. We had to show that Rodney was aware of this.
At any time when you were spending time with Tom Lyon, did he ever say anything to you about hurting Rodney Heemstra?
There was one occasion where he specifically asked me, and this is after the land had been purchased, and I believe after the water freezing up, he said to me, he says, what happens if I beat the, and I'm going to cuss here, what happens if I beat the little son of a bitch up?
We had to show that it created in Rodney's mind, here's a man that's not only been difficult with me, but he's been difficult with other people too. Other people are afraid of him.
Tom wanted to rent some grain bins on the Ward's property. And somewhere, in the discussion, I told him that, he thought the rates, we got the rates off of they do rate studies. And he just said that's not reasonable. And he just kind of all at once grabbed me and picked me up and held me against the truck. And I just said, put me down, Tom, I had to tell him 3 times. And finally he put me down. I don't think he knew what he was doing.
And on what kind of occasion would you have told Rodney Heemstra about this encounter that you had with Mr. Lyon?
When I leased the ground to Rodney, I brought that to his attention to just leave him alone, stay away, try to avoid any conflict.
Did you hear Mr. Lyon talking?
I heard him behind the long barn yelling about something, and he'd ought to just shoot the son of a bitch and go on.
Did you know what he was talking about?
No, I didn't know who he was talking about.
And after you heard that comment, what did you do?
Well, from then on, I was carrying my carry gun with me.
Did you ever tell Rodney Heemstra that you'd heard something like that from Mr. Lyon?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case comes down to this. When the defendant shot Tom Lyon and killed him, he didn't call the police. He didn't get help. It never even occurred to him that it was self-defense, because it wasn't. Killing someone, hiding the body, burning your clothes, and hiding the murder weapon are not actions consistent with self-defense. They're actions consistent with committing murder. And that's what happened in this case.
The issue here is, was Rod Heemstra justified in defending his life, self-preservation on January 13th? The evidence, I think, demonstrates that Rod Heemstra had no motive to kill Tom Lyon. He had nothing to gain by it. He was not motivated by anger or by hatred or by spite or by revenge, but out of fear and out of panic. The weakness that he felt requires you to use the courage that the law imposes upon you today. Rod Heemstra is not guilty.
I thought that we had submitted our best case under the circumstances. I was optimistic that we would get an acquittal.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Rodney Neal Heemstra,
Iowa farmer Rodney Heemstra admitted shooting fellow farmer Tom Lyon dead. The question was, would a jury believe Heemstra's testimony that the killing was in self-defense? After a day and a half of deliberating, the jury had their verdict. But in a legal twist, it would not be the final verdict in this case.
the court attendant indicated to me that the jury had reached a verdict. Is that correct? That's correct. And is the verdict unanimous? It is. If you'd like to hand the verdict form to the court attendant, I'll publish your verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Rodney Neal Heemstra, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Anytime a defense lawyer takes on a case of this magnitude, you invest not only your best professional effort, but your heart. I liked Rodney, I liked his family, I enjoyed working with them. I did my best as I saw it, and so it was a difficult pill to swallow.
If you have a heart and a soul, you know, you're gonna feel for these people. When we got that guilty verdict, you know, I was very pleased, and I felt like justice had been served. I just feel bad for Rhonda and her kids.
Mrs. Lyon?
They say you reap what you sow, and that paybacks are hell. As I see it, you are going to get what you deserve. And as for this holiday season, I will miss Tom more than you can imagine. And getting older alone is definitely gonna suck. And if you were only half the man you think you are, now would be a good time to finally tell the truth to me. I know it didn't happen the way you say. And I know you shot him through your pickup window, aiming at his head as he walked towards you. I know you didn't even try to get him in the back of your pickup. You just simply drug him down the road. Everything you said was not the truth, and you know it.
All of the stories that have been told that started the catalyst for the self-defense story were provided by Rodney Heemstra. There's nothing that definitively proves that Tom actually, confronted him on the road. How do we know that Rodney didn't have the rifle, kind of waiting for the right opportunity?
I hope the rest of your life is a living hell and the nightmares never stop. And if I could only walk up to you right now and slap the out of you, then maybe I might have an ounce of peace in my life.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyons. Mr. Heemstra, would you please rise? Sir, is there anything that you'd like to say?
I'd like to thank everybody who's prayed and supported me and my family. God bless you.
It was heartbreaking for me to see this outcome, and I still remember Rodney standing up and looking back at his family after he was found guilty and being prepared to be led away by the sheriff. We set the stage for an appeal, and an appeal was filed. Rodney obtained separate counsel to represent him on the appeal.
In Iowa, you can plead premeditation for first-degree murder, or you can plead felony murder for first-degree murder, or both. And the practice had been, over the previous 30 to 40 years, to plead both. But when you do that, they don't ask the jurors under which theory do you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. And so then you're left after the fact not knowing if it was based on premeditation or based on felony murder. The Iowa Supreme Court took the opportunity to change the law, having overruled roughly 30, 40 years of precedent when it comes to felony murder.
Eventually, the Iowa Supreme Court determined that he had not received a fair trial and that the jury had been misinstructed. There was a change in the law that the Supreme Court saw it was time to make, and Rodney got a new trial. He had a new trial. He was found guilty of voluntary manslaughter rather than first-degree murder.
Now, keep in mind, he'd obviously already served some time, so he only had 2 more years to serve. And he has been free since 2008. In my opinion, he got away with murder.
I was unhappy, and I was sad for the family and Tom's friends, and I, was disappointed that it had come out the way it did. It just left me with a feeling like justice wasn't fully served.
I think that the facts fit the verdict of voluntary manslaughter. I felt somewhat professionally vindicated. I was disappointed that I didn't get to see it all the way through, but notwithstanding that, it was a better outcome for Rodney and for his family.
I think this case ended up being more about somebody losing their temper who had done that on more than one occasion, and they lost it too far, and they took a step that resulted in killing somebody else.
Iowa's been portrayed as Iowa nice, and Iowa farm families have been portrayed as cooperative, loving, caring for one another, caring for the neighbor, caring for the children of neighbors. It's not untrue, but like any pretty story, there's an undercurrent, and the undercurrent in this case was the competitiveness, the hatred, the hostility that bubbled up between two resourceful, hard-charging, competitive farmers who had this legendary clash that became kind of emblematic of both the best and the worst of Iowa.
Although Rodney Heemstra was released from prison in 2008, his legal troubles continued in civil court. Tom Lyon's widow, Rhonda, successfully sued Heemstra for damages in civil court and was awarded $5.6 million. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
What is going on there? My gut just jumped out of my stomach.
There was a large man laying on a bed. He was clutching himself in his belly area.
After the location of the shotgun shell, Sergeant Trude declared the house a crime scene.
This is a case of fatal attraction. It's a case of obsession.
If I met someone that was going into a case like this as a juror, I would just say, buckle your seatbelt.
Austin, Texas, 1994. A lonely man in his 70s has recently lost his wife to cancer. His grown children have long since moved away, and he's retiring from his successful business. That's when he meets a vivacious young single mom who sparks his interest. Little do they both know that spark will lead to murder and betrayal.
Steve Beard was kind of a jolly guy. He was a good businessman. He was a good family man in the old sense of the word, where he tried to take care of his family, take care of his kids. That was really the center of his life.
Steve had his bad side. He was tough in business. He was demanding, but at the same time, he was loving. He was loyalty bound. If you were his friend, y'all were friends for life. And his friends, they love him.
He was one of the founders of what's now the CBS TV station in Austin, Texas. When he met Celeste, he was just selling the station, and he was pocketing millions of dollars. So he was very wealthy. She was a cocktail waitress at Austin Country Club.
When they met, Celeste was still married to a man named Jimmy Martinez, but he didn't have the big bucks, the lavish lifestyle, the fancy $1 million home, the country club memberships. And Celeste always wanted to be rich.
Celeste is really an interesting character. I don't know that I could have made her up. She came from a really tumultuous family. There was a lot of chaos in her life growing up. And she grew up to be this very charming, very witty, very fun-filled woman who had a very kind of an emptiness inside of her. And she spent a lot of her life trying to fill that. Celeste married 3 times before she was 30 years old. I think she was the type of woman who saw opportunities with different men and thought about what they could do for her lifestyle. When she met Steve, he was this grieving widow. He'd been married for 40-some years to Elise, and she had just passed away from cancer. It had been a long, grueling parting. And he was hurting, he was alone, he was lonely. Steve fell in love with Celeste's kids. She had 2 girls, Christina and Jennifer, twin daughters that she had with the first husband. It gave him this opportunity to be a father again, to act like the young dad. He became kind of the soccer dad. And he just loved Christina and Jennifer.
They had their first date in October. By December, they were looking for property to buy together, or should I say property for Steve to buy for her.
He built her a beautiful house, and he filled it with everything she could have wanted. He bought her jewelry.
She was wearing a 42-carat diamond ring. On October 2nd, 1999, Steve wakes up. He sees a flash of light, wakes up, sees his guts in his hand. He reaches over to the phone, calls 911.
What is going on there? My gut just jumped out of my stomach. Out of your stomach? They blew out. Yeah, they blew out of my stomach. They're laying on my stomach.
Okay, they're laying on your stomach?
Yes. I'm in bed.
Okay, sir, how did...
I'm in awful pain.
Sir, how old are you?
75.
Okay, are you there by yourself?
My wife is somewhere in the house. I can't find her.
We were dispatched to assist EMS on a medical call. I drove down the driveway of the house. The house was pretty much blacked out at the time. I exited my patrol vehicle and went up to the front door of the residence and began to knock and ring the doorbell.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the house, Celeste and Christina were in Christina's bedroom. Not long after, Christina woke up, and her mom said, there are police out there. And Christina went and looked, and there were blue lights flashing through the house.
We followed several sheriff deputies and proceeded to use forcible entry into the house by breaking the glass door.
When law enforcement gets there and EMS, they're like, what happened here?
And there was a large man laying on a bed. You could see medical equipment around the bed. And I thought maybe he'd had a recent surgery and the sutures had broken or something like that. And
he was clutching himself in his belly area. He didn't know what happened. He said he was asleep and then woke up to excruciating pain in his abdomen.
One of the police officers said, I saw his guts coming out between his fingers and thought, boy, if that guy lets go, we're in trouble. And then finally, they find a shotgun shell on the floor.
After the location of the shotgun shell, Sergeant Trude declared the house a crime scene.
Celeste came out with a gun, and she said she was going to kill herself. And an ambulance came, and it took Celeste to St. David's Psychiatric Hospital.
Stephen Beard is quickly rushed to the hospital with a shotgun blast to the stomach. His wife Celeste and her daughter Christine are found at the house, seemingly in shock. Police are trying to make sense of the scene. Was this a botched robbery, or did someone want Stephen Beard dead?
When they married, she was spending money like crazy. She once spent $7,000 on throw pillows. She would be on the internet at night, on Walmart and different websites, Target, buying things. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, she was on the computer buying. It was like she could never have enough. Well, at one point, he got really to the point where he was so worried about the way she was spending money, he gave her the $500,000 that she was entitled to under the prenup. And he set her up with a financial counselor. He was going to teach her how to take care of that money, how to grow that money. But the problem was that 6 months later, instead of stocks, there was an empty bank account. She had spent all of the money. And when he sat her down and asked where did it go, she couldn't tell him. It had gone for little things here and little things there.
She went through $500,000 in 6 months' time. Despite all of this, she stole his dead wife's silver and jewelry and hocked it. And when Steve found out about that, he wanted a divorce.
Celeste was worried if they got a divorce, she walked away with nothing but her jewelry and her personal possessions. Everything else was gone. So she was in the kitchen and she came out with a gun and she said she was going to kill herself. Christina, one of the twins, pleaded with her not to do it. It was a terrible scene. They called 911 and an ambulance came and it took Celeste to St. David's Psychiatric Hospital in downtown Austin.
What Celeste will do when she's in trouble, go, oh, I'm depressed, I'm suicidal, I'm just gonna kill myself. And he'll say, no, 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 don't, we'll work this out. And she'll go into a psych facility. And one of the times when she did that, Tracy Tarleton happened to be there too, and they became buds.
Tracy was a gay woman. She ran the largest independent bookstore in Austin. She was the manager there, Book People. She was funny, she's really smart, had a lot of friends, but Tracy was in St. David's because she was sincerely afraid she might commit suicide. She had gone into a very deep depression. She'd suffered abuse as a child. It had stayed with her. She was always looking for people she could take care of. And Celeste was a person who was always looking for someone to take care of her. So in a very strange way, these two women completed each other.
Celeste had a horrendous childhood. Her mother went into the psychiatric facility several times, and she alleges that her father molested her, but he has always denied that.
So any kind of childhood traumas that take place that are unresolved, the person unconsciously continues trying to resolve that trauma throughout the remainder of their life. So if an individual found someone who paid them attention, who mirrored them, provided them with love and care, not surprisingly, someone who was lacking in that area would glob onto that.
Tracy and Celeste initially bonded at a level where they were friends, but very quickly it turned romantic. Tracy would say that there were stolen kisses in doorways. There were times together where they kind of went off into little dark corners.
From the day Celeste and Tracy met, Celeste had been setting up Tracy, saying, Steve is abusive to me. He's so horrible. He tells me what to wear, what to do. I have no freedom. He's driving me crazy. And Tracy would say, well, just leave him, just divorce him. And she'd say, I can't. He'll hunt me down. He'll find me. And Tracy believed that Celeste was really in trouble. She had Tracy convinced that Steve was this evil person. Steve at first thought Celeste and Tracy were just great friends. In fact, the first time he met her, he said, come with us, go to graduation, come to the graduation party with us, come over and eat dinner with us. You know, we're having hamburgers on Wednesday night, come.
One night, Tracy came over for hamburger night. Steve caught the two of them kissing, and he became incensed and ordered her from the house and told Celeste to stay away from Tracy and that she wasn't welcome at the house anymore.
Celeste had a tendency to drug Steve's food, put sleeping pills in him, switch out his cheap vodka with Everclear, get him so drunk that he'd pass out. She thought he's an alcoholic. This will speed up his death. But it wasn't fast enough. So one day he was passed out, and she said, Tracy, come over here. And they were going to put a plastic bag over his head. And Tracy was supposed to hold the plastic bag around his neck. And she saw Steve's air going in and out with the bag. And she stopped and said, I can't do this. I can't do this.
They walked in the door and they asked if they could search. And in a closet, they found the shotgun.
Tracy Tarleton has fallen in love with Celeste Beard, and the more time they spend together, the more she's convinced it's a matter of life and death. In Tracy's mind, she needs to protect Celeste from an overbearing and abusive Stephen Beard, or Celeste will soon be dead.
On October 2nd, 1999, Tracy got her shotgun that a few days before she'd gone out and shot to make sure it worked, drove over to Celeste's house. She got out, opened the door, went around the back, went into Steve's bedroom. At one point, she thought, what am I doing? But I've got to do this to save Celeste. Walked in, stood at the foot of the bed, aimed her shotgun at Steve, and went click, boom, and hightailed it out of there.
Ironically, Steve didn't die after he was shot that night. He went to the hospital. He was in bad condition, but they were working on him, and he was still alive. And at the hospital, Celeste said to the girls, don't say anything about Tracy to the police. Don't tell the police. But they did. The girls came forward, the kids came forward and said that they thought the police should talk to Tracy Tarleton. So they showed up at Tracy's house. They walked in the door and they asked if they could search, and she let them in. And in a closet, they found the shotgun that she had used, and they made the arrest. And she ended up in jail, in the Travis County Jail.
Stephen Beard underwent several surgical procedures. He seemed to respond to surgery well. He was released from the hospital, was transferred to a rehabilitation hospital, and it seemed as though everything was going well. He then was discharged from the hospital.
Steve was only home for a couple of days. They brought him home from the hospital. Finally, he'd been so wanting to get home. They got him into the house, and he had a little bit of a rash, and she insisted he had to go back to the hospital.
He presented to the hospital again and was transferred to the ICU.
He started getting sicker and sicker. He had a fever, he had an infection, and the infection was going through his body. And he was there in bed, and Celeste and the girls went out for dinner one night, and Steve died while they were gone.
There are multiple reasons that people say Steve died. One was a blood clot. One was an infection. Celeste was supposed to change his ileostomy bag. There was always supposition that her fingers were infected, so that if she changed it, the infection would go into him. There are photographs of Celeste showing her infected fingers. So there's a chance Steve would have lived just fine. Right after Steve's funeral, Celeste was out partying, having sex with multiple people. Then one night, she was in a bar, picked up the bartender, said, be outside at 3 in the morning, we'll pick you up. And pretty soon, that bartender was partying with her in New Orleans. And then they got married. He said, I usually wasn't attracted to women Celeste's age. I was surprised that I was, but I really was.
Tracy had sincerely believed that Celeste loved her until Celeste married again, and she saw the announcement in the newspaper. At that point, she realized she'd been used, that she'd been just taken. For that year in jail, she had refused to talk about Celeste. She'd refused to give Celeste up in order to save her own skin.
You know, with somebody who's a psychopath, just speaking generally, they're really considered a predator. Just as with predators in the wild, predators are very good at detecting vulnerable prey. individuals that are easily manipulative, may have had trauma in their past, and rightly so, they pick those individuals because they're more susceptible and more able to be manipulated.
Tracy was really hurt. She had finally come to the realization that Celeste had probably never loved her, that Celeste had always seen her as someone she could manipulate and use. And she felt horrible. She was just riddled with guilt over the fact that she had committed a murder. And that she had also learned that Steve wasn't the man that Celeste had described, that he had never been an abusive husband. She'd refused to give Celeste up in order to save her own skin. But at that point, she talked to the district attorney, and she told him everything. It was 2 years after Steve died before Celeste was charged with his murder.
How would you like it if your father was on top of you every night? And then beating the crap out of you?
Tracy Tarleton is crushed to learn the person she loved has gotten remarried so quickly. She then implicates Celeste in the murder of Stephen Beard. Is this a story of a woman scorned, or perhaps everything she believed was always just a delusion? As the trial begins, the lines of what's real and what's fantasy could get blurred to the point where the truth may be impossible to see.
Court calls cause number 902-0236, the state of Texas versus Celeste Beard Johnson.
It was 2 years after Steve died before Celeste was charged with his murder.
When Celeste was in jail here in Austin, she broke her leg. And I do know that in December before the trial, she was told she could get the cast off her leg. And she said, well, wait, I need to talk to my attorney first about that. So did she think that cast was going to bring her sympathy from the jury?
Celeste sat in the courtroom looking like a librarian. She looked nothing at all like she had looked before. She looked like a different person in that courtroom.
This case is about something that happened to a man named Steve Beard. On October 2nd, 1999, he was 74 years old, and shortly before 3 o'clock that morning, he was asleep in his bed. He woke up suddenly in terrible pain, had a hole in his stomach, and he had his intestines spilling out the front of his body.
The prosecution's case was that Celeste was a charming, evil manipulator who got Tracy to fall in love with her and set it up from the very beginning to eventually manipulate Tracy into killing Steve for her.
Now, all through the summer of 1999, the defendant and Steve Beard had been planning to take a trip to Europe. She told Tracy that if she had to go on that trip with Steve, he was going to drive her to commit suicide, and Tracy would never see her again. So a few days before the scheduled departure to Europe, the defendant asked Tracy to shoot Steve. The evidence will show that what happened here is a simple case of a greedy, manipulative defendant who took advantage of a mentally ill woman who was in love with her. The defendant married an older guy with a lot of money. She got tired of waiting for him to die. She encouraged, directed, aided, and attempted to aid this mentally ill woman to shoot him. And the defendant's motive to kill him was money.
This is a case of fatal attraction. It's a case of obsession. We can agree on some things. Tracy Tarleton is psychotic.
Dick DeGuerin is one of Texas's most famous defense attorneys. Dick was the attorney for Robert Durst and managed to get Durst off.
Tracy Tarleton fought her case and declared her innocence and said she was not guilty. And when it looked like she was about to go to trial and could get the death penalty or could get life, the rest of her life in prison, she cut a deal. And the deal that she cut with the prosecutors is that instead of facing an almost certain the rest of her life in prison, she would, if she would testify that Celeste put her up to it, she would get the maximum of 20 years in prison, from which she could be paroled in as little as 10.
The defense was going to prove that Celeste had never had this relationship with Tracy, that this was all a figment of Tracy Charlton's imagination. And therefore, if that were true, then nothing Tracy had said could be trusted.
We can agree that Tracy Tarleton shot Stephen Beard. Tracy Tarleton is an avowed lesbian. She's predatory, she is aggressive, and Tracy Tarleton became infatuated and obsessed with Celeste Beard. Celeste had never had a lesbian relationship. Tracy knew Stephen Beard wanted Tracy out of their lives. Tracy was afraid of losing whatever delusional hope she thought she had with Celeste. So Tracy, we believe the evidence will show you, shot Stephen Beard for her own selfish and sick reasons.
The trial was dramatic, it was funny, it was emotional, and pardon the pun, but it was insane.
Will you please state your name? Jennifer L. Beard. Christina, how old are you? 22. Did you just have a birthday? Yes, ma'am.
The girls got on the stand and they talked about the past, about what Celeste had done to Steve throughout the marriage.
Well, she said that she married Steve for his money. She would say that he disgusted her. Did she ever call him names? Yes. Like what? A fat. We had this dog that she would say, took our dog Nikki, she'd point at Steve and go, Nikki, look at the cow. She would say, why wouldn't he die already? Now, did the defendant ever talk to you about what would happen to her financially after Steve Beard died? Just that she would get his money.
They had seen a lot over the years, and I'm sure that when the jurors heard what they were saying, they understood more what had happened between Celeste and Steve.
She put some sleeping pills in his food. I think it was like a chicken Kiev or something like that.
She was knocking him out at night so that he'd fall asleep at the dinner table, and then she would go out.
Did she tell you where she was? She was out with Jimmy. Sometimes I'd have to go pick her up. And did she stay out with Jimmy all night? Yes.
Steve suspected that Celeste was having an affair, and she was, with one of her prior husbands, her third husband. And this had gone on for a while. She threw the twins a graduation party and a 18th birthday party, but Steve wasn't invited. When people asked where he was that night, she said, oh, he wouldn't have liked this. And what they saw was her dancing with one of her ex-husbands.
Did the defendant say anything to you about whether Steve was supposed to know about the party? After we went to the party, she said that he didn't know about it.
But what was Celeste and Tracy's relationship? Celeste denies it to this day, but they were lovers.
Celeste would sneak out and go over to Tracy's house at night. How would she sneak out? She'd get Steve really drunk. Okay. And put sleeping pills in his food. Did the defendant ask you to lie about other things? It was kind of hard to keep up because she was always lying about something. And what was the reason that you recorded this phone conversation between you and the defendant? You know, I felt like she was verbally abusing me, and I wanted her to hear what I was hearing.
The prosecution played audio tapes that Christina and her boyfriend had made a phone call with Celeste. It was the most horrific, violent, abusive, profane tape.
When you go to sleep tonight, Chris, you start your dreams by dreaming about how would you like it if your father was on top of you every night. And then beating the crap out of you. I never laid a hand on you guys. I never beat you. I never did anything to you except try to raise you to be nice young women. And I'm sorry that I have all these mental problems. I just wanted you to know that I did not appreciate you letting into my business when they asked you not to. When you came home, I was going to tell you exactly why. I hired somebody to kill her.
And then Celeste says, at one point, I hired someone to kill Tracy, and the tape cut off. Now, Dick DeGuerin claims that these audio tapes were fakes that were manipulated by Christina and her boyfriend. There's no proof of that.
The jury, I think, really ultimately discounted their testimony. It ended up being not that important because there was other testimony that told the story.
What did she say about exactly how she wanted you to shoot him?
She wanted me to shoot him in the stomach.
Why did she want you to shoot him in the stomach?
Because she didn't want splatter. She didn't want blood splatter on the wall.
The trial was long and contentious, with many twists and turns. In all, over 100 witnesses would be called by both the prosecution and defense, but none were more important or powerful than the testimony of Stephen Beard's shooter, Tracy Tarleton.
Will you state your name, please?
Tracy Tarleton.
And how old are you?
45.
I think the testimony that ended up being most important for me and probably a lot of the other jurors was Tracy Tarleton's.
Now, in that short period of time that you and she were both patients at St. David's Hospital, did there ever develop any kind of relationship between y'all that was more than just a platonic friendship?
Yes, it did.
And tell us about that. Tell us how that began.
Well, at some point, within that period of time, she followed me into my room one day and we ended up kissing, fondling, not anything else.
After the defendant came back to Austin, did you continue to have contact with her?
Yes.
And did the defendant ever visit you at your home?
Yes.
Did she ever come to your home at night?
Yes.
About how often did she come to your home at night?
It was, 3 or 4 nights a week when she first got back, depending on what was going on at home. I mean, she had to, put her husband to bed.
The thing about her testimony that was kind of extraordinary is going into it, you had to have a big reasonable doubt because she was getting such a good deal for this testimony. And so that just immediately made the bar a lot higher for her to be convincing.
I mean, I did believe everything she told me about what was going on. And I just felt real bad for her. And so I didn't have a lot of, and he's, from what I knew, he was a terrible man. And he wouldn't let her up. He wouldn't let her up. And so I didn't have a lot of judgment about it, to tell you the truth.
She just ended up being so articulate and being a convincing witness.
Yes, she asked me that she had a plan, and she wanted me to shoot him at Toro Canyon with my shotgun. She said, I can't make it anymore, I can't do it. He had to drive her to kill herself. She appeared as she often did and was more frequently appearing, which was very shaken, very unnerved and desperate. And I just saw this woman that I loved in a desperate situation, trying to find a way to survive this man that was so awful. I said, I don't want to do this. She said, there's nothing left. I might as well just take it right now and shoot myself. And I said, fine, let's go. I'll do it.
So you agreed to do it?
I agreed to do it.
Tracy got on the stand, and really the whole case kind of hinged on how she came across on the stand. She was calm, she was studied, and she laid out in detail the relationship with Celeste and how the murder plot had come together.
What did she say about exactly how she wanted you to shoot him?
She wanted me to shoot him in the stomach.
Why did she want you to shoot him in the stomach?
Because she didn't want splatter. She didn't want a blood splatter on the wall.
Is that the word she used, splatter?
She used splatter.
Did she say why she didn't want a blood splatter on the wall?
She, at the time, was not planning on redecorating.
You know, I think the jury judged Tracy based on what they saw in that courtroom. And what they saw was someone who'd been manipulated and hurt, and someone who came across as being very truthful on the stand.
Did you read an article in the newspaper relating to the defendant that had some information that surprised you?
Yes, I read an article in the paper that talked about a different hearing, and that Celeste was not present at the hearing because she was on her honeymoon in Aspen with her new husband.
What did you think at that point?
I was dumbfounded when I read that, and then quickly everything started falling apart in my mind. Everything started falling apart in my mind. That, you know, I realized within a couple of months that everything that she'd ever told me was untrue.
Tracy Tarleton's story never changed. Celeste's story always changed. But Dick DeGuerin, his whole case rested on his belief that Tracy Tarleton is a crazy, psychotic, delusional lesbian obsessed with Celeste Beard, and that she, on her own, killed Steve Beard so that she could have Celeste.
You have frequently been suicidal.
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that you have been homicidal.
Yes, sir.
Dick went right after Tracy and tried to portray her as unstable in the courtroom, but it was a problem because she didn't come across that way.
You gotta understand, I believed her. I really believed her. It seems strange from this vantage to look back and think that I did, but I did.
I don't think the argument that Tracy was this gay predator and that she'd gone after Celeste worked with that jury at all. There was just too much evidence on the other side, and I don't think that they at any point cared about her sexual orientation.
Did the defendant and Tracy Tarleton also discuss an issue with you relating to a sexual relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the defendant say to you about that?
Towards the end of the session, Ms. Beard made a statement that she wasn't sure whether or not she was a lesbian, and that in her sexual relationship with Ms. Tarleton, that she had to drink in order to be sexual.
State versus Celeste Beard Johnson. Verdict of the jury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Celeste Beard Johnson.
The prosecution and defense have been battling for more than 6 weeks. As the trial reaches the end, the pressures and hostility that were building are now becoming more clear to everyone in the courtroom. It's a slugfest, and neither side pulls any punches as they move to closing arguments.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As someone once said, it has been a strange and long trip, hasn't it? You've been in here for 6 weeks and you've heard things I imagine that back in January you did not think you would be hearing in the court of law. I know the defense is going to bring all these hospital records and medical records in here about how crazy Tracy Tarleton was. But maybe she was crazy. Maybe she was just in love. You know, she is not the first person to do something crazy for love. Steve Beard was a fool in love, but he was no fool, because Steve Beard made sure that this woman he lifted up off the street with nothing was not going to take everything he had. And that's why he had a prenup. He told Dr. Hauser, you know, things are going crazy with my wife. She's using aliases. She's going places and not telling me where she's going. She's doing things and not telling me what she's doing. Steve Beard was on her trail. Yes, he was. And he would have divorced her.
Tracy Tarleton killed Stephen Beard on her own, for her own selfish reasons, for her own sick reasons. For her own obsession with Celeste. She went to that house at 3 o'clock in the morning and went in and shot Stephen Beard as he lay in his bed.
At the beginning of the trial, Dick DeGuerin said they were not lovers. This was a figment of Tracy's imagination. She was delusional. She was psychotic. And by the end of the trial, in closing arguments, he said, maybe they did have a sexual relationship. Big deal. So what?
Why does Tracy threaten Steve Beard? Because Tracy sees Steve Beard as the barrier between her and her dream relationship with Celeste.
In closing arguments, you looked over and suddenly the defense table was empty. And there was a pillow and a sheet.
You've seen pictures of him. He was very heavy. He had a very big stomach.
Dick DeGuerin climbed up on the table, and when he's putting up the sheet, you could see the jurors groan. Like, how stupid and sensationalistic do you think we are?
Tracy Tarleton shot Steve Beard in the stomach because it's the only thing, the biggest target she had. And I don't say that to denigrate Steve Beard. I say it because it's important for you to understand that Tracy Tarleton is a liar. She's a fabricator of evidence. She's delusional. She's psychotic.
My take on the defense strategy is that they underestimated the jury. The jury was just like, come on, man. We're smarter than this.
At this time, the jury has heard all of the closing arguments. We're gonna have dinner for y'all and y'all can go back there and deliberate.
As someone who has watched trials, you're never sure of anything, particularly as they debated for so very long.
I know there were other jurors who were ready to just call her guilty and move on. I thought there was enough reasonable doubt to where we should go through a deliberative process, which is why I voted not guilty on the first round.
The jurors walked back in and didn't look at Celeste when they entered the courtroom, and that's always a bad sign. And a few minutes later, they delivered the verdict.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, would you please stand?
The state versus Celeste Beard Johnson. Verdict of the jury. Verdict form 1, capital murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Celeste Beard Johnson, guilty of the offense of capital murder.
When the final verdict was read, I do remember being a little bit nervous about having to sit and look at Celeste, knowing that I'm sending her to prison, possibly for life. However, I knew I did the right thing, and that based on the facts of the case, there wasn't any other choice.
A lot of people in Austin always believed that Celeste had killed Steve. I think there was relief in Austin over this case when it finally ended.
The thing that got me from not guilty to guilty was, what other story could you tell that explains Celeste Beard's behavior after the shooting? And at some point, you just couldn't come up with any other explanation.
I really believe justice was served in this case. I actually see Tracy Tarleton as another of Celeste's victims. I believe what she said was true, that Celeste was the mastermind, the planner, and had the motive for killing Steve.
I find this one of the saddest cases. No one was a winner. Tracy had her life ruined. All of the kids, even their friends, feel guilty that they did not stand up to Celeste. Celeste still denies that she had anything to do with this.
When I look back on this case, I think about how much pain that one woman caused in so many lives. Celeste, I don't think was born a bad person, but had developed over the years into this user who used people and manipulated people. And she ruined Tracy's life. She ended Steve's life. And she'd given those two girls such terrible childhood. It's just distressing to think that a mother could have acted toward children as she did.
Tracy Tarleton was paroled after serving 10 years in prison for her crime. She says she never stopped feeling remorse for her part in the killing of Stephen Beard. As for Celeste, she received a life sentence and will spend the rest of her days in prison. She still maintains her innocence and claims Tracy acted alone. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.
The Binion family back then were pretty much the Sopranos of Las Vegas.
Ted Binion had a lifelong addiction to drugs and alcohol.
I was in no way surprised that his lifestyle had caught up with him.
Ted Binion died of a drug and heroin overdose.
We do not agree that this was a suicide or an accidental overdose.
It has all the hooks that you would expect out of a Las Vegas murder case. Casino heirs, a beautiful woman, an affair, mysterious death, and a lot of intrigue.
Ted Binion was the son of one of Las Vegas' founding fathers, Benny Binion. Ted was described by those who knew him as a fast-living, hard-drinking drug addict. So when he was found dead on the floor of his den, everyone, including the police, believed it to be a drug overdose. The story might have ended there if it weren't for some suspicious actions after his death by those in his inner circle. It's a bizarre tale that could only happen in Vegas.
I think to understand this story, you have to understand Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a city that's driven by money. It's a money town, and it always has been a money town. Benny Binion is an old-school casino guy. He's from the Dallas, Texas area and was involved in, what we would call backdoor gambling operations. It was completely illegal, but he somehow managed to avoid law enforcement while conducting a very comprehensive gaming operation, and so he was an outlaw. When Benny Binion came to Las Vegas, it was a far different city than it is now. It was the 1940s. There was only a few thousand people who lived here, and there was one thing that really drew him here, and that was the ability to run a legal gambling operation.
During the 40s, downtown was a sawdust place. I mean, it was people rode on horses to get to the casinos. Benny, he bought two real sawdust joints, the Apache and the El Dorado, and he combined them. Downtown Las Vegas, never seen anything like that in his life. And he called it the Horseshoe Club.
The Horseshoe was known as the locals' casino. It was the place where if you wanted to have a beer for less than $2, you could find it. You could have a T-bone steak for less than $10. There's a very famous story about Binion, about taking $1 million bet that no one else would take. It was a red versus green bet on the roulette wheel. Benny Binion lost, and he promptly paid it. These are the type of stories that make gambling legend.
And I remember that I used to come here with my family, He put a display right in front of the door of $1 million in $10,000 bills, $110,000 bill, and everybody wanted to take their picture in front of this display.
People thought the Binion family back then were pretty much the Sopranos of Las Vegas. You could not mess with that family. Anybody who tried to cheat in their casino usually ended up in the basement beat up. At the same time, they were connected to a lot of mafia types in town.
It was Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky on the Strip, and it was Benny Binion and Glitter Gulch downtown.
Ted Binion was Benny Binion's son, and he was just like his father, a very colorful, larger-than-life personality.
To call Ted a character would be to do him a disservice. It's a vast understatement. Ted was a wild man, but he also had this uncanny ability with numbers. He was he understood the business. You know, this is a family that's steeped in the gambling business.
Ted Binion was, as I said, an excellent owner of the casino along with his father, but he did get his gaming license suspended by the gaming board because of illicit use of drugs.
His gaming license in the state of Nevada was very important to him. And when he lost that, he kind of spiraled out of control. So he could no longer really control his drug and alcohol habits.
Ted Binion had a lifelong addiction to drugs and alcohol. You know, those who were close to him said that he was a heroin addict who did what they call chasing the dragon. Ted Binion was married, and the story has it that the day that his wife left him, he went to Cheetah's strip club, and he ran into a woman named Sandy Murphy. Word has it he was immediately struck by her, as many men were. Very beautiful, alluring, attractive woman, and they hit it off immediately.
Sandy Murphy came to Las Vegas on a trip with some of her girlfriends, and she ended up in Caesar's Palace gambling and lost about $13,000 on the tables. So she frequented Cheetah's selling outfits to the men here for their girlfriends or wives. Try to get her $13,000 back. That was what was she alleged.
The relationship was volatile. I believe the police were called a couple of times to the residence. I know that Ted complained about the relationship to people as it wore on.
So Ted Binion dies. They find him on his living room floor.
Sandy Murphy was the initial 911 caller. Las Vegas police, when they first entered the house, found a bottle of Xanax next to his body, further evidence of heroin use in the home. So the immediate assumption was that this was a drug overdose. They also knew who Ted Binion was. It was well known that Ted Binion was a drug addict. And so everything pointed towards a drug overdose.
I was in no way surprised that his lifestyle had caught up with him. And that was my first thought, that boy, he really must have hung one on this time, and he couldn't pull out of it.
The police found out that his drug dealer had been there the night before, gave him 12 bags of tar heroin, and they decided it was a suicide. They felt like it was just wrapped up in a nice, neat bow, and that was the end of it. The problem is, the Binion family realized that, first of all, Ted never slept on the floor. He never ingested heroin. He always smoked it, and the contents of his stomach had heroin in it.
Ted Binion circulated in circles of people that you and I wouldn't circulate with. He was definitively linked to a guy named Fat Herbie Blitzstein. Fat Herbie Blitzstein is a street-level mobster who was associated with a guy named Tony Spilatro, who's one of the most notorious gangsters in mafia history.
Any investigation of the death of Ted Binion would include a wide range from persons he knew in the drug business to other gamblers to, of course, people involved with organized crime. There were all kinds of people who might have been willing to take a shot at him in order to separate him from his money.
Ted Binion didn't trust banks. He didn't trust the traditional financial institutions. So he stored his silver in an underground vault in the desert, about an hour and 15 minutes outside of Las Vegas in Pahrump, Nevada. What really changed everything was 2 days after Ted died, the authorities in Nye County found a guy named Rick Tabish at the vault with a truck filled with millions of dollars of Ted Binion silver.
Excavating silver at night in Pahrump certainly wasn't a good look for Rick at that time.
In the eyes of law enforcement, it was highly suspicious behavior that pointed to the possibility that maybe this wasn't a drug overdose after all.
When Rick Tabish was arrested for attempting to rob Ted Binion's underground vault of millions of dollars in silver, investigators began to take a second look at Binion's death. Was this robbery just a crime of convenience, or could Tabish somehow be connected to Binion's untimely passing?
Rick Tabish and Teddy Binion, according to the stories that I had been told, met each other standing at a urinal. It's an only in Las Vegas type of encounter. They struck up a close friendship, and Rick Tabish was kind of what you would describe as a handyman. He's very skilled in construction.
Ted Binion had, they allege, about $14 million in silver. In the Binion counting room, when he couldn't set foot in the establishment anymore because of the Gaming Commission, he decided he better get his silver out of there pronto. So he hired this new friend of his, Rick Tabish, to dig a big hole, put a vault in there, and bury his silver in a town called Pahrump, Nevada. After they found Ted Binion dead in his home, a day or two later, lo and behold, Tabish went up to Pahrump in the middle of the night, 1, 2 in the morning, with excavating equipment, dug all the silver. Police observed him, and they arrested him.
When Rick was found by the sheriffs in Pahrump excavating the silver, his position was he was given permission by Ted. Ted had told him, if something happened to me, secure the silver for my daughter, Bonnie. But excavating silver at night in Pahrump certainly wasn't a good look for Rick at that time.
To everyone's surprise, right after Rick Tabish was arrested, Sandy Murphy bailed him out. And this really fueled the speculation that there was something going on here. Why would this woman who was grieving the loss of her fiancé, who had provided everything for her, be bailing out a man who was caught with all his silver in a huge 18-wheeler? You know, it just really led to a lot of speculation that Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish were having an affair.
And all of a sudden, the portrait of the grieving Sandy Murphy was different. And it changed really rapidly from Sandy Murphy grieving for Ted Binion's death to, oh, look at the gold digger. And all of a sudden, she was became much more difficult to defend in the court of public opinion.
I think Ted was suspected in an affair because what we do know is that in the days prior to his death, things had changed for Ted in how he viewed Sandy. He was no longer enamored with her, and he had made the decision to have her removed from his will.
There were suspicions by the Binion family that there was more to the story than just the affair, and that, you know, Rick and Sandy had planned or orchestrated Ted's death as a result of the affair.
When Ted Binion was initially found dead, there were some suspicious pieces of evidence that drew some attention. One was how Sandy Murphy acted at the crime scene. And when you listen to the 911 tape, you hear a woman who is in almost inaudible hysterics, and it was perceived by many to be fake.
I I'm breathing in these phones. Come on, medical transfer. Oh, no, breathing.
Yeah, there's no question that after Ted Binion's death, every move she made seemed suspicious. And of course, because there were investigators looking at the case, every move that she made was pretty well chronicled.
No, I want everyone to see everything. I want everything shown. I don't want anything missing.
There's another very important piece of circumstantial evidence in this case, and it is a video of Sandra Murphy going through the house days after Ted Binion's death.
Okay, everything in here, make sure you get a good view of all this, because don't worry, this is what they came to steal.
And frankly, she seems like she's on a rampage, pointing out everything that should be hers.
And I'm going to leave the Luther Gunther, but I'm going to take the Vargas, because I don't trust it, and if it's gone, I'm screwed.
Everything that's of value that's missing from the home, and she thinks that Ted's family has gone in and taken the stuff without her permission. And it becomes abundantly clear when you watch the video, undisputed, that she's very concerned about money.
Here's a picture of the keys there and the box being opened and the money missing. There's $20,000 in the house and it's not here now.
In the eyes of law enforcement, it was highly suspicious behavior that pointed to the possibility that maybe this wasn't a drug overdose after all.
Police had no confession. They knew they had no eyewitness, so they tried to build a circumstantial case.
People couldn't get enough of this story. It has all the hooks that you would expect out of a Las Vegas murder case. A beautiful woman, a casino heir, a mysterious death, the theft of silver in the middle of the night, drug use, an alleged affair. You know, and this was all in the first few weeks. The only question was, what was going to be the ending?
They were partners in this process. That much was clear. What was less clear was how they were going to defend themselves against what was really mounting evidence.
While the actions of Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish appeared suspicious, investigators had no hard evidence or proof of their involvement. To complicate things, the coroner had already ruled Binion's death an apparent drug overdose. But the Binion family was not satisfied with that conclusion, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
The big reason why no one was arrested right out of the gate was the initial evidence pointed towards a drug overdose. And it was very plausible that this was a drug overdose. Of course, the cops need to have definitive proof in their view that it is in fact a homicide. So, the estate of Ted Binion hired a private investigator by the name of Tom Dillard.
Dig up anything you can, and this was the Binion family. We do not agree that this was a suicide or an accidental overdose. They uncovered they were lovers, and right away he found out they were going to a hotel somewhere in California, and that doesn't bode well for Sandy.
Tom Dillard is a former homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. He's an excellent detective. And he just started pounding the pavement, interviewing witnesses, putting things together. Is this really a drug overdose, or is there something more going on here? And what he uncovered was a lot of witnesses who told of very suspicious behavior.
As the weeks wore on, there were more and more stories being written. They were really getting pounded in the press. And so one night they decided that they'd take a shot to have me interview them and away from their lawyer. And we met at a local bar, and she was quite nervous and quite emotional. He was adamant about his innocence, and as she was about hers. They were partners in this process. That much was clear. What was less clear was how they were going to defend themselves against what was really mounting evidence.
Tom Dillard just did nothing for months but try to build a case against Rick Tabish and Sandy Murphy. He dug up an awful lot of stuff on them. It built a circumstantial case against them.
So Tom Dillard brings his case to District Attorney David Rogers, and David Rogers builds a case based on Tom Dillard's investigation.
The district attorney's office and the police department found one of the most famous pathologists in all of America, Michael Baugh, who opined that, in fact, Ted Binion was murdered, that he was killed by a very rare mechanism of homicide known as burking.
There was a man named John Burke that used to kill people with the help of an accomplice. He sat on his chest, and the other accomplice put his hand on the mouth of the, and there it came. That's it was named burking.
Dr. Baugh came up with a theory that they had suffocated him, that he was burked, and that's how he died.
The idea of burking, as I say, the only time I think anyone really ever ran into it was this old Boris Karloff Murphy.
This involved, in Mr. Baugh's view, a deliberate plan to force Ted Binion to ingest drugs, specifically heroin and Xanax, and make it look like a drug overdose.
Once that hit, that was it. Then the murder charge could stick because now they had a means to which he was murdered, and they can pin it on Sandy and Rick. Rick and Sandy are charged with burglary, grand larceny, robbery, extortion, and murder, and conspiracy to commit all of those.
What I think happened in this case is that ultimately the Binion family had to have come up with a theory that was not a theory that Ted Binion died of a drug and heroin overdose, because it was a blemish on the family. And a family that was a proud family, and a family that was here in Las Vegas for many, many generations. And the fact that Sandy was having an affair with Rick Tabish, I think ultimately, led to her being targeted as a suspect in the case.
They didn't want this mistress, this stripper, to have 1 cent of the Binion money. So they knew, of course, if she was found guilty of murder, even if it was in a will, she wouldn't be entitled to anything. I think the Binion trial was the trial of the century here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
It was just a mass of people and media. And the judge turned to me and said, "Al, I think we're going to need a bigger boat."
With the evidence Tom Dillard had turned over to the district attorney, prosecutors went to trial confident in their case against Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish. But would it be enough to prove to a jury that they plotted and carried out the murder of Ted Binion, then covered it up?
All right, this is the time set for trial in case number C161663, State of Nevada versus Richard Tabish and Sandra Murphy.
I think the Binion trial was the trial of the century here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It had everything: sex, murder, silver, intrigue.
This case was like the circus. The courtroom filled up with reporters, and there was that overflow factor to it, that it became something that was of really high news value in that kind of tabloid sense.
I remember right at the start of it, the judge's chambers used to look out over the front of the courthouse. It was just a mass of people and media. Pretty much you couldn't see the steps of the courthouse. And the judge turned to me and said, "Al, I think we're going to need a bigger boat."
Are we ready for opening statements? Mr. Roger, are you going to provide that, or Mr. Wall? Proceed.
Sandra Murphy led a pretty good life when she lived with Ted Binion. And I'm not suggesting that it's always a day at the beach, living with a drug addict, but she had many material items. July 9, 1998, Ted Binion did a codicil to his will. And this codicil is kind of like an amendment. And what he did is he put Sandra Murphy in this will and provided that she was to get the Palomino residence. She was to get the contents of the house, as well as $300,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ted Binion was murdered. Ladies and gentlemen, the killers are Richard Tabish and Sandra Murphy. Thank you.
You had two just outstanding prosecutors. You had Dave Roger was just like a freight train, and Wall, I mean, he was just brilliant. And their theory was that Ted Binion had been killed for the money.
This case is not about homicide. This case is about heroin. This case is not murder. This case is about money. I'm going to talk about the Binion money machine, as I said to you, from one of the most powerful families in the state of Nevada. And what the intent is to grind up this young lady, Sandy Murphy, in the next month or 2 months. They took this case from a drug overdose and turned it around and made it a homicide. That's what this family has done. That's what Mr. Dillard has done. And why? Why did they do this? It's because Sandy is not a Binion. That's why.
The defense said that it was a completely overdose, be it accidental or purpose, and it had nothing to do with any murder. It was the Binion money machine that didn't want her to inherit anything.
Do you know an individual by the name of Rick Tabish?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Rick Tabish?
We basically grew up together, became closer friends in high school. His family and my family are friends from years past.
Mr. Gratzer, I want to direct your attention to the end of August or beginning of September of 1998. Do you recall having a particular conversation with Mr. Tabish?
Yes. He told me that there was a former casino owner in Las Vegas that he had some business arrangements with that was backing out on him and owed him some money and wasn't paying it, and he wanted to utilize my services to help him in killing this man.
Gratzer and Tabish tried to come up with a plan to kill a casino boss in Las Vegas and thought of all different ways of doing it. It was bizarre.
We kind of laughed and joked about jumping out of a helicopter and doing all this crazy sort of G.I. Joe stuff. And crawling up to close to this house where this man would probably be behind a window and shooting him with Rick's .378 Weatherby Magnum. I rejected it. I tried to reject every one of these methods to prevent myself from actually having to go ahead and do these things.
Here's the thing, as strange as he was and as strange as his testimony was, he had corroboration too, because he went out and asked people, hey, how would I kill a casino boss that Rick Tabish wants me to kill in Vegas? He actually called a pharmacist to see how much drugs someone would have to ingest for an overdose.
Have a seat. State your name and spell your first name and your last name for the record.
Dina Perry.
In 1998, where were you working?
At Neiman Marcus.
What did you do at Neiman Marcus?
A manicurist.
Did there come a point in time when a person by the name of Sandy came in for a manicure?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when Sandra Murphy spoke about Ted Binion and his future.
Yeah.
Did Ms. Murphy make any comments about Ted Binion's future?
He wasn't going to be around.
What did she say?
That he was going to die of a drug overdose.
Do you remember specifically what she said?
He was going to die of a drug overdose.
Did she tell you when he was going to die of a drug overdose?
Within 3 weeks.
Did she tell you what type of drug overdose that he was going to experience within 3 weeks?
Heroin.
Perry's testimony was powerful. That was a big part of the trial. Loose lips sink ships. Of course you shake your head. Why she would tell her manicurist these things is just so unusual and bizarre.
My opinion is he died of asphyxia by suffocation and pressure on his chest. That's specifically called burking.
The biggest witness for the prosecution was arguably forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baugh. The state was banking on his burking theory to convince the jury that this was not a mere drug overdose, but a premeditated murder.
Dr. Baugh, have you had an opportunity to review photographs from the scene at Palomino taken on September 17th, 1998, where Mr. Binion was found?
Yes.
Okay. Using those photographs, describe for us the type of injury depicted on those. I mean, we know them as bruises, but in your capacity, describe to us the significance and characteristics of those particular injuries.
There is a bruise on the back, the side of the back, that on section shows abundant fresh hemorrhage underneath the skin.
And how is that caused based on your experience?
By a blunt impact trauma of some kind. So it could have been a bump against a table, it could have been a punch, it could have been a fall, I can't tell.
When you say it's fresh hemorrhage, what does that mean?
That it happened around the time of death.
Dr. Baugh took note of some very important facts in regards to the coroner's office investigation.
Describe for us the significant findings as a forensic pathologist that you see in exhibits 82 and then 149 through 152, which were taken during the autopsy.
Yes, and it shows in the middle of the photograph 2 patterned abrasions. One is a direct imprint, circular imprint with a hole in the center, and the other is a similar imprint which has been rubbed or abraded on the inner portion.
Mr. Baugh opined that this was caused by someone forcibly getting on top of Ted Binion, pressing down real hard on his chest, and it was possibly an abrasion from a button mark.
My opinion is he died of asphyxia by suffocation. Died from some obstruction to his nose and mouth, couldn't breathe in, and pressure on his chest. That's specifically called burking.
It was extremely, it was unique, I guess the only way to say it. But here you have the world-renowned pathologist coming in to say, and this is why Ted Binion died, and the district attorney, I believe, was looking for that hook, and they found it with Dr. Baugh.
It's a sad situation. There's a man that had everything you could possibly want in this life. He had a gaming license. He came from one of the most reputable and great families of the state of Nevada. That's not good enough. Wealth is millions of dollars. That's not good enough. Everything you could possibly want, and all you have to do is one thing. You just don't have to do drugs. But you couldn't get it on. He couldn't stop using heroin.
You know, you hear about Janis Joplin, some celebrities, Jimi Hendrix, Lenny Bruce, Billie Holiday, Keith Moon, the drummer for The Who. All these people died because of heroin use. Now, did they have plans the next day? Yeah, they had plans because people, especially heroin junkies, don't always know whether they're going to survive the heroin use. And so, you know, this is nothing out of the ordinary, even aside from suicide. What I'm saying to you is that junkies, heroin junkies, overdose all the time.
Ted Binion had a history of drug use, and his drug and alcohol abuse was magnified after he lost his gaming license. It was a clear case of a drug overdose.
Mr. Palazzo and Mr. Mamet suggest to you that there's no evidence at all here of a murder. On behalf of the state of Nevada, I disagree. You have evidence of motive, of corroborated intent, of opportunity, corroborated admissions by both of them, both before and after, about a plan to kill Ted Binion, possession of property stolen from the house at the time of the murder, signature crimes, and an attempt to buy testimony. In the law, we call that proof beyond a reasonable doubt 6 ways. Because it's the Binion money that these two wanted more than anything else. It is the whole purpose of all of these crimes. The Binion money machine framed us. They would have given anything to be part of the Binion money. She had it for a while and was getting kicked out. He didn't. They wanted it and each other enough to kill an eccentric, wealthy heroin addict.
The jury had deliberated for 8 days, and that's a long time. But come verdict time, there was a lot of pressure. It was intense, and the judge just did what he had to do and had them read the verdict.
We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Richard Bennett Tabish, as follows. Guilty of murder of the first degree. We, the jury, the above entitled case, find the defendant, Sandra Renee Murphy, as follows. Guilty of murder of the first degree.
They were convicted of murder and many other felonies and were sentenced to many decades in prison. And we all thought, okay, this incredible story is finally over. But it wasn't. And the reason it wasn't over is because the Nevada Supreme Court reversed their convictions on appeal. They were reversed on technicalities.
Jim Brown, the lawyer for Ted Binion, had said that Ted had told him, hey, if something happens to me, you know what happened, take Sandy out of my will. Well, that was allowed during the first trial. The Supremes later on said that's as if Ted was talking from the grave, it was impermissible hearsay, and Jim Brown should not have been allowed to testify to that.
The story that we thought was over is not over. And it got even more interesting.
I don't think there was the evidence to convict them. There's no smoking gun. There was a lot of heroin smoking, but no smoking gun.
A year after the Nevada Supreme Court overturned their conviction for the murder of Ted Binion, Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish were back in court for trial number 2. This time, they had a powerhouse defense team.
The second trial was different for a few reasons. Number one, Tony Serra, a great attorney out of San Francisco, was brought in.
We were able to assemble a team that was different than our first trial. The famous, infamous Tony Serra, who I admire very much, joined the defense team on behalf of Rick Tabish. I stepped in and represented Sandy Murphy.
I heard a lot about Tony Serra, read about him, and I heard he gives hell to judges. He's a tough hombre. Right as soon as he appeared, I sort of got it straight with him. I said, Mr. Serra, I heard about your reputation. I said, it's not going to work with me because I could yell louder than you.
One of the things that we wanted to do in the second trial that wasn't done in the first trial is really humanize her. In the first trial, she was really made out to be kind of somebody who was callous, indifferent. I mean, that really wasn't her.
Second trials are just easier. You make mistakes in the first trial. The second trial, you don't make the same mistakes. Another reason, Dr. Baugh, his testimony was ripped to shreds. I hate to say it, but it was.
One of the things that we were able to bring to light was Dr. Baugh's theory of burking. And what we were able to do to dismiss that theory is magnify the impression mark or the button mark, as Dr. Baugh testified to. And in reality, when you magnify the impression, you see that it's not a button impression at all, that it's a carcinoma. It is clear that it was some type of skin lesion.
I believe that Dr. Baugh is qualified and as great a pathologist that he is. His theories were put to the test, and I don't think the jury bought barking in the second trial, and I think that was the difference.
Another issue that came up during the first trial that was dismissed in the second trial were the witnesses. Some of the witnesses, they were actually paid for their testimony in the first trial. Grotzer, Deanna Perry, the hairstylists, and some of the other witnesses that bolstered the prosecution's theory of the case. Though that testimony was ultimately dismissed.
You know, prison has a way of humbling you, and I'm sure their attorneys spoke to them about this. And during the second trial, there was no googly eyes, there was no laughing, there was no joking, there was no smirking. It was all business. And they think the gravity of the situation, they realized in the second trial, and I do believe that second jury realized that, and I believe that helped them tremendously.
As a trial lawyer, you know, you win cases that you think you're going to lose, and you lose cases that you think you're going to win. So when it goes to a jury, you really don't know. What we did know and what we believed is that the state did not prove their case.
I think most people thought they were going to be found guilty again, but came out a different way.
The jury, they said, not guilty of murder, but they did find them guilty burglary of the silver, both of them.
I don't think there was the evidence to convict them. Yeah, I think that there was a lot of evidence. I'm not so sure there wasn't a kind of built-in reasonable doubt given the circumstances surrounding Ted Binion's life. There's no smoking gun. There was a lot of heroin smoking, but no smoking gun.
Rick spent a considerable more time in custody, incarcerated. Sandy spent 4 years in the Nevada Women's Prison, and she expired that sentence, so she never did any additional time. Maintained close with Sandy and her family, and she's been able to rebuild her life and have 2 beautiful children and a husband, and I'm fortunate enough to be godfather to her children, and so we've maintained a close relationship over the years.
I think the town was shocked. You know, we'd been through one guilty verdict. So the presumption is, well, they're probably going to be found guilty again. The acquittal stunned a lot of people. That doesn't mean it wasn't the right decision. Maybe it was the right verdict, you know, and the most important thing of the legal system is we have to respect how it works and respect the rule of law and respect a jury's verdict.
I think it's the fundamental lesson that gets lost in media with cases, and that is that juries don't always get it right. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they get it wrong. Luckily, Rick Tabish and Sandy Murphy got a second chance at it, and the second time they got it right. And especially now in this area of DNA, we are finding out that more and more is that when people get on the jury, they don't become infallible. None of us are.
So I've been asked that question a lot. How do you feel about the fact that they were found guilty the first time, and then Rick and Sandy are found not guilty the second time? And all I can say to that is when you work for the court system, you learn things that the public doesn't know behind the scenes. You hear things about the crimes that no one else knows, but you're entrusted not to speak about those things even 20-some years later. But I can say this about it. I think even though it seems like a contradiction, Justice was served in both trials, and that's really all I can say about that.
Sandy Murphy is now Sandy Pierpen. She lives in Southern California and owns an art gallery with her husband in Laguna Beach. Rick Tabish lives in Montana. He's the owner and president of a construction company. They both deny having anything to do with the death of Ted Binion. I'm Tamron Hall. Thank you for watching Someone They Knew.